Chapter 221. At dusk, the shadow of the caravan appeared on a small road in the woods. The crisp and pleasant sound of bells came over, and the leading horse walking in the front was also carrying a large bag of goods. Captain Sinji walked in the front and looked very happy. The caravan arrived at the valley entrance and began to camp. These horses needed a good rest, and there were elves who specially repaired their horses' hooves. The next section of the road was a rocky road. If the horses' hooves were cracked, it would be easy for the horses to get injured walking in the canyon full of gravel. We originally planned to arrive here at noon today, but the transaction in the village has not been completed, so it was delayed for a long time. When talking about this, the face of Captain Sinji was full of pride. This trip to the fortress village, the business of each village is good. Now we have purchased a lot of magic herbs. As long as we can return to Padstow City safely, we can make a steady profit. Captain Sinji is naturally very happy. At night, sometimes there are the calls of harpies. They make a sound similar to a sly laugh, which makes even the elves feel irritated. Gru climbed to the top of a tree, ready to shoot a few harpies to deter them. Leader Sinji walked to the adventure group's camp, sat in front of the campfire, and said to Instructor Nora, "They have been living on the nearby cliffs. There are many caves on the cliffs of this canyon. They can fly in the caves and ambush any hunters who enter the caves. Many hunters who enter the caves become food for the harpies, so the elf hunters nearby will never climb into the caves on the rock walls to capture these harpies. At night, they are also attracted by the fire. They hate the sound of bells. As long as you hang a string of bells outside the tent, the harpies will not come near. Elves don't like the leather of harpies. It is wrinkled and has no aesthetic appeal. Few elf hunters are willing to hunt them. I heard that human nobles like to keep harpies in bird cages, but human demon hunters can't come to the Partington Plain. Tomorrow when we pass through Tiger Leaping Gorge, we should try not to provoke these harpies. Usually, they will not target us." After that, Captain Sinji also gave Instructor Nora a string of bells. "Got it, we will follow your team at that time. Unless they take the initiative to attack, we will never provoke them." Instructor Nora stood up and said, then climbed onto a rock wall, stood on the top of the rock wall, and shook the bell in his hand vigorously. Sure enough, the laughter of the harpies stopped abruptly, and then a sound of flapping wings came from the forest, and several harpies flew through the woods and into the cave in the canyon. Instructor Nora arranged for Roy to be on duty at night, and it was in the second half of the night, so Roy needed to sleep in advance. Just as he got into the tent, a team of elf warriors ran out of the woods against the backdrop of the night. These elf warriors came to the entrance of Tiger Leaping Gorge and stopped one after another. For a while, a series of war horses neighed. Roy poked his head out of the tent and looked outside. Those elf warriors were all wearing metal armor, with long swords hanging on their waists and combat longbows on their backs, looking majestic. When jumping off the horse, you can hear the clear sound of metal friction. This group of elf warriors are all Silver Moon elves. The leading elf warrior captain strode to the front of Captain Sinji and asked him, "Are you from the Padstow caravan?" "Yes." Captain Sinji responded quickly. The elf captain raised his chin slightly, pursed his lips, and said to Captain Sinji, "If you take this road again in the future, you will have to pay a tax to Lord Alvis. This forest, including the canyon in front, has become Lord Alvis's territory. You are now trespassing in private territory. According to the laws of the Elf Kingdom, we have the right to expel you, but since you don't know that this forest has become Lord Alvis's private territory, we will not expel you immediately. If you don't want to pay taxes, you need to leave here tomorrow morning." Captain Sinji was slightly startled. He seemed to have never heard of this matter. However, the name of Lord Alvis was very famous in Padstow. He owned the largest trading company in Padstow, and was considered the most powerful Silver Moon elf noble in Padstow. Since the elven army was able to enter the jungle and announce this matter everywhere, it seems that this matter should be true. Captain Sinji asked the Silver Moon elf captain in front of him, "I want to know how big is Lord Alvis's territory here?" The elf captain coughed lightly, then took out a parchment map from his bosom and unfolded it. This map happened to be the entire map of the Partington Plain, but only the elves' current occupied area, radiating 300 kilometers around the city of Padstow. Obviously, the elf captain came prepared, and he had already drawn a green area on the map. Pointing to this area, the elf captain said to Captain Sinji, "From the city of Padstow to the south, all the way to the Griffin Barrier Mountains, this land has been bought by Lord Alvis." Not only was Captain Sinji stunned, but the followers of the merchant group all looked up at the elf captain. They couldn't believe that Lord Alvis had bought a quarter of the land in Padstow at once. Captain Sinji asked quickly, Do you mean that the forest south of Padstow has been bought by Lord Alvis? The elf captain corrected. In fact, Lord Alvis's territory only extends to the foot of the northern mountain of the Griffin Fortress. The area south of the Griffin Fortress is not considered Lord Alvis's land. Several instructors from the adventure group also came over. Among the instructors, only Instructor Nora was a half-elf. The others were all Silver Moon elves, and they all wore magic pattern leather armor. They looked extraordinary. The elf captain glanced at the instructors and nodded to them. Leader Sinji continued to ask, in the future, if we pass through Lord Alvis's territory, we will have to pay taxes? The elf captain became a little warmer, and said, as if it was a matter of course, that's it. Instructor Nora asked curiously, where does Lord Alvis's territory extend to in the east? The elf captain raised the parchment map in his hand and said to everyone, the width of the territory is about 200 kilometers. Captain Sinji's face changed slightly, and then he noticed the thin line on the east side of the map. He frowned and asked, are you saying that the east directly reaches the edge of the Mokias Mountains? The elf captain shook his head and pointed to the east area and said, it's not that far. The Blackwater Swamp is not Lord Alvis's territory at present. Captain Sinji sat down somewhat helplessly and said to the elf captain, okay, got it, we will leave as soon as possible. The elf captain and his group of warriors also camped at the entrance of the canyon, but their resting camp was dozens of meters away from the caravan. Instructor Nora sat opposite Captain Sinji and asked him, if the caravan does not want to pay taxes in the future, will it have to bypass this territory? Captain Sinji wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and said with some sorrow, that would almost require more than 3 times the distance, and the Mokias Mountains are notoriously dangerous. The monsters there almost appear in groups in the mountains and forests. Even in the Blackwater Swamp, the long-nosed giant crocodiles, killer bees, dragonflies, and patterned giant anacondas are all notoriously ferocious. Without the adventure group and mercenary group, our caravan can't move forward at all. Ah, I didn't know there was such a place in the Partington Plain. If we had known there was a place like the Blackwater Swamp, why would we have gone to the Griffin Barrier to take risks? Instructor Nora said loudly. Guide Marjorie was a little dumbfounded and said to Instructor Nora, aren't you here to climb the Griffin Barrier? We decided to climb the Griffin Barrier because we didn't know there was a place like the Blackwater Swamp. If we had known there were dragonflies in the Blackwater Swamp, we should have gone there to take a look. Instructor Nora said with some regret. The other instructors didn't care. Instructor Eleanor asked worriedly, what about the elf villages in the territory? Of course they need to pay taxes, otherwise they might be driven out. Captain Sinji said worriedly. The instructors fell silent. This was the scene they least wanted to see. Even Instructor Gru, who usually didn't like to talk much, couldn't help but say at this time, they have lived here for so long, and suddenly, they have become subjects of Lord Alvis. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? In the Elven village, they had seen the oppression of these half-blood elves by the Padstow Silver Moon elves. These half-blood elves living in the Elven village had almost no chance to go to school, and many half-blood elves could only become hunters or herb-gatherers in this life. Now there are Silver Moon elf nobles, who have taken over the jungle where they depend on for survival. The atmosphere in the caravan was very depressing, which actually meant that Head Sinji needed to open up a new trade route. The next day, the caravan passed through Tiger Leaping Gorge and arrived at the next Elven village smoothly. This group of elf warriors arrived first, and issued the order of Lord Alvis. The half-blood elves in the village were in chaos. Everyone came out of their homes, and began to discuss how to deal with this matter. Some half-blood elves did not want to leave their homes. Many elves had lived here for half their lives, and naturally did not want to leave here. Since they chose to live in the village, the first thing they did was to pay taxes to Lord Alvis. Many elves did not have the habit of saving money. They only tried to make some money when they needed it. At this time, the caravan of Captain Sinji arrived at the elf village. Many half-blood elves took out some magic herbs and magic beast materials from their homes, and sold them to the caravan in exchange for some kolar and paid a tax. Many young half-blood elves in the village did not intend to pay taxes. They were ready to leave their homes, and continue to migrate south. In their words, the world is so big, we do not accept slavery. These young half-blood elves were ready to follow the caravan south, and go all the way to the barrier village. The whole village became extremely noisy. The originally quiet village, now many tree houses are abandoned, and everywhere is filled with the sadness of parting. The young half-blood elves clamored to follow the merchant group, and Captain Sinji had no reason to refuse. But Captain Sinji also had his own worries. The further south you go, the more dangerous the jungle becomes. Magic beasts often appear in the jungle ahead, and the closer you get to the griffin barrier, the more dangerous it becomes, because the griffin is the real overlord of the jungle sky. The adventure group still did not follow the caravan into the village. Under the guidance of Guide Marjorie, the group came to a valley. This time, Instructor Nora divided the adventure group into 2 combat teams. The 2 teams were only 500 meters apart and walked side by side in the jungle. Roy was still in a group with instructors Virgil, Gru, and Eleanor. Their group had 3 instructors. Instructor Nora and Miss Scarlet, with Sabrina and Miss Christine, were slightly weaker, but their group also had Guide Marjorie. After leaving Tiger Leaping Gorge, the mountains and forests here became obviously more desolate. It was difficult to find a path in the jungle. Everyone was almost walking on the wild grass. According to the Guide Marjorie, dire wolves often appeared in this mountain range. The wind foxes that the adventure team hunted before could only be considered as level 1 monsters, but the dire wolves here were considered level 2 monsters. This kind of monster was more dangerous to Roy, Sabrina, and Miss Christine. So when Instructor Nora was grouping, she repeatedly told Instructor Eleanor to take good care of Roy. However, the responsibility of taking care of Roy finally fell on Instructor Gru. As an archer in the adventure group, Instructor Gru's usual duty is to hunt monsters and give them a fatal arrow. However, for a great elf archer, the most feared thing is that the monster breaks through the blockade of other instructors. Once it rushes to Instructor Gru, Instructor Gru's combat effectiveness will be sharply reduced. Roy is currently in the adventure group, and his main job is to protect Instructor Gru. Instructor Eleanor walked at the front of the team, Instructor Virgil was in the middle, and Instructor Gru took Roy to walk at the end of the team. In the mountains, an angry 2-headed dire wolf lay in the grass, and its blood-red eyes were staring at the 2 half-blood elf hunters in front. The 2 half-elf hunters had just hunted a wind fox in its territory. Although it had long disliked the wind fox ran too fast and was too agile, so the dire wolf never found a chance to hunt it. But now it saw 2 elf hunters breaking into its territory and hunting the wind fox, and the dire wolf suddenly felt that it should teach the 2 elf hunters a lesson, such as making them its delicious meal. The dire wolf crouched in the grass, and it didn't even dare to move, for fear of disturbing the 2 elf hunters. It patiently waited for an opportunity. Finally, the 2 elf hunters squatted down, and they seemed to start skinning the wind fox. At this moment, the dire wolf suddenly rushed out of the grass and rushed towards the 2 elf hunters 100 meters away. Chapter 222. 2 elf hunters squatted beside a wind fox, using daggers to peel off the leather of the wind fox. This leather with wind element affinity is very popular among elf archers, and the price is also the most expensive among many first-level monsters. Many elf hunters may not be able to hunt a cunning wind fox in a year, but this time, they were lucky enough to hunt one. The sudden sense of happiness made them emotional, so they forgot the danger around them. They had no idea that a dire wolf was hiding in the wild grass 100 meters away. This dire wolf was covered with hair, as hard as steel needles. Its huge body was lying in the grass, crushing a large area of weeds. Its 4 claws were curled under its body, and its dark red eyes stared forward through the gaps in the grass. In fact, it could not see the 2 elf hunters, but it could sense their presence from the smell coming from the front. The hair on the dire wolf's body was as hard as steel needles, and its leather was also high-quality leather for making hard leather armor. Moreover, this kind of magic beast was brutal by nature. It was almost the top level among the second-level magic beasts in the jungle. In fact, it was even stronger than some third-level magic beasts in terms of strength and speed. Some adult dire wolves were promoted to third-level magic beasts, and could be seen frequently. However, they are still defined as level 2 magic beasts by the elves, mainly because their control of magic is only at the level of level 2 magic beasts. The magic ability of the dire wolf is just to make the opponent feel fear and unable to concentrate on fighting. Their main means of attack are still sharp teeth and claws. Just when the 2 elf hunters were peeling the wind fox skin, the dire wolf hiding in the grass suddenly jumped forward, and its huge body jumped more than 10 meters. 100 meters distance only takes about 5 seconds for this adult dire wolf. By the time the elf hunters noticed a gust of bloody wind rushing in front of them, the dire wolf had already opened its bloody mouth and held the upper body of an elf hunter in its mouth. The amazing bite force directly bit off the elf hunter's body. Another elf hunter was so scared that he quickly jumped into the forest, but although he ran very fast, his speed was much slower than that of the adult dire wolf. The elf hunter was full of despair and shouted in extreme fear, which was heard far away in the forest. The jungle was full of the smell of decay. When you stepped on the ground full of moss and rotten leaves, no one knew whether there would be a mud pit or a hard soil layer underneath. Some tree roots were covered with various mushrooms, mixed with the smell of resin, and your throat would feel a little sweet when you inhale it into your lungs. Roy stepped on the wet moss and almost slipped. The jungle full of vines and weeds was not easy to walk in. Many vines had sharp thorns. Roy followed Instructor Gru. They had been walking in the jungle for most of the day and had not even seen the shadow of the dire wolf. Roy was wearing heavy leather armor, which protected his whole body very well, but now his thigh muscles were shaking constantly due to extreme fatigue. He drove away a gadfly that was circling around him. The scorching sun was isolated outside the woods, and the woods were steaming with hot air, like a huge steamer. Sweat had soaked his shirt and pants completely. Roy felt that he was full of sweat and acid. He had to keep drinking water to keep himself hydrated, which was very uncomfortable. Roy fantasized about having a glass of iced watermelon juice. He drank it in one gulp and felt cool all over. He felt itchy all over. He pulled open his sleeves and found some red rashes on his arms. Roy knew that his body was in trouble due to overheating. He was about to reach his physical limit. Obviously, the adventure team would not stop at this time. Roy hesitated for a moment, then decisively used the Holy Glimmer. A ball of Holy Glimmer appeared around Roy's shoulders. Under the care of the glimmer, a little bit of healing power relieved a lot of discomfort in Roy's body. Roy then drew another divine pattern, and as the prayer ended, the blessing of strength was bestowed on Roy. Immediately afterwards, Roy activated the physical recovery on the magic pattern structure, the 3 magic patterns of Wind Grace and Giant Bear Power, and immediately felt that his body was full of strength. The trembling legs were suddenly filled with strength. Instructor Gru turned his head and looked at Roy, probably because he felt the fluctuation of magic power on him. But all the magic patterns were on the inside of the leather armor, so Instructor Gru didn't know that Roy had activated 3 magic patterns at once. Together with the blessing of the power blessing, the power Roy now possessed has exceeded the limit of the power that an apprentice priest can have. Roy continued to walk forward, and with one foot, the roots of the big tree seemed to have become rotten leather, and Roy crushed them with a puff. The control that power brought to him gave Roy an inexplicable sense of security. Under the absolute power, his physical strength was also recovering rapidly. Roy felt that he had suffered for most of the day, and it would be better if he could use the power of the magic pattern construct earlier. The red rashes on his body were also disappearing quickly. He had the magic pattern construct, but he didn't know how to use it well. He was really stupid. Roy followed behind Instructor Gru, and felt that he was having a hard time walking in the jungle, so he also blessed him with the blessing of strength. Instructor Gru immediately felt a surge of power injected into his body. He heard Roy chanting a prayer softly, and turned back to look at Roy, knowing that Roy had performed a divine spell. "Roy, you actually know all this?" "I'm an apprentice priest." Roy chuckled. "I feel much better." Instructor Gru moved his body and said to Roy, but before he finished speaking, he heard a roar from the jungle that made his legs weak. There seemed to be a strange magic in the roar that would make people turn around and run away unconsciously. Roy's legs went weak, and he couldn't help but stop. "It's the roar of the dire wolf, let's follow it," Instructor Gru whispered to Roy. Then he ran forward faster. Roy hurried to catch up, but only saw Instructor Eleanor's back disappear in the dense jungle. Instructors Virgil and Gru were also chasing ahead. On the other side, Roy also saw Instructor Nora making gestures to them, indicating that the 2 teams should encircle them from the left and right sides. Magician Scarlet had already flown up on her magic broom, shuttling through the dense woods. Instructor Nora was like a little deer, constantly jumping in the woods, not slow at all. She just left Sabrina and Miss Christine behind. The 2 teams rushed towards the location where the dire wolf roared at the same time. Instructor Eleanor ran in the front. When she ran at full speed, the vines and weeds in the jungle seemed to become her partners. Every step she took could find a leverage point, and every step she took would have a stronger rebound force, which increased her running speed. When she passed through a dense forest, she saw an adult dire wolf with dark gray fur on a grassy slope with sparse trees. The dire wolf jumped out of the bushes and bit the elf hunter, who was about to hide in the dense forest. The elf hunter was held alive in the dire wolf's mouth. The dire wolf shook its head violently, and the elf hunter's body broke into 2 sections, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The dire wolf, holding half of the elf hunter's body in its mouth, spotted Instructor Eleanor rushing out of the dense forest at a glance. It pounced towards Instructor Eleanor, and a claw thicker than an adult's thigh slapped towards Instructor Eleanor. Instructor Eleanor turned and rolled to the left, avoiding the claw of the dire wolf in a panic. The other instructors also chased out of the dense forest and dispersed in the jungle at the first time. Everyone was like a net, forming a siege on the dire wolf. Instructor Gru jumped directly onto a big tree, but Roy was not as good as him, so he had to climb up the tree trunk. Instructor Gru stood on the horizontal branch of the tree trunk and looked at the dire wolf in the distance, signaling Roy to stop. Then Instructor Gru jumped directly from the tree to another tree, and Roy could only run under the tree. Instructor Gru pointed to the side of the dire wolf, indicating that he was ready to go around the side of the dire wolf, and Roy could only run towards the tree. Instructor Nora and Instructor Virgil also arrived in front of the dire wolf. Instructor Eleanor, who was forced to retreat by the dire wolf, finally got a chance to breathe. The three elves were standing in front of the adult dire wolf, as if there was a white rhino in front of them. The dire wolf opened its bloody mouth, enough to easily swallow an adult elf in one gulp. And its explosive power and speed were much more powerful than the angry rhino. Roy was a little dumbfounded. Is this the strength of a second-level monster? Seeing Instructor Gru squatting on a tree branch, Roy was also ready to climb up the tree. At the edge of the dense forest, the giant dire wolf, with dark gray mane, leaped and rushed directly in front of Instructor Nora, but Instructor Nora did not roll to avoid it like Instructor Eleanor did. He actually held a shield in his left hand, and slapped the dire wolf's face hard, smashing its bloody mouth open. The half-body of the elf hunter in the dire wolf's mouth fell out instantly. At this time, it roared again. Instructor Nora paused for a moment, and the dire wolf took the opportunity to grab Instructor Nora again. Instructors Virgil and Eleanor rushed up from both sides. Instructor Gru, Scarlet the Magician, and Miss Christine, the three elves, attacked almost at the same time, and two arrows wrapped in wind elements, exactly the same, passed through the dense forest from the left and right sides, and shot the dire wolf's head. Scarlet Magician instantly fired an ice arrow, which exploded on the top of the dire wolf's head, and the dire wolf was wrapped in countless ice chips. Just as the ice chips blocked the dire wolf's vision, two arrows also hit the dire wolf's head, but unfortunately they failed to hit its eyes. The dire wolf tried to pull the arrows off with its claws, but unfortunately the arrows had barbs and could not be easily pulled out. Instructor Virgil took the opportunity to rush under the dire wolf's body and stabbed his long sword from the left side of his neck. Instructor Virgil's arm was also pierced by the hard mane under the neck, causing bleeding. A stream of blood gushed out from the wound, and the dire wolf howled and bit at Instructor Virgil. Virgil rolled on the grass for a few times, and his claws that grabbed Instructor Virgil suddenly grabbed nothing. The blood on the dire wolf's neck continued to spurt, but it opened its mouth and bit Instructor Eleanor on the other side. Instructor Eleanor did not dare to get close, and quickly stepped back. Instructor Gru and Miss Christine's arrows kept hitting the dire wolf, but the dire wolf's skin was thick and the arrows did not hit the dire wolf's vital parts, and could not pose much threat to the dire wolf. An arrow was stuck in the eye socket of the dire wolf, and the blood almost blinded the dire wolf's eyes. The dire wolf finally noticed that Instructor Gru, who was squatting on the tree, was the biggest threat. At this moment, it looked at Instructor Gru, but was hit by an ice spear. The huge ice spear exploded on the dire wolf's body, and the diffuse ice mist enveloped the dire wolf. The next second, the dire wolf rushed out of the ice mist with ice chips all over its body and rushed towards Instructor Gru. Instructor Gru did not dodge, but drew his bow and arrow, aimed at the dire wolf's forehead and shot an arrow. The arrow was wrapped with a wisp of wind element, almost forming a white line in the air. The dire wolf felt a flash of white light, and the arrow was stuck in its forehead. Its head seemed to explode at that moment. The dire wolf felt a stream of hot blood flowing out of its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The scene in front of it became extremely blurred. With the last bit of consciousness, it stretched out a claw towards the archer squatting on the branch. As the claw stretched out, the dire wolf completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Instructor Gru's last piercing arrow directly pierced the dire wolf's skull, which caused a fatal blow to the dire wolf. Crouching on a horizontal branch, Roy, holding a shield, felt his palms full of sweat. If the giant in front of him really rushed over, Roy felt that he would be slapped away with one claw. There was a sword wound under the dire wolf's neck, and the blood from the wound almost dyed most of the dire wolf's body red. Instructor Nora chased after it with a long sword. Seeing the dire wolf lying on the ground, she hurried forward and kept cutting on its neck, but the mane here was very prickly, so Instructor Nora could only cut slightly. The dire wolf was not completely dead yet, and its body was still twitching. After the fur was cut open, more blood flowed out, and Instructor Nora was able to cut it more easily. The head of a dire wolf was like a rhino head, and it fit into the number 3 suitcase just right. Instructor Eleanor also came to help. Her skinning skills were the best in the adventure group. Instructors Virgil and Gru could only watch from the side. When Instructor Eleanor cut open the chest of the dire wolf, it was still warm inside. The skin of the dire wolf was so big that it was impossible to put it into the largest box. I hope Captain Sinji is willing to buy this wolf's skin, Instructor Eleanor muttered while peeling the skin. Instructor Nora took out the magic core from the dire wolf's head. The magic core in the dire wolf's body was only as big as a baby's fist. It seemed impossible to get a complete magic crystal. Look around, maybe you can find another one around. Instructor Nora instructed Instructor Eleanor. Chapter 223. After the adventure team caught up with the caravan, they found that there was a group of young half-blood elves following the caravan, and they were heading south with the caravan. Leaving their homeland where they had lived for a long time, these young elves were reluctant to leave. Every time they walked to an open area, they would look back at their homeland. Following these young half-blood elves were two accompanying elf warriors. These elf warriors were probably worried that the young half-blood elves were just pretending to leave, and they would come back quietly after the elf warriors left the village. Two elf warriors rode on war horses, followed the caravan, and kept an eye on the half-blood elves. This made the half-blood elves very angry. They are too disrespectful to us by doing this. A young half-blood elf threw the grass core in his hand away, and said indignantly, I really don't want to leave that house. The companion beside him sighed and whispered, Speak softly, don't let the two elf warriors behind hear you. These dogs of Lord Alvis will only bully us. The half-blood elves were whispering. As long as we reach the fortress village, we can rebuild the tree house there, and everything will be fine. A half-blood elf woman said to the young half-blood elves. This journey is still quite dangerous, but we follow the caravan and can help each other when we encounter trouble. Instructor Nora led the members of the adventure team and rode horses to catch up from behind. Seeing the increasingly bloated caravan, he frowned and whispered to the guide Marjorie, How long will it take to get there? The originally inconspicuous forest path was completely widened after being trampled by so many elves, and horses can travel freely on this road. But except for the caravan and the adventure group, other half-blood elves have no horses, and they can only walk. Instructor Nora only has 2 months of vacation, and she doesn't want to waste all this time on this road. In fact, Instructor Nora was already a little dissatisfied when the caravan occasionally stayed in these elf villages for a night. Now the caravan obviously wanted to take these half-blood elf villagers with them. Without saying anything, Guide Marjorie went to find Captain Sinji. Since he had received Instructor Nora's commission, he had to do things for Instructor Nora. Not long after, Captain Sinji found Instructor Nora with a helpless look on his face, and told her about the troubles these half-blood elves had encountered. After hearing the whole story, Instructor Nora fell silent. She walked back to the adventure group dejectedly, gathered everyone together, and told everyone about the troubles the caravan had encountered. Finally, she said, This matter. I am going to help them. From here to the Griffin Barrier, I don't need to tell you that everyone probably understands that it is not safe along the way. You may encounter many monsters. There will be glass beasts further ahead. Once they are stared at by dire wolves or glass beasts, they probably can't handle it. Next, we will follow the caravan, which may delay the journey, but since we have encountered this matter, there is no reason to let it go. Why are you nagging so much, Nora? Do you think we will object? Scarlet Magician said impatiently. No, I just want to make this clear. Instructor Nora stood up, walked to the waiting Guide Marjorie, and told him the decision of the adventure team. Guide Marjorie also breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Instructor Nora with gratitude, It's great that you can make such a decision. The dire wolves that appear nearby are all lone wolves. If we go further, we will enter the territory of the glass beasts. In addition, we have to pass through a forest area. There are many spider caves in that forest. If we go further inside, we can also meet dire wolf packs. Instructor Nora didn't expect that before reaching the Griffin Fortress, they would encounter so many monster territories in the jungle. It can be seen that the southern part of Padstow City is not completely under the control of the elves. I didn't expect that Lord Alvis would buy such a jungle. It doesn't make sense at all. Even if we cross this jungle, I think our trip should be worthwhile. Mage Scarlet crossed her chest and rode up from behind, saying to Instructor Nora, Otherwise, we can change the adventure plan a little bit. Hunting these monsters can also make us a lot of money. Instructor Eleanor said excitedly. When the caravan stopped to rest, Instructor Nora took 2 dire wolf leathers and 4 wind fox leathers to find Leader Sinji to trade. The caravan often purchased these monster materials, but seeing these monster furs with blood stains that had not completely dried, Leader Sinji was still a little dazed. It seemed that agreeing to go with this adventure group was the wisest decision he had made. Magic cores are worthless, but magic crystals are hard currency. Wind foxes are primary magic beasts, and the magic cores in their heads are almost difficult to form, and not every wind fox has a magic core. As a secondary magic beast, dire wolves almost all have magic cores in their heads, but these magic cores may not all produce magic crystals. Instructor Nora was lucky, hunting 2 dire wolves, and both produced complete magic crystals. There were about 100 half-blood elves walking with the caravan. Since the elves walked on foot and stopped along the way, the caravan could not go too far every day. Captain Sinji couldn't bear to abandon these half-blood elves, so he had to bite the bullet and move forward. When Instructor Nora was traveling with the merchant group, he would occasionally go into the dense forest to hunt wind foxes and dire wolves. Those glass beasts can change color like chameleons, so even though Guide Marjorie said that they had entered the territory of the glass beasts, the adventure group was unable to hunt them. They had only seen them from a distance twice. The glass beasts were very alert and would turn around and leave quickly if they sensed a little danger. With a flick of its long tail, it disappeared in the jungle. In this jungle, the easiest thing to capture is an adult lone dire wolf. These dire wolves are irritable and impulsive. They will rush out with a little provocation and offer their fur to the adventure team. Instructor Nora's adventure team, several instructors are first-level warriors, and Scarlet is also a first-level magician, so hunting lone dire wolves is no problem. Among the half-blood elves in this village, there are also some young hunters who have hunted dire wolves. However, when facing this kind of ferocious beast, the elves in the village will organize together and can also defeat these big guys. Along the way, Instructor Nora's adventure team has gained a lot. The only regret is that they failed to hunt a glass beast. If the adventure team can successfully hunt a glass beast, then there will be a shining point in the adventure team's future file. Many half-blood elves would ask Instructor Nora for some fighting skills on the road. Instructor Nora was also very generous, and would do his best to instruct these half-blood elves every time he had free time. As Guide Marjorie said, the road ahead was full of dangers, and the team encountered more and more monsters. Sometimes, even without the adventure team leaving, they could find some monsters following behind. The adventure team passed a forest full of spider caves. Instructor Nora led everyone to rush directly into the woods and blocked a spider cave. With the perfect suppression of Scarlet Magician, Instructor Gru and Miss Christine, as long as a poisonous spider crawled out of the cave, it would be seriously injured by the 3 of them. Instructors Nora and Virgil only needed to guard the cave entrance and finish off the enemies. The members of the adventure group basically stood in the poisonous fog and fought against these poisonous spiders. However, this time Instructor Nora brought enough antidotes and almost crushed them by harvesting 34 poisonous spiders, collecting poison sacs, spider teeth, and soft skin from the abdomen. However, the caravan did not accept these spider leathers. The main reason was that the elves hated spider skins, and there was no market, so the caravan naturally would not buy them. In fact, these spider leathers also have good magic conductivity. Even if no one is willing to use them to make leather armor, it is still a good choice to make magic writing paper. Instructor Nora could only collect these spider leathers and prepare to take them back to Castletown City to sell them. Because the caravan did not purchase the magic materials of the poisonous spider, Instructor Nora only guarded a spider cave and followed the caravan the next day. The 2 elf warriors following the caravan quietly left the caravan after the caravan passed the spider forest. In the following few days, they were never seen again. Roy finally proved the true value of a priest to the adventure team these days. After hunting in the jungle continuously, the members of the adventure team would inevitably get injured. At this time, Roy would run up from the back of the team and start to treat everyone with secondary healing. Roy used divine magic, and he could not feel pain when healing. The adventure team was resting under a big banyan tree. Just now, 5 dire wolves suddenly rushed out of the jungle and ambushed the caravan. In fact, it was not an ambush, because these dire wolves were discovered by Instructor Eleanor as soon as they approached the caravan. However, the caravan was too bloated, and the dire wolves rushed out and immediately caused chaos. Although Instructor Nora led the adventure team members to fight back in time, many half-blood elves were still bitten to death or injured by the dire wolves. Of course, the half-blood elves did not sit idly by, and with their fierce counterattack, they hunted down 3 dire wolves with difficulty. Instructor Nora killed 2 of them, and Instructor Gru was scratched on the left rib by a dire wolf that suddenly rushed out of the jungle. With Roy's treatment, he quickly recovered his ability to move. Roy bandaged Instructor Gru's wound with a bandage, and saw that the blood had stopped seeping out. He said to Instructor Gru, Before the wound is completely healed, try to avoid strenuous exercise. If you take good care of yourself, you can join the battle tomorrow. Nora was very wise to recruit you into the adventure group. Instructor Gru touched the wound and didn't feel any pain. He couldn't help but say, "I have learned a lot these days." Roy smiled and said to Instructor Gru. Sabrina was following Instructor Eleanor to deal with 2 dire wolves, whose bodies were already cold. Skinning is also a skill. Every monster has its own special features. Instructor Eleanor's skinning knife is very small, and every time she cuts twice, she will rub it on a leather belt twice. The fascia of the dire wolf is as fragile as a piece of seaweed paper in front of her knife. The dire wolf is covered with hair like steel needles, and it is easy to prick your hand if you are not careful. Sabrina's main task is to help Instructor Eleanor remove these sharp spikes. Why? Do you want to learn skinning? Instructor Eleanor turned the knife in her hand and asked Sabrina. Yes. Sabrina's eyes were very bright. After school starts, sign up for a skinning course. In 1 semester, you can learn all the known low-level monster skinning techniques in the Elven continent. This skill is still very practical. Instructor Eleanor said to Sabrina. Roy, come here quickly. Instructor Nora squatted beside a half-blood elf and called out to Roy. Roy ran over and found that Instructor Nora's hands were stained with blood. The half-blood elf in front of her was weak and had a long wound on his chest and abdomen. The opening had been sutured, but the bleeding could not be stopped. Roy hurried over and found an empty bottle of healing potion discarded on the side. He quickly cast the secondary healing spell. Although he didn't know whether the half-blood elf would survive, at least the bleeding had stopped. The caravan leader Sinji was also a little embarrassed, sitting alone under a tree, looking like he was hit by this sudden incident, and the caravan also suffered losses. The target is too big. This has never happened when we passed through this jungle before. Our target is too big. Leader Sinji kept mumbling. Instructor Nora walked over and asked Leader Sinji, how far are we from the fortress village? If we keep going at this speed, it will take at least 7 days. Leader Sinji said casually. The forest was full of bloody smell. In addition to the blood of the dire wolves, there was also the blood of the elves. The battlefield was a mess. Many half-blood elves became panic-stricken. Some half-blood elves began to regret that they would have stayed in the village and paid taxes honestly. Although there were many young elf hunters in the team, there were not many hunters who could hunt dire wolves. If 5 dire wolves had not suddenly rushed out and instantly caused chaos in the team, the half-blood elf hunters alone could have dealt with these dire wolves. The caravan repaired for a long time, then found a suitable place to camp and set up tents for the night. In order to take care of the injured elves, Roy was busy until late at night. The next day, he crawled out of the tent and found that the members of the adventure team were fully armed and ready to set off. What happened? Roy quickly put on the hard leather armor and asked Sabrina secretly. Instructor Eleanor found that there was a wolf pack following us. If we don't deal with it, this dire wolf pack may become larger and larger. Sabrina untied the bandage wrapped around the heavy sword and said to Roy. Chapter 224. In the early morning, the morning mist in the forest has not yet dissipated. The weeds are covered with dew, and a beam of light shines on the leaves of the weeds from the morning mist. The crystal dew emits a faint luster like crystal. The elves pass through the weeds, and the dew will wet everyone's trouser legs. The wet trousers stick to the calves, making people feel cold and uncomfortable. Instructor Eleanor hid in the weeds, her body lying in the weeds. Even her hair was wet by the dew. She dared not move, and blended into the surrounding weeds. In front of her, several adult dire wolves, which were a circle larger than rhinos, followed the caravan's footprints, following silently. Instructor Eleanor carefully counted them, and found that there were 7 dire wolves in the group. 7 dire wolves were deadly enough for the caravan in front of her, but they were not all the dire wolves following the caravan. This was the 3rd group of dire wolves that passed by Instructor Eleanor, and of course, it was the largest group. There was even a wolf king among them, and just now it even looked suspiciously in the direction where Instructor Eleanor was hiding. Instructor Eleanor's stealth skill allowed her to blend into the bushes, but the wolf king's instinct for danger made it look in the direction where Instructor Eleanor was hiding. Fortunately, Instructor Eleanor was calm enough and hid in the bushes without moving. If she was discovered by this group of dire wolves, she probably wouldn't be able to safely withdraw to the adventure group. When all the dire wolves had walked over, Eleanor counted them and found that there were 16 dire wolves. She couldn't help but wipe the dew off her face, quickly took a detour to catch up with the caravan, and told Instructor Nora the news. Instructor Nora was startled. She guessed that there might be several dire wolves following the caravan, and was also thinking about whether to set up some traps along the way, and then set up an ambush somewhere to hunt down these dire wolves one by one. If the adventure team fights the dire wolves head-on, they can probably stop 2 of them. If 3 dire wolves rush up at the same time, the pressure on Instructor Nora, Instructor Virgil, and Instructor Eleanor will be extremely huge. If they can't stop the dire wolves, and let the dire wolves rush to the back of the team, Instructor Gru, Miss Christine, and Magician Scarlet will become extremely troublesome. But now there are not just a few dire wolves behind them. If 16 dire wolves rush up at the same time, they may tear their adventure group to pieces in an instant. Of course, these dire wolves are not only targeting the adventure group. The biggest fat meat in their eyes is still the caravan and the half-blood elves accompanying them. Instructor Nora quickly told this to Captain Sinji. Captain Sinji was also shocked. How could so many dire wolves come all of a sudden? The caravan passed through this monster forest several times before, and was attacked by dire wolves. But those dire wolves did not form a large scale. There were also several warriors in the caravan, and there were also mercenaries accompanying them at that time, so they passed through this jungle safely several times before. But now, 16 dire wolves appeared behind the team, which was really a big trouble. If they were not careful, these dire wolves would eat the elves until nothing was left. Thinking of this, Captain Sinji wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at Instructor Nora nervously and asked, "Instructor Nora, do you have any good ideas?" Instructor Nora also looked embarrassed. Because just now, the adventure team had a disagreement for the first time. Instructor Nora wanted to come over to discuss with Captain Sinji how to deal with the dire wolves, but Instructor Virgil disagreed. He wanted to leave the caravan quietly, while everyone was still unaware of the news. If we go on our own, there won't be so much trouble. Instructor Virgil whispered to everyone. Instructor Nora frowned and said seriously, "If we give up on them, who else will be willing to save them?" The instructors fell silent, and even Scarlet, the magician who had always stood on Instructor Nora's side, did not express her support at the first time. Instead, the always silent Instructor Gru stood up and said, "Nora is right. If even we feel that we can give up these compatriots, then what will Roy, Sabrina, and Christine do when they encounter the same problem in the future? We are elves and will not give up any of our companions easily. They are also our companions." Instructor Gru pointed to the large group in front and said solemnly. Roy also plucked up the courage and said, "I want to stay and fight those dire wolves together." "Me too. Me too," Sabrina and Miss Christine said almost at the same time. "The minority obeys the majority, so I choose to stay too. Virgil, you don't have much choice. Come with us to find a way to deal with the group of dire wolves behind. As long as they don't rush up at the same time, we still have some chances." Instructor Eleanor patted Instructor Virgil on the shoulder and said to him. It was under this situation that Instructor Nora ran to find Captain Sindurgi. Obviously, Captain Sindurgi hoped that Instructor Nora could come up with a solution to the problem. "I will lead the adventure team to try to defeat them one by one. I hope these dire wolves will not rush up at the same time." Instructor Nora said to Captain Sinji, "The caravan must also be prepared for battle. In addition, I want to select some capable elf hunters from these half-blood elves to fight these dire wolves with us. I will go find someone now. In the past few days, I have also found out that there are indeed many experienced hunters among these half-blood elves," Captain Sinji said immediately. Then, he hurried to the main force and kept communicating with the elf hunters in the half-blood elf team. It must be said that this kind of thing needs to be done by a professional person, which is more effective. Under the lobbying of the leader of the group, nearly 30 half-blood elf hunters expressed their willingness to fight against this group of dire wolves together. Moreover, they are all experienced hunters. Usually, they mainly hunt low-level monsters such as wind foxes and poisonous spiders in the jungle. Usually, they almost avoid dire wolves when they see them. Now we can only stand up. The weapons used by these half-blood elf hunters are almost all forest bows made of hardwood, and the arrows they are equipped with are some feather arrows with fine steel arrowheads. However, this kind of hard bow cannot penetrate the tough leather of dire wolves unless they shoot their eyes, especially the manies on their bodies that are as hard as steel needles. Who is good at setting traps? We can set some traps along the way. Instructor Nora asked the half-blood elf hunters who had been summoned. One of the half-elf hunters stood up and said, "We all know how to make some simple traps, but it takes a little time to set them up, and these traps may not be very effective against dire wolves. They have bad tempers, but they are not brainless. As long as we can trap them, even if it's just for a short while, we have a chance to kill them," Instructor Nora said confidently. "Well, let's set up a few traps in front and wait for the main force to pass, and then use these traps to deal with these dire wolves." the half-elf hunter said to Instructor Nora. After that, he led a dozen companions to run to the front of the team quickly. Instructor Nora then looked at Instructor Eleanor. Okay, don't say anything. I know what you want me to do. This is my job. Instructor Eleanor agreed without letting Instructor Nora speak. Roy, Sabrina, you two still have to protect Gru, Christine and Scarlet in the next battle. Later, you guys better act together and don't be too scattered. When the battle starts, Virgil, Eleanor, and I may not be able to take care of you. Instructor Nora told Instructor Gru. After saying this, Instructor Nora walked into the half-blood elf hunters again, asked what they were good at, and then assigned tasks to everyone. The half-blood elf hunters stood up one by one and began to introduce themselves. These half-blood elf hunters have relatively primitive hunting methods. Generally speaking, they use traps and bows and arrows, and only rush to finish off the monsters when they are dying. The group of hunters who just left are better at making traps, and the elf hunters who stayed behind are better at archery. Only 7 half-blood elf hunters were equipped with waist knives, but they were all jungle rangers, and were not strong enough to fight these dire wolves head-on. One thing that made Instructor Nora feel very relieved was that these half-blood elf hunters were good at archery, and had rich experience in jungle hunting. At this time, Instructor Gru and Miss Christine took out the spare combat short bows they carried with them, and lent them to the 2 half-blood elf hunters with the best archery skills. Even their spare combat short bows were much better than the hardwood forest bows that half-blood elf hunters usually used. Instructor Nora asked these half-blood elf hunters why they didn't buy a better hunting bow. The answers of the half-blood elf hunters made Instructor Nora's chest feel a little tight. She never thought that in the southern part of the Partington Plain, the hunting bows and war bows used by the elves were actually regulated, and even if the hunters wanted to buy them, they couldn't buy them. Only a few half-blood elves had served in the army, so they brought back the longbows used in the army. The atmosphere in the caravan was a little solemn, and it was obvious that everyone knew that a group of dire wolves were following behind. The half-blood elves were all circling the marked forest trails. On the trees, a group of elf hunters were setting traps in the forest. These traps were not traps. The traps of the elf hunters were not enough to imprison the dire wolves. They were all setting some nets on the trees. Although these nets could not withstand the bites of the dire wolves, they could still cause a lot of trouble to the dire wolves. After the large group passed the trap area, Instructor Eleanor ran towards the dire wolves behind. She needed to lure one of the wolf packs into the trap area in advance. She did not focus on the smallest wolf pack, nor did she provoke the wolf pack with the wolf king, but aimed at the wolf pack of 6 adult dire wolves. Obviously, they seemed to be just a cooperative relationship, and there was no leader or female wolf in the wolf pack. Instructor Eleanor ran towards the dire wolves until they were within the range of the arrows, then squatted on the tree and shot an arrow at the dire wolf walking in front. Instructor Eleanor's archery skills were also excellent. Rangers are like this, they are good at close combat, archery, tracking and reconnaissance. The arrow was wrapped in wind elements and flew silently towards the dire wolf in the front, and Instructor Eleanor chose to hide the trajectory of the arrow among the dense branches and leaves. The arrow passed through countless dense branches and leaves, and after shooting through a leaf, it suddenly appeared in front of the dire wolf. The dire wolf didn't even have time to dodge, but just shook its head violently, driven by instinct. The moment it raised its head, the arrow pierced its jaw and shot into its mouth. That was the most vulnerable part of the fur, and the bullet shot through the dire wolf's mouth. The dire wolf in front let out a miserable whimper, and its companions immediately rushed towards Instructor Eleanor on the tree branch. Instructor Eleanor grabbed a vine that had been prepared long ago, jumped up, and ran forward. The 6 dire wolves were indeed furious in an instant, and the manes on their necks and backs exploded. The dire wolves, which were slightly larger than rhinos, ran in the jungle, which was also extremely terrifying. The other 2 wolf packs were not far from the 6 dire wolves. They just stayed far behind and watched the situation, but did not rush up together. Instructor Eleanor let go of the vines with both hands, and flew forward more than 10 meters by inertia. Her feet stepped on the horizontal branches of a large tree, and she jumped up again with just one step. Her body was extremely light and agile. The dire wolves behind could only follow the back of Instructor Eleanor. Although they were constantly closing the distance, they could not catch up easily. When Instructor Eleanor rushed into the ambush circle of the trap, she saw some symbols painted on each tree, and then she ran forward according to the safety instructions. The 6 dire wolves seemed to have smelled the danger ahead. At this moment, Instructor Eleanor stopped on a big tree in front, picked up the longbow in her hand, and shot another arrow at the dire wolves chasing behind. Although this arrow had no killing power, it was full of provocation. The 6 dire wolves could no longer control their anger. They rushed forward with a howl. When they rushed into the clearing in the forest, they found that the clearing in front of them suddenly became dusty, and a large net fell from above their heads. The dire wolves immediately dodged in all directions, but at this moment, a layer of sharp ice crystals grew on the ground under their feet. Ice trail. The ice magic of Scarlet Magician covered the entire clearing in the forest. The dire wolves didn't notice it when they ran in, but when they were about to turn, their claws immediately felt a sharp pain, and they fell on the ice trail under inertia. A large net fell in an instant, covering 5 of the dire wolves firmly. Only one dire wolf managed to break out of the net by chance. Just when it was furious and wanted to turn back to save its companions, an arrow wrapped in wind elements shot through the air, and just stuck in its forehead. Chapter 225. The bones on the dire wolf's forehead were extremely hard. Although the arrow pierced into the forehead, it failed to penetrate the skull. Under the severe pain, the dire wolf almost instinctively rushed towards Instructor Gru standing on the horizontal branch of the tree trunk. Just as the dire wolf rushed towards Instructor Gru, Instructors Nora and Virgil approached from both sides of the dire wolf with long swords in hand. The 2 swords pierced the dire wolf's shoulders, and blood spurted out instantly. As the dire wolf rushed forward, the wound that was originally just a puncture was cut open for a long time. Although the long sword cut the wolf's skin, it still couldn't stop its attack. Instructor Gru stood on the horizontal branch, pulled the bowstring of the combat short bow again, and shot the second arrow. When he shot this arrow, the wolf was already close at hand. Instructor Gru's arrow accurately hit the wolf's left eye. The wolf whimpered miserably, and it jumped more than 4 meters high, biting Instructor Gru's thigh with its bloody mouth. It was too late for Instructor Gru to dodge. Roy took the opportunity to rush out from the side of the tree trunk with a shield, and suddenly pounced in front of the wolf, and the shield in his hand hit the wolf's huge mouth fiercely. Boom! The small round shield stabbed fiercely into the nose of the dire wolf, which was breathing heavily. The sharp fangs rubbed against the shield, and a string of sparks came out. Although several instructors had long known that Roy had the effect of increasing strength, they were still reluctant to believe that a 7th-level trainee priest could actually block the attack of a 2nd-level monster dire wolf from the front. A layer of rock patterns appeared on Roy's exposed arm, with a strange metallic luster. The moment the dire wolf fell, one of its claws scratched Roy's arm, and the sharp claws only left a white mark on Roy's arm. Roy was not willing to suffer any loss, and used the sacred scepter in his hand to hit the front paw of the dire wolf fiercely. Unfortunately, the bones of this adult dire wolf were too hard, and Roy's full-strength attack made his hand numb, but he failed to break the paw. Then Instructor Gru also swung the combat short bow in his hand. The bow arm of this combat short bow had a sharp blade. When the enemy got close, Instructor Gru also had a certain combat power. He swung the combat short bow, and hit the dire wolf's back fiercely, leaving another wound on the dire wolf. He fell down the tree in a panic, rolled on the ground, got up and headed for the forest. But he was stopped by 2 half-blood elf hunters, who came out from behind the tree. The 2 elf hunters held spears, and stabbed at the fur on the chest of the dire wolf. The dire wolf was a little crazy at this moment. It opened its big mouth and bit the 2 spears. It shook its head hard, and threw the 2 elf hunters out. Instructors Nora and Virgil, who were chasing behind, and Instructor Eleanor took the opportunity to catch up and form a siege. Instructor Virgil relied on his agility to attack the dire wolf first. He jumped up suddenly and stabbed the dire wolf's soft spot with a sword, which almost penetrated the dire wolf's soft spot. The dire wolf screamed miserably, and turned to bite Instructor Virgil, but Instructors Nora and Eleanor took the opportunity to find a flaw and stab the 2 long swords from the left and right sides of the neck again. This time, the long sword in Instructor Nora's hand suddenly turned red, and along the dire wolf's neck, the long sword in his hand was sent into the dire wolf's chest. The burning blade scorched the dire wolf's wound, making a sizzling sound. Unable to bear the pain, the dire wolf turned its head and bit Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora rolled away, and the dire wolf let out a sharp wolf howl. It was as if an invisible spiritual force rushed into his body. Roy felt his legs go weak and his body lost balance. He almost fell off the horizontal branch, and quickly reached out to hold the tree trunk beside him. Instructor Gru's body also shook slightly, and the arrow he had originally aimed at actually shot into the sky. The dire wolf, which had lost one eye, had several wounds all over its body, and one of its front paws was lame. It wanted to take advantage of the roar of terror and run away into the woods. Roy stood on a horizontal branch, and seeing that he could not catch up, he quickly recited the prayer again, and a pale golden divine pattern appeared in front of Roy. The judgment hammer slowly floated out of the divine pattern, and then Roy waved his arm at the dire wolf that wanted to escape. The judgment hammer flew towards the dire wolf like lightning, accurately hitting the dire wolf's waist, and the dire wolf's thin waist collapsed immediately, and its huge body fell in the woods. Several half-elf hunters jumped out from all directions with spears in their hands, and stabbed the dire wolf with their spears. The dire wolf was going to struggle in the open space in the forest, but it was stabbed to death by a group of elf hunters with spears. The 5 dire wolves in the spider web trap were now covered with arrows, and only 2 dire wolves were unlucky, and were shot in the eyes by arrows. All the dire wolves vented their anger on the web. They were strong and had sharp teeth. Even if they were covered with 2 layers of webs, they could tear several large holes in the 2 webs in an instant. The dire wolves rushed out of the net under the rain of arrows. The thin layer of ice on the open ground made them fall repeatedly, and then another ice spear fell down and exploded above the dire wolves' heads. Countless small pieces of ice fell on them, almost covering the dire wolves with a layer of ice shell. Miss Christine also shot several arrows at one of the dire wolves. The arrows in her hand not only had wind elements, but the arrowheads were also extremely sharp. When they pierced the dire wolf, a bloody hole would appear. The dire wolf noticed Miss Christine before it escaped from the trap. More than 20 half-elf hunters shot arrows at the same time. After a few rounds of arrow rain, the dire wolves were full of arrows. The dire wolves rushed out almost desperately, and the net was torn apart after a few pulls. A dire wolf pounced on Miss Christine fiercely, and Sabrina grasped the sword with both hands and jumped down from the tree. Behind Sabrina, the shadow of a sword dancer appeared. This sword dancer kept the same action as Sabrina, almost raising the sword above his head with both hands, with a momentum of splitting mountains and rivers. Jump slash. The heavy sword hit the top of the dire wolf's head squarely, but only cut through a layer of fur on the top of the dire wolf's head. The dire wolf's head was extremely strong. It took the opportunity to raise its head and bite Sabrina's wrist, but Instructor Nora rushed over from the side and stabbed the long sword into its mouth. Instructor Virgil appeared from behind Sabrina and pulled Sabrina away. The dire wolf's sharp teeth almost grazed Sabrina's wrist. Instructor Nora held the hilt of the sword with both hands and pulled hard, and actually cut the dire wolf's mouth directly open. The elf hunters who came later held spears in their hands and stabbed the dire wolf one after another, killing it. 2 dire wolves were killed in a blink of an eye. The other 4 dire wolves were also pierced with arrows. They had just escaped from the net and saw their companions die tragically. They lost the courage to fight for a while and fled into the woods. The elf hunters were unwilling to let them go. A group of people surrounded these dire wolves. Even with spears in their hands, they did not take the initiative to attack, just waiting for Instructor Nora and Instructor Virgil to kill them one by one. Instructors Nora and Virgil both had magic weapons in their hands. They were not only sharp, but also had magical properties. They were just right for killing the dire wolves with sharp thorns on their fur. As the last dire wolf fell at a pool of blood, the elf hunters, under the call of Instructor Nora, skinned the dire wolf and took out its fangs and magic core. As the other 2 wolf packs following behind had already approached cautiously, Instructor Nora decisively ordered to give up burying the wolf corpses. All elves must evacuate quickly. Instructor Gru and Roy were the last to evacuate. His penetrating arrows had a certain deterrent effect on the 2 wolf packs in the distance, but the 2 wolf packs at the back, one of which had a wolf king and the other had only 3 wolves, obviously they didn't want to launch an attack rashly. The wolf king couldn't figure out the real situation of the caravan, and the other wolf pack simply wanted to take advantage of the situation. So even if Instructor Gru, Instructor Eleanor, and Roy stayed at the back, they actually retreated very calmly, and no fierce battle took place. While chasing the caravan ahead, Instructor Gru patted Roy on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, "Roy, you did well in this battle. Your current strength should be able to fight against an early-stage elf warrior. So you are only a level 7 apprentice priest now? Well, I just broke through 2 days ago," Roy said. He looked at the white scratches on his arm. If it weren't for the stone skin technique and the iron armor technique, this arm might have been broken. It's such an unpredictable profession. What will this profession be in the future, priest? What's next, combat priest? Instructor Gru asked curiously. He was rarely interested in anything other than archery, but his recent combat experience was simply too good. He only needed to concentrate on shooting arrows. Even if the prey got close, there would always be a figure to help him block it. It was very reliable. After the priest, there is the high priest, and then the combat priest, Roy said. At this time, Instructor Eleanor also appeared from behind. She did the same thing as Instructor Gru, patted Roy's shoulder hard, and said, "Well done. Roy. Come here quickly. There are elves injured here. Don't dawdle in the back. Treat them quickly. The dire wolves behind will rush up anytime. We have to continue looking for an ambush location." Instructor Nora stood under a tree and shouted at Roy. "I'll be there soon." Roy agreed quickly. "You are a healer. Don't always rush to the front when you are hot-headed. You don't need to cover the rear. You should retreat quickly after each battle. As long as you fight, you will be injured. This is when you are needed. It will be annoying if you can't find you at this time." Seeing Roy running over, Instructor Nora ignored his behavior and criticized him harshly. Roy was so embarrassed that he couldn't even raise his head. The caravan continued to move forward. The terrain of this area was almost memorized in the mind of Captain Shinji. He also knew clearly which forest area was suitable for an ambush. Instructor Nora knew that the matter of clearing the wolf packs behind could not be delayed, otherwise the dire wolves behind would only gather more and more. It would be a real big problem if they couldn't shake off their tails. They must disperse them before the wolf packs behind formed a large scale. Next, Instructor Nora wanted to kill 3 dire wolves first. However, the 3 dire wolves were a little timid and were ready to take advantage of the chaos. This time, Nora did not let Instructor Eleanor seduce the 3 dire wolves, but sent Instructor Gru out. In this way, Instructor Gru performed a wonderful tutorial of the great elf archer hunting in the jungle for the half-blood elf hunters, as well as Roy, Sabrina, and Miss Christine. Instructor Gru used his combat shortbow to the extreme, and made full use of the trees and vines in the jungle. He not only played with the 3 dire wolves along the way, but also shot a dire wolf to death halfway with his strength. However, afterwards, Instructor Gru said that the dire wolf that died on the way was because of his good luck. The piercing arrow he shot hit the dire wolf's eye socket, and the arrow tip came out of the back of its neck, and the dire wolf fell on the spot in the clearing in the forest. Under normal circumstances, when a dire wolf sees an arrow flying towards it, it is absolutely sure to avoid the vital parts. The remaining 2 dire wolves were also easily dealt with, and even traps were not used. As the adventure group hunted down 2 wolf packs in succession, the remaining largest wolf pack actually began to retreat. At the beginning, they followed the caravan closely, trying to find opportunities to attack the caravan, but later 2 wolf packs were lured and killed, so the dire wolves stopped following closely, and Instructor Nora sent Instructor Eleanor to lure them into traps twice, but failed. During this time, Roy had become very familiar with the half-blood elf hunters. From the elf hunters, Roy learned that they were about to leave the dire wolf's territory. Going further south, they would enter the territory of the glass beasts. These dire wolves usually dare not enter the territory of the glass beasts. Although the glass beasts are more difficult to deal with than the dire wolves, they are not group monsters. Usually there is only one male glass beast in a territory. Whether there are female glass beasts depends on luck. These half-blood elf hunters were very enthusiastic because Roy helped them treat their injuries and told Roy a lot about collecting magic herbs. Until the group of dire wolves quietly left, Roy felt that the stone in his heart finally disappeared, and he felt an indescribable sense of relief all over his body. Because there were no dire wolves chasing behind, the caravan leader Shinji decided to camp in a clearing in the forest and rest for half a day. These half-blood elves had not rested well for several days in a row and were already exhausted. Even the horse-leading followers in the caravan were a little overwhelmed. When the news of the camping spread, it immediately attracted cheers. The recent performance of the adventure team made the caravan and the half-blood elves admire it very much. When setting up the tent, a half-blood elf hunter ran to the forest to collect berries and gave them to the members of the adventure team to taste. There were also half-blood elf hunters who collected magic herbs around the jungle and gave them to Instructor Nora. Chapter 226. Roy didn't expect that the adventure team would receive so many thanks from the elves for following the caravan and fighting against the dire wolves together with the half-blood elf hunters. Everyone sat in front of the campfire, tasting the slightly sour berries. Fortunately, Roy had eaten a few elf cookies in the past few days, otherwise, if he only ate these berries, the acid in his stomach would probably burst out. Looking at the pile of magic herbs in front of him, Instructor Nora shouted to Scarlet the magician in the tent, "Scarlet, can you prepare some healing potions here?" "Nora, did your brain get burned when you fought the dire wolf? I'm an inscriptionist, and I haven't learned much about magic potions. You came to me with magic herbs before because I'm in the Castletown Magic Guild. I can just shout, and someone will come out to help me make a healing potion." Scarlet Magician poked her head out of the tent and verbally attacked Instructor Nora. She was meditating in the tent to restore her magic power. After entering the meditative state, the magician didn't like to be interrupted easily. This time, when Instructor Nora called her out, Scarlet Magician was obviously angry. Forget it if it doesn't work. Let's take these magic herbs back to Castletown, and let Scarlet find a magician to make a batch of healing potions for us. I guess we can save a lot of money. Instructor Nora ignored Scarlet's shouting and said casually. Instructor Eleanor added a few firewood to the bonfire and asked Instructor Nora, Nora, we are going to enter the territory of the glass beasts next. Are we going to follow them? Don't you want to try your luck in this area and hunt a few glass beasts? Instructor Nora glanced at the other members around her. The adventure team was very motivated after several successful hunts. Instructors Gru and Virgil did not want to express their opinions, and Roy, Sabrina and Miss Christine did not need to have any opinions. Instructor Nora said, I plan to follow the caravan. Maybe some glass beasts will come to us. With so many elves passing through their territory, there is no reason for them not to come out and check it out. I support Nora's decision. Several instructors looked at each other and said. In fact, Roy only recently discovered that the three elves, Instructor Nora, Scarlet, and Instructor Eleanor, have a very deep friendship. It is probably this kind of friendship that made the three of them form an adventure team. Both Instructor Gru and Instructor Virgil joined later. Roy, your performance recently has exceeded my expectations. You have done a good job. Instructor Nora praised Roy in public. The jungle training these days has tempered Miss Christine's temper. Her aristocratic habits and ladylike temper have gradually disappeared. Now she can sit with everyone in a peaceful state of mind. Although she doesn't talk much, you can see her smile when everyone laughs. She is a very talented elf archer, with a super strong sense of wind elements. Unlike Instructor Gru's rapid arrows and penetrating arrows, she will take the path of multiple arrows and guiding arrows in the future. Now she sat in front of the bonfire, staring at Roy with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The firelight danced in her lake blue eyes. The aristocratic aura was blended with some intellectual beauty. She also had some spirituality. It was obvious that she had a deep understanding in the recent battles. Silver long hair, pointed ears, and straight nose made her face vivid and three-dimensional. The beauty of the Silver Moon Elf was simply indescribable. Sabrina looked much more majestic. Even wearing a set of leather armor, she still couldn't hide her long legs. However, she has been confused recently. Although she has shown some performance in the recent battles, Roy knows that she is not used to the jungle or fighting monsters. Every time they fight, Roy can find that Sabrina cannot exert her full strength. She always holds back the great sword in her hand when fighting. As a heavy-armored sword dancer, once she loses the momentum of moving forward, her combat power will be weakened by 30%. Especially this time, she slashed a sword at the dire wolf. If she hadn't hesitated for a moment and inexplicably retracted some of her strength, this double-edged great sword would not only cut the dire wolf's scalp, but the skull would not be damaged at all. Sabrina, your strength is fine, but your fighting will need to be cultivated slowly. You grasped the timing very well in these two hunts of dire wolves, but you were not decisive enough when you took action. The dire wolf in front of you is not a classmate on the training ground. As long as it opens its mouth, it wants to swallow you in one bite. Instructor Nora said to Sabrina. So you can be more ruthless when you attack. Instructor Nora added at the end. I know, Instructor Nora. Sabrina blushed and nodded in agreement. A night owl cried out in the sky, and the leader of the caravan, Sinji, stood up suddenly and looked at the sky through the gap in the jungle. Guide Marjorie did the same thing as him. As he stood up, he shouted to Instructor Nora, It's the cry of a griffin. Several instructors stood up at the same time, and everyone climbed up to the treetops, looking up at the sky through the gaps in the leaves. As expected, they saw a brown lion with a pair of huge fleshy wings flying across the sky. At first glance, this thing actually has nothing to do with a vulture. The only fleshy wing is more like a giant bat, and the wings are completely a layer of fascia without a single feather. The head, body, limbs, and tail are almost the same as those of a lion on land. The only thing that is similar to a vulture is that the griffin also likes to hover in the air with the help of air currents. This is a flying monster with 4 claws and fleshy wings. It is cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. Currently, a large group of griffins occupy the Griffin Barrier Mountains. It's just that this place is still far from the Griffin Fortress. Generally speaking, griffins won't fly so far to hunt. Because the southern forest is rich in magical beast resources, and there are many traces of other small beasts in the jungle, the griffins can fill their stomachs by catching a few. But now, a griffin just happened to fly near the territory of the glass beast. It's a griffin. Why is there a griffin here? Instructor Eleanor stood on the treetop, looking at the griffin going away, and said in confusion, "Such a big one. The griffin fortress we are going to is full of these big guys?" Instructor Virgil turned his head to look at Instructor Nora. "That's them. I didn't expect that they could fly so far after flying out of the nest." Guide Marjorie popped his head out of the treetop and looked at the griffin with surprise. Chapter 227. A glass beast with the same color as the bark lurked on the branch, its body tightly attached to the branch, its eyes staring at a group of elves in the forest below through the gaps between the leaves, not daring to make any unusual movements. It could smell the scent of meat on them, but it could only lick its beard with its tongue. Among the elves below, some of them exuded a dangerous aura. This was its survival instinct, which allowed it to detect existences stronger than itself. The glass beast found that this group of elves just passed through its territory and had no intention of staying or settling there, so it didn't want to provoke them. The territory was full of small forest animals, and it was up to it to decide which one to eat. It wouldn't be so desperate as to go looking for trouble with those elves. The glass beast couldn't help but lick the tip of its dark nose. A gaze looked over from under the forest, and the glass beast closed its eyes in fear. The fierce gaze left, and the owner of the gaze was Instructor Eleanor. Although she felt an inexplicable strange atmosphere around her, she couldn't tell what was wrong. After all the elves had passed under the tree, the glazed beast poked its head out from the horizontal branch of an oak tree, stretching its neck to peer down. The danger was getting farther and farther away from it. A smell of urine came from behind, and the glazed beast immediately roared on the branch. It was the group of dire wolves again, always trying to test the edge of its territory. It could tolerate the elves passing through its territory, but it didn't mean it would let these dire wolves enter its territory. The glazed beast jumped and jumped onto the crown of the big tree. Its body turned green and merged with the leaves. It looked like an emerald, with shiny fur. It stared at the dire wolves with its sharp eyes, without saying a word. The dire wolves wandered outside the territory of the glass beast for a long time, but finally did not step into the territory of the glass beast, and reluctantly turned around and left. Instructor Eleanor followed Instructor Nora, stepping on the dead branches and rotten leaves under her feet, and followed the caravan through the woods. Roy followed the two instructors. This section of the road was not difficult to walk, so he chose to walk. He held the reins of two horses in his hands. When riding in the forest, the most important thing to pay attention to is the horizontal branches of the trees, and the vines blocking the two trees. If you are not careful, those vines will throw the elves off the horse's back. Instructor Eleanor looked around, and then whispered to Instructor Nora, "I can feel its breath, but I can't find it. I know it must be hiding in a corner watching us, but it just doesn't want to come out." Roy heard it clearly from behind, and he couldn't help but turn his head to observe the surroundings. Catching a glass beast is a small goal of Scarlet Magician coming to the Partington Plain. Instructor Nora signaled Instructor Eleanor to follow. The adventure group had fallen behind the main group. "It doesn't matter if we can't catch them. There are so many elves in the caravan that need our protection. We can't leave the team at will now," Instructor Nora said bluntly. Instructor Gru, who was walking beside Roy, asked in a low voice, "Are we just going to the Rampart Village?" Instructor Nora nodded firmly and replied, "Well, if there are monsters coming to our door, we will naturally accept them. If not, we will send them to the Rampart Village and then study other action plans." She pointed at the group of half-blood elves in front of her. Her eyes became very firm. Instructor Gru quickly turned his head to the side and just said, "Okay." Roy was very familiar with the elf hunters, mainly because he knew the secondary healing technique and had helped many half-blood elf hunters who were injured for free. In addition, the elf hunters were also very curious about this young half-elf apprentice priest, and they would occasionally get together to chat. Roy came from Castletown City. These half-blood elf hunters who lived in the Partington Plain for many years were very curious about the elf continent, so every time they chatted, they talked a lot and asked questions. Roy didn't think there was anything wrong with chatting like this. Everyone was young, and although their accents were a little different, it didn't hinder communication. Roy talked about the Castletown port, the story of going to sea, and the tree of life in the city center. Everyone liked to listen very much, but sometimes these half-blood elves also told Roy about interesting things and experiences in the Partington Plain. A young half-blood elf hunter looked at the bandage tied tightly on his arm and said to Roy, "I heard from my father that we had griffin mounts here. The best hunters here will go hunting on griffins, which is very cool." Roy was checking the wounds of another half-blood elf. Because of the secondary healing technique, there were no signs of infection in these wounds, and they healed very quickly. Some injuries that were just scratches on the flesh could be healed on the same day. However, some injuries to muscles and tendons would take 3 to 5 days to recover. Roy untied the bandage and asked, "Is it the griffin that just flew away?" Several young half-blood elves surrounded Roy. The half-blood elf, who spoke first, continued, "Yes, I have also seen the saddles on them. They are a little different from horse saddles, slightly smaller and very exquisite." Roy couldn't imagine what it felt like to fly in the sky on a winged lion, but he had seen silver Pegasus warriors. Those elf warriors wearing silver armor hovering in the sky were very heroic. Roy said, "I have seen the silver Pegasus Legion of the Silver Moon Elves. Those silver Pegasus are very beautiful." The half-blood elf's tone was a little sour when he heard Roy say this. Silver Pegasus is good, but they are very picky. They are only willing to form a partnership with Silver Moon Elves. Even Dark Moon Elves and Wood Elves can't ride on their backs. I heard that all the Silver Pegasus Corps in the Elf continent are in the Silver Moon Kingdom. The implication is that half-blood elves and half-elves may not even be able to touch those Silver Pegasus. But Roy didn't care about it. He never thought about riding a Silver Pegasus in the sky. There is also a more powerful Unicorn Corps. I heard that the Unicorn Corps is stationed near the Imperial City of Buenos Aires. I haven't seen it yet. Roy sighed, and thought of the griffins again. His eyes lit up and he said, "But speaking of it, these griffins are pretty good. You can ride them, and fly around in the jungle." The half-blood elf also nodded and said, "They fly very fast. It takes about a day to fly from here to Padstow City. It's just that they are a little difficult to catch, and they need a trainer to tame them." Roy raised his head and looked at the young half-blood elf, and asked him, "Do you know a trainer who can tame griffins?" The young half-blood elf nodded and said, "There used to be a tamer in our village, but he was killed by a griffin when he was hunting one time. Maybe we can find another tamer like him in the fortress village." Roy checked the injuries of the injured half-blood elves. Some of the elves' wounds had not healed yet, so Roy would treat them again. After doing this, they returned to the rest area of the adventure group. Seeing Guide Marjorie sitting alone under the tree, Roy couldn't help but approach him and asked Guide Marjorie, "Do you know a tamer who can tame griffins?" Guide Marjorie was slightly startled, looked at Roy suspiciously, and said with a trembling lip, "There used to be elf trainers, but now there are none." Roy asked puzzledly, "Why are there no elves? Where did they go?" Guide Marjorie asked Roy to sit down next to him, and then whispered, "Silver Moon Elves focus on communicating with monsters through the mind. For example, Silver Pegasus and Unicorns will find pure-hearted Silver Moon Elves to form a partnership. At the same time, Silver Moon Elves oppose the unnatural practice of taming beasts. Taming beasts is strictly prohibited on the Partington Plain. It turns out that there are still some trainers here. At that time, the elf territory on the Griffin Fortress once expanded southward, but later the trainers gradually disappeared in the Partington Plain, and the Fortress Mountains became an insurmountable mountain." Roy said in surprise, "Is there such a thing?" He knew that the Silver Moon Elves had been suppressing the half-blood elves, but he didn't expect that the Partington Plain would be so serious. Madrid Guide said with disdain, "Well, in fact, what is the violation of the laws of nature? In my opinion, it is just an excuse for those Silver Moon Elves nobles. They simply don't want us half-blood elves to have flying mounts." Hearing what Guide Marjorie said, Roy didn't know how to respond. Roy didn't dare to have a deep conversation with Guide Marjorie. He felt that Guide Marjorie had a deep prejudice against the Silver Moon Elves. At night, when they were camping and resting, Roy secretly found Instructor Nora and asked her about these things on the Partington Plain. What Marjorie said was right, but not entirely right. Most of the elves living on the Partington Plain are half-blood elves, but most of the wealth on the Partington Plain is in the hands of the Silver Moon Elves, which has caused the relationship between the Silver Moon Elves and the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain to be very bad. This time, I want to cross the Griffin Barrier, and I also want to investigate whether there are any elf tamers who inherit the ancient beast taming tradition on the other side of the Barrier Mountains," Instructor Nora said. Scarlet Magician sat next to Instructor Nora and complained to her, "You always have so many unrealistic ideas. Even if you find an elf tamer, what's the use? We rarely come out once a year. It's good to walk around and hunt monsters to earn some extra money, isn't it?" Instructor Nora responded, "I'm just a little curious." Back then, the Silver Moon Elves brutally suppressed the half-blood elves in Partington. At that time, the already rare elf tamers completely disappeared. Chapter 228. It is said that the Silver Moon Elves suppressed the half-blood elves. This does not represent the attitude of all Silver Moon Elves. At least we have a good relationship with each other, and Eleanor, Gru and Virgil did not look down on you. We are friends. We were, are and will be in the future. Scarlet Magician put her arm around Instructor Nora's shoulders, and said very emotionally. Instructor Nora smiled, and did not argue. Although Castletown advocates freedom and equality among elves, it is still divided into the upper city and the lower city. The Silver Moon elves are still rich, and the Half-Blood elves are still poor. Many high-paying jobs in Castletown were reserved for the Silver Moon elves. Of course, there are also good sides. At least the Elf Academy accepts students from Silver Moon elves and Half-Blood elves, and in the academy, all students are equal. Although Roy would be looked down upon by the Silver Moon elves in Castletown, it was all very subtle. It would never be as obvious as in the Partington Plain. It can be said that the conflict between the Silver Moon elves and Half-Blood elves in the Partington Plain has been constantly intensifying, and those Silver Moon elves nobles wish to drive these Half-Blood elves out of the elf territory. But the rumors on the elf continent say that the Partington Plain is the last safe haven for the Half-Blood elves. All Half-Blood elves who want to live a peaceful and comfortable life will come to the Partington Plain. Roy was very curious about what the outside world was like. Would it be full of discrimination like the elf world? He walked out of Instructor Nora and returned to the door of his tent. Just as he was about to go in for a good sleep, he saw Sabrina sitting at the door of the tent, still awake. Over the campfire, Instructor Virgil was practicing swordsmanship with Instructor Eleanor. In the swordplay, Instructor Eleanor was like a flying butterfly, while Instructor Virgil held two swords. His moves were open and closed, and his whole body exuded the powerful aura of a heavy-armored sword dance. Sabrina saw Roy and asked him, "Are you done with your work?" Roy knew she was talking about treating the Half-Blood elf, so he nodded and said, "Yes. Practice swordplay with me. I noticed that you haven't practiced with anyone recently." After saying that, Sabrina walked slowly towards Roy with her double-edged sword. Although she was walking slowly, each of her steps had a unique rhythm. If Roy was led into this rhythm by her, he would definitely lose the opportunity. Roy knew how powerful Sabrina was. Once she got the upper hand, she would chop him down with her heavy sword continuously, and would never stop until she was exhausted. And Roy estimated that he would be beaten by Sabrina tonight. When they were at home, Roy and Moira had to work together to fight Sabrina evenly. Roy jumped up and protested to Sabrina, "How can I beat you alone? I have to find a helper." Just then, Miss Christine heard the noise outside and poked her head out of the tent. Roy quickly said to Miss Christine, "Christine, are you asleep? If you haven't slept, we can join forces to deal with Sabrina." As she spoke, Sabrina had already come to Roy, slashing down with a double-edged sword in her hand. Cut! This move was simple and heavy. Roy couldn't stop the heavy sword from coming down with the holy scepter in his hand. He quickly overlapped the round shield and the scepter to resist Sabrina's sword. But he still underestimated the power of Sabrina's sword. The heavy sword chopped down and hit the holy scepter. A string of sparks burst out, and Roy felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. His body swayed slightly, and he took a step back involuntarily before he could stabilize his body. Miss Christine was still awake at this time. She was only wearing a white shirt on her upper body and brown tights on her lower body, showing off the slender figure of the Silver Moon elf. After hearing Roy's invitation, Miss Christine didn't think much about it. She put on her boots quickly and got out of the tent with her combat short bow. She certainly didn't stand aside and shoot arrows at Sabrina. She had a combat short bow in her hand, and she could also fight in close combat with the bow and body skills. Bow and body skills are close combat skills that elf archers must learn. Miss Christine's body is extremely flexible, and each move is very standard. It is obvious that she has received guidance from a famous teacher. The short combat bow in Miss Christine's hand was like a double-edged sword, with a flash of light, and it rushed to Sabrina in the gap. Sabrina held the heavy sword in her hand horizontally in front of her, blocking Miss Christine's sneak attack, and used the force to swing the heavy sword in reverse, drawing a standard circle in front of her, and immediately accurately circled Miss Christine's double-edged sword in it. Christine didn't dare to fight the short combat bow and the heavy sword, and quickly withdrew. Roy finally had a chance to breathe. He knew Sabrina's strength, and he didn't dare to neglect it even if he joined forces with Miss Christine. He rushed into the battle circle with a round shield. The sacred scepter went towards the center of the heavy sword blade, and the shield in her hand hit Sabrina's shoulder. Sabrina moved her body sideways, and used her skill to pick up Roy's sacred scepter with her heavy sword. She turned her wrist and slashed Roy's round shield again, knocking Roy off his feet. Miss Christine rushed up from the side. The heavy sword in Sabrina's hand stabbed out from the right side strangely, and it just hit the combat short bow, and Miss Christine's combat short bow flew out of her hand. The battle here attracted many half-blood elves to stand and watch from a distance. The heavy sword in Sabrina's hand blocked the attacks of Roy and Christine one after another, and forced them to retreat one after another, which immediately won the cheers of the half-blood elves. The battle made Roy sweat all over, and it was not so hard to walk with a horse during the day. Sabrina stuck the heavy sword into the ground, stretched out her hand to pull Roy up from the ground, and clapped her hands with Miss Christine. The confidence in her eyes seemed to have returned. Sword dance should be like this. If you can maintain this fighting state when dealing with those dire wolves, you can deal with them head-on like us. Instructor Nora came over and said to Sabrina. After a strenuous exercise, Sabrina's pretty face was flushed, and she was panting slightly. Instructor Virgil and Instructor Eleanor also came over. Instructor Virgil was about to speak when he was interrupted by Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora said, "Okay, let's stop here today and rest early. We have to get up early tomorrow to travel. It's unknown what dangers are ahead. We need to get out of the territory of the glass beast as soon as possible." Back in the tent, Roy simply washed himself, changed into a set of dry linen shirts, and then lay down. That night, Roy actually dreamed of Abbott. In the dream, Abbott was wearing the robes of an apprentice priest, standing on the street with a smile, asking Roy for the golden key. Roy asked him why he wanted to kill Jasper, but Abbott just smiled foolishly and didn't answer. When he smiled enough and turned around, Roy found that there was another unfamiliar face behind him, holding two flames. Seeing Roy didn't say a word, he threw two balls of fire in his hands at Roy. Roy suddenly woke up from his dream, gasped, and then drank some cold water to calm down. He wanted to find Abbott, not only to avenge Jasper, but also to see who the fire magician next to him was. He always felt a little familiar, but couldn't think of a name. In the woods, a beam of moonlight shone in from the gap between the trees, and the bonfire on the side had burned out. Roy needed to treat the wounds of the half-blood elf hunters during the day, so Instructor Nora did not arrange him to be on duty at night. The elf sitting quietly beside the campfire was Instructor Gru, with a short bow on his knees, and two wind blades seemed to be flying between his hands, circling around his fingers. Roy felt that he might need to calm down before he could fall asleep. So he walked out of the tent and sat by the campfire. Instructor Gru took out the hanging pot from the wooden rack and poured Roy a cup of fruit tea. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Instructor Gru asked with a smile. Roy took a sip of the sweet fruit tea and immediately felt much better. He was in a good mood and nodded. "One of my good friends was killed by another good friend. Now he wants to find me. I've been waiting for him." Roy was a little incoherent. Instructor Gru asked, "Do you want to avenge your dead friend?" Roy nodded and shook his head. "I want to send him to the Parim Island prison. If you need help, you can always call me." Instructor Gru patted Roy and said to him. Roy nodded and felt relieved. "Do you want to learn archery?" Instructor Gru asked Roy. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said to Instructor Gru, "I want to learn navigation and go around while I'm young." "This is a good idea, but you have to worry about the Nagas in the sea. Not all Nagas in the sea can coexist peacefully with the elves. No one can tell how many Nagas in other seas are hostile to us after leaving the Endless Sea, but I know that at least the Seven Realms Sea in the Land of Chaos is full of hostile Nagas." Instructor Gru whispered to Roy, "I be careful. Being cautious is useless. What's important is that you have enough strength and have some trustworthy companions around you," Instructor Gru said. He smiled at Roy. A bonfire was also lit on the caravan not far away. Next to the bonfire, some half-elf hunters were wrapped in leather and sleeping under the tree. They looked like cocoons wrapped in leaves. Chapter 229. After walking out of the dark jungle, the feeling of being stared at by a pair of eyes finally disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You know, the glass beasts are not easy to mess with. Maybe at any time, they will suddenly jump out from the bushes somewhere. There are not many elves in the caravan who can stop the attack of the glass beasts. Guide Majili and Captain Zendaji analyzed that the reason why the glass beasts in this territory did not show up may be because there are too many elves in the caravan. The glass beast was probably frightened by so many elves when it saw so many elves. So the means prepared by the caravan to resist the glass beast were useless. Scarlet Magician was expecting a glass beast to come out of the forest. Then the adventure group rushed forward and killed the glass beast. She had wanted a magic cloak made of glass beast skin for a long time, but this kind of beast leather is hard to come by. As long as this kind of beast skin appears in the leather shop, it will be immediately bought by old customers, and Scarlet Magician can't buy it at all. Scarlet Magician felt a little regretful for not being able to hunt the glazed beast. Everyone walked out of the glazed beast's territory and stood on a grassy slope with sparse trees. Captain Sinji pointed to the dark mountains in the distance and introduced to everyone, "That's the Griffin Fortress. If you walk south from here for 4 days, you will probably reach the fortress village. We have to be careful of the griffins in the sky. There are often griffins in this area, and they often attack the merchant group. But don't worry, we are also prepared. As long as they dare to land, we will definitely not let them have the opportunity to fly. The elf hunters stood on the grass slope, looking up at the griffin barrier in the distance, with a hint of joy on their faces. We are finally here. I didn't expect that this trip to Barrier Village would be so smooth. A group of half-blood elves were talking happily. Roy also stood among the elves, and all the members of the adventure group were around him. He did not look at the barrier mountains in the distance, but raised his head to look up at the sky. He could vaguely see some small black dots floating in the air. Those black dots kept circling in the air. He thought they should be griffins. Captain Sinji did not stay on the hillside for too long, as he did not want to expose the caravan to the griffin's vision. He led the caravan into a forest. The closer they got to the griffin rampart, the sparser the trees became. The hillside that could not be covered by the branches and leaves of the trees was covered with weeds, and there were messy gravel everywhere in the weeds. Captain Sinji led the caravan along a path that was almost indistinguishable in this weedy forest. In order to deal with the griffins in the sky, Roy discovered that Captain Sinji had specially prepared 2 sky-shooting crossbows. This giant crossbow is relatively heavy, and is usually fixed on a rack. Each sky-shooting crossbow is carried by a horse. Once the trace of a griffin appears, the elves in the caravan will immediately install the crossbow string and load the wind magic arrows into the arrow slot of the sky-shooting crossbow. Generally speaking, as long as the griffin does not get close, the crossbow arrows will not be shot. Many times, the sky-shooting crossbow is not used to hunt griffins. It is just a tool to deter griffins. The griffins in the sky are also very smart. As long as they see the sky-shooting crossbow, few griffins dare to risk their lives to dive down. Perhaps there were too many elves in the caravan, and more griffins were circling in the sky. Although they looked like black dots the size of sesame seeds, no one could guarantee that they would not attack the caravan. Leader Sinji had no choice but to give up crossing the wild grass. He led everyone into the forest again, just to avoid being tracked by the griffins. The road became more and more difficult to walk. Many times, the adventure team had to lead the horses forward, and at this time, these horses became a burden. Sometimes it seemed like there was no way forward, but Captain Sinji could find a passage from a hidden location and lead everyone through the narrow passage. Roy found that having a guide who was familiar with the surrounding environment had many advantages. Especially when encountering danger, the guide could lead everyone to avoid these dangers in time. Otherwise, facing this vast wilderness, with patches of wild grass and dense forests, it would not be easy to find a road, let alone find the fortress village at the foot of the mountain. Being watched by these griffins all the way, the griffins also wanted to find an opportunity to attack the caravan. But the griffins that rushed down to investigate the situation saw the 2 sky-shooting crossbows several times, so they didn't dare to rush down at all. The caravan walked in this wilderness for another 4 days, and finally arrived at the foot of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. Roy also saw the barrier village built in a dense forest. Strictly speaking, the barrier village was actually built in a valley, and scattered tree houses were distributed on the entire hillside. These tree houses were hidden in the treetops, and had various shapes. The elves showed their romantic and aesthetic nature to the fullest when they built wooden houses. There are so many tree houses in this village. At first glance, it doesn't seem like anything, but when Roy looked carefully, he found that most of the giant trees have tree houses. There are many more elves in this village than Roy imagined. A stream meanders northward at the bottom of the valley. The path leading to the stream is paved with stone steps. On both sides of the road are mossy clearings in the forest. The whole valley looks very beautiful, like a paradise. If it weren't for the occasional griffin flying overhead, Roy would have thought this place was definitely a place of seclusion. No matter where he went, it was like living in an oil painting. The sun shone through the leaves into the open space in the forest, and those spots of light beams made the colors in the forest distinct. This is the Rampart Village, which is the largest elf village besides Padstow City. Captain Sinji introduced everyone. Then he turned to the half-blood elf hunters and said, "If any of you want to settle in Rampart Village, it's best to visit the village chief here. You don't have to follow us all the time." After receiving instructions from leader Sinji, the half-elf hunters walked towards the highest building in the barrier village. They wanted to visit the village chief of the barrier village. The adventure team, led by guide Majeri, also said goodbye to the caravan. The caravan stayed in the barrier village for 2 days, and would leave after completing the acquisition mission and continue to the next village. The adventure team will stay in the village, and then continue the plan of climbing the barrier mountains. The adventure team has spent 17 days on the Partington Plain. including the 4 days delayed on Partington Island. More than half a month has passed. It will take about 20 days to return, which means that the adventure team has less than 20 days to adventure here. Finally, we arrived at a place familiar to our guide Marjorie, who took us to a hotel. The hotels in the village of Ramparts are exactly the same as those in the city of Padstow, with dozens of wooden houses built on several adjacent trees, and then the wooden houses are closely connected by hanging ladders, which means that as long as you climb to the top of the tree, these tree houses are connected to each other, and you can just walk on the hanging ladders hanging on the treetops. Because everyone didn't rest well during the journey, Nora decided to rest in the hotel for 2 days. This time, instructor Nora booked 2 tree houses, which had a total of 10 rooms. Each room had a private bathroom, which made Roy very satisfied. He felt that during the days of hiking in the jungle, he did not have the conditions to take a shower every day. He was walking in the hot and humid jungle, and he sweated a lot every day. His whole body was sour and smelly, and he felt like mushrooms were growing on his body. He took a comfortable shower, washed all the clothes that needed to be changed, and hung them on the terrace outside the room. Living on the top of a tree has this benefit. As long as you walk out of the house and stand on the terrace, you can enjoy the dazzling sunshine. When you return to the tree house, it becomes extremely cool under the shade of the leaves. Sabrina, who lives next door, is also drying clothes, and Miss Christine has a half-blood elf maid holding a basket. When the maid leaves, she holds 2 baskets full of clothes to be washed. Sabrina's hair is wet and water drops are constantly dripping down. She smiled at Roy and said, "I'm used to opening the door to see the sea. Now I live in the valley and look at the endless green mountains. How do you feel?" Roy pointed to the towering Rampart Mountains behind him and said to Sabrina, "When we climb up that cliff, there may be more beautiful scenery." As he spoke, a griffin glided down from the cliff, circled outside the range of the sky shooting crossbow, and made a few shrill cries, as if it was demonstrating to Rampart Village, or provoking. However, the residents here seemed to have long been accustomed to it, and no one was surprised. Roy found that there were actually several sky-shooting crossbows arranged on the tallest and most luxuriant trees in the village. At first, Roy thought there were only a few of them, but when he counted them carefully, he found that there were still some sky-shooting crossbows hidden in the dense branches and leaves. The few sky-shooting crossbows he saw were just the tip of the iceberg. The half-blood elves who live here are indeed far away from the disputes of the elf world, but they have to face the harsh natural environment. Hey, this is how the elves live. Living here gives you a feeling of returning to nature. We are used to a comfortable life in Castletown, and have probably forgotten what real jungle life is. Hiking in the jungle these days, I finally found some of the feelings of my youth. Instructor Virgil's voice came from the terrace of the treehouse next door. Seeing that you are enjoying it so much, I will let you do the road exploration the day after tomorrow, so that you can deeply experience what it means to be close to nature, okay? Instructor Eleanor's voice came out. Instantly silenced Instructor Virgil on the terrace next door. Chapter 230. I heard there is a small market in the fortress village, where many elf hunters sell magic herbs and magic beast materials. Roy, Sabrina, Christine, do any of you want to go out for a walk? Scarlet Magician held a rope on the ladder with both hands, and walked slowly from the opposite tree house. Miss Scarlet, I want to go and take a look. Roy said first. I want to read a book in the room. Sabrina rejected Scarlet Magician's invitation. I also want to go to the small market, and see if there are any golden thorn grass for sale here, Miss Christine said. She changed into ordinary light leather armor, wore a white shirt inside, and wrapped her hair and ears with a headscarf, so that she didn't look like a silver moon elf. Let's go quickly, before Sinji's caravan buys up all the magic herbs here. Let's see what's here, Miss Scarlet said immediately. Roy passed through a slightly swaying hanging ladder and followed Miss Scarlet down the spiral staircase on the tree trunk, only to find out that there were only 3 of them going to the small market. Miss Scarlet seemed very interested. After asking the hotel owner about the location of the small market, she took Roy and Miss Christine out of the hotel. There are indeed many half-blood elves in the fortress village, and elves dressed in hunter costumes can be seen everywhere. Everyone wears leather armor, carries forest bows, and has scimitars on their waists. Few hunters wear elf swords. When they see Miss Scarlet and Miss Christine, these half-blood elf hunters will stare at them from head to toe without blinking. This makes Miss Scarlet want to cover her face with the hood of her wizard robe. Why are the half-blood elves here so unreasonable? Miss Christine felt offended and whispered in dissatisfaction. Probably most of the people living here are half-blood elves, and they may rarely see silver moon elves. Miss Scarlet replied, Look, they also stare at Roy with strange eyes. Roy was a little speechless. In fact, he was used to being looked at by the elves with strange eyes. Although he was a half-elf, his physical features were no different from those of humans, which made him completely an outlier among the elves. Fortunately, the inn is not far from the small market, and the market is quite lively. Many half-blood elves set up stalls in the open space in the forest. Maybe because a caravan is coming, the elves took out the prepared magic herbs and magic beast materials, and prepared to send them to the caravan for valuation. There are many benefits to selling herbs and materials to the caravan. The caravan will accept almost everything. As long as the price is negotiated, there will be no magic materials that cannot be sold. The disadvantages are also obvious. The caravan is very aggressive in lowering the price. Unless it is a few kinds of magic herbs that are in short supply, or rare magic beast materials such as glass beast leather, the rest of the magic herbs and magic beast materials will be purchased at 70% off the market price. As expected, Captain Sinji and his followers set up stalls in the market, selling daily necessities on one side, and purchasing magic herbs and warcraft materials on the other. The Partington Plain is rich in magic herbs. As long as you go to the wild and look carefully, you can find some low-level magic herbs without going too far from the village. When collecting these herbs, hunters will protect some of the roots and stems, so that the magic herbs can grow again and be collected again. So many stalls in the market here are selling some magic herbs, of various qualities, fresh, dried, and ground into powder. The second is some monster leather. The most popular items on the small market here are wind fox leather, poison sacks and fangs of poisonous spiders, and griffin leather. Among them, the griffin is a third-level monster, but its leather can only be sold together with the leather of primary monsters. The main reason is that it is too cheap. The elves don't like griffin leather, but the Bastion village is a village rich in griffins. Although the attack power of griffins is far more fierce than that of dire wolves, in the eyes of the half-blood elf hunters in the Bastion village, griffins are also prey in their eyes. As long as they set a beautiful trap and wait for the griffin to take the bait, it will be fine. Hunters won't even appear in the trap area when the griffin is alive. After they set the trap, they will wait patiently for the griffin to step into the trap until it is too hungry to move in the trap, and then they will try to kill the griffin. For a griffin like this, half of its leather will be worn out, and the most valuable thing on its body is the magic core with a fixed magic crystal, and other materials are not worth much. Roy followed Miss Scarlet into the small market, and Miss Christine squatted in front of a stall, and asked the stall owner about the price of magic herbs. Miss Scarlet also stopped in front of a stall, squatted down, and found a magic herb with red flower buds among some dried magic herbs. Although the herbs were half-dried, Roy could still see that the leaves of this magic herb were somewhat like aloe vera, with sharp strips and sharp serrations on both sides, and the middle of the leaves was very thick. Miss Scarlet took it to her mouth, and sniffed it gently. The stall owner was an elf hunter whose age could not be seen. He was thin, but his eyes were bright. When he saw Miss Scarlet pick up the magic herbs, he said, "Those are dried blood thistles, which have a slight paralytic toxin." Miss Scarlet asked with wide eyes, "How much is this blood thistle?" "You have one in your hand, and one is 30 kohl," the stall owner said in a flat tone. Miss Scarlet introduced to Christine and Roy, blood thistle is the main material for making anesthetics. After that, Miss Scarlet looked at Roy and said to him, "Roy, as an apprentice priest, you often deal with patients. Although your healing skills are painless, I think you need to prepare some anesthetics." Roy smiled. He was just an apprentice priest. He only cured people and saved lives. He had no intention of running on this road until the end of time. "I want all of these." Miss Scarlet pointed to the 8 blood thistles on the stall, and said to the stall owner, 200 kohlers. The stall owner immediately took back a blood thistle and placed 7 blood thistles in front of Miss Scarlet, saying, "For 200 kohlers, you can only buy these." After some bargaining, Miss Scarlet finally bought 8 blood thistles for 220 kohlers. When the transaction was completed, Miss Christine had already walked back from another stall. Miss Scarlet asked curiously, "Christine, what did you buy?" "Goldthorn grass," Christine said simply. "The transaction was completed so quickly?" Roy asked curiously. He didn't even see the transaction process. The stall owner quoted a price. "I thought the price was reasonable, so I bought it," Miss Christine said calmly. Goldthorn grass is a rare magical herb, which is the main material used to make high-quality life potions. Miss Scarlet asked about several more magic herbs, and while sighing that the magic herbs here were really cheap, she bought a lot of them. Roy became a spectator, and the 3 of them walked around the small market. Miss Scarlet probably spent a year's savings to buy magic herbs. Miss Christine also spent a lot of money to buy golden thorn grass. She didn't seem to bargain much when trading. As long as she liked the golden thorn grass, she would ask the stall owner to quote a price. If the price was right, she would pay on the spot. If the price was not right, she would turn around and leave. Her attitude was decisive. Even if the stall owner regretted asking for a high price and wanted to call Miss Christine back, she would not look back. When passing by a stall in the corner, Roy was attracted by a magic grass that was grown in a flower pot and looked like a rice ear. In this market, there are very few magic grass grown in flower pots. This magic grass looked very wilted, and the 7 ribbon-shaped leaves were almost drooping down. The soil in the flower pot was moist and soft, but the magic grass seemed to be dying soon. What attracted Roy's attention was the faint sacred light emitted from the magic grass ear, which looked like a layer of white frost. Roy stopped, and the tentacles of the holy light seed in his body quietly stretched out, absorbing the floating holy light particles around the flower pot. It seems that your pot of magic grass will not live for long. Roy almost made the stall owner faint with anger. What do you know? This pot of light flower is like this. It looks wilted during the day, but at night, the wheat ears here will shine like a table lamp, which can probably illuminate an area as big as a single bed. The stall owner introduced it to Roy. Then he added, if you buy it, you don't have to buy a magic lamp. Now a magic lamp inlaid with moonstone in the market costs 400 kolar, and this pot of light flower is 100. No, I will sell it to you if you want 60 kolar. Go back and take good care of it. Maybe it can still survive. The stall owner's last sentence was the truth. Roy reached for the purse on his waist, but was stopped by Scarlet Magician. Roy, this pot of light flower is dying. It's not easy to keep it alive. Once it dies, the wheat ears will no longer shine. Although this thing is a magic herb, it has no other value at all. Who said my flower of light is going to die? It's just too hot today. Take it home and take good care of it. It will definitely get better. The stall owner yelled at Miss Scarlet angrily. 30 kolars, I want it. Roy said. 30 kolars is not enough to cover the cost. I can't sell it unless you can. Before the stall owner finished speaking, Roy turned around and left with Miss Scarlet. The stall owner immediately stepped forward, pulled Roy, and said with a bitter face, Hey, wait a minute, 30 kolars, take it away, take it away. Roy took out 30 kolars from his wallet, and bought the pot of flower of light that had already formed a spike of seeds. Chapter 231. Where did you get this flower of light? After buying the flower, Roy asked the stall owner again. The stall owner rolled his eyes, looked at Roy, and said reluctantly, I also bought it from other hunters. This kind of magic grass is rare in the fortress village. It was still alive when I bought it, but it has not been doing well in recent days. 30 kolar really didn't even get back the original cost, okay. After saying this, he was unwilling to pay attention to Roy anymore. It seemed that he really lost money by selling this flower of light. I thought he was an elf hunter who made a living by collecting, but I didn't expect him to be just a middleman. No wonder the magic grass on his stall was not sold to the caravan. It is very likely that he didn't make much money. Seeing that the stall owner was unwilling to talk, Roy turned and left. Scarlet Magician looked at the square hardwood flower pot in Roy's arms and said to Roy, I haven't heard that the potion master needs this kind of magic grass. This kind of magic grass is only a little useful when it is alive. It can be used for lighting at night, but don't expect the light it emits to be very bright. After all, there is only one plant. Miss Christine followed beside him, but she didn't say anything. She was just curious about how Roy bargained with the stall owner at the stall. He could actually buy things like this, and cut the price in half as soon as he opened his mouth. Her clear blue eyes looked around the stall, intending to try Roy's method, but even when she saw some golden thorn grass, she hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to speak. The three of them walked around the small market again, and when they saw that there was really nothing to buy, they returned to the hotel. When passing by the caravan stall, there were indeed many elf hunters gathered at this stall. Some elf hunters were trading with the caravan, while some were watching silently, probably wanting to know the purchase price. There was no way to put living plants into the magic waste bag, so Roy could only hold them in his arms and carry them to the hotel room. Instructor Nora saw that Roy actually bought a pot of magic grass from the small market, so she came over to take a look. Seeing the withered leaves of the flower of light, she asked in confusion, is this pot of flowers dying? Instructor Eleanor was obviously more proficient in plant potion science. She came over and took a look at the flower of light and said, This is a very rare flower of light. It is no longer found in the elven continent. However, this kind of magic grass is of no value, and cannot be used to make potions. Its only function is to glow at night, but the light it emits is not much brighter than that of a firefly. It cannot be used for lighting, but only as a decoration. Roy, the condition of the flower of light you bought is not good. It is obviously dying. I just think it's very strange, Roy said. He then placed the flower of light on the windowsill of the room, intending to let it get some sun to see if it would get better. Hearing Scarlet Magician and Eleanor Instructor's comments on the flower of light, Roy now felt a little regretful. This pot of magic grass had no medicinal value. Once it died, his 30 kolar would all be wasted. In fact, he wanted to buy this flower of light because when he saw it, the holy light particles gathered around the flower pot were obviously denser than other places, which also made the light seedlings in his body appear very active. However, when he bought the flower of light, he didn't find anything special about it along the way, and there were not many holy light particles gathering towards the flower of light, which made Roy a little disappointed. Look at what you bought. Oh, a pot of flowers. It's not in good condition. If I can keep it alive, I can take it home and put it on the terrace. It's pretty good. Sabrina stood on the terrace outside Roy's room, looking at the flower of light on the windowsill, and said with a smile. Roy walked to the windowsill. The flower of light had indeed withered. He held the flower of light in his hands, and injected a trace of holy light into the pot, but the flower of light did not see any improvement. At night, listen to the cry of the griffin on the cliff in the distance. I heard that the half-blood elves who arrived at the barrier village with the caravan have been accepted by the barrier village. Some more tree houses need to be built in the village. Building tree houses is easy, but how to decorate the rooms is more time-consuming. The light in the room of Instructor Nora in the tree house opposite was turned off very late. Instructor Nora spent the whole day discussing with Guide Marjorie how to climb over the griffin barrier. Roy sat by the windowsill, quietly observing the flower of light on the windowsill. This flower of light can still emit a faint light, but this light is too weak, and there is only a hint of light on the seed ears, just like the fluorescence on the dial. Roy put his hand close to the seed of the flower of light. In fact, he thought that this magic grass had the ability to gather holy light particles, but now it seems that it does not. The holy light particles around it did not change their floating trajectory because of the flower of light. Just as he was about to take his hand away, Roy suddenly found that a holy light was squeezed out from a seed, and then hung next to the seed motionless. Roy's eyes widened, watching this scene in disbelief. He now realized that this flower of light did not condense holy light particles, but it was like a small holy light particle manufacturing factory, which would continuously discharge holy light particles. As if sensing the holy light particle, the light sapling in Roy's body decisively swept away the newly born holy light particle. Roy seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and even his heartbeat quickened. It turned out that this flower of light was actually expelling holy light particles. Roy felt that if he could grow a few more pots of light flowers, it would not matter if he could not obtain the power of holy light through prayer. Now the priests of the Statue of Liberty are actually facing such an embarrassing situation. The sacred light of the Statue of Liberty cannot shine into the elf continent. Those priests, who usually rely on praying to the Statue of Liberty to obtain the power of holy light and the path to promotion, suddenly seem to have lost their support and source of strength. They can only be trapped in the same place. Usually, they dare not even cast divine arts at will, because the natural recovery speed of the holy light power in their bodies is really slow. And without the blessing of the goddess, the priests can't even think about being promoted. The priests of the Statue of Liberty are like daughter. When they set foot on the path of becoming priests, they ignore the path of obtaining the power of holy light by their own abilities, because as long as they prayed to the Statue of Liberty, they could obtain the blessing of the holy light. This cramming method of obtaining the power of holy light was simple and labor-saving. Now that the holy light cannot reach the elf continent, the priests of the Statue of Liberty have also become accustomed to the days of bathing in the light. They have long forgotten how to obtain the power of holy light through their own abilities, and they think that it is normal that the goddess's holy light cannot reach the elf continent, and everyone cannot obtain the power of holy light. Since everyone is like this, the priests think this is normal. On the contrary, Roy did not dare to tell others that he could absorb the holy light around his body, because he was an outlier among many apprentice priests. With such a fast promotion speed, even when the holy light of the goddess of freedom could shine on the elf continent, many apprentice priests could not reach it. When Roy sensed the holy light, it happened that the holy light of the goddess of freedom could not shine on the elf continent. Of course, he could not become a daughter. Recently, Roy has clearly felt that absorbing the holy light around his body can no longer meet the needs of the holy light sapling. Roy has been thinking about where to find those lost ghosts recently. He found that when dealing with those ghosts, He could quickly absorb the power of holy light, which is actually a way to improve himself. However, these ghosts are either in the cemetery, in some abandoned castles, or near a shipwreck. This is very troublesome. He dare not go to those places, and it is impossible to invite High Priest Reed to go with him. Originally, Jasper and Abbott were with him. Now Jasper is dead, and Abbott has turned against him. There is really no one who can accompany him to purify the dead everywhere. Roy joined Instructor Nora's adventure group because he wanted to take a real plane trip and experience the life of the adventure group. He mainly studied because he was a novice who knew nothing. Unexpectedly, he found such a harvest in the small market of the barrier village. He found a flower of light. This flower of light, which the elves thought had no other use except to decorate the room, became a plant factory that could produce holy glimmer in Roy's eyes. Unfortunately, there was no second one in the small market of the barrier village. Instructor Nora, do you know how to get information about rare magic grass? In the morning, Roy opened the window, leaned out, and asked Instructor Nora, who was practicing elf physical exercises on the terrace of the treehouse opposite. Instructor Nora retracted her kicked leg and asked Roy, "What do you want to do?" Roy smiled and pointed at the wilted light flower on the windowsill and said, "I want to find out where I can find another light flower. The one I bought yesterday is about to die." Instructor Nora breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was not going to buy expensive magic herbs. It didn't matter if he bought a few worthless light flowers. It's very simple. You are now a member of the Adventurers Guild. You can go to the Adventurers Guild to inquire about the information about the Flower of Light. Instructor Nora said, "This kind of ordinary information is usually released to members for free, unlike the precious potions such as sun grass, blind grass, and sage. If you want to know their information, you have to pay." Roy didn't expect that there would be an Adventurers Guild club in the Barrier Village, and couldn't help asking, "Is there also an Adventurers Guild club in the Barrier Village?" Instructor Nora nodded and said, "Of course, not every village has one, but there are often some adventure groups in the Barrier Village, so the Adventurers Guild set up a club here. It's over there." She pointed her hand towards the small market in the Barrier Village, indicating that the Adventurers Guild's clubhouse was over there. Chapter 232. Roy and Instructor Nora took a half-day leave and then walked out of the hotel. Just then, they saw Sabrina standing at the door of the hotel. She was wearing a white linen dress and looking around. Instructor Virgil stood beside Sabrina and introduced her to the places to go around the Rampart Village. When Roy passed by the two, he also heard Instructor Virgil introduce Sabrina to the clear stream at the bottom of the valley in Rampart Village. The elves brought a canal from the upper reaches of the stream to ensure that the village has running water. The scenery of the valley stream is very nice, but when it rains, the valley will be flooded by a lot of rainwater. Roy waved to the two politely. Sabrina saw Roy coming out of the hotel, her eyes lit up, and she immediately reached out and took Roy's arm, and said to Instructor Virgil with an apologetic look, "Sorry, Instructor Virgil, Roy and I have an appointment to go to the market." Roy was a little speechless, and could only smile at Instructor Virgil. Instructor Virgil was a little helpless. He couldn't lose his temper in this situation. He could only maintain a stiff smile on his face, and said to Roy and Sabrina, "The market is also very lively." Then, she watched the two of them leave. Sabrina took Roy and walked quickly forward for a distance, then said to Roy, "Hey, do you know how ugly your smile was just now?" Roy looked around, looking for the Adventurers Guild's clubhouse, and said, "I want to act natural. Is my expression just now unnatural?" Sabrina followed Roy and laughed and complained, "It's so awkward." Roy walked around the small market in the fortress village again, greeted the group of people in the caravan, and searched for a long time before finding the small house next to a business not far from the small market. Roy didn't expect that this was the Adventurers Guild's clubhouse. "I just rented a room in a business," with an inconspicuous plaque hanging on the door. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I gently pushed the door open and found that it was not locked. There was no counter inside. There were some bookshelves on the walls of the room, and a chair in the middle of the room. An old elf was lying on the chair, with the book in his hand falling to the ground, and he looked like he was asleep. "Hello, is this the Adventurers Guild?" Roy stood at the door and asked carefully. Oh, this is it. Do you need any help? Although there are some adventurers in the village, they don't come here often, so if you want to post some recruitment information on the notice board, you may not find the right person for a while. If you can wait." The old elf rubbed his nose, pointed behind the door, and said to Roy, "The notice board is over there. You can post recruitment information at will. I'm here to find some information. I want to know where to find the Flower of Light in the fortress village," Roy said, as he stood in front of the old elf. The old elf sat up, looked at Roy with some doubt, and said, "Those magic herbs are basically useless. They are more like ornamental plants than potions. What do you want to do with them?" "I just like them, and want to buy too. Or if there are any, I can go find them myself," Roy said. "Are you a member of the Adventurers Guild?" The old elf hesitated and asked Roy. Roy took out the member's nameplate, and the old elf carefully checked it. Then he stood up and walked to the bookshelf, saying to Roy, "You really found the right place. I do have information about the Flower of Light here. No one has ever asked for this thing, so it has been at the bottom of the bookshelf gathering dust." The old elf squatted in front of the bookshelf and found a pile of information from the bottom. Sure enough, it was covered with dust. "It's probably here." After saying that, he handed the pile of information to Roy, and immediately a cloud of dust flew up. "Find a place to sit down and look through it yourself. These information cannot be taken away. Where did your adventure group come from?" "Castletown City." "Ah, that beautiful port city, I have been there. I hope you can gain something from coming to the fortress village." There were no extra chairs in the room, so Roy pulled out 2 cushions from his magic waste bag, spread them in the corner of the room, and then sat on the floor with Sabrina. Sabrina sat on the cushion with her legs bent, carefully checking every piece of information. These were all recorded by the Adventurers Guild. As long as you were a member of the Adventurers Guild, you could check them for free. Of course, these were all ordinary information, and all you needed was a little time and patience. 2 people checking the information was much faster than 1 person, and soon they found 2 pieces of information about the Flower of Light. It says here that an elf hunter has seen flowers of light on the peak of the rampart. They grow next to the griffin's nest. Sabrina saw a message and whispered. Roy quickly put down the information in his hand and leaned over. The old elf lying on the chair opened his eyes at this time. "Young man, don't approach those griffins easily. The higher the place, the stronger their power will be. Regardless of whether this message is true or false, it is not worth your risk just based on its danger." The old elf was lying on the chair and interrupted. Roy understood the hidden meaning in the old elf's words. This news might not only be false, but also very dangerous. The magic grass of light flower, which has no value, is not worth going to such a dangerous place to find. Roy hurriedly asked the old elf, "What kind of news can be entered into the club's database?" "Actually, any news is fine, as long as you can show the evidence. For example, if you tell us that a group of dire wolves were found in a jungle, as long as you can show me the head of the dire wolf, I can record this information in the file, and the time and the name of the adventure group will be marked at the end." The old elf pointed to the mark at the end of the information and said, "Look, it's usually marked here. We record these messages so that we can give some hints to the adventure groups later," the old elf added. After a while, Sabrina was heard saying, "There is another record about the flowers of light. An elf hunter saw some flowers of light at the end of this valley river. He transplanted some of them, but not many survived." Roy's heart was pounding when he heard this, and he quickly said, "The end of the valley? This valley doesn't seem to be very long. If there is a chance, we can try our luck there." The 2 searched in the Adventurers Guild for a while, but unfortunately they looked through all the information and didn't find any other information about the Flower of Light. During this period, some adventurers came to the guild, and everyone seemed to be looking for information. An elf saw Roy and Sabrina sitting in the corner, and came over to ask them if they had an adventure group, and if not, they could join their adventure group. After getting Roy's affirmative answer, the elves stopped asking questions. The elves flipped through the information on the bookshelf casually, and some posted news on the notice board behind the door. The room was not big, and several elves squeezed in at once, and it immediately seemed a bit crowded. They seemed to know each other, and one elf asked, "How is the recent harvest? I feel that the griffins are becoming more and more cunning. There are several traps over there, and no griffins have come in the past month. The situation here is not good either. We have only caught 2 this month. Their fur was almost worn out before they died." Roy did not listen to the elves' chat. After checking the information, he left the Adventurers Guild. Walking to the street, Roy looked at the sky and said to Sabrina, "I have been busy with my work all morning. Where are you going? Can I help?" "No, I just want to take a look around the fortress village. It is a very clean gathering place for half-blood elves. It looks very good," Sabrina said to Roy as she walked down the street. At this time, some half-blood elves in the village ran down the valley, as if something happened there. Roy and Sabrina happened to have nothing to do, so they followed the half-blood elves and ran down the valley. The half-blood elves stood on the bank of the river, and everyone's eyes fell on the other side of the river, because that side was the shady side of the col, and there were almost no tree houses built on the opposite hillside. Now on the other side of the valley, a group of Silver Moon Elf warriors were erecting a boundary marker beside the river. The boundary marker clearly marked the land north of the boundary marker, and all the way to the south of Padstow City belonged to Lord Alvis. Any elf entering Lord Alvis's territory had to pay taxes, including but not limited to tolls and goods value-added tax. If there was no goods value-added tax bill, the goods carried would be judged as goods obtained from Lord Alvis's territory, and these goods would be subject to ownership tax. Seeing this boundary marker, the half-blood elves in the barrier village were in an uproar. A very simple boundary marker had completely deprived the large forest hunting grounds north of the barrier village, and all of these forests had become the private property of the elven nobles. How could they do this? What right do they have to do this? Did they open up this land? The land north of the barrier village was gradually included after we built the barrier village. How could they just take it away? A group of half-blood elves were talking beside the valley. All of them looked incredulous. I heard about this from the brothers from the village in the north yesterday, and I thought they were joking. I didn't expect that we would be the ones occupying the forest today. This boundary marker cannot be erected here without our consent. Move it away quickly. A half-blood elf walked out from a group of elves and pointed at the Silver Moon Elf warriors and shouted. The elven warriors ignored the protests of the half-blood elves and buried the boundary markers on their own. Chapter 233. The protests of the half-blood elves became louder and louder, and more elves gathered on the bank of the valley. They even picked up stones from the bank and threw them into the river. The splashes of water almost fell on the elf warriors. Several Silver Moon Elf warriors finally became a little panicked. Although the boundary marker had been erected by the stream, it had not been covered with mud and sand in time, and several elf warriors were forced to stop. Facing the angry half-blood elves on the other side, these Silver Moon Elf warriors did not know how to respond. The elves have been preaching freedom and equality for so many years, and the land in the Partington Plain has gradually become privately owned. The villages of the half-blood elves have been constantly encroached upon. Under the decree issued by the elders of the Padstow elves, no half-blood elves have ever stood up to protest. Now, the half-blood elves have been driven to the foot of the Griffin Fortress, and the last piece of hunting forest has also been enclosed in the hands of the elven nobles. The half-blood elves are getting more and more excited, and the stones in their hands are thrown farther and farther, and some stones fall to the shore. The Silver Moon Elf warriors retreated one after another. Roy and Sabrina stood behind the crowd, watching the emotional half-blood elves, not knowing whether to persuade them or join them. When the half-blood elves saw several Silver Moon Elf warriors start to retreat, some of them stepped into the stream and rushed to the other side in a blink of an eye, knocking down the boundary marker standing by the river. Several Silver Moon Elf warriors panicked and rode their horses to retreat into the jungle. A group of half-blood elves stepped on the boundary marker that fell by the river and cheered, venting their long-suppressed emotions. There were also some half-blood elves who had not stepped into the valley, with a hint of worry in their eyes, because they knew that the temporary departure of the Silver Moon Elf warrior did not mean that the matter ended with the victory of the half-blood elves, but rather the beginning of a dispute. There were also many elves like Roy and Sabrina who were watching from behind. These elves were almost all adventurers, bards or merchants, who temporarily lived in the fortress village. Everyone did not care too much about this. Maybe when the big mess happened, they had already left the fortress village. The elves by the valley began to disperse, and Roy and Sabrina followed the crowd back to the village. The barrier village is really very big. It is better to say that it is a border town than a small village. On the hillside on the sunny side of the valley, almost every big tree has a tree house built. These wooden houses built on the treetops are quite artistic. Many of the tree houses have very unique structures. They are hidden in the forest, and with the stream in the center of the valley, it seems like a beautiful pastoral oil painting. A sound of horse bells rang out in the forest, and in the distance a strong horse carrying a wounded griffin corpse walked into the fortress village. The griffin's wings were curled up and tied to the griffin with a rope. The griffin's head drooped to one side, and a scorpion tail dragged on the ground. Several half-blood elf hunters followed happily, with joy and pride on their faces. The merchants who were originally standing by the stream to watch the excitement ran towards the elf hunters, and everyone stopped the elf hunters outside the village. An elf used the iron hook in his hand to pull up the griffin's head and check the scars on the griffin's body. Why is it so badly injured? Such skin is not worth much. An elf merchant frowned and said to the elf hunters. The elf hunters only smiled bitterly and said, "There is nothing we can do. We dare not approach it when it is alive. We can only wait until it is dead and its skin becomes like this." 3 magic crystals and the magic core inside the griffin are taken away. Do you want to sell it? We will hire a skinner to deal with it ourselves." The elf merchant took the opportunity to talk about business. 3 magic crystals are definitely not enough. The merchant spent 5 magic crystals on the griffin the day before yesterday. The elf hunters shook their heads. While they were negotiating the price, Roy came over. It was the first time he had seen an adult griffin so closely. Its brown fine fur was rubbed to pieces by the rocks. It was obvious that it died in great pain. There was a fist-sized hole on the back of its head. It should be that the magic core in its head was taken away by the hunters. The griffin has a complete lion-like head. It may be a young male griffin, and there is a long mane around its neck. Its 4 claws are very strong, almost as thick as bear claws. The claws are completely in the plum blossom shape of cats, and the sharp claws are hidden in the thick pads. The wings are tied to the body. This is a pair of huge flesh wings, with only a thin layer on the skeleton, and even the fluff is very short. You can even see the blood vessels distributed on the flesh wings. The most special thing about the griffin is that it has a scorpion tail. But it is not a scorpion lion. The pure-blooded scorpion lion is a 4th-level monster. It is covered with dark red scales, has a sharp horn on its head, and has a poisonous tail. It is extremely ferocious in battle. In fact, in terms of blood relationship, the griffin has a little blood relationship with the scorpion lion and the manticore lion, but the griffin is 1 level higher than the hedgehog crystal lion. It is the worst 3rd-level monster. Not only is its combat power not as good as many peak-level 2nd-level monsters, but its leather has even fallen to the point of competing with the leather of 1st-level monsters for the market. As a 2nd-level magical beast, the Thorntail Crystal Lion has a relatively valuable leather in the elf world, and is very popular among young Silvermoon elves. The griffin closed its eyes. The blood flowing from the corners of its eyes had dried up. Its face was a little sunken and distorted, and its body began to attract flies. Although the elf hunters covered the griffin with some mint grass, there were still some small insects flying around the griffin. This griffin was huge, weighing almost several hundred kilograms, and was extremely strong. It is said that an adult griffin can easily catch a 1-horned bison. The griffin's front paws were already showing white bones, which should be the scars left by the trap. It was hard for Roy to imagine that a level 3 monster could step on the hunter's trap and be unable to escape. Generally speaking, a level 1 monster has a certain level of intelligence. The intelligence of a level 3 monster is almost the same as that of a 10-year-old human child, but they can not only step on the trap, but also cannot break free until they die after being trapped. This is a bit outrageous. Obviously, the definition of a griffin as a level 3 monster does not conform to the monster strength system. Roy saw many elves surrounding the griffin, so he couldn't help but reach out and touch its fur. It was soft and felt great, but the body was a little hard and had a faint smell. At this time, a businessman had already negotiated the deal and successfully bought the body of the young male griffin for 4 magic crystals. Roy remembered that when he was in the caravan, a half-elf hunter once said that this kind of griffin could be tamed and used as a mount. Looking at its huge body, Roy thought to himself that it would be nice to ride a griffin in the sky, which would be much more pleasant than flying. "Roy, let's go!" Sabrina was walking in front and found that Roy didn't catch up, so she turned around and called him. "I'm coming." Roy's daydream was interrupted by Sabrina, and he quickly followed. Inside the hotel, Instructor Nora had already agreed with Guide Marjorie on a passage to climb over the griffin barrier. This time, Marjorie finally showed his professionalism as a guide. He was very familiar with the Griffin Fortress. At his suggestion, Instructor Nora decided to climb the Griffin Fortress from pass number 3. The adventure group had to pass through many hunting spots along the way. In the eyes of Guide Marjorie, although there were always griffins in places with traps and snares, they were relatively safe places. Once they encountered griffins, they could be led into the traps. The adventure group only stayed in the fortress village for 2 nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, Instructor Nora led the adventure team into the deep mountains of Griffin Fortress. Although the mountain was covered with weeds and snakes and ants, there were also many mountain trails. These paths were trampled by the elf hunters in the fortress village. With more people walking, the weeds on the road would naturally fall to the sides. The horses rented by the adventure team were left in the hotel in the fortress village, and the hotel was responsible for taking care of them. The adventure team entered the desolate Griffin Fortress mountains fully armed. Roy walked out of the call, and found that the mountain behind him was not the real fortress mountains. Just behind this mountain, there was an endless cliff blocking the way. Roy followed the team, and could clearly see that only the lower third of the mountain was covered with vegetation. From the middle of the mountain, there were vertical cliffs. These cliffs reached the sky and were bare without any grass. There was almost nothing except some rock cracks. Griffins were hovering between the cliffs. From here, we have entered the territory of the griffins. As long as a griffin finds us, it will attack us. However, they are huge and rarely rush into dense trees, so we will not be attacked for the time being. But once we enter the open area, we must be careful. Guide Marjorie walked in front, observing the trail while explaining to the young people in the adventure group. Occasionally, other small animals would rush out of the jungle, but many of them were not afraid of the elves. When they saw the adventure group passing by, they would hide in the trees and observe. In fact, at the foot of the barrier mountains, there were waves of mountains, and these mountains piled up higher and higher, and finally the griffin barrier was like a wall rising from the ground. Guide Marjorie led everyone over 2 mountains in one breath. The closer they got to the cliff, the more they felt it was really majestic. During this period, Instructor Eleanor stood on a boulder at the top of a mountain and saw a griffin swooping down from the sky. These griffins are really fierce and reckless enough. As long as they see the traces of the elves, they will definitely rush over. Instructor Eleanor jumped off the cliff, and the griffin couldn't find the target, so it wandered around again and left. Chapter 234. The adventure team walked until dark, and the forest was filled with the cries of night owls. Griffins usually don't fly at night. The Griffin Barrier Mountains belong to the territory of griffins. Dire wolves and glass beasts basically don't appear in this forest area. Occasionally there are some wind foxes, but as long as those primary magic beasts appear, it is almost like putting money into the hands of the adventure team. The camp was built in a clearing in the forest. This time, Instructor Nora actually prepared a piece of canvas. She nailed a cross-shaped bracket on a tree and hung the canvas on it to make a simple enclosure. In this way, a simple bathroom with a big tree in the middle was completed. Finally, the water collection rune board was hung on the tree trunk, and water drops kept falling. There are 5 female elves in the adventure group, and none of them can stand the problem of not being able to take a shower before going to bed, so Instructor Nora built such a simple public bathroom. When setting up the tent, everyone built the tent around the campfire. At night, Instructors Gru and Eleanor were on duty. When they arrived at the Griffin Barrier Mountains, Roy, Sabrina and Miss Christine no longer continued to take on the task of night duty. The 3 of them only needed to conserve their energy and follow the adventure group to hike through the mountains. The first day's journey was relatively smooth, because there were mountain trails and no danger. The jungle at night was not quiet. There were faint rustling sounds everywhere in the woods. Some insects that hibernate during the day and come out at night became active in the woods, and those predators came out one after another. The adventure team's camp was the quietest. Except for some moths attracted by the fire, there were no other visitors. Roy had a good sleep and felt more comfortable than sleeping in a hotel. The next day, the adventure team set off at dawn. Guide Marjorie walked at the front of the team all the way, and finally acted like a guide, and did an excellent job in finding mountain paths, setting up campsites, and other tasks. The instructors from the academy rarely spoke except for necessary communication. Every time they walked for 2 hours, they would rest for a quarter of an hour, replenish some water and food, and then continue walking. Everyone did not choose the marching rations such as elf biscuits that could keep them from being hungry for 5 days, but continued to choose to eat breadfruit and berries. After 2 days of hiking up the mountain road, we finally walked out of the dense jungle area. Going further, the forest became very sparse, and this area full of weeds and sparse trees was the hunting ground of the half-blood elves. Many traps for hunting griffins were set here. In fact, these traps were made very crudely, and in order to prevent other elf hunters from falling into the traps, some signs were placed around the traps to indicate that there was a trap in this area. Griffins have sharp teeth that can bite off any silk net, so ordinary hunting nets cannot hunt griffins. The half-blood elf hunters here have already summed up a simple and crude hunting method. However, the engineering work of each trap is very huge. They will dig a big pit in the wilderness, which is big enough for a griffin to fall into easily. Some ground spikes and animal traps will be arranged at the bottom of the pit. These animal traps are almost fixed at the bottom of the pit and are very strong. The depth of these huge pits is about 6 or 7 meters, covered with branches, and there are long cattails around the traps. Elf hunters would hunt some deer or argali in the forest, and then tie them to traps as bait. These deer or argali weigh less than 100 kilograms, and they cannot step down the lids of these traps. In order to keep the deer or argali alive, the elf hunters have to cut grass and feed these baits every day. When the griffins see prey in the wild meadow, they usually fold their wings and pounce. They have strong impact force and strong bodies. They often crash into the trap and get stabbed by the ground thorn spear. This trap is deep enough that the griffin cannot spread its wings and fly, and can only climb with 4 claws. Once it steps on the trap, it will never be able to climb out of the trap alive. Moreover, these traps are surrounded by long cattails. Even if the trap lid is broken, the cattails can cover the traps and make them very hidden. At this time, the elf hunters still dare not approach these griffins. They usually wait until the griffins are dying of hunger in the traps before running out to kill the griffins that have fallen into the traps. The elves classify the griffin as a 3rd-level magic beast because its magic ability is Iron Will. In the elves' code, this magic is considered a 3rd-level magic, so the griffin is naturally defined as a 3rd-level magic beast. When the griffins dive to the ground, they activate this magic. At this time, their bodies will hit the ground like a solid iron bullet. The griffins themselves are protected by the Iron Will, and will not be damaged. According to the guide Marjorie, there was a griffin that dived towards an elven swordsman standing on a boulder. The swordsman was also very desperate. When he saw the griffin swooping down from the sky, he did not dodge at all. Until the griffin rushed in front of him, he performed a jump slash to avoid it. The griffin hit the boulder head-on, and the boulder was instantly broken into pieces, and the griffin rushed out intact. When they fold their wings on land, they can attack and bite their prey just like the crystal lions with spikes on their tails. So it's not too strange for the griffins to rush into the trap when they see their prey, and sometimes they will crush all the ground spikes in the trap. But they can't escape from the traps mixed with magic iron. Not long after the adventure group entered the wasteland, they saw several elf hunters standing on the edge of a trap, working together to pull up a dead griffin. When the guide Marjorie passed by, he even greeted these elf hunters cordially. The weather was hot, and without the shade of the trees, the adventure group was under the scorching sun, and everyone was baked listless. However, it was impossible to walk through this meadow at night, because this meadow was full of traps, and the notice boards could not be seen clearly at night. This slope was already quite steep, and the griffins in the sky began to look at them covetously. They could not tell whether the adventure group was bait, so they dared not act. In this way, the adventure group spent the 3rd night in the Griffin Fortress in a sparse forest. The adventure group will leave the forest tomorrow and enter a steep hillside full of stones and weeds, which will be completely exposed to the sight of the griffins. Moreover, climbing the Griffin Fortress will become extremely difficult. There are loose and fine stones everywhere. As long as you step on the loose gravel, your legs will sink into it, and your whole body will be dragged down by the gravel. If you are unlucky and a landslide occurs, you may be buried in the debris flow. So this section of the road is more dangerous than climbing a cliff. You can only walk horizontally along the mountain and increase the height little by little. At this time, the adventure team cannot avoid the griffins in the sky. Instructor Nora wants to test the combat effectiveness of the adventure team, so tomorrow's main task is not to rush, but to prepare to hunt a griffin in the wilderness. Only the adventure team that can hunt griffins is qualified to talk about jumping over the griffin barrier. That night, Sabrina sat in the tent for a long time holding her heavy sword. It was her first time to travel with the adventure group. She was not very satisfied with her performance. She had not been able to show her strength in these few battles. Sabrina could not help but doubt herself a little. Roy was looking for the flowers of light everywhere along the way. He even prepared a few wooden flower pots in his magic waste bag, just waiting to see the flowers of light and transplant them into the pots. But unfortunately, he didn't even see the shadow of the flowers of light along the way. On the morning of the 4th day, when the adventure group gathered together for breakfast, Instructor Nora reiterated everyone's mission again. The 3 young students were to assist in the attack. Miss Christine is an elf archer, and this time she specially prepared some armor-piercing arrows. I repeat again, when the griffin activates the Iron Will, don't fight head-on. We must be prepared to pull each other. Its Iron Will can't last too long, at most 15 seconds, so we must be patient and pay attention to safety. Instructor Nora said to everyone. Let's not think of it as a level 3 monster. It doesn't deserve this title at all. In my opinion, as long as we successfully avoid its Iron Will, the griffin is at most a level 2 monster. Instructor Virgil also said with a relaxed look. Everyone should be careful. In the early stages of the battle, Christine and I can't help you. Instructor Gru always looked serious, with a straight face and no expression. After spending a few days together, Roy found that Instructor Gru's appearance and heart are very inconsistent. He is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In this battle, I, Virgil, and Eleanor will be the center. We will attract the griffin, and then you can take action. Instructor Nora said to everyone. Got it. Stop talking nonsense. The members of the adventure team answered one after another. Instructor Nora then clapped his hands vigorously and said loudly, "Everyone, pack up and get ready to go." Guide Marjorie always stood at the front of the team. This time he also wore a set of leather armor, and his leather armor had special paintings on it. An oil painter painted some weeds and gravel on his leather armor. If he lay on the gravel, with a pattern on the leather armor, Guide Marjorie could blend into the rocks by just lying flat on the stones. Roy wore a hard leather armor magic pattern structure and held a shield, looking a little clumsy. However, his magic pattern structure was praised by Instructor Eleanor. Because it was a hard leather armor made of petrified lizard skin, it also had stone patterns on it. If Roy activated the stone skin technique, he would also turn into a pile of stones. Of course, except for Magician Scarlet, no one in the adventure group knew the power of Roy's magic pattern structure. Chapter 235. The adventure team is preparing to trap a griffin. This is a simple thing. As long as an elf walks alone on a hillside covered with weeds, he will be attacked by the griffin circling in the sky. Instructor Nora wants the members of the adventure team to understand the fighting style of the griffins, so he plans to lure a griffin over the hillside. At the same time, the adventure team also needs to prove the strength of each member to Guide Marjorie. Although the strength of each instructor has been demonstrated in the previous hunting, those monsters are not griffins after all. Guide Marjorie needs to know whether the adventure team has the ability to hunt griffins. This is one of the necessary conditions for crossing the barrier mountains. If the adventure team cannot defeat even a griffin, it is better to run back to the barrier village before the forest disappears completely. The woodland becomes sparse, and there are clusters of low bushes on this hillside covered with wild grass. Some bushes are covered with thorns, but the wild grass is covered with gravel, and the hillside is very steep. Gravel landslides occur from time to time, and the environment is very bad. But this is the natural pasture of the Argali, which has the most favorite food of the Argali, and there are also cliffs where they like to jump, so the adventure team can often see some sheep jumping back and forth on the hillside. They are also one of the most favorite foods for the griffins. The Argali are flexible and very good at climbing the rock wall. The griffins can only catch the Argali on this grassy hillside. Once the Argali climbs the rock wall, the griffins are unwilling to catch them. The griffins don't want to crash into the cliff. Although the griffin has an iron will and can knock a big hole in the rock wall, it can never catch the flexible Argali. Almost every member of the adventure team has a hat woven with shrub strips on his head, and everyone lies in the grass. Instructor Eleanor originally wanted to be the bait. But this time Instructor Virgil took the initiative to step forward, saying that he was more suitable for this task than Instructor Eleanor. After all, a swordsman would be more flexible. So he lay on a rock to bask in the sun. Instructors Nora and Eleanor hid in the place closest to him. Roy always followed Instructor Gru, so he was a little far away. Sabrina, Miss Christine and Scarlet Magician hid in another hidden place. Instructor Virgil was lying alone on a huge rock, looking up at the blue sky. There were almost no clouds in the sky, and one could see the steep peaks at a glance. Several griffins were hovering back and forth on the peaks. In the griffin barrier, there were countless peaks that reached the sky. It was obvious that there was a huge griffin nest on this mountain, or simply a tribe of griffins lived there. In Instructor Virgil's sight, most of it was the blue sky, and a small part was the towering cliffs. Suddenly, a griffin glided down from the sky. It could soar up with the air currents when it spread its wings, and fall down like a falling star when it folded its wings. Apparently, the griffin had found its prey, so it swooped down so quickly. Instructor Virgil was a little excited, with his elbows and feet propped up on the boulder. He was lying on the boulder, but he could jump up at any time. Then, Instructor Virgil discovered that the griffin's sudden fall did not land here, but on a grass slope far away. Instructor Virgil was so angry that he sat up from the boulder. He had been exposed to the sun for a long time and felt his face burning. He hoped that a griffin would find him and swoop down so that he could show off his swordsmanship. He even thought of some martial arts to avoid the griffin's swoop. Unfortunately, the griffin's target was obviously not Instructor Virgil. Roy, who was squatting next to Instructor Gru, also sighed with great regret in his heart and could only continue to wait. I thought that these griffins would pounce on them immediately when they saw the elves appear, but in fact, those small black spots lingering on the peak had no intention of rushing down to hunt. Instructor Virgil lay on the boulder and waited for half an hour. His face was sunburned and oily, but the griffin had no intention of flying over. Instructor Nora stood out from the bushes with thorns all over her head and shouted to Instructor Virgil lying on the boulder, "Virgil, get up. Let's go up along the lawn and see if they dare to rush down." Instructor Virgil quickly turned over and jumped off the boulder. The other instructors also stood up from their ambush points, and the group continued to move forward under the guidance of the guide Maggie. This grassy slope was also very vast, with wild grass, gravel and thorn bushes everywhere. The vegetation here was rather peculiar, with few leaves, and many of them were very thick. There were almost no snakes in the wild meadow, but there were some jumping iguanas, which occasionally ran out from a crack in the stone. They ran very fast, and would disappear from sight if you didn't pay attention. Going up further, the wild grass became sparse, and some seed buckthorn grass and moss appeared on the ground. There were more exposed rocks on the mountain. Guide Marjorie jumped on these mossy rocks and walked sideways along the mountain wall without any intention of climbing the rock wall. Roy found that there were many gravel areas on these grass slopes. Guide Marjorie wanted to bypass them when he saw these gravel areas. Elf hunters basically would not enter this area. Only some adventure groups would go up. The higher the position, the easier it was to contact griffins. This mountain road was very difficult to walk. Under the scorching sun, the team stopped to rest more frequently. Roy licked his dry lips, took out the water bag from his waist, took a big gulp, and then poured the rest of the water on his head. He looked up at the sky. The thread above his head was still there, but no griffin flew over here. He didn't think that these griffins couldn't see the adventure team, but that the griffins were also observing. Walking on the gravel slope, it is easy to get tired. Instructor Nora always asked the adventure team members to rest frequently. Along the way, Roy also encountered some strange stone arches and faults dozens of meters high. We have to climb up directly from here. Guide Marjorie pointed to the cliff that was more than 20 meters high and said, "This is easy, wait for me." Scarlet Magician did not hesitate at all and directly pulled out the magic broom from her magic waist bag. This magic broom with a rudder, a floating device, and a thrust device was actually nothing like a real broom. Scarlet Magician manipulated the magic broom to fly directly, and a moment later she stood on the top of the fault cliff. Then she took out a bundle of ropes from her magic waist bag, tied one end to a protruding rock, and then she threw the whole bundle of ropes down. Instructor Eleanor took the end of the rope in front and pulled it twice. She found that the rope was still tied firmly, so she did not hesitate and climbed up first. Instructor Eleanor pulled the rope with both hands alternately, stepped on the cliff with both feet, and walked very fast. Sabrina, follow Instructor Eleanor. Yes. Sabrina quickly imitated Instructor Eleanor's movements and climbed up quickly. Christine. Yes. Roy. Instructor Nora let the three young elves walk in front, followed by Instructor Gru, Guide Marjorie, and Instructor Virgil. Instructor Nora walked at the back. Sabrina climbed very quickly. She easily climbed to the top of the bare fault cliff with Instructor Eleanor. There was only a narrow platform here, and above it was a large piece of rubble. After crossing this rubble, they had to climb the real cliff. Sabrina squatted on the edge of the cliff, first pulled Miss Christine up, and then reached out to pull Roy up. Just as Roy stood on the narrow platform, Instructor Eleanor, who was observing the sky, shouted, "Everyone, hurry up, a griffin is flying towards us." Roy was startled. He quickly looked up at the sky, and sure enough, a griffin appeared in his sight. The griffin had curled up its wings and dived towards the cliff like a cannonball. Instructor Gru followed Roy and quickly jumped up. He moved a few steps to the side, then held a combat shortbow in his hand, put an arrow on the bow arm, and aimed at the griffin in the sky. Guide Marjorie was so scared that he quickly climbed up. Instructor Virgil hung himself on the rope, looked up at the griffin, and shouted, "Nora, you go up first, I attract its attention here." Instructor Nora couldn't argue with Instructor Virgil at this time. Seeing the griffin swooping down like a cannonball, Instructor Nora almost stepped on Instructor Virgil's body to climb up the rock wall. Instructor Gru led Roy to move out quickly, while Guide Marjorie, Sabrina, and Miss Christine also retreated continuously. Instructor Nora and Instructor Eleanor stood on the left and right sides of Instructor Virgil. Marjorie saw that Gru retreated 30 yards away and refused to retreat any further. She quickly shouted to Instructor Gru, "Retreat a little further, the explosion circle is very big." When he said this, the griffin had already rushed down. Just as it was about to hit, the color of the griffin's body began to change, and its originally light brown body gradually turned into the color of black iron. The griffin hit the rock wall where Instructor Virgil was, and countless rocks suddenly cracked and collapsed. Instructors Nora and Eleanor retreated to a safe area in a very embarrassed manner. Just as everyone was looking for Instructor Virgil, they found that Instructor Virgil was actually holding a sword in both hands and constantly dancing around his body. The sword light actually formed an airtight light shield under Instructor Virgil's frequent dancing. All the flying stones that touched the sword light shield instantly collapsed. Behind Instructor Virgil, the shadow of a crusader's sword appeared. It seemed that he had opened the momentum to escape from the shattered stones. At this time, the griffin covered with a layer of iron armor actually followed Instructor Virgil out. The rubble fell one after another, and the griffin was not damaged at all. Chapter 236. Instructor Virgil showed a proud look on his face. He deliberately rushed out half a step slower, just to create such a dangerous situation. Then he rushed out from the rocks like a god descending from heaven. The light shield composed of countless sword lights instantly crushed countless flying stones. For this reason, Instructor Virgil even opened the momentum. Just when he looked at Instructor Eleanor proudly, he found that Instructor Eleanor's face turned pale at this moment. Instructor Virgil's heart sank, and he immediately realized that he had neglected something, the griffin. The griffin that hit the stone wall like a bomb. According to Instructor Virgil's estimation, the griffin must be awkwardly trapped on the stone wall at this moment, and needs to struggle before it can fly again. At this time, if the members of the adventure team can avoid the falling rocks, they can take the opportunity to kill the griffin. Of course, these are all Instructor Virgil's estimations. In fact, the griffin, whose whole body is the color of steel, rushed out from the constantly rolling boulders. It curled up in the gap between the falling rocks, and then suddenly stretched out, and flew towards the back of Instructor Virgil. Because there were rolling boulders everywhere, Instructor Virgil did not realize the danger behind him, but Instructor Eleanor on the side saw it clearly. From Instructor Eleanor's eyes, Instructor Virgil had a bad feeling. He moved his body 1 meter to the extreme, and twisted his body to look back. He saw a claw wrapped in steel reaching out from behind, and just grabbed the empty space where he was just now. The claw immediately changed direction, and swept over. The claw wiped the edge of the sword light shield, making a series of ding-dong sounds, and sparks flew everywhere. Instructor Virgil had no time to resist, and was swept by the claw. Fortunately, the sword in his hand kept dancing, and at the last moment, he finally crossed in front of the claw. The griffin's claws hit the blade heavily, and the long sword suddenly bent to the extreme, and hit Instructor Virgil's chest, and Instructor Virgil was knocked away in an instant. According to Instructor Nora's plan, when the griffin had the iron shell of iron will, everyone just pulled each other to restrain the griffin, and when its iron will disappeared, they attacked together to kill the griffin. Unfortunately, Instructor Virgil was not only 1 second late in escaping, but also failed to avoid the griffin's first attack. At this time, Instructor Nora could only rush forward with a shield to help Instructor Virgil block the griffin. Otherwise, Instructor Virgil might have been unable to avoid the griffin's next pursuit. Instructor Nora stood in front of the griffin, and was pushed back several steps by the griffin's claws. Instructor Eleanor on the other side took this opportunity to grab Instructor Virgil, who flew out of the cliff, and pulled him back from danger. The griffin pounced on Instructor Nora again, and its iron claws fell on the shield, which had been scratched into a mess. Instructor Nora knew that when the griffin had an iron will, the magic sword in her hand could not hurt the griffin, and she did not want to fight it head-on. She avoided the griffin's claws 3 times in a row, and was finally forced to the edge of the rocky area by the griffin. The griffin left several scratches on Instructor Nora's leather armor, causing Instructor Nora to frown. Seeing the griffin attack again, Instructor Nora took a half step back, and found that her foot had sunk into the edge of the gravel area, and could no longer retreat. Scarlet Magician threw out the magic she had prepared, and an ice spear exploded above the griffin's head. Although it had no lethality, it successfully stopped the griffin's attack. Almost at the same time, an ordinary arrow silently passed through the ice chips, and hit the griffin's forehead steadily. No one knew what material the arrow was made of. The griffin still had the magic of iron will at this moment, but it was its hardest forehead that was pierced with an arrow with magic patterns. The arrow pierced the skin and firmly nailed into the bone. The griffin roared and shook its head vigorously, and found that the arrow seemed to be growing there. The griffin roared furiously, and then pounced on Instructor Gru. Instructor Gru was at least 40 meters away from the griffin, but for this griffin, it only needed 3 leaps. At this time, Instructor Gru hurriedly retreated. But under the attack of the griffin, Instructor Gru did not retreat quickly. He seemed to want to shoot another arrow at the griffin. What a bold guy. Roy, who was standing by, immediately blocked Instructor Gru. The magic pattern structure on his body frequently lit up with magical glow, and he raised the small round shield on his arm. Roy, hi quickly. Instructors Nora and Eleanor followed the griffin, and they couldn't stop the griffin at this time. In the eyes of the instructors, a trainee priest could not resist the attack of the griffin no matter what. Roy stood in front of the griffin, just using his life to block the attack of the griffin. Instructor Gru was also shocked. He didn't expect Roy to dare to fight so hard. Roy, are you going to die? Instructor Gru shouted, drawing his bow and shooting arrows, which were wrapped in wind elements, but it was still too late. Scarlet, who was standing in the distance, gritted her teeth and tore open a magic scroll inserted in her waist with a distressed look on her face. With a short spell, an ice waterfall fell in front of the griffin and hit it. But this griffin had a steel will, and it broke through the ice waterfall head-on and rushed to Roy in an instant. Roy and the shield and the griffin's claws were sent out at the same time, and the two collided with each other. Roy possessed many enhancement magics, such as stone skin, iron armor, magic armor, physical recovery, giant bear power, and strength blessing. As countless magic swirled around Roy's body, he was slapped away by the griffin's claws and crashed heavily into the gravel area. As the stones exploded, Roy's body was buried in the gravel. The claws slapped the small round shield, but only a string of sparks appeared, and no scratches were left on the round shield. Only the small round shield remained outside the gravel. Roy felt as if his chest had been hit by a truck, and the dull impact made him unable to breathe. As his body hit the gravel area heavily, countless gravels exploded instantly. Roy also had stone skin and iron armor on his body, and fell into the pile of stones. Although he was in a very embarrassing situation, he was actually only slightly injured. Roy struggled to climb out of the gravel pile, and countless gravels dragged Roy down. The griffin roared at Roy, and aimed at Instructor Gru. The second arrow that Instructor Gru had just shot hit its cheek. The griffin no longer paid attention to Roy, who was buried in the gravel pile, but rushed towards Instructor Gru. At this time, Instructors Nora and Eleanor finally caught up from behind, and took the opportunity to stop the griffin. Chapter 237. As the magical effect of iron will gradually faded, the fur on the griffin returned to its original brown color. The griffin also realized its own danger at this time, and now it slightly bent its 4 legs, stretched its wings, turned around and rushed down the cliff. Instructor Nora was a little mad with anger. First, Instructor Virgil was half a beat slower, and was scratched by the griffin. Later, Instructor Gru shot an armor-piercing arrow before the iron will on the griffin disappeared, completely angering the griffin. Roy was then slapped away by the griffin, and now he was trapped in the gravel on the hillside, and his life or death was unknown. At this time, the griffin was still thinking about jumping off the cliff and escaping the battlefield. Instructor Nora held the long sword and turned to look at Eleanor, who was walking side by side with her. The two had been friends for so many years, and even if Instructor Nora gave a look, Instructor Eleanor understood instantly. Instructor Eleanor quickened his pace and rushed to the left side of the griffin, sending a stream of energy into the long sword. The cold long sword in his hand suddenly felt hot, and a flash of fire attracted the attention of the griffin. It immediately felt that the sword in Instructor Eleanor's hand was extremely dangerous. If it rushed down the cliff directly, it would definitely be injured by the long sword. So the griffin instinctively twisted its body, not only slowing down, but also flashing more than 3 meters to the right to avoid the sweep of Instructor Eleanor. Instructor Nora took the opportunity to rush in front of the griffin, and a shadow of a martial artist appeared behind Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora held the sword in one hand and chopped at the head of the griffin. At this time, the griffin had almost no way to avoid it, so it could only forcefully turn its head, tilt its head, and open its mouth to Instructor Nora's wrist. At the moment when the griffin pounced, Instructor Nora's body swayed like weeds in the wind, avoiding the griffin's pounce and bite, and stabbed the long sword in her hand into the griffin's neck. The long sword instantly pierced through the brown fur, and went directly into the heart. The griffin's front paws pressed down towards Instructor Nora, but Instructor Nora blocked it with a shield in her hand. Instructor Virgil, who caught up from behind, jumped up, swung the long sword in his hand, and slashed the griffin's neck fiercely. Instructor Virgil cut off the griffin's head with one sword. Instructor Nora took the opportunity to draw out the long sword, and blood spurted out. Instructor Nora quickly dodged sideways. Instructor Virgil proudly stepped on the griffin's head with his foot, took out a handkerchief to wipe the bloody long sword in his hand, and was about to say something proudly, but Instructor Nora and Instructor Eleanor ran to the gravel area. At this time, Roy had been pulled out of the rubble by Instructor Gru. Sabrina, Scarlet Magician, and Miss Christine also rushed over. Roy was lying on the ground with blood all over his face. His left face was scratched by the rubble, and his left arm seemed to be a little bit unable to lift. "Roy, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Instructor Nora squatted down and asked while checking Roy's injuries. "Other parts are fine, but my left arm is a little weak." Roy sat up and looked at his left arm with a small round shield hanging on it, frowning. This small round shield was really the right one to buy. If it was the iron shield in the past, the griffin's claws would probably have broken it. Now there are only shallow marks on the small round shield. However, the arm couldn't bear the griffin's blow. Now it has become red and swollen. Even the small round shield is stuck on the arm, and can't be taken off. Do you feel stuffy in your chest? Do you feel dizzy or vomiting? Instructor Gru asked on the side. Roy shook his head, then supported himself on the ground with one hand, and stood up directly. He tried to walk a few steps on the spot, and there was nothing unusual. Fortunately, the injury was only to his left hand, which did not affect Roy's drawing of the divine pattern. Roy stood on the spot, and decisively performed the secondary healing spell. Seeing that Roy did not suffer any internal injuries, the instructors finally put down their hanging hearts. Scarlet Magician stood in the outermost circle. She could see the clear stone pattern and metallic luster on the back of Roy's hand. Just now, the magic pattern array on this set of magic pattern construction should have been fully activated. She had attached all those elementary magic patterns by herself. Until now, she still couldn't figure out how Roy could withstand so much magic load. Instructor Eleanor also stared at the magic pattern structure on Roy's body and asked curiously, if there is no comparison, it is really hard to tell that the resistance of petrified lizard leather is so good? Mage Scarlet would not tell the secret of this magic pattern structure, but she didn't want her friend to go astray, so she reminded Instructor Eleanor, the magic pattern structure of this hard leather armor is very good, but it is not suitable for you at all. Instructor Eleanor nodded repeatedly and said, maybe it's because it's a set of thick hard leather armor that Roy can withstand the claws of the griffin intact. Hey, I say. You Roy, if you have no problem, can you help me take a look at my back? I feel a little hot on my back. Instructor Virgil held the head of the griffin and walked to the crowd and said. When he turned around, everyone found that his back leather armor was actually scratched by the griffin's claws. Not only was the leather armor damaged, but it seemed that Instructor Virgil's back was also scratched by the griffin. However, seeing that he was walking around and talking normally, it was obvious that his vertebrae were not injured. Roy quickly asked Instructor Virgil to take off his chest armor and check the injury. It turned out that there were only 3 shallow cuts. This was because of the protection of the Thorntail crystalline armor, otherwise he would have been lying down by now. Roy treated Instructor Virgil and bandaged it. Instructor Virgil sat on a stone with an embarrassed look. The joy of killing the griffin just now suddenly disappeared because of the scars on his back. Instructor Eleanor began to skin the griffin. This kind of on-site teaching is very rare. It is not available in the Elf Academy in Castletown. So Roy, Sabrina and Miss Christine all ran to watch. Instructor Eleanor said to the 3 students, the reason why griffin leather is not valuable is that this kind of leather is not tough enough. It can be easily peeled off with an ordinary skinning knife. As she said that, Instructor Eleanor looked up at Roy and asked him, Roy, when you first met the petrified lizard, how did you peel off such a large piece of petrified lizard skin? Roy really didn't want to recall those unbearable past events, but he still answered honestly, the petrified lizard skin was hard and thick. At that time, we didn't have a skinning knife, only Claire had a long dagger, so we cut the petrified lizard skin into several large pieces. It took us a whole afternoon to peel off the skin. Instructor Eleanor nodded and told Sabrina and Miss Christine, before you master the skinning technique, it will be easier to skin the prey by cutting it into pieces before skinning. Instructor Eleanor was very skilled in skinning, and quickly skinned the griffin, and cut off its tail. Instructor Gru and Guide Marjorie dug a large pit next to the rubble, and moved the griffin's body over, and buried it on the spot. According to the elves' custom, if there are trees around, the body will be buried under the trees. But even the weeds in this area were very scarce, so they could only find a random place to bury them. Guide Marjorie did not participate in the battle. He stood aside, and saw the whole process of killing the griffin. The adventure group led by Instructor Nora did have the ability to hunt griffins, but with the current cooperation and ability of the team members, they could easily kill a griffin, but they should not be able to defeat a group of griffins. The griffins in the sky probably also noticed the battle here, and some of them flew to low altitude at the beginning. Later, when they saw their companions being killed, they all flew high into the sky. Unlike wolves, they do not rely on teamwork in everything. Griffins prefer to act alone. The adventure group finally passed through this gravel area before dark. Going up, they had to climb the almost vertical rock wall. In the evening, before it was completely dark, Marjorie pointed to a slightly lower ridge on the mountain and introduced to everyone. Pass number 3 is probably at that location. The griffin nests here are not so dense. We will go up from here early tomorrow morning. If everything goes well, it will take about a week to reach the top of the mountain. Miss Christine's skin is always porcelain white no matter how long she stands in the sun. Roy's skin is not like that. He has been tanned and turned wheat-colored recently. Miss Christine asked with a smile. Guide Marjorie, I would like to ask if you have reached the top of the mountain? I mean, have you seen what the other side of the mountain looks like? Although her question was a bit sharp, it didn't seem so difficult to accept with her sweet smile. Not yet. Guide Marjorie touched his nose a little embarrassedly. Okay, I be on duty for the first half of the night, and Gru will be on duty for the second half. Everyone should go to bed early. Instructor Nora said to everyone. The next day, when climbing to the Griffin Wall Pass number 3, Roy realized that it was not what he thought. He had to hang his body on the vertical cliff every moment, and then use a rope to connect everyone, and then climb non-stop. In fact, Guide Marjorie led everyone up a mountain road on the cliff that was only big enough for one person to stand on. This road has a mountain wall on one side and a cliff on the other. Everyone can only keep their center of gravity on the stone wall, otherwise they will fall off the cliff if they are not careful. In such a dangerous place, once attacked by a griffin, it will be very fatal. Guide Marjorie prepared camouflage cloaks of the same color as the rocks for everyone. Occasionally, there are some slightly wider places in the cracks or corners of the mountain wall, where everyone can sit down and rest for a while. Roy tapped his sore thigh and realized for the first time that mountain climbing was so tiring. Chapter 238. Sabrina and Miss Christine were also very tired. It was only half a day, and when everyone rested, they didn't chat much. Everyone wanted to save some energy and continue on their way later. Everyone had the same safety rope tied around their waists. Instructor Eleanor, who was walking in front, would insert an iron rod into the cracks of the rocks at intervals and hang the rope on it. Instructor Gru was at the end of the team. He was responsible for retrieving the iron rods inserted into the cracks along the way, so that the iron rods could be used alternately. Instructor Nora touched her waist bag, which contained some physical potions, but the first day had not yet passed, so it was obviously not the time to use these physical potions. During the break, Roy carefully cast the light illumination technique, and a faint holy light floated up. The warm holy light had a little healing and recovery effect, and it would be particularly comfortable when it shone on people. Everyone sat on the edge of the cliff, leaning against the stone wall, quietly enjoying the recovery effect brought by this faint light. Roy, it's a good thing that Instructor Nora pulled you into the adventure group, Instructor Eleanor said with her eyes closed, and it seemed that the instructors were also very tired. However, the instructors were first-turn warriors after all, and Instructor Nora had even reached the peak of the first-turn warrior period. Whether in terms of strength or physical strength, they were far superior to Roy, Sabrina, and Miss Christine. I can also bless the blessing of strength, but my divine power is not enough to support all members to have the blessing of strength at the same time, Roy whispered. He felt that his mouth became very dry after speaking a few words. For yourself? Sabrina and Christine can bless the blessing of strength, and they don't need to keep the blessing of strength all the way, Instructor Nora said. Well, instructors can call me at any time if you need it. Roy stood up carefully and said, casting magic on this cliff is really a great test of courage. Looking at the abyss below will make people feel uneasy. It is really difficult to draw the magic pattern perfectly and recite the prayers. Roy failed twice in a row before completing a spell. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he started to cast the spell again without wiping it off, but this time it was much smoother and succeeded in one go. With the blessing of power, Sabrina and Christine found it much easier to climb the cliff. The adventure team would rest for a quarter of an hour every 2 hours of climbing. The adventure group only walked a short distance in the afternoon. At about 3 o'clock, the guide Marjorie took everyone to a crack in the mountain wall. There was a resting space here that was sheltered from the wind and rain. I thought we would get into the sleeping bags tonight, and then fix the sleeping bags on the cliff wall, and everyone would sleep hanging on the cliff wall for a night. I didn't expect to find such a cave. Although we couldn't build a tent, the cave didn't seem very clean. There were some bat feces everywhere, and some small reptiles, like scorpions, but this was nothing for the adventurers. Instructor Eleanor was an elf ranger with rich experience in jungle life. She had many ways to deal with these poisonous insects, snakes and ants. Soon the cave on the mountain wall was cleaned up, and Roy and Sabrina also cleaned up the bat droppings. This time, Scarlet the magician climbed the griffin barrier with ease, because she rode on the magic broom from the beginning of the climb, and she always followed the team to fly slowly to avoid being discovered by the griffins in the sky. Around this mountain range, the griffins are the masters of the sky. Everyone slept in the cave, and the wind blew all night. The whistling wind blew out from the cracks in the rocks, and it always made people feel that there might be rocks falling down. Roy didn't sleep well that night. He began to worry about the pot of light flower kept in the hotel in the barrier village, but he couldn't take the pot of flowers with him when he went on an expedition. Sabrina and Christine didn't sleep well at night. They were reflecting on the battle during the day. Sabrina retreated far away from the griffin to protect Christine and Scarlet, and the battle was over when she rushed over. Miss Christine failed to shoot an arrow, which made her feel a little guilty. When the iron will of the griffin disappeared, she had a chance to shoot, but she hesitated. She was worried that her arrow would hurt Instructor Nora, so she gave up the only chance to shoot. When Christine closed her eyes, the image that lingered in her mind was the steel-clad griffin. It was almost falling from a high altitude, like a cannonball. When it hit the rock wall, it actually broke the cliff into pieces. The powerful impact force. The shocking scene. If it hit her, she felt that she would not be able to avoid it. After a while, the scene of Roy being buried in the rubble appeared in her mind again. At that time, she and Sabrina were desperately running towards the battlefield. But Instructor Gru was right beside Roy. He walked over, grabbed Roy's arm, and pulled him out of the rubble. His face was covered in blood, and she thought he was dead, so she stood by and cried, but he was only slightly injured. Then she thought of the time on Partington Island, when she was lying in the clearing in the woods in despair, and the human in prison clothes pounced on her with an evil look on his face, tearing her skirt, and then fell straight on her, with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. Miss Christine, who was born in an aristocratic family, has lived in Castletown for more than 100 years. What she has seen and experienced in the past few days has made her heart extremely confused. She thought about it for a long time before falling asleep in the whistling wind. Every time her physical strength was about to reach the limit, she would feel the blessing of strength, and then the power in her body would recover rapidly and continuously, and her physical strength would also recover slowly, and then she would be able to keep up with other members of the adventure group. This situation is the most realistic portrayal of Sabrina and Christine's past few days. The biggest enemy in climbing this steep mountain is not the griffins in the sky, but themselves. Walking on the steep mountain every day, there are very limited places to rest. They always frequently exhaust all their strength and wait for strength to grow slowly. Sabrina feels that she has broken through her physical limits several times and recovered quickly. She has a feeling that she will soon advance again. After one more promotion, Sabrina would be a level 9 warrior, and only one step away from the first job change. She had already decided to become a sword dancer. The higher we climbed, the lower the temperature around us felt. It was already the 4th day of climbing the cliff. The howling mountain wind froze the members, and the cliffs became as cold as ice. After touching them for a long time, all 10 fingers became stiff and swollen. The howling wind almost swept everyone under the cliff. Roy wrapped himself tightly in his cloak, and from time to time, he would look at the griffins hovering in the sky. In the morning, a griffin discovered them and launched an attack on them, but the griffin's iron will was aroused a little late, perhaps because the height was not high enough and the speed of diving was not fast enough. Instructor Gru seized the opportunity and shot a penetrating arrow with almost all his strength. Roy saw the shadow of a great elf archer overlapped with Instructor Gru's body. When the arrow was shot out, a clear trajectory appeared in the sky. It was too late for the griffin to activate the iron will. The arrow went into the griffin's mouth and came out from its butt, bringing out a stream of blood. Then, the griffin's body hit the cliff uncontrollably. It failed to activate the iron will. The griffin's body hit the rock wall and instantly became a mess. Instructor Eleanor climbed up the rock wall and picked up a blood-stained magic core from the griffin's body stuck to the rock wall. Instructor Gru stood in the team with a calm face, still without any expression on his face. Pass number 3 can already be seen. This is the second griffin the adventure group encountered, but the whole process was so simple. Instructor Gru only shot one arrow, and the battle was over. Roy thought everyone would have to hang on the cliff and fight this griffin to the death. The mountain wall in front of him suddenly turned into a huge gap. Finally, he didn't have to walk on this mountain road with a cliff on one side. Roy felt that his legs seemed a little weak. The South Wind Trail is in front of us. This valley connects to pass number 3, so there are strong winds in the valley all year round. When we pass through this valley, we need to go against the wind. Everyone must lower the center of gravity, and don't be blown away by the wind, otherwise we won't even be able to find your bodies. Guide Marjorie stood on the cliff and spoke to the adventure team members in a hoarse voice. Before approaching this valley, Roy had no idea what Guide Marjorie meant. When the adventure team walked along the cliff into the mountain trail, the strong wind instantly blew Roy's face out of shape. Roy's body retreated involuntarily, and his hands could not hold the stone wall beside him no matter what. If he hadn't been tied with a safety rope, Instructor Gru would have pulled him back. At this moment, he might have flown up like a kite. A small stone caught in the wind hit Roy's face, and half of his face felt numb. Roy thought of the magic pattern structure that had stone skin and iron armor, so he activated the magic pattern structure. A moment later, Roy found that he dared to stand up straight in the south wind trail. He stood firmly on the mountain path like a stone, and even the instructors looked at Roy with some respect. Roy reached his hand behind him. Sabrina was startled for a moment, looked up at Roy, and held out her hand. Holding Roy's big hand was like holding a piece of cold rock, but at the same time, it felt like her body had an anchor point, and it was no longer likely to be blown away by the wind at any time. Sabrina looked at Roy with a puzzled look on her face. In her impression, Roy was just an apprentice priest. Although he had made rapid progress recently, he was still far behind her in terms of strength and agility. But now, Roy was like a rock standing in the valley. In an instant, Roy's figure became much taller in Sabrina's eyes. Chapter 239. The narrow mountain path in front of the number 3 pass of the Griffin Mountains is called the South Wind Trail by the elves of the fortress village. This is a place where even the griffins dare not set foot. The howling mountain wind seems to have found an outlet, blowing from the south, forming an extremely fierce airflow. The elves walking on this trail need to bend their knees, lean forward, and bend down slightly. In order to prevent someone from being accidentally blown up by the wind, Instructor Nora walked in the front, and every time they walked a distance, they would still insert an iron rod into the rocky ground. The members of the adventure team shared a safety rope, which was connected to the ankle of each member's right foot. This time, Instructor Virgil walked at the end of the team, responsible for pulling out the iron spikes that were stuck in the rocks. According to Guide Marjorie, on this trail, everyone cannot rest, and must pass through this dangerous canyon in one breath. Once the physical strength is exhausted in the valley, the adventurers will be blown out of the valley by the wind. The danger of the South Wind Trail is not only the harsh climate conditions here. Although the griffins cannot enter the South Wind Trail, there lives a low-level monster that is not afraid of strong winds and can go against the wind. Few people have seen their appearance. They live on both sides of the rock wall and often attack the elf hunters who enter the South Wind Trail. More often, they hang upside down in the cracks of the rocks on both sides of the mountain wall. When they see elves being blown away by the wind, they will ride the wind and chase these elves until they fall to death under the cliff, and then they will pick up the bodies. The elf hunters in the fortress village call these secondary monsters ghost-faced bats. Before entering the South Wind Trail, the adventure team also took a short rest for a quarter of an hour, and Roy also blessed Scarlet Magician, Sabrina, and Miss Christine with strength. Scarlet the Magician could not ride the magic broom through the South Wind Trail, so she could only walk through here with everyone. As a weak magician, Miss Scarlet had to work harder than others. She was protected by everyone in the center of the team. Instructors Eleanor and Gru walked in front of her, followed by Roy, Sabrina, Christine, and finally Instructor Virgil. The strong wind in the valley had taken away everything that could be blown away. The entire valley was bare, and the surface of the rock seemed particularly smooth, with streaks everywhere left by the strong wind. After Roy's magic pattern construct was activated, as his physical strength continued to recover, he also had the blessing of strength and the power of the giant bear, so he was not afraid of the strong wind in the valley. With him pulling Sabrina behind him, Sabrina pulling Miss Christine, the 3 elf students followed Scarlet Magician and walked steadily. Roy raised his head and looked at both sides of the valley. This valley was very narrow, like a crack in the mountain, a narrow path formed after weathering. He wanted to see the ghost-faced bats hanging on the mountain wall, but before he could see the bats, a stone hit his visor. His visor was like a mask, with more than a dozen round holes for breathing, and the eyes were also exposed, and the rest were covered. In addition to the leather mask, Roy also covered his face with a scarf to prevent the wind and sand from blowing into his eyes, but it couldn't stop the stones. When Roy just entered the South Wind Trail, his face was broken by a stone. Now the stone hit the mask, making a crisp sound. It didn't hurt Roy, but it scared him. The other members of the adventure team were not in a good situation either. Almost everyone had to lower their center of gravity and crouch down to move forward step by step. Amidst the shrill screams, a ghost-faced bat suddenly flew out from the cliff on the left. Finally, I know why they are called ghost-faced bats, because when they fly, when their wings are fully spread, the patterns on them will form a ghost face. It rushed towards Instructor Nora with the power of the strong wind. Just before the ghost-faced bat hit Instructor Nora swung the shield in her hand and immediately knocked the ghost-faced bat away. The ghost-faced bat's head just hit the shield, a pool of blood smeared on the shield, and the ghost-faced bat fell at Instructor Nora's feet. The heads of these bats are so small that they cannot form a magic core at all. They are not even a first-level magic beast, but they belong to the category of magic beasts. After they die, their bodies will quickly turn into sand. In a short period of time, the flesh and blood bodies turned into a handful of fine sand, and were blown away by the wind. Guide Majeri said that ghost-faced bats rarely attack elf hunters. Now it seems that the adventure team has bad luck. After the first ghost-faced bat rushed out, countless ghost-faced bats flew into the sky. Damn ghost-faced bats, come over here if you want to die. Instructor Nora stood in front of the team, shouting and walking forward. When a ghost-faced bat rushed over, she would directly hit it with the shield in her hand. These bats were flying with the wind, so their speed was naturally very fast. Moreover, when Nora waved her shield, they had no time to dodge. In just a short while, more than a dozen ghost-faced bats were hit away by Instructor Nora and turned into a handful of fine sand. Although these ghost-faced bats had weak attack power, they were numerous. All along the way, there was a constant stream of attacks on Instructor Nora. It can be said that Instructor Nora almost walked on the corpses of ghost-faced bats. However, Instructor Nora was killing ghost-faced bats while clearing the way at the front of the team, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Instructor Nora was already tired after the adventure team walked 500 meters on the South Wind Trail. Sweat flowed down Instructor Nora's face. She was panting slightly, and the arm with the shield hanging on it was shaking slightly. Every time she swung the shield, she needed to accumulate some strength. Instructor Gru, who was following Instructor Nora, wanted to take out his combat shortbow to help Instructor Nora share the burden. However, in the fierce wind, he could not draw the shortbow to its full length. Several ghost-faced bats spread their wings and flew in the wind. When they rushed towards Instructor Nora, they opened their not-so-big mouths, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Their eyes were blood-red, and they made sharp cries from their mouths. Instructor Nora raised her sore arm. At this moment, she was no longer able to swing the shield, and could only barely protect her face. A faint magic shield appeared on Instructor Nora's body, and the ghost-faced bats that collided with the magic shield were instantly bounced off. Every time they collided, the magic shield would become lighter. Then, an ice spear exploded above Instructor Nora's head, and countless ice fragments caused the ghost-faced bats that had just gathered to flee in all directions. But when the instructors raised their heads and looked towards the front of the valley, they found that there were hundreds of ghost-faced bats flying at high speed over the South Wind Trail, densely packed and covering the sky. At this time, Guide Marjorie was locked in the adventure team, and was almost scared silly by these bats. Miss Scarlet couldn't cast spells in the strong wind. These two spells were cast by her, by tearing open two magic scrolls. Instructor Eleanor saw that Instructor Nora was exhausted, so she quickly untied the safety rope, walked in front of Instructor Nora, replaced her position, and led the way. Instructor Eleanor didn't have a shield in her hand. She used her long sword to continuously kill the ghost-faced bats. Instructor Gru, who followed behind, took over the iron rod from Instructor Nora, and was responsible for smashing the iron rod into the cracks in the rock to ensure that everyone would not be blown away by the strong wind. Instructor Nora retreated to the third place, standing in front of Miss Scarlet, and quietly recovered her strength. I only brought more than 100 magic scrolls this time. I can't just leave them here. Nora, didn't you prepare a travel guide before you came out? What's going on with these ghost bats? Miss Scarlet was a little dissatisfied with Instructor Nora, blaming her for not doing the preparation work. She tore open another magic scroll, and cast a layer of magic light shield on Instructor Eleanor. Roy took advantage of the team stop and asked Sabrina to support him from behind. Then, he quickly cast the blessing of strength on Instructor Nora in the face of the strong wind. In this harsh environment, Roy's magic was actually successful. Of course, this has a lot to do with his frequent use of the blessing of strength in recent days. Probably feeling a source of power pouring into her body, Instructor Nora turned back and nodded to Roy. The adventure team walked forward for a while. After killing dozens of ghost-faced bats, Instructor Eleanor finally showed signs of fatigue and her steps became slower and slower. Although Instructor Nora's strength had not recovered yet, he had to continue to push forward at this time. At this time, a hand stretched out from Miss Scarlet and grabbed Instructor Nora's wrist. Instructor Nora turned around and found that it was Roy. Instructor Nora, let me try to push forward, Roy said loudly to Instructor Nora. The wind was roaring in the canyon, and no one could hear it without shouting. Instructor Nora wanted to object, but she didn't expect Roy to walk forward step by step against the wind and block the exhausted Instructor Eleanor behind him. The ghost-faced bats kept coming with the wind. Roy didn't just use his shield to hit the ghost-faced bats like Instructor Nora did. Instead, he injected a trace of holy light power into the shield and the sacred scepter. The weak holy light made the shield and the scepter emit some light. Countless magic patterns lit up under Roy's feet. He stood up straight in the wind and swung his scepter to hit a ghost-faced bat the size of a pigeon. The scepter carried the power of holy light and hit the ghost-faced bat on the head. Then a strange scene happened. The bat turned into a handful of fine sand in the air and was actually swept away by the wind. Roy followed the elementary martial arts taught by Instructor Nora in every move, and his moves were very standard. He killed a bat, took 2 steps forward, and killed dozens of ghost-faced bats in succession. Roy was at the front of the adventure group, leading everyone to walk more than 100 meters. But Roy looked completely fatigued at this time. He rarely used a shield to block, and almost always swung his staff, and it was very accurate. Few bats would hit Roy's magic shield. Roy felt as if he had endless strength. In this way, Roy led the adventure team forward for more than 300 meters, and waited until Instructor Nora's physical strength was fully recovered before Instructor Nora replaced him. Instructor Nora, Instructor Eleanor, and Roy took turns for 17 times, and it took most of the day for the adventure team to walk out of the South Wind Trail. After walking out of the South Wind Trail, the violent south wind instantly reduced a lot. Roy's eyes suddenly opened up, and a V-shaped pass appeared 2 kilometers away, and there was still a bare ridge in front of him. Chapter 240. This exposed ridge is connected to pass number 3 in the distance. It can be said that pass number 3 gathers strong winds, and forms a strong wind that pours into the South Wind Trail. The shape of the South Wind Trail is a bit like a trumpet. The wind blows more and more violently as it blows in. It can be said that the strongest wind was when the adventure team just entered the South Wind Trail, and Roy was almost blown away. After leaving the South Wind Trail, the adventure team can finally take a break. The ridge here is like the back of an old cow. Not only are the rocks on the surface blown smooth by the wind, but the top of the ridge is only 1 meter wide, and there are steep cliffs on both sides. If you are not careful, you will fall off the cliff. The Barrier Mountain Range, which looks like a wall, has such a complex terrain when you climb to the top. We will reach pass number 3 if we walk over there. Is there anything worth noting when we pass here? The instructors asked the guide Marjorie, who sat down to rest. Going against the wind, this time Marjorie did not speak all the way. Maybe he was worried that gravel would pour into his mouth if he opened his mouth. Now everyone finally walked out of the South Wind Trail, and saw pass number 3 was right in front of them. As long as they walked a short distance in front of them, they would reach pass number 3. Everyone's eyes fell on guide Marjorie. The farthest I walked, I just touched the edge of the South Wind Trail, and I didn't even see the ghost-faced bat, guide Marjorie said innocently. Everyone was speechless. After a while, Instructor Eleanor turned around and asked Roy, who was resting against the mountain wall. Roy, is there a magic array that increases power engraved on your magic pattern structure? Roy answered honestly, yes, Miss Scarlet helped me attach the magic array of giant bear power. Instructor Eleanor nodded. It made sense that Roy had so much strength that he could actually disperse the ghost-faced bat in midair. With the blessing of strength, no wonder you can hold on for so long. Instructor Nora also said, Roy, although you are only a 7th level apprentice priest, your strength and stamina have almost reached the level of the initial stage of a first-turn warrior. As long as you practice martial arts well, your strength will be rapidly improved. This is the trumpet mouth of the South Wind Trail. It is like there is a suction force here, sucking everything on the mountain wall into the South Wind Trail. The adventure team ate some food here, and drank some water. The breadfruit is very good. It can quickly replenish physical strength. As long as it is eaten, physical strength will recover faster than usual. At this time, Christine came over and sat next to Roy. Recently, she rarely sticks to Instructor Virgil, and more often hangs out with Sabrina. Roy, how did you do it? I mean, when you use the scepter to hit the ghost-faced bat, you never miss it. Miss Christine asked curiously. Roy said casually, well, actually this is very simple. You need to concentrate and keep your eyes on the front. They need to use the wind to move, so they almost always rush from the front, and then swing the bat like this, hit the ball. No, hit it. It's that simple. I practice it often at home. Sabrina raised her head and looked at Roy with a puzzled look, her beautiful eyes full of expressions of how come I don't know that you were practicing? Roy obviously noticed Sabrina's expression, and quickly changed the subject and asked Scarlet Magician, MS. Scarlet, do you know why those ghost-faced bats turn into sand after they die? Of course, because they were originally rocks, or simply a handful of sand. Are you saying that rocks or sand transformed into bats to attack us? Mage Scarlet glanced at Roy, and then explained. It is very likely that a rock heart was born near the crack in the valley, and the surrounding rocks were affected by it, and transformed into some ghost-faced bats. Of course, this is just my guess. If we have a chance, we will catch a live one and take it back for research. Roy felt that Miss Scarlet's words were completely beyond his understanding. He turned his head and glanced at the south wind trail, thinking, when we go back, we will go with the wind, and I don't know if it will be easier to walk. Although the location of the adventure group is still some distance away from the peak, it can be said that it is very close, and many griffins can be clearly seen flying around the nest on the top of the peak. They have not yet attacked the adventure group, and no griffins have even flown over. When the old elves talked about the Griffin Mountains, they all said that he was once a mountain giant. After winning the battle with the demons, he crossed the plain and came to the Partington Plain. He lived here for thousands of years, and then he lay here and turned into the Griffin Mountains. Guide Marjorie told the adventure group about the legend of the Griffin Mountains. If we don't cross the Griffin Mountains, is it possible to go around from somewhere else? Roy asked Guide Marjorie. Even if we go around, we have to go through many unknown areas, which will only be more dangerous. In some deep jungles, you can even see the traces of level 4 monsters. The Griffin Mountains may be the easiest place. Guide Marjorie explained. Let's go, cross this ridge, and take a good rest at pass number 3. Instructor Nora stood up, clapped his hands, and said to everyone with his back to the wind. Everyone in the adventure group stood up, and everyone put on their camouflage cloaks again. Instructor Nora was still walking in the front. A group of people lined up, tied with safety ropes, and walked up this bare and slippery ridge. There was a wind blowing in the face, although it was far less than the strong wind in the south wind trail, but everyone's feet were a smooth and sloping rock, and there was no leverage for their feet, so everyone walked carefully. Several griffins spotted the adventure group, but they obviously didn't want to fly down. On this ridge, you can see the vast jungle north of the Griffin Mountains, but at present, this vast jungle is the garden of Lord Alvis's house. Everyone was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery, and went straight to the number 3 pass. Unexpectedly, on the bare mountain wall, when you reach the top, you can actually see some cold zone pine trees. The wind is also very strong at the pass, and the temperature is very low. Everyone is wrapped in thick cloaks. Although we have reached the pass, the area here is also very large, like a valley. If the adventure team wants to see the scenery of the southern part of the Barrier Mountains, they have to go to the south slope of pass number 3. Entering the pine forest, the adventure team members can be said to be relieved. There are many pine trees here, and the griffins will not rush into the forest easily. Guide Marjorie is also excited, and can't wait to walk into the forest. Chapter 241. Some dark purple mosses can be seen in the cracks of the rocks, and some white fluff even grows on the surface of these mosses. There is basically no weeds in the entire pine forest. The cold south wind blows from the mountain pass, and only the tall and straight red pines stand on the Sanku Pass. Walking into the pine forest, it is found that many pine trees have their roots deeply rooted in the cracks of the rocks. Roy followed the adventure group into the woods, and found that there were actually some broken stone walls built with stones here. Although many of them only have foundations left, there are obviously some buildings on this ruin. Elves don't like living in stone houses, and these foundations show that the houses should be very large. This ruin is located in an open space in the pine forest, which is the center of pass number 3. Roy looked along the foundation of these stone walls. These stone foundations can be connected to the mountains on both sides. It looks more like a city wall, and there are military strongholds built behind the city wall. Now only part of the outline of the foundation stone remains. Looking from here to the peaks on both sides, you can see some griffins circling on the peaks. That is the griffin's nest. When we were at the foot of the mountain, we didn't realize that the pass was so far from the peak. Roy whispered to Sabrina. Guide Marjorie and Instructor Nora had already stood on the southern slope of the pass, looking towards the other side of the Griffin Barrier Mountain. They didn't say a word, and their eyes were full of shock. The members of the adventure team walked over one after another, and everyone stood on the stone slope, looking towards the south of the Barrier Mountain range through the sparse pine forest. In front of them was still a large expanse of jungle. Looking down from a high place, the jungle looked like a green meadow, and several winding rivers divided the jungle into several pieces. Looking far away, there was actually a blue sea. As far as everyone could see, they could only see the edge of the sea, and the farther places were all hidden in a faint mist. The Partington Plain is really big. It turns out that the place we currently occupy is just a small corner of this plain. Instructor Eleanor said with deep emotion. It's a pity that the barrier mountain range is in front of us. It's not easy to climb over this mountain. If we take a detour, we have to open a passage in the Blackwater Swamp first. Instructor Nora obviously had done a very detailed study of the area around the Rampart Mountains. Roy turned around and looked towards the north. The Rampart village at the foot of the mountain was completely gone. But he knew clearly the location of the Colonel. The territory of the Glazed Beast, the territory of the Dire Wolf, and the elf villages were almost all part of this jungle. Apart from the green, there was nothing else to be found. He could no longer see the city of Padstow. He had already climbed above the clouds, and the white clouds in the distance seemed to be under his feet. Amid the whirring wind, there was a rustling sound, followed by the crisp sound of some pine branches breaking. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. The strong south wind swept away the broken branches, and a giant spider that was larger than a griffin quickly crawled towards the adventure group. It had 8 legs several meters long, which were thicker than an adult's thighs, and covered with fine white hair. The giant spider had a circle of ferocious compound eyes on its head, 2 huge black fangs that were a full meter long, and it dragged its big round butt and quickly moved through the pine forest. Because its body was too huge, it would always break some branches when moving, which was why it made a crisp sound. It looked very excited, probably because it had been hungry for too long, and rushed up directly after seeing the prey. It's a black spider. How could there be such a thing here? Get ready for battle, Scarlet. Instructor Nora shouted. Mage Scarlet immediately responded, this guy is not afraid of ice magic at all. Instructor Nora hurriedly said, block it with an ice wall, Gru, shoot its eyes quickly before it rushes over. Instructor Nora hadn't finished her words, when an ice wall fell down from the forest 20 meters away, followed by another ice wall, making a loud noise. Magician Scarlet didn't even cast a spell. She tore open 2 magic scrolls and released 2 ice magics. Then she set up an ice path full of ice behind the ice wall. However, Roy felt that this ice path would be useless against the big guy in front of him. At this time, Instructor Gru had jumped onto a pine tree, stepped on the horizontal branches of the pine tree, leaned his back against the trunk, and pulled the combat short bow in his hand. A white light wrapped in the power of the wind element flashed before his eyes, and another piercing arrow shot out. At this moment, the giant spider just broke through the ice wall. With the ice fog everywhere, the giant spider rushed forward without stopping, and the friction sound of its limbs was extremely harsh. The arrow under the white light accurately hit a fist-sized compound eye, and then the arrow sank into its huge body and disappeared. This was just one of its more than 20 compound eyes. Although the arrow penetrated into the giant spider's body, it did not affect it. Instead, it made its speed faster. It did not even avoid the big tree in front of it, and rushed straight towards the adventure group. Instructor Nora, Instructor Eleanor, and Instructor Virgil formed an iron triangle to face the giant spider. The 3 of them did not dare to be careless, and showed their strength. Miss Christine also imitated Instructor Gru, and shot a wind arrow at the giant spider. The arrow accurately pierced the other compound eye of the giant spider, but it only shot the compound eye, and made a pool of liquid burst out. The arrow was stuck in the eye socket. The giant spider was a little angry. It suddenly stopped in place, raised its body with 8 legs, and the huge abdomen was exposed from under the body, revealing the spindle behind the spindle, and sprayed countless white spider silk towards everyone. Some of these spider silks were stuck on the pine trees, some were stuck on the rocks, and more spider silks were covering Instructor Nora and the others. Instructor Nora didn't need to remind them at all. The long swords in the hands of Instructors Eleanor and Virgil actually emitted a dark red light, and even the magician Scarlet released a fireball, which exploded towards the spider silks. The spider silks were quickly burned when they encountered the flames. The long swords of Instructors Eleanor and Virgil seemed to be attached to the flames, and some spider silk stuck to them and melted away immediately. The giant spider took this opportunity to rush in front of Instructor Nora, and a 5-meter-long furry white leg stabbed towards her body. Instructor Nora did not resist at all, and decisively rolled on the ground to avoid the giant spider's attack, and quickly approached the giant spider and slashed it at the joint of one of its legs. With a ding sound, the long sword did not cut off one of the giant spider's legs, but only cut off a spike at the joint. Instructor Nora twisted her body and flexibly dodged the next few attacks of the giant spider. On the other side, Instructor Virgil almost executed the same battle plan as Instructor Nora. As a swordsman, Instructor Virgil successfully cut the joint of the giant spider's legs. The hard exoskeleton was wrapped with crystal tender meat. The giant spider felt some pain. Dozens of compound eyes stared at Instructor Virgil at the same time, which made Instructor Virgil feel dizzy. An ice arrow exploded in front of the spider's compound eyes, and countless ice mists filled the air. Instructor Virgil immediately woke up and jumped away nimbly. A leg was fiercely inserted into the enclosure where Instructor Virgil was originally standing, and the rocks on the ground suddenly broke into pieces. Instructor Eleanor took the opportunity to go around the giant spider's tail, which was its weakest part, out of sight, and dragging its huge abdomen. Unfortunately, the leather on the abdomen was soft and tough, and Instructor Eleanor's sword couldn't penetrate it at all. The giant spider sensed the threat from behind, turned around quickly, and pounced on Instructor Eleanor. Instructor Gru took advantage of the moment when it raised its body and shot another arrow. This time, Instructor Gru didn't use a penetrating arrow, and the arrow accurately scratched the giant spider's 2 eyeballs. Miss Christine's second arrow missed the target and hit the giant spider's back covered with white hair. Sabrina and Roy stared at the battlefield nervously. They did not join the battle, but protected Instructor Gru and Miss Christine respectively. The giant spider realized that it was not good at this time. Although it was only slightly injured, it had already begun to retreat. Instructor Eleanor retreated to a pine tree. In the process of retreating, her body gradually faded, and finally completely disappeared. The giant spider not only missed, but also completely lost its target. Instructor Nora and Instructor Virgil attacked from both sides again, slashing at the joints of the legs. This time, Instructor Nora also slashed a wound on the giant spider's leg joint, and the giant spider immediately retracted the injured leg. Instructor Virgil on the other side was seen by the giant spider's eyes, and the giant spider raised its legs and stabbed Instructor Virgil, forcing Instructor Virgil to retreat. Seeing Instructor Eleanor's body disappear, the giant spider immediately stretched out its legs and climbed up the pine tree. The sparse pine forest is just the right gap for giant spiders to climb around. Its climbing method is also unique. Due to its huge body, it inserts 2 legs into the trunk of a pine tree, and the other 2 legs into the trunk of another pine tree. As its body rises rapidly, the tail spinneret spouts countless spider silks that flutter in the wind. These spider silks are light, tough and sticky. Although Miss Scarlet released the fireball again, the range of the fireball is very limited. There was no way, it was already rare for an ice magician to be able to throw a fireball. Instructor Virgil ran out of the area covered by spider silk, but Instructor Nora ran to a tree, climbed up the tree nimbly, and chased the giant spider. Instructor Eleanor's body appeared next to a pine tree, but she was unlucky. A little spider silk stuck to her shoulder, and she was stuck to the pine tree. Chapter 242. Instructor Gru jumped to the top of the tree, holding the branch between his legs, and stood firmly on it. He shot an arrow at the giant below, and shot 3 eyeballs again. The giant spider immediately changed its direction and rushed towards Instructor Gru. Instructor Gru jumped directly from the top of the tree to another pine tree, and then shot another arrow, and shot another eyeball of the giant spider. The giant spider rushed directly upwards, and Roy was also on this tree. At this time, Roy was a little dumbfounded. This was a real 3rd-level monster, which was much more powerful than the griffin. Instructor Eleanor was so frightened that his face turned pale. If the giant spider had not climbed up the tree just now, but stayed in the open space in the forest for a while, the giant spider's legs might have been inserted into his body at this moment. This kind of big guy, basically no one can stop it. Roy, get out of the way quickly. Nora chased after the giant spider and shouted at Roy, who was standing stupidly on the horizontal branch. Hearing Instructor Nora's shout, Roy hurriedly jumped under the tree. But a ball of web-like spider silk was already spraying towards Roy. In order to find the best shooting point, Instructor Gru had already jumped to another tree first. At this time, even if he wanted to save Roy, it was too late. Seeing the spider web covering Roy, he might turn into a white cocoon in the next second, but the holy scepter in Roy's hand exuded the power of holy light, and the spider silk began to melt rapidly when it approached the holy light. The giant spider saw the holy light on the holy scepter and made a hissing sound. It didn't dare to approach Roy and turned to flee in another direction. At this time, Instructor Nora just caught up from behind. She swung her sword with one hand and chopped the giant spider's leg fiercely. She had found the weakness of the spider leg joint. This time, she chopped very accurately. With a wave of her hand, a piece of spider leg fell off immediately. The giant spider usually relies on 8 legs to crawl on the tree, as if walking on flat ground. Now one of its legs is broken, and the other 2 are injured, so its crawling speed immediately slows down. Arrows keep falling on it. Although it has tried its best to avoid them, its few remaining compound eyes are still bursting. The liquid flowing out of the eyes has covered its face, and even its mouth is covered with bitter juice. Miss Christine is very cautious every time she shoots an arrow, because she is worried that the giant spider will notice her. It would be too late to escape then. This time she did very well. Although the arrows she shot could not penetrate the giant spider, they all accurately shot its eyeballs. This giant spider had a circle of compound eyes on its head, so it was really a strenuous job to shoot them all. The giant spider hooked its injured leg on the trunk of a pine tree. Just as it was about to move its body over, it heard a click, and the injured joint broke. The giant spider immediately retracted all its legs, like a meatball with a buffer device, and rolled down to the open space in the forest with a bang. Then it spread out its remaining 6 legs, moved its body, and quickly fled in the direction it came from. At this time, Instructor Eleanor had already escaped from the spider web, and Instructor Virgil followed, and the 2 instructors attacked the giant spider from both sides. As long as the giant spider showed a slight tendency to stop, the 2 instructors immediately retreated, and as soon as it had the intention to escape, the 2 instructors immediately approached. Instructor Nora was even more daring. When she jumped down from the tree, she actually found the right opportunity, and jumped directly onto the giant spider's hairy back. She grabbed the long hair on its back with one hand, and held the long sword with the other hand, stabbing it directly into the giant spider's body from the top of its head. Then, before Instructor Nora could draw her sword, she was thrown off the giant spider's back. Instructor Nora's body turned in the air, and landed steadily in the clearing in the forest. Even with a sword stuck on its head, the giant spider did not fall down. It dragged its broken spider legs, and quickly fled in the forest. Instructors Eleanor and Virgil took the opportunity to attack the giant spider's legs from both sides. On the other side, Instructor Gru shot the last eyeball, and the giant spider was completely invisible. It crashed into a pine tree, and the thick pine tree was shaken violently by it. The giant spider was rambling around in the pine forest, and finally it could only stay still, with its legs spread out to attack. Instructors Eleanor and Virgil seized the opportunity, approached the giant spider quietly, and then cut off one of its legs with a sword. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief until all 8 of its legs were cut off. Roy picked up all the remaining legs that fell in the pine forest. The giant spider was made of magic beast materials all over its body, and it was much more valuable than the griffin. Its magic power was to spray spider silk, spider web, and bewitch. It was considered to be a relatively balanced 3rd-level magic beast in all aspects. It was a pity that it met Instructor Nora's adventure group. Several instructors had been exploring together for a long time, and they cooperated well with each other. Any instructor in the adventure group could not defeat a 3rd-level monster if they stood alone. But if they fought together, it was not too difficult to hunt a giant spider. Roy suddenly realized that the instructors were a real combat team. Although each instructor was not very strong, when they were together, all the instructors played their own specialties, and could easily defeat enemies that were several times stronger than themselves. This is what a mature combat group needs to have. Instructor Gru came up from behind, carrying a combat shortbow, patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "Ranger, fighter, swordsman, archer and magician. Of course, our team is still lacking an excellent sword dancer, a priest, and preferably an abyss walker. Sabrina is the most talented sword dancer I have ever seen. Now I can only say that the trainee priest is more suitable for our team than the priest of the Moon Temple. Of course, Christine did a great job this time. At least 1/3 of the eyeballs were shot out by you. Your basic archery skills are very solid. What you lack is to practice in the wild." Instructor Gru was about to give Roy a lecture, but Sabrina and Miss Christine came over, so Instructor Gru could only bite the bullet and say a few nice words. Without waiting for Instructor Nora's instructions, Instructor Eleanor began to skin the giant spider. If the abdomen of the giant spider is not processed quickly, the spider silk solution inside will quickly corrode these high-grade leathers once it flows out of the body. This is much more valuable than griffin leather. I didn't expect that there are black spiders that can live in extremely cold areas on the top of the mountain. No wonder those griffins dare not fly here. Maybe the giant spiders grew so big just to hunt the griffins on the top of the mountain," Instructor Nora said with great joy. Although the adventure team kept hunting monsters along the way, the monster materials they harvested were not very valuable, and could not even cover the expenses of the adventure team's plane journey. With the magic materials of this giant spider, the adventure team finally broke even. It crawled over there. "Should we go over and check if there is a spider nest over there?" Instructor Virgil pointed to the direction where the giant spider crawled and said excitedly. It must be said that hunting such a big guy is very rewarding. Instructor Eleanor rolled her eyes and said to Instructor Virgil, "If you can skin this big guy, I will go check it out, or you can go over there and take a look. Instructor Eleanor's words choked Instructor Virgil and immediately silenced him. In the end, Instructor Nora took over the work in Instructor Eleanor's hands and asked Instructor Eleanor to go to the forest area over there for investigation. After a long time, Instructor Eleanor returned from the forest area over there. There is indeed a spider nest over there, but there are no other spiders in it except for some griffin skeletons. Instructor Eleanor said to everyone. Then she took out more than 30 magic cores of various shapes from her arms and said to everyone happily, "These are also picked up from those griffin skeletons. The nest is at the edge of the pine forest, in a natural cave. There are white spider webs everywhere, but those spider webs are not very sticky. This guy really feeds on griffins," Instructor Virgil said with some surprise. "It's a pity that there is only one." Instructor Nora said with some regret, "We will camp here tonight, and we will walk south tomorrow to see if we can find a way down the mountain. Our vacation is already halfway over. No matter whether we can find a way or not, we can't go any further. This is the last stop of our adventure." "Are we not going to go any further?" Instructor Eleanor asked in a low voice. "We are not going to go any further this time. If possible, we will go around the nearby pine forest to see if we can find another one. If we find another one, we will have the funds for our next adventure." Instructor Nora then began to arrange the camping site. This place was in the windy vents. Even though the pine forest could block some of the wind in the forest was still very strong and cold. Fortunately, there was a ruin here, and Instructor Nora arranged the camping site in the ruins. Everyone set up their tents in the sheltered place in the ruins, which made them feel better. Hiding in the warm and windproof tent, Roy closed his eyes and thought about random things. This plane trip had a great impact on Roy. Not only did he see a different world, he also saw with his own eyes that the half-blood elves here lived a more difficult life and suffered from the oppression of the Silver Moon nobles. At the same time, he also saw the power of an adventure team. As long as they have a group of trustworthy teammates, the adventure team can show stronger power. Just when Roy was drowsy, Instructor Gru knocked twice outside his tent and reminded him, "Roy, come out to guard the night." Roy sat up from the tent and responded, "I'm coming." He immediately put on his boots and came out. Chapter 243. Roy got out of the tent and shivered in the cold wind. The temperature at pass number 3 was almost freezing at night. No wonder there was no grass growing in the surrounding environment, only bare rocks and pine forests. The campfire in the center of the camp was always on the verge of being extinguished by the wind. Roy walked out, sat next to the campfire, and scooped out a cup of extremely sweet fruit tea from the hanging iron pot. It must be said that waking up, especially on such a cold night, to drink a cup of hot fruit tea, felt that the coldness in the bones was dispelled. Roy wrapped the blanket tighter around him, and the tents around him made a puffing sound due to the wind. However, at night here, there was no other noise except the howling of the cold wind. Here, above the clouds, Roy sat by the campfire and looked up at the starry sky. The starry sky here was completely different from that in Castleton City. Instructor Nora had said that those legendary masters who could break through the 4th level could go to the outer realm and explore new planes. This made Roy yearn for it. He couldn't understand how the legendary masters survived in outer space. After drinking a cup of fruit tea, Roy felt that the fruit tea cooked in the iron pot was really fragrant, so he poured himself another cup. After drinking 2 cups of fruit tea in a row, he felt the urge to urinate when the cold wind blew. Roy quickly put down the teacup, observed the downwind in the forest, untied the blanket on his body, and walked under a secluded pine tree. The cold wind made Roy shiver. This place was out of the bonfire's reach, and Roy faced the pine tree and whistled. In the howling wind, Roy suddenly heard a few short spells. Comfort. Roy could only hear the word comfort at the end of the spell. He felt sleepy, and his eyelids were twitching. He had just woken up, but he couldn't help wanting to sleep for a while longer. His body fell forward, and he quickly stretched out one hand to hold the pine tree, and the other hand barely pulled up his pants. At this moment, Roy suddenly heard someone talking behind a pine tree beside him. He didn't move rashly and stood quietly beside the pine tree. He didn't go over to investigate, but wanted to listen to what they were talking about. "I heard that there are many Silver Moon elves living over there. They are not only beautiful, but also have very white skin. I don't see where he is white. And look at his ears. They are not pointed. I don't think he can be an elf." The young voice reached Roy's ears. Although it was fluent in Elvish, some syllables were different from the Elvish in Castletown. "Let's go over and take a look. Speak softly. Don't wake him up. It's a bit cold here. He is wearing so little. We can't carry him to the campfire." Let's take a closer look and wake him up quickly to prevent him from being blown by the cold wind for too long. He will easily get sick. I know. Kaka, how come they didn't get eaten by the big guy when they ran into the forest? Maybe the big guy was full. The conversation beside him became clearer and clearer. Roy suddenly turned around and saw two young half-blood elves wearing deerskin armor. The hats on their heads were actually deer heads, with antlers, eyes, and noses. They looked very funny when they were on their heads. The two young half-blood elves stared at Roy with their eyes wide open. One of the half-blood elves pointed at Roy and stuttered, how did you wake up? The two half-blood elves quickly took 2 steps back, and when they saw that Roy had no ill intentions, they stopped again. Where are you from, or is your home here? Roy asked the two young half-blood elves curiously. The two half-blood elves looked at each other, and did not answer Roy's question, but said frankly, You haven't answered our question yet. Why can't I stay awake? Roy asked the two young elves. The two young half-blood elves were speechless. One of the elves said, Because we used soothing magic on you, you should sleep for a while. That's probably because your magic didn't work, Roy said casually. He felt a little cold in the wind and wanted to sit back by the campfire and put on a blanket. I made some tea over there. In such cold weather, do you want to drink something hot together? Roy asked them. No, it's so late, we should go back. After saying that, the young half-blood elf turned around and ran into the pine forest. Roy originally wanted to chat with them for a few more words. Although they had just cast a hypnotic spell on him, it was clear that they didn't have any ill intentions, so Roy didn't care about it. He planned to learn more about Pass Number 3, especially that there were half-blood elves living here, and the villagers in the fortress village knew nothing about it. Maybe the half-blood elves in the fortress village knew, but they just pretended not to know. But it was cold, and food was scarce on the Number 3 pass. During the day, Instructor Eleanor did not find the elves' residence in the pine forest. Where they lived was also a mystery to Roy. Just as Roy was about to go back to the camp and report the matter to Instructor Nora, he saw the two half-blood elves running back in a panic. Seeing that Roy had not left yet, they hurried to Roy. One of the half-blood elves took out 2 mango-like fruits from his pocket with some restraint, and did not allow Roy to refuse at all, and directly stuffed them into Roy's hands. Here, we treat you to some taro fruit. Please don't tell anyone that you saw us, please, the half-blood elf said pleadingly. You haven't even answered my question yet, Roy said. Well, he's already seen us. If he wants to tell anyone that he saw us, it won't be long before the Silver Moon elves come looking for us. Even if we don't tell them, they know. The young half-blood elf standing in front turned around and said to his companions. Then he answered Roy's question honestly. We live at the foot of the southern slope, and we came from there too, the half-blood elf told Roy honestly. It turns out there is an elven village south of the Griffin Fortress. Roy was a little dumbfounded. This was obviously different from what he had heard before. Instructor Nora and Guide Marjorie had always believed that the vast jungle south of the Griffin Fortress mountains. For the elves, it was a jungle full of unknown dangers. But now, Roy actually heard that there were other elf villages at the foot of the southern Griffin Mountains. In this way, Instructor Nora's move to climb the Griffin Mountains this time became meaningless. It has been there for a long time. We have always lived there, the half-blood elf answered straightforwardly. Okay, we have answered all the questions you asked us. Remember not to tell other elves about meeting us. The two young half-blood elves left in a hurry again. Roy couldn't even chat with them any longer. Perhaps it was an agreement between young friends, or perhaps the 2 taro fruits had the effect of sticking his mouth shut. After returning to the camp, Roy did not report the incident to Instructor Nora. Sitting in front of the campfire until dawn. After waking up, the members of the adventure team came out of the tents one after another. Instructor Eleanor went to explore the surroundings of the pine forest as usual. Instructor Nora sat by the fire and drank a cup of hot fruit tea. Roy also took the opportunity to ask Instructor Nora, do you think it is possible that there is also a group of half-blood elves living in the jungle south of the Griffin Mountains? Before Instructor Nora could speak, Guide Marjorie, who was sitting quietly beside her, stood up and said excitedly, Absolutely impossible, I'm sure. Except for our adventure group, no elves have arrived here so far. Roy was a little unconvinced. He pointed to the ruins on the other side of the pine forest and asked, Then how do you explain the ruins here? These ruins were not left by the elves. There must be other races who lived here, and then left for some unknown reason. We are the first adventure group to reach the mountain pass, and I am also the first guide to successfully lead the adventure group to Pass Number 3. Guide Marjorie explained immediately. We will stay at Pass Number 3 for a whole day today. We need to explore around and then go to the south slope to see if there is a way down the mountain. Instructor Nora said to everyone. It is probably because they have confirmed that the giant spider's nest will not be dangerous. Instructor Nora allowed Roy, Sabrina, and Miss Christine to explore the spider's nest during the day. Exploring this rare monster nest can enrich the 3 students' experience of outdoor survival. This time, Instructor Gru took the initiative to ask to lead the team, and Instructor Nora readily agreed. Instructor Gru followed the direction indicated by Instructor Eleanor, and led the 3 students through the pine forest to a mountain wall that had become significantly steeper. This was the peak on the left side of pass number 3. The pine forest had not spread out, and the mountain wall outside the pass was still bare. At the end of the pine forest, a large area of snow-white spider webs could be clearly seen. The snow-white spider webs spread out for several hundred meters, and it looked like snow. As soon as the 4 of them entered the area covered with spider webs, they found various white bones scattered under the white spider webs on the ground. Wrapped in white spider webs, the pine trees here are almost all dead. The spider webs are not sticky at all, and are extremely tough. When you step on them, it feels like standing on a soft sofa, very soft and full of rebound, but a little unstable. The bones, spider webs, dead trees, and the sour smell everywhere make the spider nest a little gloomy and terrifying. Instructor Gru walked in front with a combat shortbow, but because of Instructor Eleanor's 2 reconnaissances, Instructor Gru knew that this nest was not dangerous. So he walked straight inside without stopping. The large amount of bones and spider webs made Sabrina and Miss Christine feel a little uncomfortable. They covered their mouths and noses as low as possible and followed the team. Roy could see that many of the bones in the spider's nest were griffin bones, and many dead trees were hung with white cocoons. Roy curiously asked Instructor Gru what the white cocoons hanging on the trees were. Instructor Gru didn't explain, but directly shot the white cocoon with an arrow. The sour and sticky juice inside flowed all over the ground. This sudden change scared the 2 ladies and made them retreat. Roy saw the skeleton of an argali from the fallen white cocoon. The argali was dissolved in the juice, and only some bones and fascia were left. These should be the food stored by the giant spider. Instructor Gru pinched his nose, walked closer to observe, and then said, everyone continued to walk along the white spider web. Sure enough, the cave was empty except for spider webs and bones. Obviously, this giant spider usually hides in the nest. The nest is not too deep, and it is full of spider webs. There is a pile of bones in the deep of the cave. It seems that this guy must have a big appetite. This is a 3rd-level magic beast black spider. It is almost extinct in the elf continent. I didn't expect to see their traces in the Partington Plain. They usually rely on their own strength to defeat most of the beasts in the jungle. If you see it in the wild, run as far as you can. It is a very aggressive magic beast. Instructor Gru introduced the 3 students. Miss Christine listened to Instructor Gru's story carefully. Roy and Sabrina squatted beside the pile of bones, constantly poking the bones with a branch, trying to find the magic core that fell inside. The 2 searched around the pile of bones, and actually found a few magic crystals. Gru squatted aside and turned over a few skulls full of fangs, whispering, this big guy really feeds on griffins. Instructor Nora, along with several other instructors, Guide Marjorie, and Magician Scarlet, explored the south slope for a day and came to the conclusion that there was no way down the south slope of pass number 3, unless one slid down the long rope. This news made Instructor Nora a little depressed. She was originally planning to come to Partington Plain for an adventure next time, and wanted to reach the southern jungle of Griffin Mountain Range from pass number 3, but now she couldn't find a passable road at all. It's good to be able to get here. We have achieved the mission goal, not bad. Instructor Nora said to everyone. The other members of the adventure team looked indifferent, and it didn't matter whether they could go to the southern jungle or not. At night, Roy asked Instructor Nora again to be on duty. Someone took the initiative to ask for duty, and Instructor Nora looked at Roy with great appreciation, and then readily agreed. As usual, Roy was called by Instructor Eleanor, who was yawning in the second half of the night, and then sat by the fire wrapped in a blanket. Sure enough, I didn't wait too long. Behind a pine tree, 2 half-blood elves poked their heads and looked over here. The deer head hats on their heads looked really funny. Roy walked to the side of the pine tree, handed out 2 cups of hot fruit tea to the half-blood elves hiding behind the pine tree, and said, why are you here again? It's too cold here, would you like 2 cups of hot tea? A half-blood elf took a cup of fruit tea and said to Roy, let's get some spider silk at night. This thing can be boiled into glue and used to make bows and arrows. Chapter 244. In the cold dark night, The cold wind blowing from the south gathered into a strong airflow at pass number 3, and when passing through the pine forest, it made a whirring sound. It was like a beast howling in the middle of the night. Roy was talking with 2 young half-blood elves under a pine tree. Can those spider silks be boiled into glue to glue the feathers and arrowheads on the arrows? This knowledge was beyond Roy's cognition, and he was a little surprised. Of course, and it's very strong. The sea in the south is occupied by the fishmen from the Sun Island. There is also a very ferocious sea beast in the sea. It's difficult for us to catch some fish and get some fish glue. In fact, it's not safe here either. It's over there. The half-blood elf, who liked to talk, pointed to the south. Although he couldn't see anything in the dark, Roy knew that there was a sea in the direction he pointed. Then he said to Roy, "There is a spider nest nearby. There lives a very ferocious black spider. You must be careful here. I don't know how many griffins that guy has eaten." Roy thought of the giant spider he had hunted yesterday, and quickly said to the half-blood elf, "Are you talking about that giant spider?" The half-blood elf brothers immediately realized that Roy and his friends had been here for 2 days. Normally, when the big guy knew there was prey nearby, he would never sleep in the nest honestly. "Yes, you have seen it? Why didn't it eat you?" the half-blood elf asked Roy. Roy smiled and pointed to the tent to the 2 young half-blood elves, and said proudly, "My teachers killed it, and the body is still there. There are rocks everywhere here, so there is no way to bury it. For the time being, we can only pile it under a big tree." Hearing what Roy said, the half-blood elf brothers looked at each other and opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. "Oh my God, you killed a black spider, that's amazing. I said the Silver Moon elves from the north are all very powerful. Do you want to live here? Then we have to be careful when we come here next time." The half-blood elf patted his chest and said, "We won't live here, we leave tomorrow. There's nothing here except the cold wind and pine trees," Roy said. The half-blood elf brothers breathed a sigh of relief, and the talkative half-blood elf said again, "Well, we don't know your name yet. Thank you for not telling our secret. My name is Kaka, and he is little Eugene." Roy put his hand on their outstretched hands and said happily, "My name is Roy, and I will definitely do what I promised you." After saying this, the 3 of them walked towards the remains of the giant spider. Instructor Eleanor collected all the valuable materials from the giant spider there, but failed to deal with the remaining things, so she could only let the remains pile up under the tree. When everyone was in the pine forest, they would deliberately avoid the area because the remaining stuff looked too disgusting. The 3 of them walked and talked, and Roy was mainly curious about how they climbed up. Because during the day, Instructor Nora had already explored clearly that there was no way down the mountain on the south side. "How did you get up? I mean, since you live at the foot of the mountain, the Griffin Mountains are so high, and there is no mountain road. How did you climb here?" The 2 half-blood elves looked puzzled, and Kaka asked Roy, "Why do you want to climb the mountain? We can fly up on a griffin." Roy was speechless. It turned out that they flew up on a griffin. When the 3 of them came to the remains of the giant spider and looked at the mess in the dark, Kaka shouted, "Oh my God, it's really dead. Let's see if the glue in its stomach can still be used." Although the half-blood elf named Little Eugene didn't talk much, he was very good at doing things. He walked up quickly, stepped on the mince meat on the ground, and stabbed a dagger into the abdomen in a thick layer of fat. A thick and sour transparent juice flowed out from it. After meeting the air, the juice turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little Eugene touched the juice with his hand and put it under his nose to smell it, then said to Kaka, "Fortunately, it's cold here, and the glue hasn't rotted." Roy felt like he was going to vomit the breadfruit he had eaten last night. Kaka and Little Eugene, the 2 half-blood elves, quickly took out a leather bag and let the transparent juice flow into the bag. They were busy collecting the juice and didn't forget to say to Roy, "Thank you for helping us solve this giant spider. Now we have one less big trouble." Watching the 2 of them collecting juice from the giant spider's abdomen, Roy took the opportunity to ask, "Are you elf trainers?" Kaka turned his head and smiled at Roy, saying, "Why, don't you look like it? I thought wearing a deer head hat would make your identity obvious." Roy also quickly revealed his identity, stood aside, covered his nose with his hand, and said, "I am a student of the Castleton City Elf Academy, and I came here to explore the unknown area of the Partington Plain." The 2 half-blood elves looked at each other again, and the half-blood elf Kaka said to Roy, "You want to explore the unknown area. You came from the north, so you have to explore the south. If you want to know anything, you can ask us, but you can't tell the Silver Moon elves about us. They have been hunting us everywhere." Eugene on the side pulled Kaka and whispered to him in a low voice, "Kaka, why are you telling him this? Have you forgotten? He is with those Silver Moon elves." But Roy is a half-elf, and he doesn't look bad. Didn't he keep it a secret for us? Although Eugene and Kaka were whispering, Roy heard it clearly. Roy was a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to continue the conversation. Then, Kaka smiled and said to Roy, "South of the Griffin Mountains is a large jungle. There are many high-level monsters living in the jungle. They divide the jungle into pieces of territory. Unless they try to expand, they will not easily leave the territory. We rarely enter that area. It is indeed very dangerous." He pointed to the jungle in front of him and continued, "Across this jungle, you can see a sea. In fact, there is only a bay over there. The sea outside is even more vast. Living in the bay are a group of Sun Island fishmen. They obtain the protection of the sea beast by offering tribute to it every day. These fishmen almost occupy the entire coastline of the bay. That sea beast can stir up huge waves 100 meters high and shoot ice arrows 1,000 meters high. We don't dare to get close to it. I heard from the elders that the sea is more dangerous than the jungle in the south. The black spider here is a very powerful third-level monster. If it hadn't often gone to the griffin's nest to steal the griffin, it wouldn't have made us so embarrassed. Now it's dead, it's great." It can be seen that Kaka is an optimist. Eugene on the side still poured cold water. "Kaka, don't be too happy too soon. Once this nest is vacant, other black spiders will move in." Kaka didn't care at all and said happily, "At least we can be quiet for a few months, right? That's already good." The two elves collected several leather bags of spider silk juice, and Kaka continued, "In the next few days, we can also collect dry spider webs next to the cave." Then, Kaka and Eugene generously took Roy to the place where they hid the griffins. It was at the edge of the pine forest. Two griffins with saddles tied on their backs lay obediently next to a big tree. Perhaps they smelled a strange smell. The two griffins seemed a little irritable and roared continuously. "Quiet! Are you going to wake up all the elves in the forest?" Kaka shouted. Two brown griffins that were larger than the silver Pegasus appeared in front of Roy. Roy was afraid of being bitten by them, so he did not approach them, and stood far away next to a big tree. "Roy, you can touch them, they are usually very docile." Kaka stood next to a griffin and said to Roy. In Roy's impression, the lion has always been the king of beasts. The one in front of him still has wings. Although it has been tamed, Roy is still very nervous when he looks at their ferocious faces. "I just stand here and watch." Roy forced a smile. Kaka and Eugene collected the juice and hung it under the saddles of the two griffins, then threw a few half-dried spider legs in front of them. The two griffins first sniffed it tentatively, then opened their mouths wide and kept swallowing the spider meat. Their two front paws crawled on the rocks, and their heads covered with manes kept tearing and shaking, and they swallowed the spider meat that Kaka brought back into their stomachs in a few bites. Kaka explained to Roy, "Letting them eat some fresh meat of monsters frequently can make them stronger. It's getting late, we have to go home, you really don't want to come and touch it." Kaka rode on the back of the griffin and asked Roy. Roy shook his head repeatedly. "Well, Roy, thank you for your black spider, it's nice to meet you. Can we meet again in the future?" Kaka asked Roy while riding on the back of the griffin. Little Eugene had already rushed out of the pine forest on the griffin. The moment the griffin spread its wings, its four claws suddenly jumped high, its heavy body soared into the air, and it flapped its wings violently a few times, and rushed into the vast night. Roy waved to Kaka and said with a smile, "Of course, maybe next year, maybe the year after, I will come here to explore again. At that time, I must take you to fly around, and it would be best if I can also see the Sun Island fishmen on the other side of the bay." Chapter 245. Walking back to the camp, Roy found Instructor Gru sitting in front of the campfire. Probably because he heard footsteps, Instructor Gru turned his head and asked Roy with a smile, "Are your two friends gone?" At night, the cold wind made the campfire pop. The flames were also shaking constantly, as if they could go out at any time, and the charcoal in the fire gave off a soft orange light. Instructor Gru's words startled Roy. They had agreed to keep it a secret for them, but they didn't expect that the secret would be revealed at night. "Instructor Gru, you know them?" Instructor Gru scratched his ears with his fingers and said speechlessly, "You were talking so loudly outside the tent, and you even invited them to drink fruit tea. I wasn't asleep, so what's so strange about hearing your conversation?" Roy sat in front of Instructor Gru with some embarrassment. "Sitting here, even if you are covered with a blanket, it won't take long for your body to be frozen by the cold wind. Facing the campfire, you will feel warm, but your back will be cold." Roy whispered to Instructor Gru. They are both half-blood elf trainers. I promised them that I would not tell their secrets to anyone. Seeing Roy begging, Instructor Gru was not going to make things difficult for him. He smiled and said to Roy, "Okay, I keep this secret for you." He was used to being serious all the time, so he didn't look that good when he smiled. Roy glanced at the tent again with a guilty conscience, and asked Instructor Gru casually, "Instructor Gru, do you know why the Silver Moon Elves hate trainers?" Instructor Gru's face returned to its original state. He threw a piece of pine wood into the fire and corrected Roy. "First of all, not all Silver Moon Elves hate elf trainers. At least I don't hate them." The firewood hit the bonfire, and the sparks were blown by the wind and disappeared in the wind in an instant. Roy was still recalling the two griffins. The griffins, which looked about the same size as a bison, were actually docilely put on the saddle. In fact, Roy had also seen Silver Pegasus with wings on the Silver Moon Elves, but because they were horses, even if they had angel-like white wings, he would not be too surprised. But the griffin is different. It is a complete lion, except for its wings and tail. Now it has become a mount, and it can fly. At this time, Roy heard Instructor Gru say, "Speaking of which, the profession of animal trainer was learned by a bard from the lizard men in the northern wild swamp of the kingdom of Isha when he was traveling around Roland continent. The lizard men can tame the monsters in the swamp for their use. The bard thought that the elves could also tame monsters instead of killing too much when expanding their territory, so he spent several years to become an animal trainer and brought his skills back to the elf continent. However, things are not as simple as he thought. On the elf continent, the Silver Moon Elves have the ability to communicate with each other. The purest hearts can be favored by unicorns and become the most powerful Unicorn Legion Knights. The less pure hearts can also be recognized by the Silver Pegasus and become Silver Pegasus Warriors. This is the most powerful legion in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and the pride of the Silver Moon Elves. So many Silver Moon Elves reject tamers, believing that tamers do not belong to the elven heritage, but a means for the barbaric race to enslave monsters. The Silver Moon Elves do not accept the profession of tamers, but the existence of tamers is well spread among the mixed blood elves, which poses some threats to the Silver Pegasus Legion. Since then, the half-blood elves were exiled to various planes, and later the animal trainers were excluded and suppressed by various forces until they disappeared safely from everyone's sight. To this day, there are still two schools of thought in the Elf Academy arguing about this. No wonder these animal trainers live in some remote corners and lead a life like a paradise. It turns out that they are excluded by the mainstream society of the Elf continent, and even discriminated against and oppressed by many Silver Moon Elves. They have a hard time living on the Elf continent. After coming to the Partington Plain, there may be an unbearable experience. Now, they are hiding on the south side of the Barrier Mountains. It can be seen that these two young half-blood elves have a lot of opinions about the Silver Moon Elves and are very wary. As the two talked, the sky was about to dawn. Instructor Nora came out of the tent, yawning, and put on the leather armor. Seeing that Gru and Roy were still awake, he said to them, "Why didn't you two sleep? Take advantage of the fact that you can still make up for it now. I plan to leave the pine forest before noon, pass the South Wind Trail, and reach the last camping point to rest." Instructor Nora turned around and said to the guide Marjorie, who had just climbed out of the tent, "Okay, then I sleep for a while." Instructor Gru turned around and crawled into the tent. Roy also ran back to his tent. Although he was not too sleepy, thinking that he had to cross the South Wind Trail at noon, Roy decided to rest for a while. When Roy climbed out of the tent, there were only his tent and Instructor Gru's tent left in the camp. Fortunately, he didn't have much luggage. With the help of Sabrina, he quickly dismantled the tent and put it in his magic waste bag. He also ate some elf cookies and drank a cup of hot water. Then he set off with the adventure group and returned to the fortress village. This time, it was much easier to walk through the South Wind Trail. Because of the experience of dealing with ghost-faced bats and sufficient preparations, and walking with the back wind, he was blown forward all the way. Instructor Nora decided to leave a safety rope on the South Wind Trail, so the last member did not need to pull out the iron rod, and walk much faster on the South Wind Trail. For some reason, the ghost-faced bats did not fly out this time. In the canyon, there was no other danger except the strong wind that could blow people away. The adventure team walked out of the South Wind Trail smoothly. After avoiding the wind outlet, the cold wind suddenly disappeared. Roy couldn't help but look back at the South Wind Trail. The mountain on the left side of the canyon seemed to tremble twice, and then countless ghost-faced bats flew in the wind. However, no matter how these ghost-faced bats flew, they had nothing to do with the adventure team. Entering this rugged cliff road again, Roy suddenly felt a headache. Standing on the stone road on the edge of the cliff, it was very difficult to even turn around. One hand had to hold the rope all the time, and the other had to be on guard against the griffin circling in the sky. Roy now understood that the griffins would not rush into the south wind trail easily, because the strong wind in the canyon would blow them away. The griffins would also not enter the pine forest at pass number 3, because there was a black spider lurking there. But the mountain road on this side of the cliff is different. Once discovered by the griffins, it will be very troublesome. So everyone still wore the camouflage cloaks that the guide Marjorie distributed to everyone, and then walked carefully on the cliff. There was only one resting place on each section of the road, so once they arrived at the resting area, even if it was not dark yet, everyone would camp and rest. On the way back to the fortress village, the adventure team members were in high spirits. After all, the adventure team successfully reached the number 3 pass. Although they failed to cross the Griffin Fortress Mountains, they still saw the scenery on the other side of the mountain. There were no rolling hills on the other side of the mountain, but still a jungle, and in the distance there was a blue sea. With this rich experience, it was enough to add a beautiful line of text to each member's resume. The return journey also took nearly a week. When everyone walked out of the steep cliff and stepped on the gravel that could slide down at any time, all the members cheered. Then, they had to rely on ropes to slide down from the cliff of more than 40 meters high, walk on the hillside covered with weeds and bushes for most of the day, and get into the sparse woodland, which was completely out of the sight of the griffins. Those griffin leathers are not worth anything in the market. Instructor Nora doesn't want to provoke them unless necessary. Nora, we can go back this way and look for glass beasts. Maybe if we are lucky, we can meet one. Wizard Scarlet walked in the team and kept telling Instructor Nora the benefits of hunting glass beasts. Got it. When we return to the fortress village, I will study how to get back to Padstow City. If we can enter the territory of glass beasts along the way, we will try it. Instructor Nora agreed to Scarlet's request. When they came here, the adventure team gave up many hunting plans because they had to protect the half-elves hunters who migrated south. When they go back, they naturally have to revisit the places they missed. In fact, Roy was a little disappointed. He couldn't find the Flower of Light along the way, and he didn't know if he had visited the source of the river below the Rampart Village. Guide Marjorie led the adventure team to the top of the mountain on the south side of the Rampart Village. At their feet was the Rampart Village hidden in the jungle. However, there seemed to be something special in the barrier village at this time. Black smoke rushed up from the village to the sky, as if something was burning. There were also many griffins hovering in the sky. I saw a lot of tree houses on fire. Let's go back quickly, maybe we can still help. Instructor Eleanor jumped down from a big tree and shouted to Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora quickly asked Guide Marjorie to lead the way, and everyone hurriedly ran towards the barrier village. When they ran to the edge of the village, they found that a Silver Moon Elf army surrounded the fortress village. These elven warriors blocked hundreds of half-blood elven hunters, and drove them to the village square. Many trees in the village were on fire, and some were even completely turned into ashes. Many half-blood elf hunters were injured. They could not resist the impact of the elven warriors at all, and were forced to gather towards the square. The village was filled with cries. Chapter 246. Thick smoke was coming out of some of the tree houses in the village. Fortunately, the fire did not spread. It was impossible to put out the fire. The whole tree was on fire. We could only be careful not to let the fire spread to other tree houses. The small market in the village was in a mess, with worthless goods scattered everywhere. Some old leather that was originally spread on the stalls was also trampled and tattered, and was full of mud and water. Most of the villagers in the fortress village were gathered in the small market. The half-elf villagers gathered together, separated from the merchants and adventurers in the village. A group of fully armed Silver Moon Elf warriors surrounded the villagers of the fortress village. Merchants and adventurers could only stand by and watch. Anger appeared on everyone's faces, but no elf dared to stand up and fight. Teams of elf warriors wearing silver armor, with standard elf swords hanging on their waists, all formed a wall. Some half-blood elf villagers who tried to fight were beaten and bleeding, and it was obvious that the burning tree house was also related to this. In front of the sharp elf sword, all resistance was suppressed. Even some women and children could be heard crying and yells. Instructor Nora led the adventure group to the outskirts of the fortress village. Seeing this scene in the small market, her face was gloomy. She held the hilt of the sword with one hand, stared at the leader of the elf warriors from a distance, and strode over. What's the difference between this and robbery? What is this? What about the oath you made when you became an elf warrior? This is to treat the weak kindly. This is to fight for an unarmed person. This is not to hurt women and children. Instructor Nora's eyes were full of anger. She wanted to stop the atrocities of the Silver Moon Elf warriors, but was pulled back by the old elf from the Adventurers Guild. The old elf held Instructor Nora's arm tightly, stared at Instructor Nora with his cloudy eyes, and said to her, "If we show up at this time, it will only make things worse. We can stop them this time, but more elf warriors will come next time. What can you do? Can you stay here for a lifetime? If you leave, what will happen to the residents here? They will face more brutal repression, and it will not just be burning 1 or 2 tree houses. This competition is not on the same level at all." After saying this, Instructor Nora finally realized that she was impulsive. "We have to do something," Nora said with hatred. Although such things have not happened in the elf continent now, such things have long been common in other Lord Plains, and it is not surprising. Because they are the weaker party, they were beaten, but in the end, they had to pay compensation and apologize. A merchant in the crowd whispered, lowering his head, not wanting other elves to notice him. The old elf fell silent for a long time before saying, "If you want to help the villagers of the fortress village, then buy the jungle here from Alvis. As long as you have the territory certificate, you can decide whether to set up boundary markers. As for causing trouble for these elf warriors, I think it's better to forget it." "How is this possible?" Instructor Nora's forehead veins were exposed. The old elf glanced at Instructor Nora. "So what do you think you can do?" "But this is unfair to them." Instructor Nora looked at the villagers of the fortress village in the small market and said, "Unfair? Do you think it's over just like this?" The old elf grinned bitterly. The elf warriors had gathered all the half-blood elves in the small square. They formed a human wall around nearly 1,000 half-blood elves. There was also a row of archers holding longbows on the outermost edge, but they did not put the arrows on the bow arms. An elven officer, wearing exquisite silver armor, stood on a tall tree stump. He wore a pair of white silk gloves, and his handsome face was slightly arrogant. He slightly raised his white chin, which made people feel that his neck was relatively long. A white cloak hung behind the armor, and one hand was on the hilt of the sword. He paced back and forth on the tree stump. After walking a few times, the invisible pressure on his body made the small market quiet. The elven officer heard that there was almost no talking below, so he stood on the tree stump with his legs apart and took out a parchment scroll from his arms. However, he did not unfold the parchment roll. Instead, he looked at the half-blood elf villagers in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I am standing here today because I received the accusation from Lord Alvis. I heard that the villagers of the barrier village interfered with and destroyed the boundary markers set up at the border of the territory without any legitimate reason. And the elf warriors under my command were also beaten by the villagers of the barrier village for no reason. I came here this time to punish the villagers who beat the elf warriors for no reason, but you told me that they have left the barrier village. Since they no longer live in the village, their tree houses have no need to exist. Burning them down can also bring more sunlight to the open space in the forest. Isn't this better? In addition, I heard that you don't quite understand the territorial division decided by the Padstow Elf Elders Council. Therefore, I came here this time to read to everyone present. The southernmost boundary of the territory used by Lord Alvis is located on the north bank of the valley of the fortress village. From this boundary, northward to the outskirts of Padstow, this jungle now belongs to Lord Alvis's territory. No elves are allowed to destroy or move the boundary markers without authorization. If anyone dares to violate this, I don't mind arresting him and putting him in the prison on the island of Parim. But you?" The elf officer ignored the villagers' questions. Instead, a silver moon elf dressed in noble attire walked up to the wooden stakes and explained to everyone with a smile, "Lord Alvis has also considered these issues. The Lord cares deeply about every elf in the fortress village. In order for you to eat sweet breadfruit, drink honey lemon fruit tea, and live in a comfortable and spacious treehouse every day, the Lord will select 200 farmers from the fortress village. You don't need to face jungle monsters every day, nor do you need to go all over the mountains to collect magic herbs. You just need to open up an apple orchard for Lord Alvis. The recruitment conditions are as follows." The words of the Silver Moon Elf nobleman really made many half-blood elves excited. Then everyone realized that if a village with more than 1,000 half-blood elves only recruited 200 orchard farmers, would the other half-blood elves still have difficulty making a living? So some elves rushed to sign up, and some half-blood elves raised doubts. Don't worry, Lord Alvis is still planning to recruit 200. The Silver Moon Elf nobleman slowly spoke out the next recruitment information. At the small market in the barrier village, the villagers quickly snapped up the 200 orchard farmers' recruitment quotas due to the efforts of the elf nobles in lobbying. Roy could see that the elf nobles had occupied a large area of land in the jungle, and had also formulated a method to resettle the villagers. But they also wanted the villagers to stop hunting and collecting magical herbs, so that they could work in the newly opened orchards with peace of mind. The fire in the village was also extinguished, and the half-blood elf villagers who were summoned left the small market. The once noisy barrier village returned to its former tranquility. The villagers were no longer talking about how many magical herbs they had collected or who had hunted a wind fox in the forest. Instead, they were talking about what kind of work they had gotten on Lord Aldous' farm. A group of merchants appeared in the small market, and they began to set up stalls quietly. After all, life had to go on. Although some unlucky guys had suffered some losses, they couldn't just stop living without suffering losses. Instructor Nora returned to the barrier village in frustration, and a group of adventure team members also seemed a little bored. They had originally planned to go to the small market, but now they gave up the plan. Instructor Nora did not go to the Adventurers Guild Service Center in the Fortress Village to make a note of the information. Although every word the old elf said made sense, she didn't know why, but she always felt a sense of powerlessness that she wanted to resist but couldn't do anything about it. The inn in the village was not affected. Everyone returned to the inn and hid in their rooms, refusing to come out again. The horses that Instructor Nora fostered in this inn were well fed. Roy also got the pot of dying light flower, but unfortunately the state of this flower was not good, and all the leaves had withered, but during this period, the ears of wheat on the flower stems were full of holy light particles. The moment Roy hugged the flower pot, he felt the holy light sapling in his body quickly absorb the holy light particles. The holy light particles hanging on the flower of light were particularly easy to absorb. Unfortunately, Roy only had one plant, and it was about to die. Thinking of this, Roy could only sigh silently. Roy picked up the flower pot from the hotel counter. The owner of the hotel kept explaining to Roy that they had been taking good care of it, but no matter how they treated the flower of light, it didn't get any better. Roy just responded with a smile. When going upstairs, Scarlet Magician, who was lying on the wicker chair on the terrace and watching the sunset, glanced at the flower pot in Roy's arms and said to him, "Roy, your flower pot will not live long. Why are you still holding it?" Roy raised the flower of light in his arms and said awkwardly, "Maybe it will get better. I plan to take it to Padstow to find a magical plant cultivator to see if it can be rescued." Scarlet Magician waved her hand casually and said to Roy, "Okay, whatever you want." When the adventure group left the Fortress Village, they did not register their information with the Adventurers Guild in the Fortress Village. Roy felt that Instructor Nora did not want to see the old elf again. She wanted to return to Padstow City as soon as possible, but she was unwilling to pass through Lord Aldous' territory, because Instructor Nora refused to pay taxes to Lord Aldous. In this way, the adventure group could only detour from the edge of the territory. Chapter 247. In order to avoid passing through Lord Aldous' territory, Instructor Nora chose a circuitous and difficult route to return to Padstow. Guide Marjorie saw the direction of travel drawn by Instructor Nora on the map, and his face was almost wrinkled, like a crumpled draft paper. "If we go this way, not only will we have to walk twice as far as the original route, but it will also be very risky. Even if there is no caravan and half-blood elves to drag us down, we will probably need at least 3 weeks to return to Padstow at full speed on horseback. This road, we will go west along the Griffin Mountains until we reach the edge of the Blackwater Swamp, then turn north. Although we will not enter the Blackwater Swamp, even at the edge of the Blackwater Swamp, there are countless poisonous insects and high-level monsters. There are many adventure groups in Padstow who want to dig a piece of cake in the Blackwater Swamp, but unfortunately more than 90% of them have returned in failure, so the Blackwater Swamp is also called the Death Swamp by the elves in Padstow. "Nora, are you really going to take the 3 students this way?" Guide Marjorie said to Instructor Nora. According to his original intention, he wanted to pay a tax and directly pass through Lord Aldous' territory and return to Padstow. This road is safer and easier to walk. Seeing that Instructor Nora was not moved at all, Guide Marjorie said to her again, "Otherwise, we go east. Although the distance is a little longer, the road will not be so dangerous." Instructor Nora still shook her head and said, "If we go that way, the distance we need to walk will be more than 3 times the distance we are walking now. It is too far. We have to return to Castletown before school starts. And who can guarantee that the natives who were driven to the deep of Padstow Plateau by us will not move around on the edge of the plateau? Meeting those natives with only one mind is more troublesome than meeting any monsters, and they are also a group of poor ghosts. I am more familiar with the situation in the swamp area, and I also agree to go through the Blackwater Swamp." Instructor Eleanor took the initiative to say. Seeing that the other instructors in the adventure group had no doubts, Guide Marjorie had to compromise. "Well, since you insist on going through the edge of the Blackwater Swamp, let's give it a try." Guide Marjorie gritted his teeth and said. He was actually very afraid of going through the Blackwater Swamp, and he didn't even want to recall that nightmare-like road. But now that the employer insisted on going through the edge of the Blackwater swamp, Guide Marjorie had to bite the bullet and agree. But that face was full of worry. In this way, the adventure team stayed in the fortress village for only one night, and then, under the guidance of the guide Majiri, they walked westward along the boundary marker at the edge of the valley. In order not to enter the territory of Lord Alvis, Instructor Nora asked the adventure team to almost stick to the boundary marker and walk westward all the way. This time the adventure team did not travel with the caravan, and all members rode horses, so they walked a long way along the boundary marker every day before camping and resting. Along the way, the adventure team never left the shadow of the barrier mountains. On the 5th day after leaving the barrier village, the adventure team was attacked by griffins again, and the 2 attacks happened almost on the same day. In these 2 hunting griffins, instructors Nora, Eleanor and Virgil showed almost perfect coordination. The 3 instructors restrained the griffins in the front, while Instructor Gru, Scarlet, and Miss Christine opened fire in the back, leaving 2 adult male griffins with ease. Unfortunately, the fur of this thing is too cheap, so everyone lost interest in hunting. The adventure team always walked in the shadow of the Griffin Barrier Mountains until the jungle in front suddenly became less dense. There were lush water plants in the large jungle, countless puddles in large circles, and patches of bushes. The mud between the weeds was dark black, and the guide Majori pulled the reins again and asked everyone to stop. Seeing the vast space outside the jungle, countless puddles, weeds, mud, and bushes formed an endless swamp, and occasionally a fewish trees could be seen. There is no dry soil here, only dark mud. It is difficult to pull out the boots once you step into them, and the black mud also emits a strange odor, mixed with some fishy smell. Every step forward, you will feel that maybe this step will leave the boots in the footprints. Instructor Nora jumped off the horse and walked forward 2 steps alone. She stepped forward and stepped into the mud at once, and her entire thigh was immersed in it. Even though Instructor Nora stretched out her hands nimbly, she almost got deeply stuck in it. But this swamp was so quiet that even birds didn't fly over it. This is the edge of the Blackwater swamp, Guide Marjorie reminded him. Roy followed behind, and when he jumped off his horse, his shoes stepped on the weeds. Although there was no water here, if you step on the grass with your feet, a pool of water will accumulate in the footprints in a few seconds. Instructor Eleanor conducted a reconnaissance in this complex environment, and then told everyone happily that the boundary monument buried by Lord Alvis could no longer be found nearby. There is no doubt that they have unknowingly walked out of Lord Alvis's territory. Instructor Nora seemed very excited, but she did not enter the Blackwater swamp from here. Instructor Nora asked Guide Marjorie to lead the adventure group back until they found the boundary marker on the west side of the jungle, and then continued north along the route of the boundary marker. The adventure group retreated again until they could hardly see the stinking pool in the swamp in front of them, only wasteland, and a small patch of trees connected to a small patch, and then they found a boundary marker in an obscure place. This is where the jungle meets the Blackwater swamp. Under the weeds is some rotten and soft mud. Only where there are trees can you find solid ground, but these places are often where small animals and poisonous insects gather. Roy found that the elf warriors, who buried the boundary markers, did not bury them in the swamp for safety. At least the place where the boundary markers were buried was within the range of the jungle. 9 horses lined up in a row, led by Instructor Eleanor, and walked carefully into the desolate woodland. Seeing that the adventure group did not really enter the Blackwater swamp, Guide Marjorie secretly wiped the sweat off his face. He breathed a sigh of relief. This road was at least better than he thought. In the next section of the road, we will encounter many primary magic beasts, but I believe that everyone will look at the problem rationally, and not blindly chase the primary magic beasts that escaped to the Blackwater swamp, Guide Marjorie said to the instructors and the adventure group with a serious face. The instructors lowered their heads, frowned, and looked at the pair of shoes on their feet that had become wet. When everyone lifted their feet, they would find several leeches on the surface of one boot. Guide Marjorie led the horse and walked at the front of the team. After getting away from the Griffin Barrier Mountains, they finally walked out of the territory occupied by the griffins. There are many magical beast resources on the edge of the Blackwater swamp. Wind foxes and magic antelopes can be seen almost everywhere, and from time to time, you can see some dire wolves following the one-horned bison. This place is a jungle, and it is close to the Blackwater swamp, so there are a lot of primary magical beasts living here. Elves never set foot in the Blackwater swamp, but the magic herbs here are everywhere. Digging some magic herbs is as easy as digging wild vegetables. Of course, high-level magic herbs such as sun grass and blind grass are still very rare. The adventure team hunted many primary magic beasts along the way, including the cunning wind fox and the lightning-fast magic antelope. If it weren't for Instructor Nora urging everyone to hurry up every day, the adventure team might have gained more. Chapter 248. At the edge of the Blackwater Swamp, the adventure team hunted 3 dire wolves in the jungle ahead. The adventure team dragged the 3 dire wolves to a puddle, where Instructor Eleanor skinned the 3 dire wolves, cut off the wolf heads, and put them in a box. These magic beast materials can be exchanged for magic crystals as long as they are brought back to Castleton City. Roy dug up the sticky black mud, which seemed to be full of oil and reflected light in the sun. He and the instructors buried the 3 dire wolf bones under the tree. This trip to the Blackwater Swamp brought the adventure team many unexpected gains, and every member seemed excited. Only the guide Marjorie was staring at the surroundings nervously. He was very careful all the way. He told the members of the adventure team countless times every day not to step into the Blackwater Swamp. He kept saying it tirelessly, and everyone was getting a little impatient. The instructors were a little confused. It was obviously a good hunting place. Why was Marjorie so scared? Everyone followed the instructions of the guide Marjorie and walked in the jungle on the edge of the swamp. There were fewer weeds in the forest, and it could also block the scorching sun above, so everyone followed the path pointed out by Marjorie and headed north. In the evening, everyone sat around the campfire. Instructor Virgil stroked a piece of wind fox fur with both hands and said proudly to Sabrina, "Gloves made of wind fox fur are not only the first choice for archers, but also suitable for swordsmen. Now we have hunted enough wind foxes to make a pair of gloves for everyone." Sabrina smiled sweetly, but her eyes fell on Roy's thick leather gloves. She dealt with Instructor Virgil absent-mindedly. Instructor Virgil was very handsome and very popular among the female elf students in the academy. He was usually polite, and his swordsmanship was outstanding. Except that he always had different female companions around him, there was nothing to complain about in other aspects. As the sun set, outside the pine forest was a lake formed by a wetland. The shore was covered with reeds, and occasionally some wild ducks could be seen swimming in the water. This was the first time that everyone saw a living creature in the Blackwater Swamp. The members of the adventure team relaxed all of a sudden, and they felt that the Blackwater Swamp in front of them was not as scary as Guide Marjorie said. The iron pot hanging on the shelf kept gurgling. Miss Christine squatted aside, added some lemons to the pot, added a few spoons of honey and a little salt, and boiled a pot of fragrant lemon tea. She had never done this before at home. As a pampered noble lady, she talked about poetry and music every day, and occasionally showed off her archery talent at the shooting range. Now Miss Christine has learned a lot of wilderness survival skills. Every day is full of challenges and novelties for her. Thinking of what her father said to her when she left home, Miss Christine smiled faintly. She scooped the brewed lemon tea from the iron pot and distributed it to everyone. Instructor Nora took a sip of the teacup and suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of the swamp. Everyone also looked in the direction of the swamp, but they didn't expect that the campfire attracted a dire wolf, which was lying on the edge of the woods. Under the night, the dire wolf's eyes flashed with a faint green light, and it would growl at everyone from time to time. Instructor Eleanor stood up suddenly, sorted out her leather armor and weapons, and said to everyone, "I will go and drive that dire wolf away." Then she rushed towards the dire wolf. Recently, the instructors have hunted several dire wolves in succession. Instructor Eleanor has become familiar with the dire wolf's attack routines and dared to face an adult dire wolf alone. Instructor Gru was a little worried, so he followed Instructor Eleanor to the dire wolf that was spying on the campfire at the edge of the forest. Probably because it saw 2 instructors running out of the camp. The dire wolf turned around and ran into the jungle. In front of them was a square boundary marker of Lord Alvis's private territory. Instructor Eleanor came to the boundary marker, stepped on it with one foot, watched the dire wolf slip into the opposite forest, turned around and said to Instructor Gru with a smile, "Our prey ran into Lord Alvis's territory. Now we go in and drive it out. It shouldn't violate the rules set by this lord." "I don't think so," Instructor Gru echoed. Then the 2 of them stepped on the boundary marker and walked side by side into the dark jungle in front. Instructor Eleanor was a ranger with superb jungle tracking skills. It was precisely because of this confidence that she dared to chase a dire wolf at night and break into a dark jungle. However, this time Instructor Eleanor walked a long way into the forest and could not find the dire wolf. The whole jungle also had an indescribable weirdness, and there was no sound around. Normally, once night falls, many nocturnal animals in the forest will come out of their caves, and there will be rustling sounds in the forest, and occasionally carnivores will hunt small animals in the forest, but now, this forest is dead silent. Instructor Eleanor has a bad premonition. She stopped and planned to leave the jungle at the same time as Instructor Gru. At this time, a scream of a dire wolf suddenly came from the depths of the dense forest, and the sound stopped almost immediately after it sounded. Instructor Eleanor gestured to Instructor Gru to stay behind, and she hid in the shadows and slowly disappeared. Then, Instructor Eleanor, who had hidden her body, moved towards the dense forest in front. The forest was a little damp, and the leaf rot underfoot would seep out water. In the dark forest, although Instructor Eleanor's figure could not be seen, the line of footprints was clearly revealed. Instructor Gru hid behind, and did not dare to get too close. He did not have the ability to hide his whereabouts like Instructor Eleanor. Instructor Eleanor walked forward a few dozen meters, and found that the clearing in the forest in front was full of blood. When he approached, he found a pool of blood on the ground. The wolf had disappeared long ago, and the blood stopped here. In addition to the smell of blood in the air, there was also a faint mist. The mist? Instructor Eleanor took a step forward and finally reacted. She quickly covered her mouth and nose and ran back with all her strength. She didn't even see the huge black head hidden above her head, so she turned and left. She pulled Instructor Gru out of the jungle, and without waiting for Instructor Gru to ask, she quickly said, "Don't breathe, there is poisonous gas inside." She ran forward for dozens of steps, but her body seemed to be gradually out of her control. Her hands and feet did not listen to her, and then she stumbled and fell on the grass in the forest. Instructor Gru was shocked. He never thought that Instructor Eleanor would lie down like this. Instructor Gru stopped and found that Instructor Eleanor had fallen into a coma. He dared not breathe, bent down and picked up Instructor Eleanor, carried her on his shoulders, and ran desperately towards the outside of the forest. At the moment of turning his head, with the corner of his eye, Instructor Gru saw a dark giant python behind him. It was actually following behind. Seeing Instructor Gru looking back, he immediately raised his head. It was really too tall. Its body, as thick as a bucket, was much taller than an adult. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A pair of dark green eyes exuded a cold light. It swung its body back and forth close to the ground and moved forward quickly. There was a very obvious bulge on its abdomen. I'm afraid that the dire wolf was already lying in the belly of this giant python. Miss Christine sat by the campfire and replaced a new bowstring for her combat shortbow. Instructor Virgil came over, and the two chatted happily. Sabrina took the opportunity to get close to Roy. At this moment, Roy was sitting next to Guide Marjorie and asked him, "Guide Marjorie, please tell us about the most powerful monsters in the Blackwater Swamp." Guide Marjorie immediately said, "In the Blackwater Swamp, the most terrifying existence should be the Blackwater killer bee. Ordinary elves will be in danger of death if they are stung by these killer bees. This killer bee is a social monster. They share a huge hive, which is usually built in a dry cave in the swamp. This hive is very special. It is not only waterproof, but also very strong. The underground cave is well connected and divided into delivery rooms, hatching rooms, rest areas, granaries, etc. There was an adventure group of more than 50 adventurers who entered the Blackwater Swamp to hunt killer bees. They found a killer bee nest, and only 4 elves escaped from the cave. In addition, there is a very unique towering tree deep in the swamp. This tree can grow to be almost 70 or 80 meters high. The bare trunk has almost no branches, and only some leaves grow on the top of the tree. A kind of magical beast called dragonflies lives on this towering tree. Their heads are blood red, and their transparent wings are sharper than ordinary swords. Elves bitten by dragonflies can hardly escape the fate of having their blood sucked dry. However, as long as you do not set foot in the depths of the swamp, you will not encounter those dragonflies. There is also a kind of monster called the poisonous horned black anaconda. Not only are their teeth extremely poisonous, but they can also spit out poisonous mist. A poisonous horned black anaconda may be dozens of meters long. They often hunt monsters such as griffins and dire wolves on the edge of the Blackwater Swamp. Guide Marjorie hadn't finished his introduction when he heard hurried footsteps in the distance. Instructor Gru's voice came from there. "Come and help." Roy stood up quickly. He saw him running back with Instructor Eleanor on his back, and everyone gathered around him. Instructor Gru put the unconscious Instructor Eleanor on the grass. In the light of the campfire, Roy saw that Instructor Eleanor's face was black, and she was obviously poisoned. Chapter 249. Instructor Nora half knelt in front of Instructor Eleanor, stretched out her hand to flip her eyelids, and asked Instructor Gru, "What happened?" Just now, the two instructors were just driving away a dire wolf. No one expected that Instructor Eleanor was actually carried back by Instructor Gru. "We met a giant python, and Eleanor inhaled some poisonous mist, and became like this." Instructor Gru also became at a loss. He had already poured the emergency antidote into Instructor Eleanor's mouth, but Instructor Eleanor still fell into a coma. Instructor Nora asked, "Have you taken the antidote?" "I did, but it didn't work." Guide Marjorie ran over in a panic, his legs trembling, and said to the adventure group, "You must have encountered a poisonous horned anaconda. We have to leave here quickly. It won't be long before it follows the scent of you too. It's already here." The sound of dry grass breaking came from a distance, and Instructor Nora stood up. She carried Instructor Eleanor on her back and shouted to Scarlet, who was taking a magic scroll from her magic waist bag. "Scarlet, you find a way to stop this big snake. We will withdraw first." Instructor Nora didn't want to fight this battle. She wanted to detoxify Instructor Eleanor first. Instructor Scarlet didn't say anything. She just tore open a scroll. With a short spell, with Scarlet's feet as the center, spiderweb-like ice lines spread outward. Frost quickly condensed on the ice lines, and the ground was covered with sharp ice spikes. At this time, the poisonous black anaconda had appeared in everyone's sight. A dark, scaly barrel-shaped body pressed against the forest floor covered with ice spikes, and a huge snake head poked out from the darkness. The entire head was covered with dark, shiny scales, and the pair of dark green vertical pupils exuded a hint of coldness. The top of the snake's head actually grew black poisonous horns over a foot long. Guide Marjorie sat on the ground in fear. Scarlet the magician decisively tore open 2 magic scrolls, and right in front of the poisonous horned black anaconda, 2 huge ice walls fell down. The poisonous horned anaconda hissed, and smashed the ice wall on the left side with its head, and its huge body rolled over the broken ice. Instructor Nora didn't need to remind them at all. Instructor Gru and Miss Christine held their combat short bows, and pulled the bowstrings almost at the same time, shooting 3 consecutive arrows in the same action. The arrows were wrapped in the power of the wind element, and their flight trajectories could not be seen in the night. Several arrows hit the poisonous horned anaconda accurately. The poisonous horned anaconda didn't even dodge. 6 arrows shot at the poisonous horned anaconda's body, and then slid away along the smooth scales, and they couldn't penetrate the hard scales of the poisonous horned anaconda. The poisonous horned black anaconda felt threatened and quickly rushed towards the adventure group camp, but was stopped by an ice wall. It broke through the ice wall without hesitation. As soon as it rushed out, its head was hit by an ice spear. The ice spear exploded on the top of the poisonous horned black anaconda's head, and countless ice chips formed a vortex, wrapping the poisonous horned black anaconda with a thick layer of frost. The poisonous horned black anaconda opened its mouth and was filled with frost. The poisonous mist sprayed out disappeared instantly under the explosion of the ice spear. It swam very fast and rushed towards the camp. Instructor Nora asked the members of the adventure group to disperse quickly and retreat into the jungle. The poisonous horned anaconda stared at Instructor Nora and chased her closely. Its crawling speed was much faster than the speed of everyone's escape. After swinging its body several times, the distance between the poisonous horned anaconda and Instructor Nora was shortened a lot. Instructor Nora carried Instructor Eleanor on her back and could not hide in the woods, so she was always stared at by the poisonous horned anaconda. However, Scarlet Magician always followed Instructor Nora not far away, and threw the magic scroll in her hand desperately, as if she didn't care about the money. The poisonous horned anaconda broke through 2 ice walls in succession. The temperature of the entire forest dropped several degrees because of so much ice magic. The other instructors were not near Instructor Nora, and they all fled in separate ways. Roy saw that the poisonous horned anaconda was not chasing him, and wanted to follow him to help. But he was grabbed by Instructor Gru, who ran out from the dark. With Scarlet here, Nora will definitely be able to escape. While Nora leads the giant python away, let's go back to the camp and clean up. With that, Instructor Gru walked back to the camp with Roy, and quickly packed all the luggage that needed to be taken away. Instructor Virgil, Guide Marjorie, Sabrina and Miss Christine also returned to the camp one after another. Instructor Nora leaned against a big tree with Instructor Eleanor on her back. She looked up at the poisonous horned black anaconda that was chasing her from behind, holding an elf-long sword in her hand. But there was no panic on her face, and her eyes were very firm. At the moment when the poisonous horned black anaconda stood up, 3 ice spears appeared beside the poisonous horned black anaconda. The 3 ice spears exploded in midair before they even touched the poisonous horned anaconda. A large area of ice fog spread in the dark forest, and the scattered ice chips instantly covered a large area of the forest. Even the bodies of Instructors Nora and Eleanor were covered with a thick layer of frost. Instructor Nora carried Instructor Eleanor on her back, covered with thick ice and snow, and stood motionless in front of the poisonous horned anaconda. But the poisonous horned anaconda 10 meters away suddenly seemed to be blind. The huge snake head swung left and right, and it spit out the bright red snake tongue, but it still couldn't spy on instructors Nora and Eleanor. Even though instructor Nora was standing next to a true tooth tree 10 meters away, the poisonous horned black anaconda turned a blind eye until it quietly passed in front of instructor Nora. Its huge body was at least 20 meters long, covered with thick thorny scales. Every time it twisted its body, it could suddenly rush forward a long distance. Not long after, the poisonous horned black anaconda disappeared in the jungle. At this time, instructor Nora, who was covered with frost, finally moved and quickly shook off the ice and snow on his body. Magician Scarlet also poked her head out from a branch of a tree, and then flew down on the magic broom. Magician Scarlet and instructor Nora returned to the camp together. At this time, the other members of the camp had packed up their tents, and everyone came to the place where the horses were tied, and led their horses, and walked quickly out of the jungle. In the night, everyone was still a little frightened, but their pace was not slow at all. After running for a while, instructor Nora stopped in front. She checked the situation of instructor Eleanor, and hurriedly shouted to Roy, "Roy, come here quickly." Roy stepped on the weeds, walked to instructor Nora, and checked instructor Eleanor's physical condition. Instructor Eleanor was breathing rapidly, her face was gray, she closed her eyes tightly, and her lips were black. Roy was also a little dumbfounded. He had never detoxified before, so he really didn't know what to do in instructor Eleanor's situation. He used the secondary healing technique, but it had no effect at all. At this time, everyone had gathered around instructor Eleanor. Instructor Virgil took out a suitcase from his magic waste bag, took out a bottle of detoxification potion from it, and quickly gave it to instructor Eleanor. "The detoxification potion doesn't work either. What should I do?" Instructor Virgil asked instructor Nora anxiously. Roy tried to kneel on one knee beside instructor Eleanor, and tried the purification technique again. He had almost no hope, because the purification technique was used to purify those lost ghosts. Unexpectedly, a beam of holy light fell on instructor Eleanor, and actually dispelled some of the black air on her face. The black air on instructor Eleanor's face obviously became lighter, and her rapid breathing became stable. Purification still has some effect. There is no need to hesitate. If it works, use it a few more times. Until Roy exhausted the power of holy light, he only relieved the symptoms of poisoning, but did not completely eliminate the snake venom. Instructor Eleanor was still in a coma. At this time, Guide Marjorie came out from behind with a pale face, and said to instructor Nora, "The horn on the top of the poisonous horn anaconda is highly toxic, but its gallbladder can detoxify. Tomorrow we will find a way to kill the poisonous horn anaconda." Instructor Nora looked at the unconscious instructor Eleanor, and said with resentment. Chapter 250. At the strong request of Guide Marjorie, the members of the adventure team took advantage of the night, and led their horses to a jungle far away from the swamp. No one slept that night. A boundary marker with the name of Lord Alvis was erected on the grass a few hundred meters away. Even though instructor Eleanor was unconscious due to poisoning, instructor Nora did not step into Lord Alvis's territory. When it was almost dawn, instructor Eleanor had a high fever, and even started to talk nonsense in a coma. Roy recovered some of the power of holy light, and immediately used the purification technique to expel the toxins from instructor Eleanor's body. Every time he performed the purification technique, instructor Eleanor's face would become a little better, but that was all. The purification technique could not remove the snake venom from instructor Eleanor, it could only keep her alive. Scarlet Magician was worried that the toxins would cause instructor Eleanor's organs to fail, so she not only gave him several bottles of detoxification potions, but also 2 bottles of life potions. This poisonous horned black anaconda was a peak-level 3rd-order magical beast, and its body was as hard as steel. With the strength of instructor Nora and others, it was still very dangerous to catch and kill a poisonous horned black anaconda. Just listening to the Guide Marjorie saying that the gall of the poisonous horned black anaconda can detoxify, instructor Nora wanted to take a chance. To hunt the poisonous horned black anaconda, you don't have to fight it head-on. Instructor Nora, instructor Virgil, and instructor Gru discussed for a long time, but they couldn't get around the problem. Instructor Gru's arrows couldn't penetrate the tough snake skin of the poisonous horned black anaconda. If he fought the poisonous horned black anaconda in close combat, he would be worried about the poisonous mist it would spray. Let's go look for it first. When we find it, we can think about how to get rid of it. There are always more solutions than problems. Instructor Nora said to the members of the adventure team. Instructor Gru was obviously unwilling to give up and said, "Let's observe it for a while, maybe we can find its weakness." Usually, instructor Eleanor was responsible for reconnaissance. Now that he was lying down, the The reconnaissance work fell on Instructor Gru. Instructor Gru sorted out his leather armor and bow and arrows, and ran out of the woods with his back bent. Instructor Nora and Instructor Virgil made a stretcher for Instructor Eleanor and laid a blanket on it. Instructor Eleanor was still unconscious. In just one night, her eye sockets had collapsed and the knuckles of both hands were black. Instructor Nora made a simple wooden frame and fixed it on a horse. In this way, Instructor Eleanor's stretcher could be carried on the horse's back. Although it would shake when traveling, Instructor Eleanor was tied to the stretcher and could not fall off. The adventure team headed towards the direction where the poisonous horned black anaconda appeared. Instructor Gru walked in front, responsible for scouting the surrounding situation and tracking the crawling marks left by the poisonous horned black anaconda in the jungle. This poisonous horned black anaconda was too big, so wherever it passed in the jungle, countless weeds and bushes were flattened, and the traces were easy to find. Roy was riding on the horse, looking a little tired. He had been staring at Instructor Eleanor all night, and the holy light power in his body was also very little. Sabrina followed behind Roy with a heavy sword on her back, carefully observing both sides of the jungle. Miss Christine took out 3 magic arrows with crystal arrowheads on the front from her magic waist bag, bit her lip, and put them into the quiver. Guide Marjorie followed at the end of the team. He wanted to stay and take care of Instructor Eleanor, but Instructor Nora didn't agree. Following the traces left by the poisonous horned black anaconda last night, Instructor Gru chased to the edge of a swamp. This swamp actually went deep into Lord Aldous' territory, but there was a large jungle surrounding the swamp. So yesterday, Instructor Eleanor and Instructor Gru ran into Lord Aldous' territory and chased into a jungle, and they actually met the poisonous horned black anaconda living in the swamp. Entering the jungle, we found some animal bones left in the forest, especially next to the puddle, where we could find some after walking a few steps. There is something going on here. Instructor Gru turned around and shouted to the adventure group. Everyone rushed over immediately, and found a half-blood elf hunter who died of poison lying in the weeds. Instructor Nora went forward to check and said to Instructor Gru, "He died not long ago from poison." There were signs of fighting around, and large areas of reeds were crushed. There is no doubt that the poisonous horned black anaconda is nearby. Instructor Gru put one hand on his waist, looked around, frowned and said, "How can there be a half-blood elf hunter in such a remote place? What's so strange about this? This is the border of the territory. The area outside the boundary is the unowned land. Now these elf hunters want to hunt, they can only bypass Lord Aldous' territory." Instructor Nora wiped her hands, stood up and said. Everyone was about to bury the elf hunter. Miss Christine suddenly sat up straight, her beautiful pointed ear slightly twitched, and then said to Sabrina, "Listen, there is a sound of fighting in the wind." At this time, Instructor Gru also stood up alertly, and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Instructor Nora jumped on the horse first, pulled the reins of the warhorse, and rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. "I go and see, the big snake should be nearby, be careful," Instructor Nora said impatiently. The adventure team also followed Instructor Nora, and looked forward along the sound of fighting. After only walking more than 200 meters, they found a group of elf warriors in a shallow puddle, besieging a poisonous black anaconda with a length of more than 20 meters. The surrounding reeds had been crushed by the giant python. In the sunlight, the body of the poisonous horned black anaconda reflected light like obsidian, and the scales on its body were as big as a palm. A long black horn grew on its triangular head, and a row of thorns grew on its cheeks. Its dark green pupils turned dark green, and when its mouth opened, its 4 snake teeth were half a meter long. The poisonous horned black anaconda was wrapped around 2 extremely twisted half-blood elves, and its abdomen was also bulging with several large lumps. There was no poisonous fog around, and it opened its mouth wide, looking ready to bite someone. A dozen half-elf hunters hid in the distance, constantly shooting arrows at the poisonous horned anaconda, but these arrows landed on the poisonous horned anaconda and flew out without any surprise. No arrow could penetrate the scales of the poisonous horned anaconda. Last night, Roy didn't realize how scary this giant python was because he couldn't see the whole picture of the poisonous horned anaconda at night. Now seeing a poisonous horn growing on the head of the poisonous horned anaconda, Roy was still shocked. How could this be a big snake? This is clearly a poisonous dragon. I couldn't figure out why this group of Silver Moon Elf warriors were mixed with the half-blood elf hunters, and then I saw the poisonous horned black anaconda in front of me suddenly lean forward, its slightly arched body rushed out like lightning, bit an elf warrior's thigh, and pulled the elf warrior into the air. The Silver Moon Elf warrior fought desperately in the severe pain, and took the opportunity to chop the left eye of the poisonous horned black anaconda with a giant sword in his hand. The dark green eyeball burst open, and countless jelly-like transparent liquid flowed out of the eye, causing the poisonous horned black anaconda's body to flip in the air. The elf warrior was thrown to the ground, and was almost dead. The poisonous horned black anaconda took the opportunity to open its mouth and swallow the elf warrior and the giant sword into its stomach. However, at this moment, the nearly 2-meter-long double-edged sword was lying across the stomach of the poisonous horned black anaconda, which made 2 bulges on both sides of its stomach. The other Silver Moon Elf warriors retreated in fear. At this time, the poisonous horned black anaconda seemed not to want to fight anymore. It turned around suddenly, staring with one eye, and rushed towards the group of half-blood elf hunters who kept shooting arrows. The elf warriors stood still, and no one dared to chase after it. These elf hunters were so scared that they fled in all directions, but they could not outrun the poisonous horned black anaconda. The poisonous horned black anaconda twisted its body, suddenly leaned forward, opened its mouth, and bit a half-blood elf hunter. The half-blood elf hunter did not even hide, and took advantage of the moment when the poisonous horned black anaconda opened its mouth to shoot an arrow into its throat. It was obvious that he was ready to die. At this moment, a giant bear jumped out from the wild grass and bit the poisonous horned black anaconda's neck. Although it was huge, it was far from enough in front of the poisonous horned black anaconda. When the giant bear hit the poisonous horned black anaconda, its fur was trembling violently, but it could not shake the giant python. The poisonous horned black anaconda turned over and entangled the giant bear's body, and the giant bear let out a tragic howl. Instructor Nora saw a group of elves besieging the poisonous horned black anaconda, and without waiting for the running horse to stop, he jumped off the horse's back, drew the long sword at his waist, and stuck to the side of the poisonous horned black anaconda. Instructor Virgil and Instructor Nora have fought side by side for many years. Without Instructor Nora making a gesture, they approached the poisonous horned black anaconda from the other side. The two instructors activated their power almost the moment they landed. Roy saw the shadow of the giant sword behind Instructor Virgil condense on the big sword in his hand, and a dark red luster appeared on the big sword. And Instructor Nora's body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of air. The two instructors rushed into the battlefield, and the situation immediately changed. The elf warriors were reinvigorated and approached the poisonous horned black anaconda with neat steps. Roy was a little dazed at this time, and Sabrina had already rushed past him. He was stunned in place, not because he was afraid, but because he saw the spiral pattern on the giant bear's shoulder. Roy shouted to the giant bear with mixed feelings, "Woods, is that you?" The giant bear entangled by the poisonous horned black anaconda suddenly paused. It glanced at Roy in the distance, biting the giant python's neck with its mouth, and refused to let go. When Instructor Gru pulled the bow and an arrow was handed over from the side. Instructor Gru was stunned for a moment, and took the arrow in his hand. He looked at the crystal-clear arrow in his hand in a daze. The tail feathers of the arrow pinched by his fingers turned out to be 2 pieces of water drop-shaped 7-color elf dragon scales cross-fixed on the arrow shaft. Looking at the tip of the arrow, it was even more transparent. He knew very clearly that this was a magic crystal arrow that only the phantom archers of the elves had. "Christine, you actually brought a magic crystal arrow?" Instructor Gru, "Shoot more accurately," Christine said as she put an armor-piercing arrow on the bow arm. Chapter 251. Instructor Nora curled up and rolled on the ground, then suddenly rushed towards the poisonous horned black anaconda. Instructor Nora took the opportunity to insert the elf long sword in her hand into the abdomen of the poisonous horned black anaconda. She supported the ground with one hand and slashed the long sword down the snake's belly. But the blade encountered huge resistance and could not cut it down at all. The part of the sword blade that was inserted into the snake's belly was easily stirred inside the snake's belly. The poisonous horned black anaconda turned its head and bit Instructor Nora in pain. The poisonous horned black anaconda's bite was as fast as lightning, but Instructor Nora was prepared. She kicked the poisonous horned black anaconda with both feet and flew backwards. The poisonous horned anaconda moved its head closer. Instructor Nora raised her shield and hit the upper lip of the poisonous horned anaconda with great force that caused the head of the poisonous horned anaconda to rise upward. The giant python's body was wrapped around the giant bear, and its chin was tightly bitten by the giant bear, so that its movements became much slower, which allowed Instructor Nora to calmly avoid the attack. Instructor Virgil on the other side quietly approached the poisonous horned anaconda, and directly thrust the dark red sword into the snake's body. The sword was attached with the power of Instructor Virgil, and Instructor Virgil easily cut a huge wound, and the tip of the sword even came out from the other side of the snake's body. Just now, the venomous horn anaconda's attention was completely attracted by Instructor Nora. It only had one eye left. Instructor Virgil was in its blind spot. Normally, it would have been able to see him, but now it couldn't. Instructor Virgil approached it easily, and a cut was immediately made on the venomous horn anaconda's body, and some internal organs flowed out of the wound. The venomous horn anaconda retracted its head, raised it high, and threw away the giant bear that was almost fainting in its arms, and the snake head fiercely bit Instructor Virgil. Instructor Virgil's body was like a light leaf. When the snake head rushed over, he turned over and nimbly avoided it. Even the turning over was done very gracefully. The poisonous horn black anaconda suffered 2 heavy blows in succession, which made it feel dangerous. The poisonous horn black anaconda kept spitting out its snake tongue, opened its big mouth, and sprayed out a light poison mist. If it was at night, the light poison mist would be difficult to detect, but it was different in the sun. Roy could even clearly see the poison circle. Instructors Nora and Virgil beside the poison horn black anaconda also realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. The seriously injured giant bear also fled with the 2 instructors. A poisonous fog spread around the poison horn black anaconda, forming a poisonous ring. After forcing Instructors Nora and Virgil to retreat, the poison horn black anaconda did not want to fight here. It knew that the side of the half-blood elf hunters was the best breakthrough point, so the poison horn black anaconda suddenly pounced on a group of half-blood elf hunters. The Silver Moon elf warriors, who were originally preparing to rush forward, also retreated when they saw the poisonous fog. A water bomb flew in the air and exploded on the head of the poisonous horn black anaconda. Countless raindrops fell from the head of the poisonous horn black anaconda, and the poisonous mist sprayed by the poisonous horn black anaconda instantly disappeared in the rain. Then another ice spear appeared in the air. This 2-meter-long ice spear rotated and pierced the poisonous horn black anaconda, and then exploded on the body of the poisonous horn black anaconda, and ice chips flew, instantly covering the giant python with a layer of ice armor. Even the water stains on the grass condensed into ice, and the cold air spread everywhere. The poisonous horn black anaconda twisted hard, and the transparent ice shell wrapped around its body shattered one after another. Although the ice spear did not hurt the poisonous horn black anaconda, it slowed down its speed. A white line appeared in the poisonous horn black anaconda's sight. The poisonous horn black anaconda blinked its eyelids violently. An armor-piercing arrow shot into the poisonous horn black anaconda's eye socket, and the tail feathers of the arrow trembled slightly. The poisonous horn black anaconda's attention fell on Miss Christine at once. It gave up the group of half-blood elf hunters, rushed forward, and opened its huge mouth towards Miss Christine. 4 half-meter-long fangs were exposed from its mouth, and a foot of the Silver Moon elf warrior was exposed in its throat. Miss Christine turned pale with fear and retreated in panic. How could she be as fast as the lightning-fast poison-horned black anaconda? At this moment, Instructor Gru, who was standing next to Miss Christine, took the opportunity to pull the combat shortbow in his hand to the full. He poured a trace of wind elemental power into the magic crystal arrow. When the poison-horned black anaconda opened its mouth, the magic crystal arrow turned into a white line and flew into the mouth of the poison-horned black anaconda, piercing its brain and vertebrae from above its mouth. There are 2 most valuable parts of this magic crystal arrow. One is the tail feathers made of elven dragon scales, which can push the speed of the magic crystal arrow to the extreme at the moment of shooting. The other place is the crystal arrow tip, which is covered with layers of magic arrays, and it is a double array, one for freezing and the other for ice explosion. As the magic crystal arrow suddenly exploded, an extreme cold spread, sweeping the entire body of the poisonous horned black anaconda. The poisonous horned black anaconda was frozen into an ice sculpture, especially the mouth of the snake head, where countless ice spikes protruded, and several ice spikes even penetrated from its lower jaw. Seeing the poisonous horned black anaconda frozen in place, Instructor Nora and Instructor Virgil rushed forward at the same time. Following behind the 2 was Sabrina. The 3 rushed to the frozen poisonous horned black anaconda, and chopped at the snake head with their swords. Since the 2 instructors had just used the power, they could not activate it for a while, but the shadow of a sword dancer appeared very clearly behind Sabrina. The poisonous horned black anaconda struggled hard, and ice cracks appeared on its body. But before it could break free from the ice, a snake head was cut off by Instructor Nora, Instructor Virgil, and Sabrina. Sabrina's heavy sword just completed the last blow, and she chopped off the head of the poisonous horned black anaconda with both hands. Instructor Nora looked at Sabrina in surprise, raised her hand, and slapped Sabrina. The next second, the huge body of the poisonous horned black anaconda fell down with a bang. The Silver Moon Elf warriors came over one after another, and they dragged the dead warrior captain out of the snake's belly. This elf warrior captain had been dead for a long time. Not only did he have multiple fractures all over his body, but even his hands and face were corroded by the poisonous horned black anaconda's gastric juice and could not be seen. His armor was also rusty. The elf warriors stood on both sides, paying tribute to the dead captain. Then they wrapped his slimy body with a cloak, carried it to a big tree not far away, and buried it on the spot. There were also several half-blood elf hunters in the snake's belly, who were also corroded beyond recognition by gastric juice. Not only were their faces unrecognizable, but even their fingers and toes had melted away. The half-blood elf hunters dragged their companions' bodies out, their faces full of sorrow. They first cut a lot of reeds in the reed marsh, wrapped their companions' bodies with the reeds, sat together and sang sad songs, and then buried their bodies under the tree. Instructor Nora cut the snake's belly into several pieces, and finally found a snake gallbladder as big as a coconut from the liver. Because Instructor Eleanor, who mastered the skinning technique, was lying unconscious on a stretcher, Instructor Nora could only cut the poisonous horned black anaconda into several pieces. She held the snake gallbladder, not knowing what to do. Roy trotted to the giant bear. The giant bear lay on the grass next to a puddle, and on the wet grass, it turned into the druid boy Woods. It's just that Woods' posture while lying on the grass was a little strange, and his arms were hanging down weakly, and his face was full of pain. "I knew it was you. How do you feel now?" Roy knelt on the ground and said, while checking his injuries. "Chest tightness, rib pain, and my 2 arms are broken." Woods lay on the ground, grinning. He was in so much pain that he didn't dare to breathe, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Roy quickly used the secondary healing technique to help him heal his injuries. Bathed in the holy light, Woods, who was cheerful and optimistic, did not forget to show Roy a sunny smile and said weakly, "I feel much better." Seeing that he could still chat, Roy helped him up and let him lean on a tent so that he could breathe more smoothly. "Why are you here?" Roy asked. Woods immediately showed a helpless look on his face and said to Roy, "Don't mention it. I followed my elders to the Partington Plain to collect magic herbs. In the first few days, everything went smoothly, but then a team of elf warriors came with the decree of Lord Alvis, requiring us to leave his territory within a week and not to collect magic herbs on his territory. The half-blood elves and elf warriors in the village had a quarrel. Then the 2 sides started fighting. The Silver Moon elf warriors had a large army outside the village. When these elf warriors rushed into the village, my elders and I were dispersed. Later, these elf warriors drove us out of Lord Alvis's territory, and we were driven west by these Silver Moon elf warriors. We walked out of Lord Alvis's boundary marker, and the elf warriors were about to turn around and leave. Then a big guy rushed out of the swamp. This snake was really big. The poisonous horned black anaconda ate several half-blood elf hunters in succession, and also fought with the Silver Moon elf warrior. If you hadn't arrived in time, it might have eaten us all." Woods told the whole story like pouring beans. Roy checked the wound on his chest again, and the purple marks looked a little shocking. Fortunately, Woods' physique is not bad, and he only needs to take good care of it for a few days to recover. "It's wrapped up. Don't move for the time being. I find 2 pieces of branches to make a board to help you fix your arm." Roy stood up and prepared to cut 2 branches. Woods shook his head and said to Roy dizzily, "I feel a little dizzy, Roy, help me. There are a few small bottles in my backpack. Take out the bottle with antidote written on it, and drop 2 drops into my mouth." Roy did as he was told and took out a bottle of antidote from his backpack. Then he asked Woods, "Do you have antidote with you?" Woods closed his eyes and answered weakly, "Of course, I am a druid. How can I help if I don't know how to make antidote?" Chapter 252. Roy carefully pulled out the wooden cork from the bottle mouth, and the bottle exuded a bitter taste of plant juice. He put the bottle mouth to Woods' mouth, and Woods opened his mouth and let 2 drops of dark green juice fall into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and half leaned on Roy's tent bag, waiting for his strength to slowly recover. On the other side, Instructor Gru was peeling the leather of the poisonous horned black anaconda with a knife. There was a layer of hard scales on the outside of the snake's skin, which was very difficult to handle. After burying their dead companions, the Silver Moon elf warriors and half-blood elf hunters quietly left the edge of the swamp. When the Silver Moon elf warriors left, they had some guilt on their faces. They finally understood what it meant to these half-blood elf hunters to drive them to the edge of the Blackwater swamp. But these elf warriors had no other choice. The order issued by the Padstow Elders Council to expel the half-blood elf residents in the territory was just what they did. They had no way to get the half-blood elves to return to their original villages. The half-blood elf hunters dared not step into the swamp, and could not enter the territory of Lord Alvis, so they could only walk south along the boundary line of the boundary marker. Roy originally thought that his life on the seaside of the lower city was the life of the lowest elves. Now it seems that the lives of these half-blood elf hunters are much harder than his. The poisonous horned black anaconda captured by the adventure team, whether it is the silver moon elf warrior or the half-blood elf hunter, did not come to share these precious magic beast materials. The most valuable material here should be the head of the poisonous horned anaconda, because there is a very valuable poisonous horn on it. In addition, the snake gall and leather of the poisonous horned anaconda are also very valuable. Be careful, don't get venom on you. Instructor Nora stood aside and patted Instructor Gru on the shoulder and warned him. I know, take the snake gall and save Eleanor. Instructor Gru squatted beside a section of the poisonous horned anaconda's body and responded confidently. After killing the poisonous horned anaconda and obtaining the snake gall, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they could use the snake gall to detoxify Instructor Eleanor. Instructor Nora came to Roy with the snake gallbladder in her hand, looked at the druid boy was lying on the ground, and asked Roy, do you know this young druid? Roy stood up, took a look at the snake gallbladder in Instructor Nora's hand, and replied, well, we met on Partington Island. He helped us find Gigeloo and Miss Christine, who were kidnapped by the group of prisoners in the woods near the beach. Instructor Nora looked at Woods again, leaned down and said to Woods with a smile, so it was you who saved Gigeloo and Christine. I am the leader of this adventure group and Roy's instructor. You can call me Nora. Woods opened his eyes weakly and responded in a low voice, hello, Ms. Nora. My name is Woods. Instructor Nora turned and asked Roy, is Woods seriously injured? Roy quickly introduced, both arms are broken, and there are large areas of bruises on the chest and abdomen. I have just treated them. Instructor Nora nodded and said to Roy, if you need anything, just come to me. After that, she walked towards Guide Marjorie. Sabrina and Miss Christine walked to Roy's side. In the previous battle, Sabrina showed the power of a sword dancer, especially her last sword that cut off the head of the poisonous horned black anaconda, which made her find some confidence on the battlefield. Miss Christine hugged her knees and squatted beside Woods, saying to him kindly, Woods, it's really you. When I saw the giant bear just now, I felt it was you. I still have some life tree juice here, drink some. This can speed up the healing of wounds. After that, she took out a crystal bottle and cup from the magic waste bag and pulled out the bottle cap. Miss Christine poured 1/3 of the thick sap of life into the cup, then filled the cup with water, slowly shook it, and handed the cup to Woods' mouth. Woods drank the diluted sap of life without knowing what was going on. Instructor Eleanor and Guide Marjorie came from behind. Guide Marjorie saw the snake corpse on the ground, and his legs were immediately frightened, and he almost fell off the horse. You actually hunted a poisonous horned black anaconda. Instructor Nora held up the huge snake gall in her hand and asked Guide Marjorie, now that we have found the snake gall, can we feed the bile from the snake gall directly to Eleanor to eliminate the snake venom in her body? Guide Marjorie and Woods almost shouted at the same time, how is it possible? Everyone looked at the druid boy half lying on the tent bag. Woods was a little embarrassed by everyone's gaze and said shyly, this snake gall needs to be prepared into an antidote before it can be taken. Instructor Nora looked at the expression on Guide Marjorie's face, and obviously couldn't expect a guide to be a magic pharmacist. She looked at Woods and asked him, so, Woods, can you make an antidote? Although Woods couldn't move, he could still straighten his neck and said loudly and confidently, of course, I'm a druid. Instructor Nora came to Woods, looked at his bandaged arms, and said, can you help us make an antidote? You tell me, I do it. Woods blinked and asked, do you have a grinder? Yes. The voice of Scarlet Magician came from behind. That's good. Roy helped Woods sit up a little and lean against the tent bag, so that it would be easier to direct Scarlet Magician to prepare the antidote. Scarlet Magician is an inscriptionist and has little knowledge of magic potions. Without the guidance of professionals, she would not be able to prepare the antidote. Now with Woods directing, she did a good job. The process of preparing magic potions is not complicated, but the proportion of magic herbs and the preparation process are very strictly regulated. Until a bottle of light green bubbling potion that looks like apple juice appears in Scarlet's hands, everyone knows that the antidote potion has been successfully prepared without Woods' introduction. She is seriously poisoned, give her the antidote. No need for too much, just 2 drops. Woods looked at Instructor Eleanor lying on the stretcher and told Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora couldn't wait to feed the antidote to Instructor Eleanor. After observing for a while, she felt that the black gas on her face had obviously faded, and her rapid breathing became smoother. Roy whispered to Woods, "So, is the poison in Instructor Eleanor considered to be cured? It's not that easy. You need to expel the snake venom in your body little by little before you can recover completely." Woods laid down again and said to Roy. The adventure team didn't dare to camp next to the Blackwater swamp. God knows whether other poisonous horned black anacondas will crawl out of the puddle at night. After working for most of the day, even though it was already evening, they still walked north along the boundary marker of the Alvis territory under the guidance of Guide Maggie. Before dark, they found a relatively dry forest and camped in the forest. The injured Woods naturally stayed in the adventure group and lived in the same tent with Roy. In fact, he was not very familiar with those half-blood elf hunters, and when they left, they did not say hello to Woods, which was considered to be abandoned. Inside the small tent, Woods lay on the moisture-proof wolfskin mattress, looking at the night sky outside through the gap in the curtain at the door of the tent. "Woods, are you worried about the elders in the family?" Roy came in with a basin of water, put a towel in the basin, then took it out and wrung it dry. He wiped Woods' face with a wet towel, took off his pair of deerskin boots, and hung them outside the tent to dry. Woods was a little embarrassed and whispered to Roy, "No, they told me that if I got separated, I should find a way to get back to Padstow, and they would be waiting for me there. Would you like some fruit tea before going to bed?" Roy handed a cup to his mouth. "I'm not thirsty." Woods hesitated and refused Roy. Roy opened the curtain of the tent to let the night wind in. "Roy, how was your adventure?" Woods whispered to Roy. Roy took off his boots. He hadn't taken a shower for several days, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Tonight, he could only wash his feet to relieve the fatigue of the journey. "Not bad. I learned new knowledge every day, and I experienced a lot of dangers, but my strength was a little too weak. For example, I couldn't help at all in catching and killing poisonous horned black anacondas," Roy whispered. Before going to bed, Instructor Eleanor, who had been in a coma for a day and a night, finally woke up. Instructor Nora's excited shouting almost overturned her tent. The adventure group, which had become a little dull, once again began to tease each other. Roy and Woods looked at Instructor Nora's tent with envy. Dozens of kilometers away, Roy saw the huge Tree of Life in the center of Padstow. The Tree of Life is an important symbol of the Elven City. The adventure group walked around the boundary marker erected by Lord Alvis, and finally arrived at Padstow as scheduled. Although there are still a few dozen kilometers to go, for the elves, seeing the Tree of Life is like arriving at Padstow. The mountains here are full of breadfruit trees and apple trees, and some half-blood elf farmers are busy in the orchard. A patrol team of 5 Silver Moon Elf warriors walked along a mountain trail through the woods. The adventure team walked all the way here, and felt the breath of life of the elves. Seeing that there were Silver Moon Elf nobles in the adventure team, these elf warriors stopped by the roadside, put their right hands on their left shoulders, and saluted Miss Christine. Woods, with his arms wrapped in bandages, was swaying on the horse's back. The adventure group walked until the evening before they really entered the main city of Padstow. Guide Marjorie completed the mission and received a reward from Instructor Nora, and went home happily. Instructor Nora and the group stayed in the hotel they stayed in last time. Woods planned to have a good rest first, and then go to the place agreed with the elders tomorrow to look for it. Chapter 253. As the gateway from the Elf continent to the Partington Plain, the city of Padstow is very prosperous. Although there are no tree houses that can open up new space in this city, there are many exquisite and artistic wooden houses built on the crowns of the giant trees here. These wooden houses are large and small, uneven, but each one was built by the elf architects with a lot of effort. When you walk into the bustling city of Padstow, you will find that the Silver Moon Elves here are so polite. They wear decent clothes, and will smile at anyone they see. There are beautiful elf girls everywhere, and many elves will stand in front of the flowers, intoxicated by the songs of the bards. The roads in Padstow are winding, mainly because the giant trees in the city do not grow so neatly, and many roads have to change direction because of these giant trees. The Silver Moon Elf nobles are sitting in a gorgeous carriage. Although there are not many Silver Moon Elf nobles in Padstow, the Silver Moon Elves almost control a lot of wealth, and they control the Tree of Life in Padstow. The sap produced by the Tree of Life, in addition to being distributed free of charge to a small number of Silver Moon Elves, the rest will be sold on the black market. A cup of diluted life tree sap is often dozens of coal. Although there are also Silver Moon Elves in Castletown doing this, at least the Silver Moon Elves there will not be so blatant. Roy actually wanted to take a look at what Lord Alvis looked like. Because just a month ago, Lord Alvis bought a large area of jungle in the south of Padstow City, and drove out the half-blood elves, who had lived in the jungle for decades. In the morning, the adventure team members enjoyed a very simple breakfast in the hotel, and all members left the hotel. Instructor Nora led everyone to return the rented horses to the carriage and horse shop and got back a deposit. The horse and carriage company here is quite honest. They checked the horses and found no problems, so they returned the deposit in full. There was no deduction of the deposit due to some minor problems. Instructor Nora then took everyone to the Adventurers Guild with ease. Entering the lobby on the first floor, Instructor Nora went straight to the front desk and said to an elf receptionist, "I want to register the hunting information of the Elf Academy Adventure Group, and the personal information of these members of mine also needs to be updated." The receptionist took a look at Instructor Nora, took a nameplate from her, searched for a while, and found a file belonging to the Elf Academy Adventure Group on the data shelf. Then the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild handed the file to a female companion next to her and told her, "Jane, take these adventurers to check the praise certificate. If it is correct, help them fill in the adventure group hunting information again." "Okay." The young female elf readily agreed. She was wearing a plain long skirt and walked in front with her snake-like waist. She led the adventure group to the second floor. First, she took Instructor Nora to the door of an appraisal room. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Someone inside responded. The young female elf led Instructor Nora into the appraisal room, and the other members had to wait outside. Roy sat on the sofa in the rest area with everyone else. After waiting for a long time, the young female elf and Instructor Nora came out of the appraisal room. Not only did Nora's eyes reveal a smile, but even the female elf Jane also showed admiration when she looked at Instructor Nora. "Nora, did you pass the assessment?" Instructor Gru couldn't help asking Nora. Instructor Nora nodded proudly. Everyone cheered, attracting the attention of some members of the surrounding adventure team, but no one cared. The female elf Jane led everyone to a reception room. The room was not big, but there was a round table inside, and there were 10 chairs around it. The members of the adventure team sat down one after another, and the female elf named Jane opened the data book of the Elf Academy adventure team, and in front of Instructor Nora, she wrote down the prey hunted during this adventure trip, and also wrote down the successful arrival at the number 3 pass of the Griffin Barrier Mountains, and stamped it. The next step was to update the personal information of each adventure team member one by one. After a long time, the information registration was completed. You can actually hunt black spiders and poisonous black anacondas, which is really amazing. The female elf clerk said to everyone with envy on her face. Because the adventure team hunted down the 3rd level peak stage monster poisonous horned black anaconda at the edge of the Blackwater Swamp, the Elf Academy adventure team successfully advanced to a 4th level adventure team. All members' resumes also got a chance to be updated. Except for the 3 elf students whose profiles said they assisted, the profiles of the other instructors and Scarlet Magician all clearly stated how to kill the monster. Although there were only a few words, this experience was also recorded. Everyone completed the update of the adventure trip information in the Adventurers Guild, and then walked down from the 2nd floor. Instructor Gru, "I don't understand. What's the use of recording this information in the Adventurers Guild?" Roy followed Instructor Gru and asked in a low voice. "If one day you are ready to accept the employment of other adventure groups, these recorded information will allow you to get a higher salary," Instructor Gru said casually. "Or if one day you want to form a new adventure group and look for some helpers in the Adventurers Guild, this information can let other adventurers see your strength." Eleanor turned around and added to Roy, "If you plan to stay with us, this information is useless." Scarlet Magician followed behind and said. The group came down from upstairs, talking and laughing, and heard someone whisper in the Adventurers Guild hall on the 1st floor, "Look, they are coming down." After that, they saw a group of elves gathered at the 1st floor staircase. A group of elves asked the members of the adventure team very eagerly, "What prey have you hunted? I heard that you have mid-level magic beast materials in your hands. Take them out and show them to everyone." "It's just some wind fox fur and dire wolf fur." Instructor Nora walked out of the crowd and said vaguely, "Didn't you hunt a black spider? Do you want to sell the hard armor of the black spider?" An adventurer who was guarding the stairs asked. "Yes, but this is not a trading area. Everyone make way. We are leaving the Adventurers Guild." Instructor Nora walked in front and said as she walked, "Then we will wait for you outside. As long as it is the magic materials from the black spider and the poisonous horned black anaconda, we can slowly discuss the price." Some elf adventurers said impatiently. Sure enough, as soon as the members of the adventure group walked out of the door of the Adventurers Guild, they were surrounded by a group of merchants waiting at the door. Everyone asked about the prices of various magic beast materials, and it was a mess. Chapter 254. The price of a wind fox fur is 3 magic crystals. On the contrary, no merchant was willing to take the griffin skin. Everyone thought that the magic conductivity of griffin skin was not good enough. This kind of leather can only be used to make magic parchment. In the end, a merchant who wanted to buy the fur of the dire wolf took out 10 magic crystals and bought the 5 griffin skins from Instructor Nora. For this reason, Instructor Nora also sold 7 dire wolf skins at the price of 13 magic crystals each. Yes, the price difference between the first level and second level magic beast leather is so big. Wind foxes are first level monsters. Although the leather of this type of monster has a certain degree of magic conductivity, it is slightly insufficient in other aspects. Therefore, it cannot be used to make magic leather armor. It can only be made into magic paper and used to make magic scrolls. This type of monster skin can usually be bought for only 2 magic crystals. Wind fox fur is a little more expensive because it can be made into archer gloves. It has a certain affinity with wind attributes and is quite popular among archers. Dire wolf skin is sold for 13 magic crystals per piece, which is also a bargain price. I don't know where these merchants got the information that Instructor Nora had a hide of a poisonous horned black anaconda. This was the biggest motivation for the merchants to gather around. Everyone wanted to break the door of the Adventurers Guild, just to buy the hide of the python in Instructor Nora's hand. The hide of the poisonous horned black anaconda cannot be penetrated even by arrows, and the scale armor made of it must be top-notch. This kind of magic beast lurks in the swamp, and many adventure groups in Padstow City have tried to hunt them, but most of them have returned empty-handed. 80 magic crystals. I want to buy your poisonous horned black anaconda leather. A group of merchants surrounded Instructor Nora and the others, and one of them shouted loudly. Instructor Nora was quite tempted by the price, but this kind of high-grade leather was very rare after all, so he wanted to ask the opinions of the members of the adventure team. She turned her head and looked at everyone, asking, "Does anyone want to use this python skin to make a set of scale armor?" Several instructors looked at each other, and then looked at Roy, Sabrina, and Miss Christine. Obviously, no one had thought of using the leather of the poisonous horned black anaconda to make a set of scale armor. Roy felt that his thick petrified lizard leather armor was good enough. Instructor Nora saw that no one answered, so she said, "If you don't need it, I will sell this python skin." She turned to a group of elf merchants and said, "This python skin is about the size of 5 dire wolf skins." Needless to say, everyone knows how tough the poisonous horned black anaconda skin is, and it has a high resistance to toxins. I don't want to make it too troublesome when peeling it, so I divided this leather into 4 pieces, each of which is about the same size. As she spoke, Instructor Nora took out a piece of venomous horned black anaconda leather, and with the help of Instructor Eleanor, the raw hide, which had not been processed in any way, was unfolded, and it was covered with a layer of dark scales. A group of elf merchants immediately crowded over, and everyone wanted to take a closer look at the quality of the leather. Don't push anymore. I offer 42 magic crystals. I offer 45 magic crystals. After a short bidding, the merchants maintained basic rationality, and no elves bid maliciously. After an elf merchant called out a high price of 45 magic crystals, no other competitors bid any more, and everyone began to look forward to the second python skin. Instructor Nora took out the second skin of the poisonous horned black anaconda, and spread it out in public like last time. This piece of python skin was a little longer than the first one, but there was a sword wound on the edge of the leather, which was left by Instructor Nora. At that time, she also tried to cut open the abdomen of the poisonous horned black anaconda with a long sword, but unfortunately her elf long sword was not sharp enough and only pierced the python skin. Immediately, an elf merchant called out 45 magic crystals first, and the other elf merchants immediately shut up. The merchant who just bought the venomous horned black anaconda skin bid again without hesitation, 46 magic crystals. So he bought the second venomous horned black anaconda skin. What made everyone speechless was that he participated in the next 2 bids, and bought the remaining 2 skins for 48 magic crystals, and 53 magic crystals respectively. A python skin was sold at a high price of 192 magic crystals, which is rare in Padstow. After completing the transaction, Instructor Nora carried a bag of magic crystals. She, who had never cared much about money, became a little dizzy at this time. In Castleton, how much money can a set of magic pattern construction made of thorntail crystal lion skin be worth? If you find a leather craftsman to tailor leather armor, and then choose a magic pattern array, 100 magic crystals are enough. Now a large piece of poisonous horned black anaconda skin can actually sell for the money of 2 sets of magic pattern construction. This adventure can be said to be a big profit. Instructor Nora held the money bag tightly, and said to the elf merchants around who refused to give way, "Okay, all the magic beast leathers in our hands have been sold, and everyone should stop gathering here, please make way." "Excuse me, are you still selling the poisonous horn of the black anaconda in your hand?" An elf merchant, who squeezed to the front, asked Nora. Of course, Instructor Nora wanted to sell it, but she didn't know the market price of this kind of magic beast material, so she said directly, "I don't know the market price of this thing yet, so I have no plans to sell it for the time being." The merchant certainly didn't want Instructor Nora to leave like this, and asked her, "What about the snake gall?" "I have made the snake gall into an antidote potion. A companion was poisoned in the battle, so I made the antidote potion on the spot." Instructor Nora answered truthfully. "You must have extra antidote potions. Are you willing to sell them?" Let me think about it. I haven't thought about it yet," Instructor Nora said tactfully. In fact, she didn't want to sell these antidote potions directly, because the potions could be divided into bottles. She had already divided the antidote potions into 9 portions, but she hadn't distributed them to everyone yet. The adventure group squeezed out of a group of elf merchants in a very embarrassed manner. I hurriedly ran to the other side of the street, but everyone had walked a long way. There was even a merchant following behind. I originally wanted to go shopping in the free market, where you can buy many uncommon magic herbs. But now, a group of people can only return to the hotel in shame. It turns out that hunting high-level monsters is so profitable. Instructor Eleanor did not look like she was poisoned at all, and said to Instructor Nora with an excited face. Instructor Nora couldn't help but glare at her. "Why didn't you say how dangerous it is to hunt poisonous horned black anacondas?" If it weren't for helping Woods find his elders, Instructor Nora would have been ready to return to Partington Island through the portal in the afternoon. For this reason, the Elf Academy Adventure Group will stay in Padstow for another day. Roy helped Woods, who was wearing bandages, out of the hotel, and happened to see an elf merchant standing at the door of the hotel. He was just below the steps, looking into the hotel lobby. Instructor Nora had already returned to the wooden house on the top of the tree to rest, so he naturally couldn't see him standing here. Roy and Woods walked out of the hotel. The elf merchant did not recognize Roy as a member of the adventure group. Perhaps he thought they were too young, so he let Roy and Woods leave without any expression. "Is this the place?" The two walked through a large area of tree houses and a row of orange tree shops before arriving at a fountain pool with a moon fountain. The elves built a small square here, which was clean and tidy. There was a statue of a silver moon elf leading a unicorn in the fountain. Many young half-blood elves sat on the benches on the edge of the square to rest, talking and laughing, and it was very lively. Roy and Woods found a bench and sat down. "This is the square. We agreed in Padstow that if anyone gets lost, we will wait by the fountain in this small square every afternoon. We will definitely find each other." Woods kept looking around and said. Roy sat on the bench with Woods until dark, but he didn't see the elder Woods, which made Woods feel a little depressed. Woods stared at the fountain with a disappointed look on his face. Roy found that there were almost no silver moon elves in this square. When it got dark, the fruit vendors next to the square also packed up and left. Roy and Woods had no choice but to return to the hotel. When they walked into the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Roy saw the businessman who had been waiting at the door during the day in the lounge area on the first floor of the hotel. He was sitting on the sofa, leaning forward and chatting with Instructor Nora. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, Roy could see that Instructor Nora was sitting there shaking her head. The elf businessman stood up with a look of disappointment, and left the hotel with his head down and sighed. Seeing Woods' depressed look, Instructor Nora whispered to Roy, "How is it? Didn't you find Woods' family?" "No, we sat at the agreed location for an entire afternoon, but couldn't wait," Roy whispered to Instructor Nora. "It's okay, you need to be patient with this kind of thing. They may need to take a longer route, and they will come back after a few more days." Instructor Nora patted Woods on the shoulder and comforted him. The three of them returned to the tree house along the spiral staircase of the giant tree. Roy saw Woods sitting in a daze on the chair, so he ran into the bathroom to take a shower. "Are you leaving Padstow tomorrow?" Woods frowned and asked Roy. "Well, school is about to start, and I have to go back to Castletown Elf Academy to report," Roy said to Woods while wiping his wet hair. He hung the washed clothes on the terrace and walked into the room, only to hear Woods ask, "Can a half-blood elf like me from a foreign land go to school in your elf academy?" "Of course, whether it's a silver moon elf, a dark moon elf, or a half-blood elf, a half-elf like me can go to the elf academy," Roy replied. "If my family agrees, I go." When Woods said this, his eyes sparkled. Chapter 255. Roy will leave Padstow tomorrow, which makes Woods, whose arms have not yet recovered, a little uneasy. Instructor Nora said that Woods would get a share of the money from selling the poisonous horned black anaconda leather. If Woods had not transformed into a giant bear and restrained the poisonous horned black anaconda, I am afraid that she and Instructor Virgil would not have been able to succeed in the sneak attack so easily. Such a large sum of money is enough for Woods to live in the hotel for a few years. He can live in the hotel with peace of mind and wait for his elders to return to Padstow. At night, several instructors sat on the terrace of the wooden house to enjoy the starry sky. Mage Scarlet also bought some cider, which only she and Instructor Virgil drank. It's better to drink less cider. Maybe your tongue will become bigger that day, and you won't be able to say the magic spell clearly. Instructor Nora leaned forward, sealed the bottle with a cork, and said to Mage Scarlet. Mage Scarlet didn't argue. She held the half cup of cider left, curled up in a chair barefoot, closed her eyes and smiled. This adventure was really successful. Not only did I see the scenery south of the Griffin Barrier Mountains, but I also harvested so many Warcraft materials. As long as Scarlet drinks a little, she becomes very talkative. Instructor Gru asked Instructor Nora, Nora, I just saw you go to the hotel lobby. What did the elf merchant want to do with you? Instructor Nora didn't care much and said casually, he wanted to buy an antidote, but I refused. He said that the adventure group in Padstow City couldn't deal with the poisonous horned black anaconda, because the poisonous horned black anaconda always sprays poisonous fog and always escapes in the poisonous fog, so it is difficult to capture. The elf merchant wanted to buy the antidote potion in order to sell it to other adventure groups at a high price, so I rejected it. Instructor Nora added. Instructor Gru asked, how high a price can he offer? Instructor Nora directly took out a bottle of secondary life potion from his arms, and said, this bottle is worth about 20 magic crystals. Instructor Gru was shocked. Even if it was a large life potion, the price was not so outrageous. Then we can still make a profit, Instructor Gru said. Instructor Nora hesitated for a moment and asked, what do we need so many magic crystals for? I think Gru's idea is right. We can sell the antidote potion. Instructor Virgil raised his hand in agreement. He left me the address of the store. I will go to him tomorrow, Instructor Nora said. Instructor Gru nodded. Then sell my share too, which Scarlet also took the opportunity to say. Instructor Nora spread his hands helplessly. It's up to you. Roy and the other young elves were sitting on the terrace of another wooden house. Listening to the instructor's chat, Roy suddenly became a little worried. So he asked Woods, who was lying on the rattan chair, Woods, will the detoxification potion become ineffective if it is left for a long time? Woods' neck was a little itchy, so he could only lower his head as much as possible and rub it with his chin. It won't work if it's too long. If it's used up within a few years, it shouldn't matter. Woods still has a say in magic potions, although he is not a potion master of the Potions Association. After hearing from Instructor Gru that the magic crystal arrow that shot and killed the poisonous horned black anaconda was taken out by Miss Christine in a critical moment, Woods asked Miss Christine, Christine, I heard that magic crystal arrows are very expensive, right? Miss Christine pursed her lips and replied, it's okay, not very expensive, but the scales of the elven dragon are relatively rare, so this kind of magic crystal arrow is produced in small quantities, and it will be supplied to the military's phantom archers first, so the number of crystal arrows that flow out is not very large. Roy thought of the many orchards on the outskirts of Padstow, so he asked curiously, Christine, do you have an apple orchard? Miss Christine nodded without hesitation and said, yes, there are 2 on the outskirts of Castletown, and my family also planted some apple trees on several islands. We have been together for so long and have experienced countless battles together, so we are very familiar with each other. The content of the usual chat is not too restrained. Even if there is an offense, no one will mind too much. If you can answer, and if you can't say it, just refuse to answer. Miss Christine had long since discarded her proud mask. She was a well-educated Silver Moon elf noble. When she smiled, she felt very approachable and considerate of others' feelings when she spoke. When young people get together and talk about some light-hearted topics, they will feel that time flies by very fast. Sabrina was packing her luggage in the room. She bought a lot of gifts and planned to take them all back. She was wearing a white nightgown and seemed to have long been accustomed to Roy's lecherous eyes, which made Woods, who was lying on the rattan chair, dare not turn his head casually. At noon the next day, Instructor Nora decided temporarily that the adventure group would stay in Padstow for one more day. The main reason for staying in Padstow for one more day is to sell a batch of antidote potions. This antidote potion, which is formulated for poisonous horned black anacondas, is almost sold out in Padstow. Last night, Other instructors expressed their willingness to sell the antidote potions in their hands. The reason is simple. This antidote potion is only valuable in the Partington Plain, because only here can there be poisonous horned black anacondas. Once it is taken out of the Partington Plain, let alone 20 magic crystals per bottle, even 2 magic crystals per bottle would probably be a luxury. So Instructor Nora had to represent the adventure group and have a good talk with the merchants in Padstow. What made Roy a little embarrassed was that in the morning, he and Woods had just said goodbye to each other with great affection, and the two said goodbye to each other. Now Woods has gone to the Fountain Square to wait for his elders. When Woods returned to the cabin in the hotel at night, he found that Roy had not left. Roy sat on the terrace of the cabin, feeling so embarrassed that he wanted to cover his face. Seeing the almost completely withered flower of light at his feet, Roy suddenly remembered that he should take a walk around the magic herb market in Padstow. Maybe we meet him? This is a good opportunity. He wanted to ask for leave from Instructor Nora, but Instructor Nora was not in the hotel, so Roy tidied up his leather armor and prepared to leave the hotel. Roy, where are you going? Sabrina poked her head out of the room and asked Roy, who was about to walk down the spiral staircase. I'm going to the magic herb market. Sabrina skillfully tied her silver hair with a hairband and said, let's go together. Okay. Roy didn't care. Wait for me, I be there soon. Miss Christine's voice came from the room. Roy was a little speechless. What's the big deal? The three of them walked out of the hotel, chatting and laughing all the way to the magic herb market. Roy didn't find the flower of light. Miss Christine did buy 2 sungrasses, but the price of this magic herb is not cheap. You can't buy this kind of magic herb in the magic potion store in Castleton City. Are you looking for the flower in your flower pot? Yes. That kind of flower is very rare and difficult to grow. Why not try something else? Miss Christine thought Roy bought the flower of light just for viewing. Forget it if it's not available. Roy didn't have high expectations when he came to the magic herb market this time, so even if he couldn't buy it, he wasn't too disappointed. The three of them walked around the market twice more, and it was already late when they returned to the hotel. What surprised Roy was that not only did Instructor Nora and the others not come back, but he didn't even see Woods in the hotel room. After waiting for a while, several instructors returned to the hotel in high spirits. This transaction made them earn some magic crystals again. Okay, we will return to Partington Island tomorrow morning, Instructor Nora said to several instructors happily. At this time, Roy took the opportunity to stand up and said, Instructor Nora, it's so late, Woods hasn't come back yet, I plan to go out and look for him. Are his luggage and personal belongings still here? Instructor Nora asked with a frown. Roy nodded and said, yes, the hotel clerk said he just paid for a week's room this morning. Instructor Nora was also very straightforward and directly ordered, Gru, you and Roy go out to look for him. Roy brought Instructor Gru to the Fountain Square. It was just getting dark, and the place became very deserted. Woods was not in the Fountain Square. Roy walked around the square, but did not meet Woods, which made Roy feel a little worried. After a night, Woods had not come back yet. Chapter 256. When Roy woke up, the first thing he did was to run to the next room. The room was empty. There were a few apples in the basket next to the table. In addition to the peels, there was also a peeling knife in the round plate. Some of Wood's personal belongings were still in the room. Roy scratched his hair speechlessly. It seemed that something must have happened around Woods. Walking to the terrace, Instructor Nora came out of a wooden house opposite, holding a cup of warm fruit tea, and asked Roy, did the child come back last night? Roy shook his head, a trace of worry in his eyes. Instructor Nora, I want to go to the Fountain Square to ask. Maybe someone has seen Woods. Instructor Nora strode to the window of the wooden house, pushed open the window, and shouted to Instructor Eleanor, who was sleeping inside. Wait, I go with you. Eleanor, get up quickly. I give you 5 minutes to wash up. The child didn't come back last night. Probably got lost. Roy and I want to go to the Fountain Square to look for him. You come with us. Instructor Eleanor appeared at the window with messy hair like a chicken coop. So early. When she saw Roy on the terrace of the treehouse opposite, she immediately retracted her head, and then the sound of water splashing came from the house. All along the way, Instructor Nora had a blank expression on her face, and it was obvious that she was in a bad mood. When she arrived at the Fountain Square, there were not many elves in the square. The morning sun fell on the fountain pool through the gaps between the leaves. There were neat apple trees around here, and there were many benches for pedestrians to rest under the apple trees. The square was paved with exquisite stone slabs, and the central area was a fountain with a group of statues. The water in the pool was so clear that some elves even drank it. Roy took Instructor Nora and Instructor Eleanor to a bench where he and Wood sat the day before and waited until dark. Wood said that the view is best here, Roy said. Instructor Eleanor walked to the back of the bench. 2 meters away from the bench, there was a row of apple trees. Instructor Eleanor put her hand on the trunk of an apple tree and drew some magic symbols on the trunk, ending with a short spell. Her pupils turned light green, as if she had lost all consciousness and could only stand under the tree in a daze. If you look closely at her lips, you will find that her lips are trembling slightly, as if she is communicating with the young apple tree. Roy had seen this scene in the Malaga jungle. After a long time, Instructor Eleanor regained consciousness. "How is it? Did you find any useful information?" Instructor Nora asked impatiently. "The child did come here yesterday, but other than that, these trees did not leave any useful information," Instructor Eleanor said with some frustration. Instructor Nora found that Roy was missing at this time, so she looked around and found Roy on the opposite side of the square. Roy had actually run to a bench on the opposite side and asked something to the old elf sitting on the bench, and even took out a portrait. The two chatted for a long time, and the old elf finally shook his head, and Roy could only leave with an embarrassed look. Then, Roy ran to a young elf who was running and said to him, "Excuse me." Instructors Eleanor and Nora searched for clues around the fountain square. When Roy saw a half-blood elf passing by, he would go up and ask. Although it didn't look very special, his 2 arms were very special. They were wrapped in bandages and couldn't bend. He walked very unnaturally. Such an elf boy would definitely leave an impression if a half-blood elf had seen him in the fountain square. Roy is really good at treating his friends, Instructor Eleanor whispered to Instructor Nora during her break. He also has a close friend in the academy, who is a silver moon elf noble, Instructor Nora said, obviously approving of Roy. Almost all the people who come to this square are half-blood elves. When Roy approached to chat, he always got a response. "I haven't seen it." "I haven't seen it," asked other elves. No. Roy didn't know how many half-blood elves he had approached to chat with him. When he heard the other party say "I have some impression," the young man was sitting on the bench over there yesterday at noon. I saw that he was carrying a water bottle on his back. It seems that his arms are too convenient, and the way he drank water is a bit funny. He didn't react for a moment, and was ready to find the next half-blood elf. Roy grabbed the elf's arm with both hands and said excitedly, "Did you see what's here yesterday at noon?" The other party nodded. "It should be the young elf you described." "Did you see when he left?" The half-blood elf said. "He sat on the bench for a while, and then left with the 2 elves. He should have gone over there." After saying that, he pointed in a direction. Roy quickly called Instructor Eleanor and Instructor Nora, and walked towards the west side of the fountain square together. According to the clues given by Roy, Instructor Eleanor actually found some clues from a ginkgo tree. She obtained an extremely vague image from the ginkgo tree. This was the remaining memory left by the ginkgo tree. Instructor Nora needed to establish a soul connection with the ginkgo tree to obtain these intermittent memories. She saw 2 half-blood elves sandwiching Woods in the middle and boarding a silver carriage together. They shouldn't be Woods' relatives. They didn't hug each other after they met, nor did they show any affection. Soul connection consumes a lot of mental energy, so Instructor Eleanor couldn't use it frequently. When she finally saw the carriage, she only took a look at it at the intersection. Instructor Eleanor chased them all the way. When she was looking for the slave traders, she found them in the vast jungle with the help of Instructor Eleanor's reconnaissance skills. After confirming that Woods was taken away by 2 elves, Instructor Nora immediately returned to the hotel and called out all the members of the adventure team. Everyone split up. Instructor Gru and Magician Scarlet went directly to the Thieves Guild to buy information, and the rest of the members followed Instructor Eleanor and followed the clues. In an inconspicuous tavern, Magician Scarlet and Instructor Gru pushed the door and walked in. The half-blood elves who were originally sitting in various places in the tavern all stared at Magician Scarlet. The 2 walked to the bar. Scarlet's magic robe revealed her identity as a magician. The bartender put down the empty glass in his hand, looked up and asked the 2, "What would you like to drink?" Scarlet Magician pushed a stack of cola in front of the bartender and said, "2 glasses of white wine, and we want to buy some information here." The bartender handed 2 glasses of wine to Instructor Gru and Scarlet Magician, then wiped his hands with a rag, took off his apron again, and walked to the back of the tavern with Scarlet Magician and Instructor Gru. "Please talk in the back." There was a small room at the back of the tavern, and there happened to be a young female elf sitting at the table. The light in the room was relatively dim. The bartender sent the 2 here and turned away. The female elf raised her head, smiled at Scarlet Magician and Instructor Gru, and then asked, How can I help you? One of our half-elf friends disappeared yesterday afternoon. I want to buy some clues about the missing elf here. Instructor Gru placed a few sketches in front of the female elf's table. These portraits were drawn by Sabrina, and were about 70% like Woods himself. It will cost 100 kolar. The female elf glanced at the portrait, and said casually. Instructor Gru took out a stack of kolar and placed it on the square table. Tell me what happened, the specific location of the disappearance, and when it happened. Instructor Gru told the story of Wood's disappearance. A young half-blood elf with broken arms disappeared? Well, we will provide you with a piece of information at this time tomorrow. The female elf said to the two. Instructor Gru and Scarlet Magician walked out of the tavern together, and then Instructor Gru sighed. This is my first time dealing with the Thieves Guild. It turns out that buying a piece of information only costs 100 kolar. They won't tell us all the information at once, and we may need to pay more money later. Scarlet squinted her eyes, looked back at the tavern, and said calmly. I hope the clues from Eleanor's side will not be broken. Instructor Eleanor stood at the street corner, carefully identifying the direction the carriage left. Instructors Nora and Virgil were with her. This place was a long way from the fountain square. Judging from the direction the carriage was going, it should be heading to the outskirts of Padstow. Roy, Sabrina, and Miss Christine stood across the street. I don't quite understand why they want to arrest Woods. Miss Christine held the guardrail on the street with both hands and whispered to Sabrina. Maybe they will transport Woods to the human world. Those slave traders often do this. Maybe they will sell him to some miners. Since the dwarves left the elven continent, many mines are short of miners. It is difficult to find miners through normal recruitment. Sabrina explained in a low voice. Roy stared at Instructor Eleanor across the street. A familiar figure was speeding down the street in a carriage. Roy recognized at a glance that the person sitting in the carriage was Magician Benjamin. He raised his footsteps and chased after him. There were no straight roads in Padstow. Almost all the roads were winding, and the carriages were not running fast. Seeing Roy chasing after a carriage, Sabrina also hurriedly followed from behind, and Miss Christine also caught up from behind panting. After the carriage turned a corner, it quickly left Roy far behind. Roy stopped by the roadside, panting. He looked at the direction where the carriage disappeared, with a look of regret. This was the third time he had seen Magician Benjamin, but without exception, he had always dodged him. Thinking of this, Roy wanted to kick over a big tree beside him. When Miss Christine caught up, she couldn't help asking what happened. I met a fugitive. I saw him in Castletown. He was a member of a group of slave traders. I didn't expect to see him here. Roy said unwillingly. He slipped away again. Roy, hurry up and catch up. Instructor Nora stood on the street, not far away, and waved in this direction. Roy hurried over. Under the guidance of Instructor Eleanor, the adventure group followed a road, passed through several streets, and several jungle tree houses, and actually walked out of Padstow City. There was an orchard in front of them. When they came here, the vision became wider. Instructor Eleanor led everyone around the orchard in front, and a wooden house with an attic appeared in a woodland. This wooden house is next to an unknown river, and the yard is full of low sunflowers. Now these wooden houses are surrounded by a low fence. Instructor Eleanor lay on a slope a few hundred meters away and whispered to everyone. The carriage drove into the house in front and should not have come out again. When it gets darker, I can sneak in to check. As she spoke, a carriage drove out of the yard. Should we stop this carriage? Instructor Virgil asked from behind. No need, there is no elf in the carriage. Nora waved her hand. Finally, when it got dark, Instructor Eleanor blended herself into the shadows and moved towards the wooden house by the river. The house was beautifully built, and the yard was very clean. Instructor Eleanor walked into the yard along the wall. Wizard Benjamin was sitting in the carriage, still feeling a lingering fear. When he passed a street corner in the carriage, he saw Roy again. This guy was like a lingering ghost. No matter where he hid, he would meet him. Luckily, he found out in time and urged the driver to go faster, leaving the young apprentice priest far behind. He took a carriage to the suburbs, intending to return to the elf continent with the slave traders in Padstow. After a period of accumulation, these slave traders have captured a lot of slaves. They want to sell these slaves as soon as possible and transport them to the elf continent. It is not easy to safely pass through the portal of the Partington Plain. It requires a lot of connections, and the portal guards must be their own people. The hiding place of this group of slave traders is built in an orchard in the suburbs. Seeing that the sky is gradually getting dark, Magician Benjamin urged the coachman to go faster. The carriage drove into the yard of the wooden house by the river. Magician Benjamin opened the door and got out of the carriage. Several half-blood elves came out of the wooden house to greet them. One of them asked Magician Benjamin, "Benjamin, will you return to the elf continent with us tomorrow?" Chapter 257. Benjamin had no choice but to take another risk when he came to this riverside cabin alone. When he was a sailor on the Kumquat, Benjamin had some dealings with slave traders from the Partington Plain. They often transported some half-blood elf slaves from here and sold them on the Kumquat. This time, Benjamin and Abbott ran to the city of Padstow and rented a cabin to live in. Usually, they rarely went out, and only went out to buy supplies when they were short of daily necessities. The two lived in Padstow for 2 months and felt that they were almost out of the spotlight. Abbott had been studying the chart of the endless sea during this period. Benjamin always had a sense of crisis. He was worried that the elf patrols of the guards would suddenly come to the door one day. By then, even if the two wanted to escape, it would be too late. Could they still go into the Warcraft Forest? He wanted to buy 2 tickets for the transfer of Padstow City in case of emergency. He had just rented a carriage and went out. Unexpectedly, he met Roy on the street. If he had not been alert enough, he might have been imprisoned in the prison of the guards. In this city, no elves knew his background. But Roy was different. Roy knew him, and knew that he was the one who slipped through the net of the Kumquat. Once caught by the elf patrols, he probably wouldn't need to go to the trial of the Elf Elders Council, and could directly meet his old friends in the Parim Island prison. That's why he took the risk to come here this time, ready to talk to this group of local snakes, and wanted to leave Padstow City as soon as possible. The leader of this group of slave traders is a half-blood elf named Jones. The other half-blood elves are Jones's subordinates. They have been engaged in the trade of half-blood elves in the Partington Plain for a long time, but this group of slave traders seems to have a good background. They can pass through the city's portal unimpeded, and do not need to be interrogated. Seeing the half-blood elves grinning so cunningly, Magician Benjamin knew that it might cost him some price to leave the Partington Plain safely this time. He walked into the living room of the wooden house, and sat opposite the slave trader Jones. In front of Jones was a sea chart, which happened to be the sea area of Castletown Bay. Not only were there many small islands drawn on it, but there were also dotted lines connecting the small islands. "Benjamin, are you going to leave Padstow?" Jones raised his head. There was a dark red scar on his left cheek, as if it was scratched by the claws of some monster. His originally handsome face looked a little hideous and scary, which was rare among elves. Benjamin lowered his head, took out 2 magic crystals from his pocket, and pushed them in front of the slave trader Jones. "Well, Jones, I need you to help me get 2 tickets for the portal," Benjamin said. "Magic crystals are hard currency no matter where they are." Jones did not comment, and directly accepted the 2 magic crystals, then raised the corners of his mouth and smiled intriguingly. The slave traders on the side also laughed with Jones. This made Benjamin feel that things were not going well. He secretly encouraged himself, and said that he must not be cowardly at this time. So Benjamin also stared at the slave trader Jones with a cold look. Sure enough, after staring for a while, Jones put away his smile and said directly, "Benjamin, you see that the Kumquat no longer exists. As long as you give me the sea chart that can cross the endless sea, I will not only help you leave the Partington Plain, but also take you back to the Roland continent. Our business here is always to open up this sea route. The sea chart is useless in your hands." Benjamin finally understood that the slave traders wanted to build their own ships and do the business of selling slaves at sea. "Jones, do you want to do the business of selling slaves at sea?" Jones smiled cunningly and said frankly, "We can't always sell slaves to those mine owners. They have been pushing down the price too much recently. It is also risky for us to catch slaves here. If there is no profit, it is better to hunt wind foxes in the jungle in the south." Benjamin hesitated. "But I don't have the nautical chart of the endless sea, but I have been trying to draw that route recently. The half-elf young man next to me is actually very familiar with the various sea areas of the endless sea, but unfortunately, he has not been able to draw a complete sea chart until now." Benjamin was talking about Abbott. Jones had met Abbott once, and had a deep impression of this half-elf young man, who was obsessed with sea charts. In fact, Abbott was only focused on finding the treasure on the sea, and had no idea of Benjamin's true identity. The sea chart that spanned the endless sea had long been firmly in Benjamin's mind, but this sea chart could not be taken out anyway. Benjamin knew that once he handed over this sea chart with both hands, Jones might sink him and Abbott into the sea to feed the sharks. Which of these slave traders didn't have blood on their hands? Instructor Eleanor hid in the shadow of the closet behind the living room of the cabin. She had no interest in the topic the slave traders were talking about, but she understood that this human magician wanted to buy 2 teleportation tickets, but these slave traders clearly wanted to make things difficult for him. This was indeed the slave trader's den, but she did not find woods in the house. The decree prohibiting the slave trade has been issued for so many years, and this group of slave traders actually blatantly built their base in the orchard. It was not only audacious, but also an unspeakable irony. For a long time, the orchards in the suburbs of the elven town have been controlled by the Silver Moon Elf nobles. It is difficult for half-blood elves to own such a rich orchard. I didn't expect that this group of half-blood elves in front of me are not only a group of slave traders, but also can live in such an orchard. Instructor Eleanor did not continue to think about it. She wanted to know where Woods was imprisoned by them. She looked for the entrance to the basement in the kitchen and storage room, but the entrance was not here. Instructor Eleanor was hiding in the shadow behind a door at this moment. She could be completely invisible in the shadow, but this secondary invisibility effect must make the body in the shadow. Even if someone came over with a candlestick, the weak candlelight might make him visible. Any glaring light would expose him directly. So Instructor Eleanor could only wait patiently. While the slave traders were chatting in the living room, she felt behind the stairs. Sure enough, there was a wooden door to the cellar, and the door was locked. The wooden door was very solid, and the handle on the wooden door was polished. It should be always used. Instructor Eleanor waited for a long time before she saw a half-blood elf carrying a bucket of apples to the door of the cellar. He fumbled for a key from his waist, unlocked the lock on the wooden door of the cellar, and opened the wooden door. There was a strong and disgusting smell inside. The half-blood elf pinched his nose and walked in with a bucket. He did not close the door. Instructor Eleanor followed the half-blood elf into the cellar. Perhaps it was not well ventilated. The stench gave Instructor Eleanor a headache. Then she found that there were many iron cages in the basement. These iron cages, which were only 1 meter square, held many half-blood elves, both men and women. They could only sit curled up in the cellar, wearing dirty clothes, and were pale and thin from hunger. The half-blood elf slave traders then picked up a few apples and threw them into the cage like feeding pigs. The half-blood elves quickly caught them with both hands and ate the apples voraciously, even swallowing the cores. Some sat in the cages woodenly, not paying any attention to the apples thrown in. Instructor Eleanor hid in the shadows behind the steps, checking each cage one by one. Sure enough, in the corner near the cellar, she saw Woods, who was locked in an iron cage with bandages wrapped around his arms. There were obvious bruises and scars on his face, and it seemed that he had been severely beaten by these slave traders. Seeing Woods, Instructor Eleanor had no intention of staying. She slipped out quietly, while the half-blood elf was feeding apples. Roy followed Instructor Nora and hid in the bushes on the slope, waiting from dusk until dark. If Instructor Nora had not been patient, Roy would have rushed into the cabin to see if Instructor Eleanor had been in trouble. During this time, Instructor Virgil brought Scarlet, and Instructor grew over. After a long wait, the bushes in front finally shook slightly, and Instructor Eleanor appeared in front of everyone. The instructors had long been accustomed to it. Instructor Nora whispered to Instructor Eleanor, "Have you found Woods?" Instructor Eleanor took out her handkerchief at this time, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and whispered, "Found it. In the basement of the wooden house. There are a group of slave traders in the wooden house. There are 6 half-blood elves in the house, and there is a human magician." Instructor Nora frowned when she heard that there was a human magician in the house. Instructor Virgil stroked the hilt of the sword at his waist and said, "Let's rush in and rescue Woods." Instructor Nora held down Instructor Virgil's wrist and said to him, "Wait a minute." Instructor Nora's eyes fell on the front of the wooden house. In the wooden house, Magician Benjamin took a lot of effort to convince Jones. The sea chart was not in his hands, and Abbott was the key to whether the sea chart could be drawn. Magician Benjamin smiled and said to Jones, "I will urge him to draw the sea chart as soon as possible when I go back. Don't worry about some errors. At that time, I will also accompany him on the ship. Although I can't remember the route of the sea chart, I still remember some of the islands along the way. If there is a deviation in the route, I can correct it in time." Slave trader Jones heard Benjamin say this, and felt that Benjamin was sincere, so his face became better. Benjamin said at this time, "The situation is very tense recently. The elf army has been strictly investigating slave traders. You must be careful." Hearing Benjamin's words, Jones laughed and said confidently, "Benjamin, if you knew who is supporting us behind the scenes, you would not have such worries." Chapter 258. The members of the adventure team squatted on the slope of the apple orchard. Instructor Nora was surrounded by them. She was arranging tasks while staring at the carriage next to the wooden house by the river. Seeing a magician wearing a cone hat boarding the carriage alone, Instructor Nora said to Instructor Gru, "Gru, you take Roy to stop the carriage and catch the magician." Instructor Gru nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Then he turned to look at Roy, indicating that Roy should follow him. Instructor Nora said to Scarlett and Christine, "Scarlett, Christine, you two stay outside the cabin. If any slave traders run out, use magic and bows and arrows to stop them. I, Eleanor, Virgil and Sabrina will rush into the cabin to rescue Woods." The remaining instructors nodded in agreement. "Okay." Scarlett asked Christine to stand outside the main door of the cabin, while she planned to hide by the river. As a water magician, if you cast a spell by the river, the casting speed can be increased by at least 20%, and Scarlett determined that the escape route of these slave traders must be the stream flowing through the orchard. At this time, the carriage parked in front of the cabin had slowly driven away from the cabin by the river. In the darkness, without the light from the cabin window, everything seemed to be hidden in the shadows. The carriage turned around the path in front of the cabin and headed out of the orchard. The driver sat on the high seat, where the view was good and the wind was cool. There was only one magician in the carriage, who sat close to the window, leaving only a vague figure. Because it was a bit far away, it was very dark. Gru led Roy along the slope and quickly went around to the path ahead. Sabrina and Miss Christine followed several instructors and rushed directly to the riverside cabin. According to the arrangement of Instructor Nora, Magician Scarlett and Miss Christine hid only 20 meters away from the cabin, guarding the front and back doors of the cabin. It can be seen that Miss Christine and Sabrina were doing this for the first time, and their beautiful faces were tense and looked very nervous. They did not have this expression when facing the griffin. The three instructors led Sabrina to the door of the cabin at the fastest speed. Instructor Nora rushed to the front and broke into the door directly. Instructor Gru ran breathlessly along the hillside of the orchard. The road in the orchard was a bit roundabout. As long as they rushed directly down the hillside, they could stop the carriage. Roy followed behind Instructor Gru and had to use all his strength to keep up with Instructor Gru until Instructor Gru hid behind an apple tree, took the combat short bow in his hand, and pulled the bowstring towards the oncoming carriage. Roy hid in the grass by the roadside. The carriage slowly drove from the direction of the wooden house by the river. In the night, the carriage moved very slowly in the orchard. The driver didn't need to drive it much, and the carriage would move along the path at a constant speed. An arrow with the power of the wind element suddenly flew out from behind an apple tree. The driver didn't even see the flight trajectory of the arrow, and the arrow shot through the car window. With a bang, the glass shattered. A cry of pain came from inside, and the magician in the car pushed open the door and ran towards the orchard. The driver was so scared that he jumped directly from his seat into the grass by the roadside, hugged his head, and squatted there, not daring to move. Roy, who was hiding in the bushes, ignored the coachman. He was also startled when he saw Magician Benjamin running out of the carriage, with his hands on his shoulders. During the day, he saw him at the intersection, but unfortunately he slipped away. No wonder Roy felt that this carriage looked familiar. Now it looked like the same carriage he saw during the day. Roy was a little confused. Why did Magician Benjamin, the one who escaped from the kumquat, always appear in front of him? He held the sacred scepter and chased after him along the bush without hesitation. He could not let him get away this time. Instructor Gru had already drawn his second arrow 20 meters away and chased after him towards the orchard at the same time as Roy. The arrow he shot just now was a little off-center, or maybe it was because the timing was a little off when he shot it. The arrow hit the window frame of the carriage, and when it broke the window glass, it was off-center, so it only hit the magician's shoulder in the carriage instead of passing through his neck. Instructor Gru used a combat shortbow. The biggest advantage of this bow is that it can be easily drawn and shot while running. When an arrow shot through the window glass and directly pierced his shoulder, the sharp tip of the arrow may have been nailed into the bone, making him feel pain in his bones. Benjamin, who was sitting in the carriage, was also completely confused at this moment. He didn't know who was outside. Maybe it was the group of slave traders in the wooden house. The previous speech was just to stabilize him, deliberately let him leave, and then hijacked him halfway, and then locked him up with those slaves, and slowly tortured him about the sailing route. Maybe the elf army came looking for him. Thinking of this, Magician Benjamin broke out in a cold sweat. Selling elf slaves in the elf continent is a serious crime. Generally speaking, it means being imprisoned for life. The arrow pierced his shoulder, and blood spurted out along the arrow shaft in severe pain. The arrowheads of this kind of arrows have wolf-fang barbs. As a magician, he had no way to pull out the arrow on his right shoulder. Benjamin fell into the abyss. After all the sailors of the kumquat were captured by the elf army, he had been worried that there would be such a day. He was so scared that he forgot the pain, pushed open the door of the carriage, and jumped down without caring about where he was outside. He ran desperately towards the dark apple forest. He didn't even dare to stop, or even drag out the magic broom and ride it to fly away. He was worried that if he stopped, he would be kicked down by the elves chasing him from behind. Fortunately, there were not many weeds and rocks on the hillside of the orchard, so he tried to get into the darkest place. Just after running more than 30 steps, Benjamin felt another pain in his back, but this time he was not injured. A layer of light golden shield-shaped light appeared on his back, and the flying arrow was actually deflected by the light shield and flew into the grass beside him. Then another arrow was deflected, and the light golden shield flashed, blocking 2 arrows in succession. This shield was the magic pattern array on the magic robe. As long as an arrow flew towards it, it would automatically activate the magic shield, but it could only protect the chest and back. Arrows flying from the sides of the body could not activate the magic shield. For this magic pattern array that could save his life at a critical moment, he spent 97 magic crystals at the Atom City auction house. Now it seems that this money was really worth it. Benjamin jumped behind an apple tree and pulled out the magic broom handle from his magic waste bag. Although his right arm was injured and he had no strength at all, the only way to escape from here was to ride the magic broom into the night sky. He heard a series of footsteps coming from behind him, and the sound became clearer and clearer, and it was also very messy. It was obviously not a pursuer. He didn't even have the courage to turn around and fight back. This magic broom was always placed in the easiest place to get it. As long as he reached into the magic waste bag, he would definitely be able to touch it first. He pulled out the magic broom handle at once. Due to the delay in delivering magic power, the floating device was not activated in time, and the magic broom handle fell to the ground with a thud. Benjamin cursed, "Idiot." He bent down to touch the magic broom handle on the ground. Roy saw Benjamin hiding behind an apple tree. He wanted to rush over directly, but when he remembered Benjamin's instant fireball, he hesitated. Then he quickly recited the prayer, and a divine pattern full of sacred glory was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. Hammer of Judgment, a small hammer with silver light, slowly rose from the divine pattern array. The hammer flew out under Roy's gaze, spinning. As soon as Magician Benjamin, who was hiding behind a tree, showed his head, the hammer hit him and knocked him off the magic broom handle. Magician Benjamin groaned and fell to the ground. The magic broom handle also flew several meters away. Roy rushed forward, raised the shield in his hand, and swung it hard at Magician Benjamin's head as he was about to get up. Bang! Magician Benjamin's head was hit hard, and he immediately fell to the ground. At this time, Instructor Gru came up from behind. He glanced at Roy, then squatted down and touched his head. There was a little blood on his fingertips, but not much. Instructor Gru then took out the rope, tied up Magician Benjamin's feet and hands tightly, and pulled the rope buckle on his feet directly, indicating Roy to lift the other side. The two of them worked together to carry the unconscious Magician Benjamin down the hillside. Instructor Nora rushed into the riverside cabin first. The slave traders in the cabin were discussing how to recruit some sailors who were good at sailing. They are all half-blood elves. In many ports on the elf continent, almost all half-blood elves are engaged in fishing. They are good at driving flying fish boats, but flying fish boats are small fishing boats. If you want to cross the endless sea, you must have a large sailing ship with more than 3 masts. Half-blood elf Jones is just a complete slave trader. His favorite saying is that we are all half-blood elves. Boss, Benjamin's suggestion is not bad. If we rescue those crew members in the prison on the Powham Island. The slave trader was talking to Jones when he heard the door of the wooden house being kicked and broken. A female elf warrior with a sword and shield rushed in from outside. After she rushed into the room, she stepped on the wall with one foot, and her body suddenly bounced up, and the long sword in her hand directly pierced the neck of a half-blood elf who was facing the door with his back. Then she drew the sword very cleanly, and blood spurted out, and the roof was covered with blood. She knocked the half-blood elf down with the shield in her hand, and her body pounced on the sofa in the living room like a cheetah, frightening the slave traders sitting on the sofa, and immediately fled. These slave traders are also a group of combat professionals, all of whom are above the first level and have rich combat experience. They found that the female elf warrior who rushed and refused to say a word, and they killed her directly, and the slave traders also fought back silently. Instructor Nora is a fighter who is good at close combat skills. She likes to fight in such a small space, and she holds an extremely paranoid belief about slave traders. If she can kill them, she will not let them live. The judgment of the Silver Moon Elf Elder Council does not have the death penalty. The heaviest punishment is to be thrown into the mine to dig for a lifetime. Instructor Nora didn't intend to send them to the court, so she was extremely ruthless. Instructors Eleanor and Virgil, who were following behind, saw that they couldn't stop Instructor Nora, so they had to rush into the house and fight with 2 slave traders. Instructor Nora stabbed 3 slave traders in succession, and the slave trader Jones, who was protected in the middle, was also stabbed in the abdomen by Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora was also left with several wounds on her body. "What do you want to do?" Slave trader Jones stared at Instructor Nora. He was not wearing a magic pattern suit and had no weapon in his hand. He just picked up a saber. Instructor Nora was willing to cut a hole in his ribs with the saber and stab the elf sword into Jones's lower abdomen. Such a ruthless fighting style frightened even the slave traders. Instructor Nora didn't even think about answering Jones' question. On her left and right were instructors Eleanor and Virgil, and behind her was Sabrina, so she didn't need to pay attention to the slave traders rushing over from both sides. Almost in the blink of an eye, 2 slave traders were killed by Instructor Nora, and slave trader Jones's stomach was stabbed with a bloody hole by Nora. Jones called out to the slave traders, who were desperately protecting him, "Let's go." He then covered his lower abdomen and broke through the window, jumped out of the wooden house, and ran towards the river. 2 men followed Jones and ran outside. Another slave trader, seeing that he could not escape, actually picked up a floor candlestick next to the sofa and stabbed Nora in the back. Instructor Virgil held the candlestick with his 2 swords and took the opportunity to stab his thigh. Instructor Nora followed the slave trader Jones and jumped out of the wooden house through the broken window. The 3 slave traders, who ran out of the wooden house, looked desperately at the thick ice wall in front of them. A magician holding a magic wand stood on the ice wall. Not only was she surrounded by a vortex of ice and snow, but also a 2-meter-long ice spear was suspended above her head. Scarlet Magician took a look at the bloody Instructor Nora and confirmed that she was only slightly scratched. Then the ice spear on her head shot out and exploded at the 3 slave traders. Countless ice fragments came like a blizzard, forming a thick layer of ice shell on the bodies of the 3 slave traders. Instructor Eleanor followed Instructor Nora, and the 2 swung their swords almost at the same time, nailing the 2 slave traders to the ice wall. Jones, a slave trader with an abdominal injury, stood alone under the ice wall, with Instructor Virgil's sword firmly on his neck. Chapter 259. Slave trader Jones was tied to the pillar at the entrance of the wooden house. The wound on his abdomen burst and blood continued to flow out. The sticky blood flowed down his legs along his belly. He was in pain and fear. In panic, he just begged Instructor Nora not to kill him. Jones was still worried that he would die from bleeding. Even if he was tied to the pillar, he kept screaming. Instructor Virgil, who was standing by, was a little annoyed and called Roy over. During this raid on the lakeside wooden house, Instructor Nora would rather suffer some minor injuries than kill all the slave traders in one go, because she knew that the skills of these slave traders must be very good. If she didn't use thunderous means to kill them and make them lose their fighting spirit, this battle would become very troublesome if it dragged on. If several instructors hadn't stopped her at the same time, Instructor Nora might have killed Jones, who was tied to the pillar in front of the stairs. Instructor Nora sat on the blood-stained sofa, took off the leather armor of the magic pattern structure, and only wore a tight vest on her upper body. The 8 abdominal muscles were clearly visible. This kind of strong body is rare among female elves. Roy squatted aside. He first washed the wound with holy water, then used the secondary healing technique to treat it, and finally bandaged all the wounds on Instructor Nora. Then, at the call of Instructor Virgil, he came to the slave trader Jones and helped him treat the wound on his abdomen. Instructors Gru and Eleanor smashed the lock of the basement door together, opened the big wooden door of the basement, and a burst of stench rushed out. The basement was full of black air. Instructor Eleanor took the lead in walking down the stairs with a candlestick, and Instructor Gru followed behind with a combat short bow, looking around vigilantly. Both of them couldn't stand the stench in the basement. As Instructor Eleanor lit a torch on the wall, a corner of the basement lit up. The cold iron cages in the basement gradually appeared under the firelight. The cages were filled with ragged half-blood elves, some of whom didn't even have any clothes on their bodies, looking at the firelight with numb faces. These damn slave traders, they should all go to hell. Instructor Gru couldn't help but curse. Instructor Eleanor drew a long sword from her waist and slashed it hard on an iron chain, causing it to fall. Instructor Eleanor opened the rusty iron door with a bang and shouted to the half-blood elves inside, "Come out quickly, you are free." Hearing Instructor Eleanor's confident shout, the half-blood elves locked in many iron cages moved one after another. They grabbed the bars of the iron cages with both hands and rushed to look at Instructor Eleanor at the door of the cellar. Woo woo woo. Some female elves suddenly cried heartbreakingly, and some half-blood elves shook the locked iron door vigorously. The half-blood elves in the cellar looked at Instructor Eleanor. The half-blood elves in the first cage looked at Instructor Eleanor suspiciously, and tried to climb out. After climbing out of the iron cage, they stared at Instructor Eleanor, and walked up the stairs step by step. Maybe they stayed in the iron cage for too long. Even when climbing the stairs, they were hunched over, and even had to support their hands on the steps. Instructor Eleanor felt like there was a big stone blocking her heart. She cut off an iron door fiercely, and she felt relieved. After cutting off the iron locks of 8 iron cages in succession, the half-blood elves crawled out of the iron cages one after another. Instructor Gru, who was following behind Instructor Eleanor, did not make any move. He was always cautious and alert around. Even those half-blood elves who crawled out of the cages, he looked at them twice with scrutiny. Woods, with injured arms and swollen nose and face, curled up in the iron cage. The moment Instructor Eleanor opened the iron cage, tears could not stop flowing from his eyes. Instructor Gru reached out and took Woods out of the cage, smiling and saying to him, "You have to thank Roy for this. Last night he found you missing, so he went to the fountain square with me to look for you, but unfortunately we couldn't find anything. This morning we all ran out to look for you. Fortunately, there is a very reliable elf ranger in our adventure group. If she hadn't worked hard to communicate with every oak tree in the city, we wouldn't have found this apple orchard. Fortunately, the goddess of luck stood by you, so we were able to find you from these slave traders so smoothly." Woods choked up a little, and was so excited that he couldn't speak, and could only nod vigorously. In a small cellar, there were more than 30 rusty iron cages. Of course, these iron cages were not all filled with half-blood elves. At least 20 iron cages were filled with half-blood elf slaves, and the large number could squeeze 4 in one, and Woods was lying alone in the iron cage. Instructor Eleanor opened all the iron cages that held half-blood elf slaves, and let these half-blood elves walk out along the stairs. Slave trader Jones was tied to a pillar. The half-blood elves passed by him without even looking at him. The bodies of the other 5 slave traders were neatly placed on the floor in front of Jones, each wrapped in a blanket. The half-blood elf slaves ran out of the riverside cabin and rushed into the night without looking back. When the half-blood elf slaves passed by the instructors, they looked at each instructor with grateful eyes. No one spoke, not even the simplest thank you. Instructor Nora only sighed softly, as she watched the half-blood elves hurried away. These half-blood elves showed no intention of reporting these slave traders to the guards in Padstow City. It may be that they have always been accustomed to being submissive, or they feel that the elf guards are of no help to them. Roy was squatting in front of Magician Benjamin at this time, staring at Magician Benjamin, who was tied up like a dumpling, and struggling to drag off his very valuable magic robe. Because of the rope tied to his body, the whole process was very troublesome. He also took off the money bag and magic waste bag from Magician Benjamin's waist, and put them into his pocket with a smile. Memories rushed to Roy's eyes, like a river, with the sluice gates opened. The first time he saw Magician Benjamin was in front of the deep-water dock of Castletown Harbor. At that time, Roy occasionally worked as a guide. He first took these slave traders to a hotel, and then led them to a bar. It was there that they killed Jefferson and then fled. The second time I saw Benjamin was in the back street of the academy. At that time, all the crew members of the Kumquat were waiting to receive the judgment of the court. The third time I saw him, he was next to Abbott. Although Roy didn't see it at the time, now that he thought about it. At that time, he and Abbott were together. It's not difficult to understand why Abbott would kill Jasper so cruelly. Magician Benjamin looked at Roy calmly. Even though the arrow wound on his shoulder made him pale, he still didn't say a word and just stared at Roy coldly. "Tell me, where is Abbott?" As Roy spoke, he grasped the arrow shaft stuck in his shoulder, which made Magician Benjamin groan. A layer of greasy sweat appeared on his forehead. "We got separated in the Partington Plain, and I don't know where he went." Benjamin thought that whether he said it or not, it would not change his upcoming fate, so he might as well be tough. Even if the severe pain in his shoulder made him tremble all over, Roy held the arrow shaft and pressed it hard. The unbearable pain made Benjamin scream hysterically. Miss Christine stood behind Roy, staring at Magician Benjamin. She had not forgotten the scene that happened on Partington Island. At that time, this human magician was very different among the prisoners. She wanted to come over and slap Magician Benjamin a few times, but when she saw him lying on the ground howling hysterically, her tightly clenched fist loosened again. Instructor Nora came over, held Roy's hand, and whispered to him, "Send him to the court first. Let him accept the judgment of the court. Don't let hatred blind our eyes. Roy, you must stay rational at all times." Roy nodded. He knew that even if he asked more, Magician Benjamin would not tell the truth. There was a magic caravan parked outside the riverside cabin, but the driver was nowhere to be found. The instructors tied Jones and Benjamin to the shelf at the back door of the carriage. Instructor Gru was responsible for driving the carriage, and the others squeezed into the carriage. Roy's body was almost completely pressed against the window, with Sabrina sitting next to him, so that every time the car bumped, Roy could feel the firm softness hitting his shoulder. At night, the carriage moved very slowly, and the road was very quiet. In addition to the sound of horse hooves, there was the creaking sound of the axle when it bumped. I didn't know where those half-blood elf slaves ran to, and I didn't meet them along the way. Instructor Gru drove the carriage back to Padstow. The biggest feature of the elves' new city is that it has no city walls. They always build the city based on a huge tree of life. At this time, the whole city seemed to have entered a dream. Instructor Nora was still thinking about how to find the guards of Padstow City, when a team of elf guards came over. They rode white war horses, and wore standard armor, looking very impressive. Seeing these elf guards, Instructor Nora immediately shouted to Instructor Gru, "Gru, stop for a moment. Let's hand over the two on the shelf to these elf guards." Instructor Gru quickly pulled the reins and stopped the carriage on the side of the road. When the elf guard stopped in front of the carriage, Instructor Nora pushed open the door and got off the carriage. Chapter 260. What happened? An elf guard came out of the team, obviously a captain. He first looked at the carriage parked on the side of the road, then looked at Instructor Gru sitting in the driver's seat, and then asked Instructor Nora. Instructor Gru is the Silver Moon Elf. I am Nora, the leader of the Castletown Elf Academy adventure team. We found a group of slave traders in an apple orchard outside the city. They tried to kidnap a young member of our adventure team. The wooden house in the orchard is the hideout for the slaves. I hope the guard team can investigate it as soon as possible, Instructor Nora said. After that, she waved at the carriage. Instructor Gru and Instructor Virgil took Jones and Benjamin down from the shelf at the rear door of the carriage one after another, and placed them in front of the elf guards without a word. Jones and Benjamin were tied up with ropes, but their faces were not covered at all. The elf captain glanced at the two of them, looked up at Instructor Nora and said, "We will go to check, but before the investigation is clear, please do not leave Padstow for the time being. Where are you staying now?" Instructor Nora also planned to let Instructor Eleanor lead the elf guards to the riverside cabin to check the scene, but she didn't expect the elf guards to ask about their own residence. Golden Clover Tree House Hotel. Instructor Nora frowned slightly and said. The captain of the elf guard nodded and said with a smile, "You can go back to the hotel and wait for news. We will investigate as soon as possible. Once you can leave, we will notify you as soon as possible." Instructor Nora asked, "Okay, do you need us to lead the way to the riverside cabin in the apple orchard to check it out?" The captain of the elf guard showed a reassuring smile and said to Instructor Nora, "You just need to go back to the hotel and wait patiently." Hearing what the captain of the elf guard said, Instructor Nora didn't say much. Then he returned to the carriage and asked Instructor Gru to drive the carriage to the Golden Clover Hotel. Several instructors were sitting in the carriage, and they heard Instructor Virgil say, "When the slave trader saw the group of elf guards just now, why did I feel that his eyes were bright?" Scarlet Magician yawned and said casually, "They don't know each other, do they?" Instructor Virgil shook his head slightly. "This matter. I always feel that something is wrong." Slave Trader Jones immediately became quiet when he saw the elves patrolling. He even wanted to close his eyes and not look at the elf guards. He was worried that his heart was beating too fast and he would be discovered by this group of difficult adventurers. He was worried that he would not be able to hide his joy, and he would be tied up like a dumpling and thrown on the street like a dead dog. It was really embarrassing. He squinted his eyes, trying not to show his gaze, but when the guys from the adventure group boarded the carriage, Jones still couldn't help but glance at them. In contrast, Magician Benjamin kept his eyes closed. The elf guards waited for the carriage to leave, thinking that Magician Benjamin was Jones's new accomplice. Several elf guards came over and untied the ropes on Jones and Magician Benjamin. He frowned and asked coldly, "Why are you so careless this time, causing so much trouble?" Jones also looked annoyed, whispering, "Damn it, they killed Jiroi and the others. Just for a half-blood elf with both arms broken, they actually came here." The captain of the elf guard reprimanded, "Didn't that person always tell you not to mess with those adventure groups from the elf continent?" Jones complained innocently, "When I caught that kid, I didn't see any companions around him." The captain of the elf guard pushed Jones and said to him, "Let's go and see how to suppress this matter." Magician Benjamin, who was standing by, was completely dumbfounded. He thought that he would not be able to escape the fate of being sent to the prison on the Powram Island this time, but he did not expect that the captain of the elf guard actually knew Jones. At this time, Jones did not forget to say to the captain of the elf guard, "The riverside wooden house has been discovered by them. Why not burn it down? Even if it is burned, what can it do? It is better to." The captain of the elf guard said with disdain. In the morning, Instructor Nora was standing on the terrace to practice boxing, and a hotel waiter ran up and whispered to Instructor Nora, "Captain Nora, there are some elf guards downstairs who want to see you." Instructor Nora stopped her exercise, wiped the sweat off her forehead with a towel, and said to the waiter, "I be there soon." Instructor Nora changed her clothes and walked quickly to the lounge on the first floor of the hotel. She saw at a glance Jones, the slave trader, standing among the elf guards. He had changed into clean clothes at this moment. When he saw Instructor Nora coming over, he pointed at Instructor Nora and loudly accused her. "Last night, she led a group of elves into the apple orchard, and then they tied us up and took us into the city. If we hadn't met you on patrol halfway, I'm afraid we would have been taken back to Partington Island by them." After Jones finished speaking, he stared at Instructor Nora fiercely. Instructor Nora heard that the slave trader Jones was so confused in front of the elf guards, and the elf guards did not stop him. "Wait, is there any misunderstanding here?" Instructor Nora pointed at Jones and said to the elf guards. Then he added, "They are the slave traders we found last night." The elf guards showed a trace of doubt on their faces and asked Instructor Nora casually, "Where did you catch them?" "The apple orchard on the outskirts of the city." Instructor Nora answered without thinking. Several elf guards looked at each other and then said to Instructor Nora, "It just so happens that we also want to go there to investigate. You should also follow us to see who is telling the truth and who is lying. I think we can find out who is telling the truth and who is lying when we get to the apple orchard. Captain Nora, please ask all members of your adventure team to follow us." Instructor Nora led the elf guards to the terrace of the tree house and saw Roy sitting at the window, helping Woods remove the bandage and wooden board on his arm. He needed to check how Woods' arm was recovering. "Roy, Woods, you two get ready. We're going to the riverside cabin in the apple orchard," Instructor Nora said loudly. At this time, Scarlet, in her pajamas, pushed open the window, leaned out her sexy upper body, and asked Instructor Nora, "Nora, what did you say? Aren't we going back to Partington Island later?" Several instructors also came out of the room and looked at Instructor Nora with confusion. Chapter 261. 3 carriages were parked outside the inn, a team of elf guards were waiting outside on horseback, and a group of Silver Moon elf archers were standing at the outermost edge. There were many elves watching the excitement around, and everyone was pointing at Roy and the others, and no one knew what they were talking about. The instructors boarded a carriage one after another, and the elf guards stood outside the carriage and closed the door. A team of elf guards walked at the front of the team, and the elf archers followed on both sides of the carriage, surrounding the 3 carriages. The instructors all looked very unhappy, especially Instructor Virgil, who was sitting in the carriage. He asked nervously Instructor Nora, "What's going on? Didn't we help them destroy a slave trader's den? Why are they saying that we broke into the apple orchard without reason and arrested the farmers in the apple orchard? Isn't Jones a slave trader?" Instructor Nora lowered his head and said in great depression, "It seems that we have fallen into someone's trap. These elf guards and Jones have colluded to trick us." Instructor Eleanor sat next to Instructor Nora, looked out the rear window, and said, "Now these elf guards have even invited officials from the Inquisition to take us to the apple orchard to convict us." Instructor Virgil was a little anxious when he heard Instructor Eleanor say this, and whispered, "Then why should we go with them? A whole team of elf guards are waiting outside the hotel, and there is also a group of archers outside. Where else can we run?" Instructor Eleanor asked back in a low voice. "Besides, if we don't go to the scene to take a look, how can we know who has such great power to make the elf guards of Padstow City and the slave traders collude with each other? But what should we do next?" Instructor Virgil complained in a low voice. Instructor Eleanor said nonchalantly, "You are a Silver Moon elf. What do you have to worry about? I guess what they hope most now is that we can resist, and then arrest us for resisting arrest." Instructor Grew muttered, "I hope the Elders' Council of Padstow will know about this." On the carriage behind, it seems that the officials of the Inquisition are also their people. Instructor Nora's face became even gloomier when he said these words. "We really shouldn't have trusted those elf guards," Instructor Virgil said with great annoyance. The team quickly left the city and came to the apple orchard. The wooden house by the river still retained traces of the fight last night. However, the only difference is that the entrance is hidden in the basement behind the stairwell. The stinking basement was filled with iron cages, which were the evidence of their slave trade. But now, overnight, the prison-like basement miraculously turned into a wine cellar, a cellar filled with oak barrels of cider. There was not even a trace of peculiar smell inside, only a faint aroma of wine. Even the walls were different from last night, with some black pebbles neatly arranged together, and the gaps filled with mortar. The bodies of the 5 slave traders were still lying in the living room, but they were no longer wrapped in blankets. Their leather armor and swords had disappeared, and they were only wearing thin linen clothes. These dead slave traders had suddenly become farmers in the apple orchard. After the elf guards brought all the members of the adventure group into the wooden house, the 3 officials of the Inquisition also walked into the dilapidated wooden house surrounded by the elf guards. Instructor Nora's face turned ugly, and the other instructors were also a little dumbfounded. They originally thought that even if these slave traders would clean up the scene, the basement would definitely not be cleaned up, and there would always be some clues left. They also planned to look for the half-blood elves who had escaped around the apple orchard. When everyone arrived at the apple orchard, they found that these were obviously impossible to do. The 3 officials of the tribunal walked around the wooden house by the river and looked at Instructor Nora with questioning eyes. They wore the judge uniforms of the tribunal, and wore the badge of the Council of Elders on their chests, examining each member of the adventure group. An elf guard captain stood in front of Instructor Nora, frowned, and said to her, "Now we suspect that you have killed 5 farmers in the apple orchard for no reason, so next, please follow us back to the guard team for investigation." Instructor Eleanor stepped forward. She was a Silver Moon elf. She stood in front of Instructor Nora calmly. She took out the Elf Academy badge and put it on her chest. She said to the captain of the elf guard, "We are the instructors of the Castletown Elf Academy. We have the right not to accept the unfair investigation of the Padstow Guard. Yesterday we handed over 2 slave traders to you. One is Mr. Jones, and the other is the human magician Benjamin on the kumquat. Now, please return this magician Benjamin to us. We are ready to return to Castletown. May I ask, where is magician Benjamin now? He will face a trial by the Castletown Elders Council. He should still be in the guardhouse, right?" After saying that, Instructor Eleanor looked at the elf guard captain fiercely. The elf guard captain was a little confused. When he saw the other party reveal his identity, he didn't know what to do for a while. The teachers of the Elf Academy are also a special class, with a certain social status in the Elf Kingdom. The elf guard captain could only bite the bullet and say, "In fact, this magician Benjamin, we have no evidence that he is a slave trader, so we have acquitted him." Seeing that the captain of the guard had lost his previous aggressive momentum, Instructor Eleanor turned around and glanced at the 3 officials of the Inquisition. She continued to focus her eyes on the captain of the guard and said relentlessly, "In Castletown, the wanted poster of the magician Benjamin is posted on the bulletin board at the door of almost every guard. As the elf guard of Padstow, why did you let him go without investigating?" Instructor Virgil took the opportunity to come out from the back, patted Eleanor on the shoulder, and said, "Okay, Eleanor, let's go." The 2 instructors turned around and tried to leave the cabin. A group of elf guards outside the cabin immediately surrounded them and pointed their swords at Instructor Virgil and Instructor Eleanor. The elf archers around them also raised their longbows and put an arrow on the bowstring, but did not pull it. The scene suddenly became tense. Roy even saw Instructor Nora secretly giving him, Sabrina, and Miss Christine a signal to break out. But at this moment, Miss Christine actually walked out from behind Instructor Nora. She put on an extremely arrogant attitude, glanced at the officials of the tribunal in the wooden house, then walked to the elven guards, put a Silver Moon elven noble badge on her chest, and said to the elven guards in front of her expressionlessly, "I am Christine Swinburne. You are now pointing your weapons at a member of the Swinburne family. Are you sure you want to do this?" Her voice was calm and gentle, but it made the faces of the 3 officials of the tribunal behind her change drastically. An officer of the Inquisition hurried out, glanced at the silver badge on Christine's chest, and immediately shouted, "Put down your weapons! Put down your weapons! This is the lady of the Swinburne family. Put down your weapons quickly!" The elf guards really put down their weapons, and the elf archers around also took the opportunity to put down their longbows. Miss Christine turned around and respectfully asked Instructor Nora, "Instructor Nora, are we leaving here?" Instructor Nora raised his head, sorted out his bad mood, and said to the members of the adventure group, let's go back to Castletown." Everyone got on the carriage they had come in, and then left the apple orchard. The apple orchard fell into an unusual silence. The officer of the Inquisition walked into the depths of the apple orchard alone with a cold face, and got on the carriage parked under the apple tree without any expression. Lord Alva sat in the carriage, looking coldly at the deputy chief judge of the Inquisition in front of him, and said in a cold voice, "Didn't we agree, after bringing them here, let the elf guards control all of them? Lord Raphael, why did you let them go?" The words were full of doubt. Deputy Chief Judge Raphael laughed dryly in his throat, and then his smiling face suddenly turned cold, and he said to Aldous, "Aldous, I promised you that within my authority, I can close one eye and let you do whatever you want in Padstow City. But this does not mean that you can provoke the elf nobles of the elf continent. This time, your people have caused trouble. I hope that before the investigation team sent by the higher-ups arrives in Padstow, you can properly handle all the matters, and don't let the elves of the investigation team catch your tail." Aldous was a little surprised. "I offended the elf nobles. Aren't they a group of instructors from the Elf Academy?" Deputy Judge Raphael coughed again, as if he had to cough every time he spoke. "Among them is a young Silver Moon elf, a lady from the Swinburne family. I think you should know that the Swinburne family currently controls at least 3 Silver Pegasus regiments. I also believe that you don't want those Silver Pegasus warriors to conduct military exercises in the Partington Plain," Deputy Chief Judge Raphael said. Aldous still said unconvincingly, "We should have kept them all." Deputy Chief Judge Raphael coughed violently again. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his purple lips. He snorted and said, "Don't dream. The elf guards are the guard team, and your archers have no way to keep these instructors. As long as one of them escapes successfully, we will all be implicated. If the Silver Pegasus Corps of the 17th Army enters the Partington Plain, none of us will have a good result." Aldous stared at Deputy Judge Raphael's face and said, "So you let them go and let me deal with this mess?" Deputy Judge Raphael laughed dryly again and said, "This is the mess you made. Clean it up quickly, and don't bring us unnecessary trouble. Padstow City can't withstand any major shocks." Aldous rubbed his face helplessly, and his voice became a little softer. "I know, it's really troublesome." Chapter 262. The carriage stopped at the roadside of the central square of Padstow City. At this time point, it was just the section from Padstow City to Partington Island. Some flatbed trucks full of supplies were pushed into the portal one by the half-blood elves. Padstow City is the only place in the entire Partington Plain that connects to the elf continent. Almost every once in a while, a large amount of supplies will be transported into the elf continent. The central square is not far from the Tree of Life. The tree houses around it are all inhabited by some Silver Moon elves. Although there are few Silver Moon elves in Padstow, they still have some special treatment. For example, when they pass through the portal, they don't need to wait in line with the half-blood elves. Led by Instructor Nora, the adventure team members jumped off the carriage and came to the front of the portal. Instructor Eleanor took the teleportation certificate from Instructor Nora, walked to the elf guard without saying a word, and handed the teleportation certificate to the elf guard. The elf guard saw that more than half of the team were Silver Moon elves, and did not even look at the teleportation certificate carefully, and let the group pass through the portal. Roy walked into the magic vortex again, and felt that the vortex-shaped passage in front of him was covered by a lot of thick fog, and some arcs were running around. When it comes to crossing planes, some elves will have a strong reaction when crossing space, while some elves feel that it is no different from walking normally. Roy had some slight dizziness. He walked out of the portal, and felt a little dizzy. He needed to stand there for a while before he could recover. The adventure map successfully returned to Partington Island, and everyone's faces showed a relaxed look. This time, even Woods was brought back by Instructor Nora. He had no way to stay in Padstow. Instructor Nora led everyone away from the central square of Partington. "Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to wait in Fountain Square until you see your elders." Instructor Nora comforted Woods, and then she said, "Woods, come back to Castleton with us. Padstow has been completely rotten from top to bottom, and it is not safe to live in Partington." Woods was not the kind of stubborn person who would not listen to advice. He lowered his head and thought seriously for a while, then readily agreed. "Oh, okay, I will go to Castletown with you to stay for a while. I really trouble you this time. You have also helped us a lot. We are friends, so there is no need to be so polite." Instructor Nora patted Woods on the head and encouraged him. The adventure group stayed on Partington Island for one night and hurried back to Castletown. Every other day, there would be a sailboat from Partington Island heading to Castletown. Instructor Nora led everyone back to Castletown by boat, and the journey was safe and sound. Entering Castletown in January, the cold wind blowing from the frozen sea had completely disappeared, and the sea was calm. It was not until the sailboat entered Castletown harbor that Instructor Nora, who was standing on the deck, let out a long breath, and his tense spirit was completely relaxed. Roy knew that the adventure team's experience in Padstow City had put several instructors under great pressure. He and Wood stood at the bow, holding the railing, pointing to the stranded ship under the seaside castle, and said to Woods, "Look over there, that big ship is mine." "My God, Roy, you actually have such a big sailboat." Woods said with envy. At this time, his eyes were not enough. This place was several times more lively than Padstow. The whole city was built on the hillside, with countless buildings stacked on top of each other, and there was a huge elf statue on the top of the mountain. Everything here made Woods a little dazzled. The sailboat was docked at the deep water dock. The passengers on the deck got off the ship first, and then the workers on the dock would quickly board the ship to move the materials on the ship. After getting off the ship, the adventure group disbanded on the spot. Instructor Nora originally planned to take Woods away, but Roy said that Woods could stay and live with him. Woods readily agreed to Roy's proposal. So Roy led Woods across the dock. When passing the fish market, many stall owners greeted Roy warmly. Woods pinched his nose with one hand and whispered to Roy, "Roy, there are so many elves who know you." "Yes, my family lives on that street." Roy finished speaking and pointed to Brown Street at the end. Roy stopped at the gate of the Statue of Liberty and saw that the guard room at the gate of the temple was empty, and the temple seemed very quiet. Thinking that he was away from Castletown for 2 months, High Priest Reed was alone in the temple to preside over the Wednesday meeting, and Roy felt a little guilty. Pushing open the door of the temple, Roy took Woods into the vestibule of the Statue of Liberty. Entering the dry season, the water in the fountain in the courtyard was only 1/3, and the Statue of Liberty also looked a little dry and cracked. Roy walked around the fountain and came to the door of the main hall, just in time to see High Priest Reed coming out. "Teacher." Roy quickly saluted High Priest Reed. High Priest Reed's eyes fell on Woods. "Your friend?" Roy talked about Woods' experience, the arrogant slave traders in Padstow, and the despicable elf guards. High Priest Reed sighed and said to himself, "I didn't expect the elf world to become so corrupt." Then he explained to Roy, "In fact, there are fantasies of suppressing half-blood elves everywhere. Although the main messenger behind it is the Silver Moon Elves, in many cases, it is not the Silver Moon Elves who do these things. Rather, some half-blood elves attack their compatriots in order to gain the recognition of the Silver Moon Elves. Exploiting, deceiving, and hurting, they are so shameless that they even sell the bone marrow oil squeezed from those humble half-blood elves. No matter where, this kind of thing happens." High Priest Reed said helplessly. He brought Roy and Woods into the study, and the three of them sat at the round table and chatted. "So what should we do?" Roy asked unwillingly. High Priest Reed thought for a moment before saying, "We must keep in mind courage, justice, mercy, and kindness." Courage, justice, mercy, and kindness. "I think I can do it." Woods listened very seriously. Seeing his honest look, High Priest Reed actually took the initiative to say to Roy, "Roy, if your friends haven't found a place to live yet, they can stay in the Statue of Liberty for the time being." "Okay, teacher." Roy was waiting for this sentence. Now Woods finally had a place to live. It's not that he didn't want to take Woods home, but his house currently only had 2 bedrooms, and he couldn't let Woods sleep in the living room or on the terrace. "Teacher, has there been any news from the Golfito headquarters?" Roy wanted to inquire about the latest situation at the Statue of Liberty. High Priest Reed said casually, "The 2nd Expeditionary Force has entered the Dark Land, and the 3rd Expeditionary Force has begun to gather. Maybe the Castletown Statue of Liberty is at the end of the list, and has not received a transfer order yet." This may be one of the few things that bothered High Priest Reed. So he didn't want to talk more, so he turned the topic to Roy and asked him, "Roy, what did you gain from this trip to the Partington Plain?" Talking about this, Roy also looked very energetic. "Teacher, I am now a 7th level apprentice priest, and I found this." As he said this, he took out the leather bag hanging behind his buttocks. He took out a pot of flowers from the bag and placed it on the round table. High Priest Reed looked at it carefully for a long time before asking uncertainly, "Withered flower of light?" Roy nodded quickly and explained. Woods said that although this flower of light is dead, the seeds are already mature and are now in a dormant period. If you want them to sprout quickly, you need to stimulate them to sprout. When I was praying, this flower of light helped me a lot, so I plan to try to plant some. Woods sat aside and said, "This kind of light-loving plant is very delicate. They need sunlight, but not exposure to the sun. They need to be carefully cared for." The three chatted for a while, and Roy started to arrange Woods' residence after High Priest Reed left. The row of rooms in the backyard of the temple were almost empty, so Roy chose a cleaner room, and Woods lived there temporarily. Woods was also very satisfied with the environment of the Statue of Liberty, so he lived in the dormitory happily. Then Roy left the Statue of Liberty alone and walked towards home. When he returned to the door of his house, he found that the lights on the 2nd floor were on, and Miss Belinda was actually at home. When he walked into the living room, Miss Belinda ran out of the studio upstairs. Her leather apron was covered with powder crumbs. As soon as she rushed downstairs, she gave Roy a big hug. Ms. Belinda was still the same. She put her hands on Roy's shoulders and chattered. "Roy, you have grown a lot taller. Roy, what do you eat every day there? Roy, are the monsters on the Partington Plain everywhere?" Roy pulled Ms. Belinda to sit on the sofa in the living room and briefly told her about the trip. He knew that Ms. Belinda must listen, so he didn't even take a shower and started to tell Ms. Belinda about the travel experience: hunting wind foxes, hunting dire wolves, hunting griffins. Roy prepared a few very interesting stories, and Ms. Belinda's eyes lit up when she heard them. She said excitedly, "After so many years, I didn't know that the Partington Plain was so interesting. I must go there if I have the chance." Chapter 263. Roy stood by the wall on the left side of the living room with his hands on his shoulders, looking up at the wall. Ms. Belinda came up from behind, holding a cup of steaming fruit tea in her hand. There was a medal on the wall of the living room on the first floor. Roy got closer and found that the gilded medal actually said Sculptor Newcomer Award. There was a line of small words at the bottom, which read awarded by the Buenos Aires Sculptors Association. This medal is very impressive. The Sculptors Association of the Silver Moon Kingdom is the most influential association. Many famous sculptors in the Silver Moon Kingdom are members of the association. Ms. Belinda actually joined the Sculptor Association a long time ago. She would send her sculptures to the review every year, but unfortunately, the sculpture she sent could not even pass the initial review. This year, Ms. Belinda brought the Linglong Ball to Buenos Aires to participate in the Buenos Aires Art Festival. The Linglong Ball was controversial in the early stages of the review. Some elf sculptors believed that the Linglong Ball could not be sculpted and could only be regarded as an exquisite craft. But some elf sculptors believed that Ms. Belinda had opened up a new path for sculptors. Ms. Belinda was lucky enough to win the Sculptor Rookie Award at this year's art festival. "Belinda, did your sculpture win an award in Buenos Aires?" Roy turned and smiled at Ms. Belinda. Belinda nodded proudly. The judges highly recognized the carving craftsmanship of Linglong Ball. "With their support, I won the Sculptor Rookie Award. How about it? Isn't it great?" Ms. Belinda smiled proudly, waved her fist at Roy, and said, "Of course, this only means a small step towards success." When Roy saw the Sculptor Rookie Award, he suddenly remembered the gift he brought for Belinda. He took out a small wooden box from his magic waste bag, and then took out a long bag wrapped in linen. "Oh, this is a gift for you." Roy handed the small wooden box to Ms. Belinda, and placed the long linen bag on the tea table. He unwrapped the linen bandage bit by bit, revealing a black tooth that was 1.5 meters long, and some griffin teeth as thick as fingers next to it. Ms. Belinda curiously opened the lid of the small wooden box. The small wooden box, which was as big as a jewelry box, was filled with colorful raw stones. In fact, Roy didn't know what kind of stones these raw gems belonged to. There are many kinds of gems in the elf continent, such as moonstone, tiger eye stone, jade, amber stone, ruby, etc. These raw gems were bought in the market in Padstow City. One raw stone cost about 10 coal. Roy didn't know much about the market price of these raw gems, but he heard from Miss Christine that these raw gems were not expensive at all, so he bought some and brought them back. "Roy, where did you get so many precious gems?" Ms. Belinda held the small wooden box, feeling a little excited and a little worried. She looked at Roy suspiciously. Roy scratched his hair, knowing that Ms. Belinda would definitely ask this question, and quickly explained, "I bought it in a small market in Padstow City. This kind of raw stone is not worth much there. We hunted so many monsters, and the monster materials alone sold for a lot of money. I also got 12 magic crystals." After saying that, Roy untied the purse from his waist, untied the rope, and poured all the magic crystals inside onto the tea table. Seeing so many magic crystals, Ms. Belinda was happy and worried, and tears flowed down her eye sockets. "And these are the teeth of monsters. I picked some of the bigger ones and brought them back," Roy said with a smile. "The thickest black tooth is a fawn of the black spider. I heard that the best material for carving exquisite balls is ivory." Roy couldn't get ivory, so he got a spider tooth for Ms. Belinda. After taking a bath and lying on the small bed in the room, Roy felt as if he was alive again. The quilt smelled fresh of soapberry, dry and fluffy, probably just been aired. Roy was wearing a linen pajamas, and just after lying down, he fell asleep wrapped in the quilt. In the morning, Roy was awakened by a gentle knock on the window. Roy opened the curtains and pushed open the window, and saw Moira standing outside the window, smiling at Roy. Her clear eyes were full of excitement and joy, and her pink and white face was slightly red. She couldn't wait to say to Roy, I heard from Sabrina that you brought back a pot of withered plants from Padstow? Moira's voice was clear and sweet, and full of a little expectation. Roy nodded and said, but the flower of light is with Woods. Oh, Woods is a friend I just met. He is proficient in botany, and said he can help me grow the seedlings of the flower of light. Woods said he could use those flower seeds to grow some more flowers of light, so Roy gave the flowers of light to Woods last night. Moira blinked her big eyes, and was stunned. According to Sabrina's statement last night, the flower of light was a gift Roy bought for her. A few days after buying it, the flower died, but Roy still insisted on bringing the flower back to Castletown. Moira couldn't wait to run over this morning just to take a look at the flower. Ms. Belinda left early, otherwise, Moira would not have the courage to jump over the wall to Roy's yard. Wait for me. Roy turned to get the magic waste bag hanging on the hanger, and took out an exquisite magic dagger from it. The simple scabbard was inlaid with 3-color gems, which looked very exquisite. Here, I found it in Padstow. It's not brand new, but the blade is hardly worn. Try it, and see if this dagger is comfortable to use? Roy put the magic dagger into Moira's hand, and asked her to try it. Moira quickly pulled the dagger out of the scabbard, and a trace of blue mark suddenly appeared from the scabbard. The sword's edge, except for the blade, was almost engraved with magic runes. Moira put the magic dagger back into the scabbard, and a smug smile appeared in her eyes again, and asked Roy, "Is this for me?" "Yes." Roy lowered his head, and kept searching in the magic waste bag. It took him a long time to find a piece of wind fox fur from the magic waste bag, and handed it to Moira. This is a piece of wind fox fur, which can be used to sew a pair of gloves with wind element affinity. Moira happily took the fur and said to Roy, "Miss Tiffany on the Black Pearl mentioned you to me yesterday. She probably heard from the librarian that the Elf Academy is about to start, and said that you should be back from the Partington Plains soon. How is Miss Tiffany doing on the Black Pearl?" Roy put on a loose linen top, walked out of the house, and asked Moira. In fact, Roy was a little looking forward to it. Miss Tiffany got tired of living on the Black Pearl, and finally left Castletown Harbor quietly. Not bad, she has gotten used to life on the ship. The two of us redecorated the Black Pearl. I go to the library with her once a week. She is currently learning Elvish. Moira replied. I bring her some daily necessities every week. Every time I go, she treats me to grilled fish. Moira said to Roy proudly. Hearing what Moira said, Roy knew that Tiffany had no plans to leave for the time being, so he thought about taking time to visit Tiffany on the Black Pearl in the evening. Since the magician Benjamin appeared in the Partington Plain, Abbott was probably hiding in the city of Padstow. Unfortunately, the situation in that city was very complicated, and Roy had no way to investigate. Roy and Moira made an appointment to visit Tiffany on the Black Pearl in the evening, and then he hurried to the Statue of Liberty. Now that the plane journey was over, Roy planned to take advantage of the last few days before school started to study divine arts with High Priest Reed in the Statue of Liberty. Now he has fully realized the benefits of being an apprentice priest. Every time he advances, he will improve. His physique, strength, and agility have almost all increased to varying degrees, and he feels that the growth is also very balanced. Of course, the spiritual level has improved the most. It is said that every magician has a magic pool in his body, but Roy feels that the holy light power in his body is not stored in a specific magic pool. It's hard to say where exactly it is. It seems to be everywhere in the body. In the morning, Roy carefully cleaned the front yard of the Statue of Liberty, and in the afternoon, he sat in the study, listening to the explanation of the sacred prayer by the High Priest Reed. Roy followed the High Priest Reed to learn the sacred runes in the Statue of Liberty, and Woods actually sat beside him, and listened with great interest. However, Woods was a druid, and he believed in the goddess of nature. He just listened casually, and didn't learn these divine arts at all. High Priest Reed explained a section of divine runes, then left the study room, holding a book. Seeing that Woods was a little bored in the temple, Roy suddenly had an idea and suggested to Woods, Woods, if you feel bored living here, why not go to the Elf Academy with me? The Elf Academy will start next Monday. As long as we pay a tuition fee, we can study there for half a year. The Elf Academy has various courses, including language, history, geography, martial arts, art. Okay, remember to call me when you sign up. Woods readily agreed. It just so happens that I want to learn the magical herbology of the Silver Moon Elves. In the evening, Roy walked out of the Statue of Liberty, and Moira was waiting at the door. Seeing Roy coming out of the yard, she hurriedly greeted him and said, I thought you would come out later. It's almost this time every day, Roy said. As he said that, Roy and Moira went to the Black Pearl stranded on the west side of the pier. When Roy climbed onto the Black Pearl, he found that Tiffany and Moira had pulled a black curtain on the 5 main masts on the deck to block the sunlight. The bow of the Black Pearl faced the sea, and there was a big pit near the beach, which was filled with clear seawater. Roy and Moira climbed aboard the Black Pearl, and Tiffany was squatting beside the side of the ship to light a fire. There was only a small flame in the stove. Hearing a sound coming from the side of the hull, she hurriedly stood up cautiously and hid back in the ship's tower. When she saw that the 2 people on board were Roy and Moira, she came out of the ship's tower. When she saw Roy, she shouted excitedly, "Roy, is your plane journey over?" "Yes." Roy agreed. "Tiffany, how are you living here?" "The environment here is very good. I can go swimming in the sea anytime. I usually hide in the ship's tower." Moira and Tiffany hugged each other familiarly. Tiffany moved the oven to the deck, raised a string of sea fish in her hand, and said to the 2, "You came at the right time. I was preparing to make salt-baked fish." Tiffany no longer eats raw fish since she tasted the taste of grilled fish. She was only wearing a simple suspender skirt, revealing a large area of fair skin, and her algae green curly hair was casually tied on top of her head and fixed with a comb. Tiffany seemed to have walked out of the shadows, with a faint smile on her face. She became an elf, a little taller than the Silver Moon elf, more plump and sexy, and she had long been familiar with life on the ship. In the end, Moira and Tiffany simply sat on the bow, watching Roy grilling fish. Roy said to Tiffany, "A month and a half ago, I just arrived at Partington Island. There was a riot at the Parham Island prison, and many prisoners escaped successfully." Roy told Tiffany about his experience on Partington Island, where he met Benjamin and Abbott, and they escaped. "You mean they appeared on Partington Island?" Tiffany put down the fragrant grilled fish in her hand while speaking. "Then they ran away. Later, just a few days ago, I happened to see the magician Benjamin in the city of Padstow." "So Abbott is hiding in Padstow?" Miss Tiffany asked Roy hurriedly. "It's very likely. But the security there is very chaotic. We met a friend on our journey, who was almost sold by slave traders in Padstow. In short, the situation there is very complicated. The slave traders and the elf guards in the city are in collusion. Our adventure team was almost framed by the elf guards and imprisoned because we destroyed a slave trading den." Roy sat by the barbecue grill and complained angrily. Tiffany sat down with a depressed look on her face. Moira sat aside and comforted Tiffany quietly, obviously not wanting Tiffany to go to Partington Plain to take risks at this time. In fact, Roy couldn't figure out how Moira, an introverted elf girl, became friends with Tiffany in the past 2 months. Instructor Nora reported what happened in Padstow to Castletown Elf Academy. The instructors on the Elf Academy side immediately protested. The Dean of the Elf Academy wrote a handwritten letter to the Dean of Buena City, directly accusing the elf guards of Partington Plain of colluding with slave traders. Chapter 264. On the 4th day after Roy returned to Castletown, the Elf Academy started school. After Ms. Belinda won the Sculptor Rookie Award, she became busy all of a sudden. She had to go out early every day and take a carriage to the Castletown Art Gallery in the city center. Roy put on a brand new linen round-necked long-sleeve dress and tight-legged bloomers. There was no other way. In Castletown, many young half-blood elves dressed like this. In comparison, the clothes of the young Silver Moon elves seemed more tasteful, but they were not suitable for Roy, because such clothes would look very different in the downtown area. Roy and Woods made an appointment to meet at the entrance of the Statue of Liberty, and then Roy took Woods to the Elf Academy in a long carriage. When they arrived at the gate of the Statue of Liberty, Roy saw Woods waiting at the door at a glance. But next to him, Miss Tiffany stood there in an apricot yellow long skirt, leaning against the stone pillar with her arms folded, chatting with Woods, with a smile on her face. Seeing Roy coming over, Miss Tiffany smiled and waved at him. "Tiffany, why are you here?" Roy asked in confusion. Tiffany looked down at her long skirt, pursed her lips and smiled at Roy, saying, "Roy, I plan to go to the Elf Academy with you. If the Academy doesn't mind a nod to coming to study, I also want to take a few courses here." Her eyes were full of inquiry, and she stared at Roy very seriously, fearing that he would disagree. "Oh, okay," Roy agreed readily. Roy didn't expect Tiffany to want to study at the Academy, but he had no reason to refuse. Woods was his friend, and so was Tiffany. The reason why he suggested Woods to study at the Elf Academy was because Woods had lived in the jungle of the Wood Elf Kingdom since he was a child, and he hoped that Woods could understand the elf continent more systematically. The reason why he didn't suggest Tiffany to go to the Elf Academy was more complicated. Although Miss Tiffany can transform into an elf, it does not mean that she can leave the water. In fact, she has to pour water on her body every once in a while to keep her skin moist. In addition, the elves and Jana have been fighting for hundreds of years. Although the war has been settled decades ago, there are still some barriers between the elves and Nagas. A mermaid lady from the Naga Sea tribe goes to the Elf Academy to study. It is unknown how the elf students will discriminate against her. Finally, Roy did not expect Tiffany to live on the Black Pearl for so long. And judging from her plan, she wants to stay on the Black Pearl for a long time. Of course, it would be a good thing if Tiffany could study at the Elf Academy. At least she would no longer be obsessed with finding Abbott. Woods' application for admission to the Elf Academy has been accepted. In addition to reporting to the Elf Academy today, he only needs to confirm a few elective courses. Roy said that the final exams for each course in the Elf Academy are difficult, and Woods also plans to take only 3 courses. Tiffany will go to the Elf Academy and submit an application for admission to the Academy. Roy also doesn't know whether the Academy will allow a Naga Sea mermaid lady to study in the Academy. Let's go, we're going to the crossroads to wait for the carriage. Roy led his 2 friends to the crossroads of Brown Street. At the crossroads of Brown Street, the Nightblade leopard hid under the shrubbery wall of Mrs. Winnie's house, staring at Roy, whom he hadn't seen for more than 2 months, and kept licking the beard on the side of his lips with his tongue. Roy had been busy applying for admission in recent days, and after returning from the Partington Plain, he hadn't had time to make a grilled fish for it. Every time he passed by the pharmacy, the kitten would stare at Roy with great grievance until his figure completely disappeared. It yawned lazily, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Roy didn't have to wait too long, and the long carriage slowly drove over from a distance. It slowly stopped at the crossroads, which was close to the Castletown Port Terminal. Many passengers got off here every day and went to Castletown Port. Roy walked into the carriage, paid the 3-kolar fare, and then took Tiffany and Woods to the back of the carriage. Finding an empty seat at the back door of the carriage, Roy asked Miss Tiffany to sit down first. "Why did you suddenly think of going to the Academy?" Roy asked Miss Tiffany. Yesterday, he took Woods to the Black Pearl, and Tiffany didn't mention this matter. In just one night, Tiffany suddenly had the idea of going to the Elf Academy to study. Tiffany drank a mouthful of seawater, looked at the busy street outside the car window, and said to Roy, "Living on the Black Pearl, I can only stare at the sea all day long. Sometimes I can't help but think of the past. An elf friend told me that if I want to get out of the current predicament, it's best to keep myself busy." Her profile is very delicate, with a pair of big eyes looking at the street scene. The beauty of mermaids is somewhat different from that of elves. Roy found that Sabrina did not take this long carriage. He had hardly seen her in the past few days since returning to Castletown, and he didn't know what she was busy with. On the other side, Woods was also looking at the street stalls through the window with relish. "Roy, let's go shopping here later." "Sure, this is the lower city of Castletown, not far from Brown Street. We can walk back directly from here." Roy agreed casually. The Elf Academy ushered in a new semester again. The gate of the Elf Academy became very lively. Countless elf students gathered at the gate. Some elf students walked into the academy together, some elf students stood in the open space at the gate to chat, and some elves gathered together and hugged each other. The 2-month vacation seemed to give the elf students endless things to say. Tiffany and Woods were both surprised by the lively scene at the gate of the academy. There were so many young elves. Entering the academy, both of them were a little overwhelmed. The academy lawn was trimmed very flat, and some elves sat on the lawn to chat. Roy walked along the corridor and came to the lobby of the No. 1 teaching building. Roy pointed to the notice boards and asked Woods to choose the courses that suit him here. And he had to take Miss Tiffany to the admissions office of the academy to submit the admission application. At the admissions office, Roy and Miss Tiffany were waiting at the door. Yesterday, this corridor was almost crowded with students applying for admission, but now it has become deserted. Before Roy even knocked on the door, he heard the elf lady inside roaring, "What were you doing yesterday? Why didn't you come and submit your application? Why did you have to wait until now? The admission application has stopped. If you want to enter the Elf Academy, you can wait until the new semester in July." The elf lady's roar scared Roy, and Miss Tiffany also became a little nervous. 15 seconds later, the elf student walked out of the room in a dejected manner. When he saw Roy and Miss Tiffany, he gestured to Roy to be careful. Roy took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." A gentle voice came from inside. Roy pushed the door open first and walked in. He had brought Woods here yesterday, and was very familiar with the layout of the room. Roy walked directly to the elf lady and said carefully, "Teacher, I want to submit an application for admission." The elf lady didn't even look at Roy, but looked up and looked at Miss Tiffany up and down, and asked, "Are you going to submit an application for admission?" Miss Tiffany nodded hurriedly. "Naga Sea Clan?" After saying this, the elf lady did not forget to look at Miss Tiffany's skirt. Tiffany was so scared that she quickly took a step back, and then whispered, "Yeah. Are you sure you want to study in the Elf Academy?" The elf lady stared at Miss Tiffany and said calmly, "Teacher, I am a Naga Sea clan. I wonder if I can study here." Miss Tiffany asked nervously. The elf lady took the admission application form, read it through, and answered very straightforwardly, "The academy has no regulations prohibiting the Naga Sea clan from enrolling, so your admission application is approved." Click. The seal was stamped on the application form, and then the application form was handed to Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany only needed to pay a tuition fee with the application form to go to school. Roy found that he had just paid the tuition for him and Woods yesterday, and now he had to pay the tuition for Miss Tiffany. After these procedures were completed, Miss Tiffany became a student of Castletown Elf Academy. Let's go to the hall to choose classes." Miss Tiffany couldn't wait to pull Roy and rush to the hall of the teaching building. The hall was full of elf students. At this time, the popular courses were almost all taken by students. Roy got the geography class first. The teacher was Mr. Harper again. However, this time, the knowledge he taught was not about the elf continent, but about the entire sea area of the Twin Seas. The east side of the elf continent is close to the Endless Sea, and the west coastline is the Twin Seas. There is no geography class on the Endless Sea this semester, otherwise Roy would not have signed up for the geography of the Twin Seas. So until now, the quota for this course has not been filled. The second course Roy chose was astrology. This course is quite special. It is a large course. This astrology course is connected. It takes 6 consecutive semesters to take the graduation exam. If you interrupt your study in any semester during this period, it will be the most troublesome to retake it. That is to say, there is only one chance to take astrology every 3 years. I heard that this course is extremely difficult, and the final graduation examination is also very abnormal, and the examination is usually held at night. The teacher randomly calls out the name of a star field, and the candidates have to use the shortest time to accurately point out their positions, and also introduce the position changes of this constellation throughout the year. For the third course, Roy still chose the elementary martial arts training, and the instructor was still Instructor Nora. Roy only learned some combo skills in the elementary martial arts, and he hadn't learned anything else yet. For this course, Roy had already made arrangements with Instructor Nora. Roy filled in his name in the reserved space, and heard a familiar voice from behind him. "Roy, why did you come here just now? I knew you would choose the elementary martial arts training class. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Claire rushed up from behind, put her arm on Roy's shoulder, and said to him with a smile. Roy immediately stood up and introduced Claire to Woods and Miss Tiffany. "This is Claire, my good friend in the Elf Academy. This is Miss Tiffany, this is Woods." "Hello." Claire smiled warmly, extended her hand generously, shook hands with Woods, and nodded politely to Miss Tiffany. Roy didn't know what course Woods was studying, so he asked Woods curiously. The courses that the Druid boys studied were natural science, botany, and ancient elven language. In addition to the martial arts training class, Claire has chosen all other courses related to music theory. This semester, Claire and Roy are also taking martial arts training classes together. Soon, Tiffany also chose the courses she wanted to study. Ocean climate, opera, and water magic were all the knowledge Miss Tiffany liked. 2 months later, Roy and Claire met again. Claire was still so enthusiastic. As a celebrity in the academy, there were always some Silver Moon elves running to Claire to greet him. He responded to them familiarly while chatting with Roy. After deciding on the courses to study, the 4 of them had to go to the small market in the back street of the academy to buy books. Looking at Woods and Tiffany, who were curious about everything, Claire said with a smile, "I didn't expect that our small group would double in size this year." In the following period of time, Roy was at home every day, running back and forth between the Statue of Liberty and the Elf Academy. Every day, he was busy learning new knowledge, and Claire became more and more familiar with Woods and Tiffany. During this period, Roy also took the time to compensate Mrs. Winnie's Night-Blade Leopard for 3 grilled fish meals. Not only did he write a long letter to the Dark Moon Elf Xavier, introducing the recent situation of Castletown City, he also took the time to go to Ellington Castle and told Earl Amelia about the things that happened in the Partington Plain. After hearing Roy talk about what the Silver Moon Elf nobles did in the Partington Plain, Earl Amelia was silent for a long time. 1 month after the start of school, there was still no news from Wood's elders. During this period, a shocking news came from the Partington Plain. A half-blood elf resistance army appeared in the Partington Plain and officially declared its independence from the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. The rebels gathered 20,000 half-blood elves and prepared to attack the city of Padstow. But just 3 days later, new news came out that the half-blood elf rebels in the Partington Plain failed to occupy the teleportation gate. After the Silver Moon Elf army entered the Partington Plain, it took only 3 days to defeat the rebels. When the news came, the half-blood elf rebels had already fled into the depths of the jungle. Chapter 265. As many things in the Partington Plain were exposed, the chairman of the Elders' Council of Padstow City was forced to resign. The army of the Silver Moon Elf quickly entered the Partington Plain, and then, while chasing the half-blood elf rebels, they mistakenly entered the Blackwater Swamp and were attacked by the dragonflies entrenched in the deep swamp. In the end, they had to evacuate in a hurry. Then the Silver Moon Elf army sent 3 Silver Pegasus regiments to patrol the jungle of the Partington Plain, but under the cover of the dense jungle, the Silver Pegasus warriors could not find any trace of the rebels. Finally, the Silver Moon Elf army had no choice but to block the large jungle south of Padstow City and prohibit any caravans from entering this area. Elf Noble Alvis gave a speech in Padstow City. This elf lord of the Partington Plain proposed a restricted decree on half-blood elves in his speech, which was highly praised by the Silver Moon Elf nobles of Partington. Silver Moon Elf Noble Alvis also became the new speaker of the Elf Elders Council of Padstow City. Roy's life in Castletown City continued. However, due to the outbreak of rebellion in the Partington Plain, there was a more obvious gap between the Silver Moon Elves in the upper city and the half-blood elves in the lower city. Every 2 weeks, the members of the adventure group would go to a tavern next to the library opposite the academy for a small gathering under the call of Instructor Nora. Roy, Sabrina, and Miss Christine were officially accepted by the adventure group. The instructors ordered a few glasses of beer, and Roy, Sabrina, and Miss Christine could only drink some orange juice. The people on the street sat together and talked about the situation in the Partington Plain. "Don't these guys in Partington know that doing this will only intensify the conflict?" Instructor Eleanor said. Instructor Nora sneered and said, "They can do even the most despicable thing like slave trading. What else can't they do? Maybe they just want to create such a situation, and then make slave hunting legal." Wizard Scarlet is more pessimistic. Instructor Virgil asked Instructor Nora, "We reported the situation of the Partington Plain to the higher-ups. What did they say?" Instructor Nora shrugged and said helplessly, "It is said that the investigation team was assassinated by a group of half-blood elf rebels as soon as they arrived in Padstow City. They were so scared that they fled back from the Partington Plain overnight." Everyone was speechless. Roy sat in the corner. Although he was a member of the adventure team, he had no chance to speak in such matters. He just listened obediently from behind. Finally, everyone's topic turned to the May holiday, where everyone would go for the plane journey. Although the Partington Plain journey was not pleasant in the end in Padstow City, in fact, the whole trip was very successful. Instructor Nora took out 30 magic crystals to compensate Miss Christine. Although Miss Christine was not short of money, since she took out a magic crystal arrow, the adventure team also had to pay for this magic crystal arrow. Roy rarely saw Miss Christine in the Elf Academy. Miss Christine joined the Archer Club in the Elf Academy, and would practice archery at the shooting range whenever she had time. Roy only studied for one morning every day, and had to rush back to the Statue of Liberty after school at noon. He and Miss Christine rarely interacted in the academy. The adventure group's meeting in the tavern ended quickly. Miss Christine saw Roy and Sabrina preparing to leave, so she followed them and walked out of the tavern together. "Roy, Sabrina, I'm going to hold a dance party at my manor in the suburbs this weekend. I invite you to come. Roy, remember to bring Woods with you," Miss Christine said, and handed the prepared invitation to the two of them. "It's dancing, chatting, and we can also have afternoon tea together, ride horses, etc., Miss Christine added. Roy and Sabrina looked at each other. Since they will still be together in the adventure group in the future, they will naturally participate in some private activities to enhance friendship. "Thank you for inviting us. See you this weekend?" Sabrina took the invitation generously, and said to Miss Christine. Seeing that Roy and Sabrina did not evade or refuse, Miss Christine smiled sweetly, then said goodbye to the two and boarded a carriage waiting on the roadside. Before leaving, Miss Christine did not forget to wave goodbye to them. Roy had participated in Miss Edith's sea dance party, and he was still a little scared of that sea trip. Ms. Belinda was recently using the black spider tooth that Roy brought back to carve a delicate ball. She first cut the tooth, and found that it was not only solid inside, but also of excellent quality. The carved ball was actually black all over, and it also had a black and shiny luster, with a special sense of mystery. A fist-sized black ball, covered with blooming red spider lilies, was exhibited at the Castletown Art Museum on the first day. A Silver Moon Elf noble chased to the house on Brown Street, and asked Ms. Belinda to sell this artwork to him. Ms. Belinda is already well known in the sculptor circle in Castletown. She has become very busy recently, and has received invitations from more than a dozen art museums. In fact, Ms. Belinda really wants to develop in Buenos Aires, but she has been hesitating. The main reason she doesn't want to move away is because Roy is studying at the Elf Academy here, and has his own circle of friends. For a half-elf, it is not easy to find a few friends in the Elven city. Especially Roy. Remember that when he was a child, he hated to attend various dances. Now Roy has changed a lot, especially Ms. Belinda heard that he would attend a noble dance on weekends, and knew that her son's life was very fulfilling every day. So she became more hesitant about moving to Buenos. Roy fully supports Ms. Belinda to go to Buenos to pursue her artistic dream, and thinks that Ms. Belinda should live the kind of life she wants. Silver Moon elves always like to pursue love and romance, poetry and the distance. He told Ms. Belinda more than once, he can take care of himself. Roy is learning divine arts at the Statue of Liberty. The holy light of the Statue of Liberty cannot reach the elf continent. This is the darkest period for the priests of the Statue of Liberty. But it has no effect on Roy. Although he is an apprentice priest, he does not believe in the Statue of Liberty, and the way he obtains the power of holy light is different from that of the priests in the Statue of Liberty. During this period, Roy actually broke through twice in a row and became a 9th-level apprentice priest. Now he is only one step away from becoming a real priest. High Priest Reed decided to teach him the divine art of wisdom blessing. He thought this divine art was similar to strength blessing, but after learning it, he realized that it was more difficult to learn than Hammer of Judgment, and it consumed a lot of holy light power. The gathering at the Statue of Liberty became once a week, on Wednesday afternoons. At first, Woods, who was staying at the Statue of Liberty, came out to help, and later even Miss Tiffany, who lived on the Black Pearl, came to help, and she successfully pulled Moira over. Roy has always been curious about how Moira and Miss Tiffany became friends. You know, Moira is very introverted, shy, and even slightly autistic. Except for Sabrina, Ms. Jillian, and Roy, other elves find it difficult to communicate with her. Tiffany, how did you and Moira become friends? Tiffany sat by the fountain in front of the Statue of Liberty to rest. She dipped her feet in the water, and said to Roy with a smile, she often came to see me during the days when you were on your plane journey. I still remember the first time she brought some fresh fish, but she didn't expect that I was a Naga. She stood at the door of the ship and stared at me silently for a long time. She was a very thoughtful girl. She rarely spoke every time she came. She would sit on the railing of the bow with me to watch the sunset. Next time you come to see me, you will definitely bring some things that are missing on the ship. As for why she became friends with me, it was because she was full of curiosity about the sea, and liked to listen to my stories about the sea. Roy was a little speechless. He didn't expect that Tiffany and Moira could become friends, because Tiffany could tell some stories about the sea. After the gathering in the temple was over, Roy and Woods were still responsible for cleaning. This time, with Tiffany's help, many things became much simpler. For example, they used to draw water from the well in the backyard, and then pour it into the holy water pool. Now Tiffany cast a water magic, and the holy water pool was quickly filled with clean water. In the past, wiping chairs and floors was the most troublesome time, but now Tiffany only needs to control a line of water to rush on the floor, and the floor in the main hall is as clean as new. This made Roy feel much more relaxed. Roy could still practice close combat with Moira at night, but in the last few times, even if Roy tried his best, it was difficult to win. The instructors were still running around for the incident in the Partington Plain. They didn't think that Alvis could manage the Partington Plain well. There were some voices of doubt about Lord Alvis in the Partington Plain, but after the incident of the half-blood elf rebels, the entire Partington Plain quickly returned to peace, and those voices of doubt disappeared. After the investigation team was assassinated by the half-blood elf rebels, the subsequent investigation team became more cautious. It is said that this time the members of the investigation team mixed in the elf army, and secretly entered the Partington Plain to conduct a series of investigations. Mainly, they investigated the city of Padstow in response to the issue of the trafficking of elf slaves. Chapter 266. Over the years, countless Silver Moon families have experienced ups and downs in Castletown, but the Swinburne family has never fallen out of the top 3 in Castletown. Even the old Ellington family once declined to the point where only the oldest manor remained in Castletown. In the past 200 years, with the continuous rise of the rising stars of the Ellington family has shown signs of recovery. The Swinburne family has never declined. For a long time, the heirs of the Swinburne family have held the military power of the 17th Legion and served as the commander of the 17th Legion. This is because the predecessor of the 17th Legion was the Lord Army of the Swinburne family. The current Swinburne family has a superior status in Castletown. Miss Christine is the youngest daughter of the Swinburne Legion commander, and is currently studying at the Castletown Elf Academy. The Horse Iron Manor is located in a scenic valley in the western suburbs of Castletown. It is one of the 3 manors of the Swinburne family near Castletown. There are almost no trees in the entire valley. The hillside is covered with a field of silver clover. All the grass leaves have a layer of silver edges. This is the favorite pasture of the Silver Pegasus. The Horse Iron Valley is also the only ranch near Castletown that raises Silver Pegasus. Roy and Sabrina wanted to rent a carriage, but Miss Christine had already set a carriage to wait at their door. The two took the carriage to the door of the Statue of Liberty, picked up Woods who was waiting at the door, and the carriage drove the 3 of them out of Castleton. They walked along the mountain road for dozens of kilometers. The dense forest in front of them disappeared at a mountain pass, and a narrow valley came into view. The grass here has silver edges, and the war horses raised here have wings. Roy has lived in Castleton for so long, but he didn't know that there was such a beautiful pasture on the outskirts of Castleton. Hundreds of pure Silver Pegasus were grazing on the hillside, looking like a white cloud from afar. Along the only road in the valley, the carriage arrived at a manor smoothly. The manor was a stone building with no walls around it, which was completely integrated with the beautiful grassland. Roy jumped off the carriage and found that there were dozens of gorgeous carriages lined up where the carriages were parked. The manor here was a garden with a very artistic atmosphere. More than a dozen buildings made up the manor, and each building was connected by corridors or waterways. Starting from the gate of the manor, Roy saw rows of orange trees and apple trees, and there were marble statues, and a few bronze statues everywhere around the buildings. The lawns and shrub walls in the manor were neatly maintained by the gardener, and there was almost no exposed soil. There was a very quiet path at the entrance. When Roy came here, he saw what a real elf manor should look like. The buildings here were perfectly integrated with nature. Roy even hoped that he could sit on the lawn by the river and have afternoon tea. It's so beautiful here. Sabrina stood beside Roy and couldn't help but sigh. Woods was also excited. He nudged Roy with his elbow and whispered to him, "I didn't expect Miss Christine's family to be so rich. Her family is actually a great noble of the Silver Moon Elves." Walking into the manor, a butler and 4 waiters came to greet them. Although the butler seemed very gentle, his eyes seemed to be able to see through the true identities of the guests at a glance. Roy and Sabrina were stared at by him, as if a cold poisonous snake had crawled over them, but that strange feeling only lasted for a moment, and then the butler's face immediately turned into a spring breeze, looking at Roy with a smile. Roy took out the invitations for the 3 people and handed them to the butler, who did not even look at them, and the smile on his face became more friendly. "Please follow me, 3 guests. Miss Christine has been waiting for a long time." After the butler finished speaking, he took the 3 people into the manor, leaving 4 waiters at the door to greet other guests. Roy, Sabrina, and Woods arrived at the Matai Manor at around 10 a.m. When they walked into the manor, Roy found that the garden design inside the manor was even more unique, with pools and fountains everywhere. You could also see some Silver Moon Elf girls arranging chairs on the grass. Probably that is the venue for the dance in the evening. There is also a row of stables not far away, with white horses in the fences. Although these white horses have no wings, they have some flying feathers on their 4 hooves. These are all the offspring of the Silver Pegasus, not pure-blooded Silver Pegasus. These war horses are all born with divine powers. They trotted with their heads held high in the fence, attracting many young elves to watch. It is said that only the pure-hearted Silver Moon Elves will be recognized by the Silver Pegasus, and these white war horses also have extremely arrogant personalities. The housekeeper actually brought Roy, Sabrina, and Woods into a quiet small building. The first floor is a living room, the second floor has 4 bedrooms, and there are 2 terraces in the southeast and northwest corners. From the terraces, you can enjoy the most beautiful scenery of the Horse Valley. You 3 can rest here tonight. Please feel free to use the guest room upstairs. If you need anything, you can call the door attendant. There is still an hour and a half before lunch. I will send a waiter to invite the 3 guests. Miss Christine will come later. She is currently entertaining a guest." The butler took the 3 people to familiarize themselves with the rooms in this small building, and left a waiter outside the door before leaving in a hurry. So this is the life of the elf nobles. Wood sighed, and then lazily lay on the sofa. There are definitely not many such noble families in the entire Silver Moon Kingdom, Sabrina said to Woods. Roy walked into the kitchen, and found that the fruit basket in the kitchen was almost full of various fruits. In addition to fruits, there were whole bottles of honey, boxes of elf cookies, and even candied fruits made from fruits. Roy even saw the juice of the tree of life in a glass bottle. He picked some candied fruits, and made a pot of lemon tea, and brought it to the living room. Woods stood by the windowsill, looking intently at the window frame with green leaves growing on it. Roy also curiously pulled over and asked Woods, "What is this? How can the window frame grow branches and leaves?" Woods stared at the leaves, and said with a light in his eyes, "This window frame should have been transplanted with parasitic plants. The entire window frame is now alive. It's really a very strange idea. Maybe one day, these branches and leaves will bloom and bear fruit," Sabrina said on the side. Wood shook his head and said nothing. Chapter 267. It was almost noon when the butler came to invite Roy and the other two to the restaurant for lunch. The restaurant in the manor was actually an independent building, with 3 long corridors connecting this square-top building, and the building had a bit of Gothic style. The restaurant was very large, with a total of 6 rows of nearly 100-meter-long dining tables, with some fruits placed at intervals. The elf maids held exquisite teapots in their hands, and some elf maids even held elf biscuits and cakes in their hands. This was the first time Roy saw a cake at an elf banquet. Even the bakery in Castletown didn't have this thing. The cake was wrapped in cream and exuded an attractive luster. The dining style of this restaurant was that as long as you sat down, an elf maid would come up to ask you if you chose the food you wanted to eat, it would be served quickly. You didn't have to wait for other guests to eat together. Only half of the people were seated in the restaurant, and more guests came in one after another. Roy chose a piece of cake, a croissant, and a cup of lemon tea. These unknown foods surprised Sabrina and Woods. They looked at Roy's plate curiously, wondering what he was eating. Sabrina and Woods chose very conservative foods. They first looked at what fruits other Silver Moon elves chose. Woods pointed to several rare fruits in the fruit plate and whispered to Sabrina, "I have eaten this kind of fruit. It tastes very good. It should be rare in Castleton City." They also chose honey fruit tea. There was a sliced cake on Roy's plate. The cake part inside was only 3 thin layers, with some fresh fruits and jam in the middle, and a very thin layer of cream on the outside. This was probably a flavor specially modified for the elves. The cake was not very sweet, a little sour, but mixed with the long-lost taste of cream, that taste Roy felt like a lifetime away. The croissant was indeed filled with applesauce fillings, and even had a faint aroma of wine, but it was too sweet. If it weren't for the cup of lemon tea next to him, Roy might not be able to eat such a sweet bread. "Miss Christine guessed you would like it, so we invited a pastry chef from Buenos Aires. It seems that you really like this kind of food." The butler came up from the back at the right time, and added another piece of cake to Roy's empty plate. It can be seen that Roy doesn't like croissants, so he didn't take that one. Roy then realized that it was true. None of the elves eating around would eat this cake. "This cake is very delicious," Roy said. "Ask the pastry chef to bake another cake, and send it to Roy and his room," a sweet voice said. Miss Christine wore a white gauze dress, and a beautiful wheat ear-shaped headband on her forehead. She had no other decorations on her body. It seemed that there was a layer of brilliant light lingering around her body. Roy felt that she looked more like a princess than Princess Ophelia. Miss Christine sat next to Sabrina. Her arrival immediately became the focus of the restaurant. Almost all eyes fell on her. "Thank you for coming to this dance." Miss Christine had a faint smile on her face, and winked at Sabrina secretly. "We also want to thank you for making so many careful preparations. My father wants to invite everyone to have afternoon tea in the garden over there this afternoon," Miss Christine said to the 3 people. "Oh, we also want to visit Earl Swinburne," Roy said to Miss Christine with a smile. There were too many guests in the restaurant, and Miss Christine only sat here for a short while before hurriedly leaving to greet other guests. After lunch, Roy, Sabrina, and Woods returned to their respective rooms to rest. It was soon tea time, and the butler was waiting for Roy and the other 2 at the door. He probably knew that Earl Swinburne wanted to see the 3 young men, so his attitude became more respectful. He took the 3 to a silver meadow, where there was a white awning with some chairs under it. There were various fruits and fruit teas on the table, many of which were rare varieties that the 3 young men had never seen before. Miss Christine was already waiting here. She stood up and kindly asked the 3 to sit down. A beautiful Silver Moon elf maid pulled out a chair for Roy and poured him a cup of tea. When she lowered her head to pour tea, she almost leaned on Roy, exuding a sweet scent. Roy was a little embarrassed and leaned back as much as possible. When he turned his head to look at Woods, he found that Woods was as embarrassed as he was. When Roy looked at Miss Christine winked at him cunningly, looking like someone had caught her in a prank. "Sabrina, try this jelly, made from berries, with a little honey in it." Miss Christine asked the maid to pick up a piece of exquisite pastry for Sabrina. Wood sat on the chair, looked around to see if there were any outsiders, stretched his body a little, and praised Miss Christine. "Christine, your manner is so beautiful. If you like, you can come and stay here often, no matter how long you stay," Miss Christine said generously. "Is this the Silver Pegasus horse farm?" Roy asked curiously. "It used to be, but now there are not many Silver Pegasus here. If you want to see it, I can take you to visit it later, but I can't let you try it," Miss Christine said. Earl Swinburne came alone from the manor with a cane. He had the aura of a superior, which made people remember him at a glance. He walked under the awning and sat down next to Miss Christine. He looked very easygoing, with simple and meticulous movements and a military temperament. "Hello, Lord Swinburne." Roy and the other two stood up and greeted him. Earl Swinburne smiled and nodded to Roy, and said cheerfully, "Let me guess, you are Roy." Roy nodded again. Lord Swinburne smiled proudly, and then said to Sabrina, "You are Sabrina. You are Woods." In fact, the identities of the three of them are not difficult to guess. Roy is a half-elf who looks like a human, and Sabrina and Woods are both half-elves. However, Lord Swinburne's words made him seem very approachable. After he sat down, he naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Lord Swinburne looked at Miss Christine with some pity, and then said, "I just want Christine to see the outside world, the most real world outside." He reached out and stroked Christine's silver hair, and then continued, "She just couldn't find an adventure group worthy of trust, so she joined the Elf Academy adventure group. I didn't expect that there would be a riot on Parham Island, and I didn't expect those prisoners to swim to Partington Island. There are more than 30,000 half-blood elves living on Partington Island. These prisoners happened to meet Christine and Gigeloo. Although they have learned some self-protection methods, they can't deal with them calmly when they really face the prisoners." Earl Swinburne set his eyes on Roy. "When the news of Christine's danger reached Castletown, we were all very worried. Thank you for helping Christine when she needed help the most. The brave actions of you children have won the friendship of the Swinburne family. I heard from Christine that there is a magician among the prisoners?" "Yes." Roy nodded. Earl Swinburne rubbed his forehead and said with some doubt, "But I have investigated the escape list of the Parham Island prison, and there is no information about human magicians." His eyes were still on Roy, as if he knew that only Roy could answer this question. Roy did not hide anything and answered honestly. "He is a slave trader on the Kumquat ship, named Benjamin, who once captured some young elves in the Malagad jungle. Later, he escaped the big raid and found a companion named Abbott. Abbott was once an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty. He has been on the run for fear of crime, because he murdered my friend Jasper. They are not prisoners in the prison. I guess they appeared on Partington Island with the prisoners on the Kumquat, and they should have participated in the prison break on the Parham Island prison, because only the two of them have the ability to take those prisoners away from the Parham Island. These are all things that Roy has figured out in recent days." When he said this, Earl Swinburne fell silent. Earl Swinburne knew that the slave traders on the Kumquat were capturing young elves in the Malagad jungle, and even the Silver Pegasus was sent out after he signed. It turns out that the instigator of this incident was the magician on the Golden Orange. This magician successfully implemented the prison escape plan, which led to this disaster for Christine. After saying this, Earl Swinburne sighed softly. "And you are the commander of the 17th Legion, dear Lord Swinburne." A graceful and elegant elf lady walked over from the direction of the manor. Everyone turned their heads and saw the beautiful profile of the elf lady. She seemed to be carved from the same mold as Christine, but she had more mature elf woman charm than Christine. Roy and the other two hurriedly greeted the Countess again. The elf lady hugged Miss Christine, and the elf maid quickly moved a chair over. Many times, things are afraid of being repeatedly scrutinized like this. If you review it a few more times, you can find the problem. Roy, Sabrina, and Woods repeated what happened on the island from beginning to end. Miss Christine smiled bitterly, and her smile was a little stiff. That experience was the thing she least wanted to think about, and it was a little embarrassing. At that time in the woods, her clothes were pulled up to her belly, and it was Roy who helped her pull them up. When she thought of this, she blushed a little and secretly glanced at Roy. But that guy actually lowered his head, and I don't know what he was thinking. Chapter 268. I heard from Christine that you captured the human magician in Padstow? Earl Swinburne asked. Speaking of this, Roy was a little indignant. He said angrily, "We handed him, and a local slave trader from Padstow to the city guards the night before. Who would have thought that Benjamin would be acquitted by the elf guards the next day, and that the local slave trader turned into an orchard farmer? Instead, we, the members of the adventure group, were regarded as murderers who killed fruit farmers indiscriminately by the guards. Earl Swinburne and the Countess looked at each other, waved their hands and said, "If Christine hadn't told us this in person, I would never have believed that the elf guards of the Padstow Guard would actually collude with slave traders. On one side are the elf guards, who maintain local law and order, and on the other side are half-blood elves. It just so happens that these two parties can collude with each other to sell half-blood elf slaves. So this time when I heard Christine mention that you were coming to the ball, I really wanted to meet you guys." Earl Swinburne continued, "I want to find the two guys who captured Christine, but those elf warriors don't know Magician Benjamin and Abbott, so I want to ask you guys for help. You don't need to do anything else, just identify them during the screening process." Roy, Sabrina, and Woods exchanged glances. Currently, the Elf Academy is still in class, and the outdoor survival training will be held at the beginning of next month. Roy said hesitantly, "The Academy will soon usher in a month of outdoor survival training. If you don't pass this course, you may have learned several courses this semester in vain." Earl Swinburne made a reassuring gesture and said to Roy, "I have applied to the college, and it will be approved soon. Then you can go to Padstow. You don't need to worry about your safety." Hearing what Earl Swinburne said, Roy and Woods immediately said, "We are willing to serve you, Lord Swinburne." Earl Swinburne nodded with satisfaction. "Then I wish you a happy night." Afterwards, everyone talked about other topics. Earl Swinburne and the Countess exchanged a few words and left. Christine said angrily, "Roy, Woods, if you two don't want to go to Padstow, I can go and talk to him. In fact, you two don't have to listen to him. Then we will think about it, and give you an answer tomorrow." Roy and Woods looked at each other and said, "Almost all the guests at the open-air ball in the evening dressed up. Fortunately, magic pattern costumes can be worn at this kind of ball." Roy was wearing a set of magic pattern suits, while Sabrina and Woods were wearing more ordinary clothes. Christine pulled the three of them, and kept introducing them to her Silver Moon Elf friends. In fact, Roy could see the perfunctory look in the eyes of Christine's friends. If it weren't for Christine, they wouldn't even bother to look at them. In front of Christine, they acted politely, but the smiles on their faces were so hypocritical. Stiff. However, there were also some curious Silver Moon elves who would come up and chat with Roy. They were basically testing each other. Roy was not famous in the Elf Academy, but his best friend Claire was a celebrity in the Academy, and was known as the youngest and most talented musician. Some students from the Elf Academy had seen Roy and ran over to greet him. Roy didn't expect that at this dance, he would be able to have Shirley and Martina, two seniors from the Elf Academy. No matter where the dance was, these Silver Moon Elf beauties would not be rejected, especially when they were wearing a layer of Elf Academy's coat. They were even more popular. They were wearing bold dance dresses, and even had a little makeup on their faces, and they looked like they had completely blended into the atmosphere of the party. "Why are you here too?" Roy saw them, and walked over to greet them. Shirley and Martina were also a little surprised and asked, "That's exactly what we wanted to ask you. And where is Wagner Claire? Why didn't we see him?" Roy quickly explained, "I was invited by Miss Christine, Claire didn't come." "You actually know Miss Christine Swinburne?" Shirley asked in surprise. Then Shirley and Martina looked at each other. They both wanted each other to help cover up. Roy said, "We are in the same adventure group." Shirley was a little surprised that Roy was always so lucky, and his friends were all the best Silver Moon elves. Wagner Claire, Edith Ellington, and now Christine Swinburne. Shirley stretched out her white little hand and asked Roy, "Aren't you going to ask me to dance?" After hearing what the other party said, Roy had no way to refuse. Roy made a gesture of invitation, then held Shirley's hand and walked into the dance floor, standing in a team on the dance floor. As the music sounded, the two chatted quietly while dancing. Everyone's movements were in unison, and it looked very lively. Every time the two approached and passed by, Shirley would gently touch Roy's shoulder with her shoulder, which not only gave Roy some hints, but also brought some pressure. Occasionally, she would deliberately touch Roy's knee with her leg. Finally, the dance was over. Roy sent Shirley back to her original position, and then politely left. To be honest, he didn't like this Silver Moon elf, who was like a top-grade green tea. After the dance, the three of them stayed in the Matai Manor for one night. The next morning, Roy asked the butler for a carriage and prepared to leave the manor in the morning so that he could return to the Statue of Liberty in Castletown City at noon, and make up for half a day's work at the Statue of Liberty. The carriage soon stopped at the gate of the manor. Miss Christine heard that they were leaving the manor in the morning and immediately chased after them. Miss Christine stood in front of the carriage and said breathlessly again, "I didn't expect that he would invite you to Padstow. If you don't want to go, and don't want to refuse in person, I will go and talk to him." Seeing Miss Christine's extremely serious look, Roy waved his hand quickly. No, I want to go. Woods on the side also said quickly, I want to go too. Me too. Sabrina spoke last. Although she didn't understand why Roy and Woods wanted to go to Padstow, Miss Christine still agreed. Roy and Woods got on the carriage first, and Christine and Sabrina hugged each other and followed them. Roy wanted to go to Padstow this time just to catch Benjamin and Abbott. Woods wanted to go back to Padstow this time so that he could find the elders who had been separated from him. Chapter 269. The carriage moved slowly along the flat road, with green trees on both sides of the road. The carriage passed through the shade of these trees, leaving only a series of crisp horse hoof sounds in the woods. Roy hesitated for a moment, thinking that this matter was a bit dangerous, and coughed lightly, saying to Sabrina, Sabrina, in fact, you can stay and participate in the college's outdoor practice class. Woods and I are enough to go to Padstow City. Sabrina was tasting a plate of fruit on the square table. The green agate-like grapes not only looked tempting, but also tasted very delicious. It's okay, let's go together if you want to go, Sabrina said. Seeing that Sabrina was determined to go, Roy stopped trying to persuade her. Roy finally got back to the Statue of Liberty before noon. Sabrina got off the carriage early at the intersection of Brown Street. When the carriage was parked at the gate of the Statue of Liberty, she saw a postman riding a horse and stopped at the gate. Excuse me, where did the letter come from? Roy asked curiously. Padstow City in the Partington Plain, sent to a man named Woods. Is there anyone named Woods here? How come I haven't heard of it before? The postman twisted his mustache on his upper lip with his hand, and looked at Roy with his eyes slanted. He was a Silver Moon elf, who hated these half-elves and half-elves from the bottom of his heart. But the area he was responsible for was Brown Street, Edward Street, and Roger Street in the downtown area. The postman knew Roy. Although he couldn't call out his name, he knew that he was a resident of Brown Street. He is Woods. Roy was no longer surprised by this, and pointed to Woods on the side. Woods was stunned for a moment, then walked over and took a letter from the postman. The postmark and ink were still there. Obviously it had never been opened. This was a letter from the Partington Plain. The envelope was very ordinary, and even the return address was not filled in. After opening the letter, Woods became extremely excited. He turned around and excitedly told Roy that this letter was sent to Woods by the elder who stayed in the Partington Plain. Then Woods thanked the postman politely, turned around and ran into the courtyard of the Statue of Liberty. Roy could only take out 2 collars from his pocket, and gave them to the postman while thanking him. After the postman with eyes on his head rode away, Roy walked into the courtyard of the Statue of Liberty. Woods held the letter, and sat by the pool, reading the letter with tears in his eyes. Roy walked over and Woods told him the contents of the letter. The letter said that he had joined the half-blood elf rebels, and would not return to his hometown for the time being. He also asked Woods not to look for him, and to buy a boat ticket to go home directly. Roy was a little speechless. I just decided to go to Padstow City. It seems that Woods may not have to go. Roy spent an afternoon learning divine arts in the Statue of Liberty. High Priest Reed joked to Roy, Roy, you may be the last priest of the Statue of Liberty in Castletown, and you are also a priest who has never been favored by the goddess's holy light. I really don't understand where you accumulated so much holy light power to allow you to be promoted to level 9 in a row. It all depends on the holy light in my body slowly recovering. Occasionally I will secretly drink some holy water. Roy put down the mechanism diagram of wisdom blessing. He almost used up all his patience, but unfortunately he still couldn't learn wisdom blessing. Soon it was evening. Roy and Woods left the Statue of Liberty together, and the two rushed to the Black Pearl, only to find Miss Tiffany and Moira grilling fish on the deck. As a Naga, Miss Tiffany can catch all kinds of delicious sea fish. Roy thought that Moira was probably attracted to Tiffany because of this. Seeing Roy and Woods rushing over, Miss Tiffany quickly handed the grilled fish in her hand to Roy. Only the grilled fish made by Roy himself is the most delicious. Tiffany and Moira sat on the side of the boat. Moira whispered to Tiffany, "See, I told you that Roy's grilled fish is the best. He likes to use the freshest fish." Moira wore tight leather armor, and a short sword was inserted into the belt around her waist. There is no difference in length between a short sword and a long dagger. The short sword is a broad-bladed sword, while the long dagger is sharper and lighter. Because it is a sword weapon, although Moira is good at assassination-type combat, she can still learn sword dance. When there were no outsiders around, Tiffany would remove the magic, expose her fish tail, and stretch it on the deck, which would make her more comfortable. Roy, someone sneaked onto the Black Pearl last night. He probably found that someone lived here, so he sneaked away again. Tiffany leaned back with her hands on the side of the ship. Did you see him? Roy squatted next to the oven and turned his head to ask. Miss Tiffany shook her head. I found him late. When I found him, he had already run outside my door, and I needed to stay by the window all the time, so that I could escape in time if I met a powerful guy. With the keen intuition of a Naga mermaid, I don't think I can beat that guy. Woods and Roy looked at each other. Probably someone was eyeing the Black Pearl. Moira mustered up her courage and invited Miss Tiffany. Why don't you stay at my house tonight and share a room with me? With Tiffany's physique, she needs to soak in sea water frequently after turning back into a mermaid. Otherwise, once her scales become dehydrated, they will dry and crack and fall off, which is the most troublesome. In the bedroom of the Black Pearl ship, there is a large bathtub, just big enough for Tiffany to sleep in the bathtub in the form of a mermaid. Tiffany smiled and said, It's okay. Even if someone sneaks up and I can't beat him, I can still escape. There is the sea below, and I can go down through the window bars. Woods touched the pocket on his waist, wanting to say something but stopping. Roy knew that Woods' pocket contained several kinds of seeds, among which Roy had seen thorn seeds. Woods grabbed a handful of seeds and handed them to Tiffany, then took the seeds back. Woods said to Tiffany, I can help you arrange some plants to help you guard. Then Woods sprinkled some seeds in a flower pot and moved the flower pot to Tiffany's room. Woods chanted a string of spells, and the seeds soon began to take root and sprout. It was like a creeper, and the vines quickly spread out, and the outside of the hull was covered with this vine. This creeper will only become particularly active at night. As long as someone touches its leaves, it will become particularly nervous. Woods introduced it to Tiffany. Then, he asked Roy to touch the leaves of the vine outside, and sure enough, the leaves of the entire vine were shaking violently. There is such a magical plant, Roy said curiously. Actually, this plant is not that magical, Woods explained in a low voice. Then Woods took Roy and the other two into his plant cultivation room. The most gratifying thing was that under Woods' careful cultivation, the seeds of the flowers of light actually sprouted in the breeding box on the Black Pearl. There were only 23 seeds in the whole ear of flowers, and Woods successfully made 19 seeds of the flowers of light sprout. They grew in the flower pot, and almost every plant had 3 leaves. The flower of light is a light-loving plant that needs long hours of sunshine, but it cannot be watered too much. The delicate leaf pods will break if blown by the wind, and they are very delicate. The leaves of the sprouts that grow out are also those with shiny patterns. The leaves look a bit like barley and grow very slowly, but Roy can clearly feel that each leaf has a faint sacred breath. Roy looked at these flowers of light placed on the top of the ship, and his mood immediately improved. When he left the Black Pearl, he also took away 2 pots of flowers of light. When passing by the Statue of Liberty, he gave a pot of light flower to High Priest Reed. But strangely, High Priest Reed had no feelings for the light flower, as if he could not perceive the sacred breath of the light flower at all. He stood beside the main hall, holding the flower pot, and was very happy that Roy could send such a gift. Roy took another pot of light flower home and placed it on the windowsill. He slept very soundly that night, but when he woke up the next morning, the pot of light flower had wilted. Roy was so scared that he quickly moved the flower of light to the Statue of Liberty, pulled Woods out of bed, and asked him to help see what happened to the flower of light. Woods could only carry it back to the cultivation room. After a whole day, when Roy walked out of the Statue of Liberty and ran to the Black Pearl with Woods, the flower of light actually became full of vitality again. But the problem was that Woods was outside all day and didn't take care of the flower of light. Roy couldn't figure out how Woods did it. Since the flowers of light are difficult to keep alive, but Roy really needs the power of holy light on the flowers of light, Roy can only take a pot of flowers of light home first, and then move it to another place, and then Woods will move it back, because he can't keep it alive at all. But he has to absorb the power of holy light from the leaves, so he has to do everything he can to contact these flowers of light. Roy can only move them back and forth like this, and the speed at which he obtains the power of holy light every night also begins to speed up. Woods has recently been trying to water the flowers of light with holy water. Although it seems to have no effect, Woods still insists on using holy water to water these flowers of light. Every time Roy absorbed the holy light attached to the flower of light, he felt that he was only one step away from becoming a priest. The courses at the Elf Academy were also very intense. Whether it was astrology or the geography of the Gemini Sea, they were all new knowledge for Roy, and he needed a lot of time to digest them. On the contrary, the martial arts training class became much easier for Roy. After he became a 9th-level trainee priest, learning the elves' close combat and archery skills was not so troublesome. The elf student who practiced with Roy was still Claire. Although Claire had been exercising throughout the holiday, she felt that she was no match for Roy during the practice. Because Roy not only crushed Claire in terms of strength, but also was not much slower than Claire in speed, so every time Roy swung the stick, Claire could only parry. After a practice, the two sat on the grass slope to rest. Claire almost lay on the grass, turned her head and said to Roy, "Roy, this time our outdoor survival practice class will be held on Aldi Island. Let's go together then." Roy shook his head and said, "Claire, I guess it may not work this time. I need to use this time to return to Padstow and cooperate with the military to find Benjamin. It would be best if I could also find Abbott. The Jasper incident must be resolved." After hearing what Roy said, Claire immediately became interested. "Roy, how about I go to Padstow too?" Roy glanced at Claire and found that he was very serious when he said it, so he responded, Are you sure you can handle the teachers of the outdoor practical class? If I say I'm going to Padstow to collect folk songs, maybe it will work." Claire sat up from the lawn and said with wide eyes. At this time, Roy had to remind her, "Actually, going to Padstow is still a little dangerous." Claire immediately patted her chest. "Then you have to take me with you." "Okay, as long as you can handle the college, go to Padstow with us." Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Roy simply agreed. In the evening, Roy went to the Black Pearl again, ready to take away a pot of light flour. When he came to the deck, he found Wood squatting on the deck, carefully checking the broken part of the main mast. Although Jasper had asked a carpenter in the city to repair the crack of the main mast, it was obvious that the structure was a bit weak. The ship ran aground on the seashore and experienced several strong winds. Some rivets at the broken connection of the main mast began to loosen, and the repaired part of the entire main mast was even more damaged. Before, these problems were all wrapped in the wood planks, and no one noticed. Now these planks have been removed by Woods. "Roy, how come there is such a deep sword mark here?" Woods asked Roy in a low voice. "During the last port battle, I was slashed by the elf captain," Roy answered honestly. Woods patted his head hard and reminded Roy, "If this ship goes out to sea in the future, this may be a hidden danger." Roy was a little speechless. He also knew that repairing the main mast in this way would not last too long, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "What can I do? This repair is already the most solid way, unless I replace a new mast, but that is not very realistic. There is not even a decent shipyard in Castletown. Even if I buy a piece of wood suitable for the main mast, I can't move it to the ship. Maybe I can help." Wood smiled confidently at Roy. Roy asked curiously, "What are you going to do? Do you need me to prepare a piece of wood for the main mast?" Wood shook his head and said with a smile, "Roy, do you still remember the window you saw in Earl Swinburne's house? You mean the living window frame?" Roy thought for a long time before he realized that Woods was talking about the window frame. "I can try to bring the main mast back to life and let it repair itself," Woods explained. Woods' proposal was a bit subversive to Roy's cognition. Can it be done this way? It seemed that Woods was not very sure either, so he just said, "I want to try." "Okay, then just go for it. It doesn't matter if you fail. At worst, you can just change the main mast later." Chapter 270. In just a few days, the Black Pearl has undergone a great change. A kind of vine plant has grown on both sides of the hull. This vine plant is not affected by wind and waves, but the strange thing is that as long as you touch its leaves or rhizomes with your hands, the main rhizome of the vine will tremble violently. Woods called this creeper the fear vine, which grows deep in the dense forest in the southern part of the elf continent. Woods used the power of nature to accelerate its growth. In just 5 days, the hull was completely covered with a layer of such vines. The top of the Black Pearl ship's tower is where Woods cultivates some plants, and 18 flowers of light are placed here. Woods even built a canopy. Roy told him that if the Black Pearl sails on the sea in the future, he must build a sun room so that he can eat vegetables while sailing on the sea. Every day, Woods uses the power of nature to perform a ritual called Life Awakening on the main mast. It looks very ritualistic, and Roy soon discovered that the main mast has wet water stains, which flowed from the heart of the tree. It feels sticky, like glue. Wood squatted in front of the mast, put his nose close to it and sniffed it, then turned to Roy who was standing behind him and said, "This mast has already reacted a little, but if you want it to come back to life, you may need a drop of life spring water. I have heard of life tree juice, and you can get it in Castletown, but where can you get life spring water?" Roy asked in confusion. Woods blinked, and for the first time he felt that Roy did not look like a resident of the elf continent at all. The 3 royal cities of the elven continent, Buenos in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, Inahouse in the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom, and Darnassus in the Wood Elf Kingdom all have fountains of life, But if you want to get the Fountain of Life, you must be a member of the Silver Moon Elf royal family, Wood said. Roy patted his forehead. He had never been to Buenos. Can I buy it in the underground market? Wood spread his hands, shook his head, and said, I don't know. Roy glanced at the main mast that was glowing with a little bit of vitality, hesitated for a while, and said, You can try your luck. How much Fountain of Life is needed to revive this main mast? 1 drop will do. Wood said, In fact, it's okay without the Fountain of Life. The wound has been repaired, and the tree core is no longer a dead tree. It's like it's asleep. After hearing what Wood said, Roy finally let go of his worries. Tiffany had been standing behind the two of them, her fingers entangled, and she was a little hesitant. After Roy and Woods discussed the main mast, they turned around and looked at Miss Tiffany. Roy, can I go to the Partington Plain with you? Tiffany asked cautiously. Of course, but if you are too far away from the sea, can your body bear it? Roy felt that a fish out of water would not live for long. It's okay if you are prepared. I have wanted to go around on land for a long time. Miss Tiffany said happily when she saw Roy agreed readily. She has lived on this ship for more than 4 months and really wants to go out for a walk. Seeing Miss Tiffany so impatient, Roy said, Okay, we will go to the Partington Plain next week. At that time, we need to take a boat to Partington Island in Castletown Port, and then reach Padstow City through the teleportation gate. Before departure, Woods and I will come to call you. This time, the instructors had to go to Aldea Island to be in charge of the various assessment items of the field practice course, so they couldn't spare time to go to Padstow. At first, only Roy, Woods, and Sabrina went to Padstow City, but later Claire joined them, and now Miss Tiffany has joined them. The team going to the Partington Plain is growing. Roy looked up at the flowers of light on the roof of the ship, and said with some worry, Woods, what should we do with these flowers of light while we are away? Just keep them on the ship's deck, but you need to find someone to water them regularly. I really don't understand why the flowers are wilted when you take them back the next day. Roy, are you sure you didn't do anything excessive to these flowers of light? After saying that, Wood stared at Roy very seriously. Nonsense, I didn't do that. Roy responded angrily. The gray dwarf Ralph poked his head out of the sea, and wiped the seawater off his face. He felt that if he continued to soak in the sea, he would soon become a salted fish. Under the scorching sun, his body would surely be covered with sea salt. Looking at the sea wolf from a distance, he wanted to drag the big ship into the sea. Now the ship was covered with green plants, and he wanted to pull those vines off his precious ship, but he couldn't do it now. He knew that there was a Nanda mermaid living on the ship, but the mermaid lady was very alert. Every time he tried to get close, she would wake up immediately. There were 2 windows in the room. No matter which window was opened, one could immediately escape into the sea. He did not want to alert the enemy, so he did not take action. Just as he was thinking about how to take back the sea wolf, Captain Ralph suddenly felt a cold breath lingering in his heart, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He turned around and looked into the sea, and saw an ugly face suddenly appearing in the depths of the sea. A Nanda warrior holding a long thorn kept twisting his fish tail, and rushed towards Captain Ralph like a sharp arrow. Nanda men and Nanda women are 2 completely extreme existences. The face of a male Nanda is like a big devil from hell, with scales all over his purple face, and he can't even smile. Female Nandas are also called mermaids. They are almost the embodiment of beauty. People often say that the most beautiful race on land is elves, and the most beautiful race in the ocean is mermaids, which excludes male Nandas. This Nanda assassin is Roy's old acquaintance Shio. He knew Captain Ralph. It was he who led a group of human crew members to rob the women in their tribe. Hatred grew little by little from then on. Later, what he saw and heard on the Sea Wolf made Shio's hatred for this group of humans reach its peak. He came to Castletown Port, but he didn't expect to meet Captain Ralph. He came this time to visit Tiffany. Unexpectedly, he ran into Captain Ralph in the shallow sea area. He hid in a crack on the seabed, silently observing the surrounding situation, and confirmed that there were no accomplices of Captain Ralph around, and then he sneaked over from under Captain Ralph's feet. However, he did not hide the hatred in his eyes in the sea, and Captain Ralph felt it. Captain Ralph did not dare to relax at all. He raised his head and took a deep breath, then dived into the sea. He had no armor on his body, no war hammer in his hand, and a hand axe in his right hand. Captain Ralph was very good at swimming. He could swim flexibly in the sea by paddling with both hands. Shio saw Captain Ralph diving into the sea, but he did not dare to get too close. He just swam back and forth around Captain Ralph, looking for the best time to attack. The 2 of them were at a stalemate from the evening until late at night. Shio was a Nanda who lived in the sea. He didn't feel tired swimming around in the sea. When he was hungry, he could just grab some fish and shrimp and stuff them into his stomach. But Captain Ralph couldn't do that. Although he had plenty of energy, he was soaking in the sea for a long time, which made his body gradually dehydrated. Moreover, he hadn't eaten or rested for a long time, and he kept diving into the sea to confront the Naga warriors. Captain Ralph didn't dare to swim towards the port shore, so he could only stay where he was. Late at night, the seawater gradually became colder. Captain Ralph also realized that if the stalemate continued, he would be the first to collapse. He wanted to rush forward and quickly get rid of the Naga warrior, but he could not find an opportunity. Every time he tried to rush forward, the cunning Naga warrior would dive into the seabed and play hide-and-seek with him in the cracks of the rocks. Captain Ralph was so angry that he wanted to smash all the rocks on the seabed. At the strong request of Tiffany and Woods, Roy agreed to grill fish for them again. Before the charcoal fire was lit, Sabrina and Moira also ran to the Black Pearl. They also brought some mackerel from the fish market, so the simple dinner turned into a barbecue party. Miss Tiffany even went to the sea to catch some scallops and oysters herself. Last time at the barbecue party, Roy made a simple garlic scallop, which let Miss Tiffany know that scallops can actually be eaten like this. As night fell, everyone sat on the side of the boat, talking and laughing while eating grilled fish. When there were many people around, Moira would squat beside Roy without saying a word. She had long been accustomed to Roy's way of grilling, and with her help, Roy saved a lot of trouble. "Roy, do you hear any sound in the distance?" Moira squatted beside the grill at the bow, using tongs to pick up the roasted shells and put them on the plate, while speaking to Roy. Roy calmed down and listened carefully to the movements around him. Apart from the chatter on the deck, there was the sound of waves. Roy shook his head. There seemed to be two big fish over there that are constantly splashing in the water. Moira pointed to the sea and whispered to Roy, "If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Tiffany, you have to dry some small fish in the next 2 days. There is nothing in Padstow except fruits." Roy shouted to Tiffany, who was sitting on the side of the boat. Tiffany drank a little beer. She had a low alcohol tolerance. After drinking a little, her face would turn red, and then she could not maintain her elf form, and a long 3-color fishtail appeared from her skirt. "I see, you're so nagging." Tiffany was obviously drunk. She saw some seawater under the boat, so she jumped directly from the 7 or 8 meter high side of the boat and jumped into the sea. The moment she entered the water, Tiffany had sobered up. The seawater below was only knee-deep at most, which was not enough to relieve her from the impact of jumping down. If she was not careful, she would be stuck in the sand on the seabed. If she hit the rocks, it would be Tiffany's bad luck. Tiffany uttered a string of spells, and no one saw how she drew the magic pattern array. A wave appeared under her body and dragged her body into the sea. The wave turned into a water-shaped warhorse on the sea surface. Tiffany lay on the horse's back and was carried by the warhorse to run dozens of meters away. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting for Tiffany to swim back, the sound of fighting in the distance gradually became clearer. Roy's face changed slightly. He looked at Moira, who looked at the dark sea with a worried look on her face. Roy no longer hesitated, stood up and rushed to the side of the boat, stretched out his hand to grab a vine on the side of the boat, and slid down along the creeper vine. Sabrina and Woods also realized what was happening in the sea in the distance. Sabrina also slid down the edge of the hull, imitating Roy's movements. Woods jumped forward on the boat, and actually jumped directly into the sea. At the moment of entering the water, Woods' body changed into a sea lion, diving into the sea very smoothly, and rushed to the place where the fighting sound came from. Roy and Sabrina followed behind and swam hard. Moira stood on the boat, looking at the sea with a worried face, and was so anxious that she was about to cry, but she didn't dare to go into the sea. Shio didn't expect that Tiffany would suddenly appear. Her appearance instantly broke the stalemate, and Captain Ralph seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions. He used all his strength to chop Tiffany with his hand axe. Tiffany was so frightened that her face turned pale. She didn't expect that she would cause such a big trouble with just a light jump. Captain Ralph was like a sea beast hiding in the dark, suddenly appearing with his fangs bared. Tiffany uttered a short spell, and she slapped the neck of the water-shaped warhorse with one hand. In an instant, countless icy breaths condensed the warhorse into ice, and the ice horse rushed towards the oncoming Captain Ralph. Miss Tiffany jumped into the sea early. The axe chopped on the head of the ice crystal warhorse, and the ice horse shattered into slag, and countless ice slags fell into the sea. Captain Ralph's hair and beard turned white after being blown up by the ice. Captain Ralph didn't dare to pay any attention to Miss Tiffany. He turned around and raised his axe to face Shio, who rushed from behind, but found that a layer of ice shell condensed on his body, and even his movements were much slower than usual. If this was on land, Captain Ralph would not pay any attention to this ice magic. But now, he was soaking in the sea water, which made him unable to move, and now, he was wrapped in a layer of ice shell, which made him even more unbearable. Captain Ralph seemed to force out the fighting spirit in his body, and shattered the ice shell on his body. As the ice shell shattered, the Naga warrior appeared behind Captain Ralph, and the spikes in his hand stabbed Captain Ralph's neck. Captain Ralph noticed something, but it was hard for him to exert force in the sea. It was originally a problem that could be solved with an elbow strike, but Captain Ralph gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the spikes of the Naga warrior. The spikes pierced through Captain Ralph's palm, and Shio hugged Captain Ralph's shoulders from behind, wrapping his body around Captain Ralph's body. Tiffany waved her hand and threw 2 ice arrows into the sea. When the Naga warrior hugged Captain Ralph, 2 ice arrows also pierced Captain Ralph's shoulders. Captain Ralph and the Naga warrior swam hard to the surface of the sea. The Naga warrior dragged Captain Ralph and pulled him to the bottom of the sea. Then, the ice shell condensed and spread like a spider web on the sea's surface above Captain Ralph's head, like a huge umbrella. Captain Ralph's face turned gray. He had exhausted all his strength. He struggled with the Naga in the sea, and his body sank to the bottom of the sea little by little. Woods was the first to arrive at the battlefield here, and saw a Naga warrior dragging a gray dwarf to dive into the sea. The gray dwarf kept spitting bubbles out of his mouth, and it seemed that he had drunk a bellyful of seawater. His hands kept grabbing in the sea, trying to find the last straw to save his life. Unfortunately, his strength to struggle was getting weaker and weaker. Wood swam to Miss Tiffany's side as soon as possible. She looked pale, but everything else was normal. It was just that the two could not communicate normally in the sea. Roy and Sabrina also arrived in time at this time. Looking at Captain Ralph's face, Roy was stunned in the sea. I didn't expect Captain Ralph to successfully escape from prison. But he didn't seem to be doing well after escaping from prison. He had no armor on his body, and no weapons in his hands. At this time, he was making his last struggle. A meaningless struggle. Captain Ralph didn't expect that, after being a slave trader for his whole life, he would be dragged into the seabed by a Naga warrior and drowned alive. Chapter 271. Roy floated in the sea, the night sky was dotted with stars, and the depths of the sea were like a lightless hell. The lights of Castletown harbor not far away were bright, and some sailboats moored at the deepwater dock were still moving various materials. Roy and Sabrina were not good at swimming, so they could only float on the sea and wait anxiously. They couldn't even see what was happening on the seabed. The Naga warrior dragged Captain Ralph to the bottom of the sea. Captain Ralph's palm was pierced by a sharp thorn, and 2 ice arrows were stuck in his shoulder. Although the gray dwarf was born with brute force, he was trapped in the sea, and could not be as flexible as on land. When fighting in close combat, he kept filling his stomach with seawater. Shio wanted to kill Captain Ralph himself, so he entangled Captain Ralph, and hit him against the rocks on the seabed. Miss Tiffany and Woods also followed Shio into the seabed. A large piece of blood mist appeared in the sea, and a long cut was made on Captain Ralph's forehead, and blood kept oozing out of his forehead. Even so, Shio's arms were still locked tightly around Captain Ralph's neck, and he did not let go even though he was powerless to struggle. Miss Tiffany swam over and pointed to the shore on the west side of the Castletown pier, signaling Shio to drag Captain Ralph to the shore. Shio nodded and followed Miss Tiffany's instructions, dragging Captain Ralph to the shore. Seeing Miss Tiffany and would swim safely out of the sea, Roy and Sabrina breathed a sigh of relief. Then everyone helped Woods drag Captain Ralph's body to the beach. His body was very strong, his stomach was like a bulging ball, and seawater kept pouring out of his mouth. When Shio dragged him to the beach, Roy found that his heartbeat and breathing had stopped. Due to excessive blood loss, his face was frighteningly pale. Captain Ralph was only wearing linen clothes that half-elf fishermen would wear, and his feet were bare. Perhaps because he had been soaked in the seawater for too long, his soles and palms were full of uneven wrinkles. Is he Captain Ralph? Sabrina came up from behind, looked at the body of the gray dwarf, and asked Roy. Yes, Miss Tiffany said with some doubt. Isn't he imprisoned in the Parham Island prison? How come he is here? Roy could only tell about the riot that happened on Parham Island some time ago. There was a jailbreak at the Parham Island prison some time ago, and he probably escaped at that time. Why did he return to Castletown Harbor after escaping from prison? Did he want to find the Black Pearl? Miss Tiffany asked in confusion. Roy shook his head and said, maybe there was something else that attracted him, but unfortunately he is dead, and even if there is any secret, it can only be buried with him in the coffin. Although Roy said this, he was thinking about the treasure map and the golden key in his heart. Miss Tiffany and Shio hid near the reef on the beach and chatted in Naga language for a long time. Miss Tiffany brought Shio over. Compared with half a year ago, Shio had changed a lot. He had 2 more thorns on his shoulders, the spines on his back became more prominent, and his body became much stronger. After fighting with Captain Ralph in the sea for so long, Shio's strength was much weaker than Captain Ralph. Fortunately, in the sea, Shio and Captain Ralph had been deadlocked for so long, and Captain Ralph didn't even have a decent weapon in his hand. Shio was wearing scale armor and holding 2 spikes in his hands. His weapons and equipment had an advantage. But even so, when Captain Ralph fought back, he still scratched Shio's arm. "Roy, Shio's arm is hurt. Can you help treat it?" Miss Tiffany stepped forward and begged. "Okay, come here and let me see." Roy waved to Shio and said. This Naga assassin was still a little reserved. The upper body of the Naga was similar to that of the elves, but there were fine scales on the body surface, and the fish tail of the lower body was more than 2 feet long. When walking, it was like a snake, and it could slide back and forth on the beach. Of course, it was not the first time Shio and Roy had dealt with each other. The sacred scepter and crystal ball in Roy's hand were given to him by Shio. In addition, there were so many nightmare vines. The wound on the arm is not serious. It will heal quickly after a little treatment and bandage. Roy helped Shio check the wound, cast a secondary healing spell, and said to Shio. Shio did not understand the elven language, and Miss Tiffany sat aside to help translate. Captain Ralph died on the beach on the west side of Castletown Harbor. Roy ran to the port guard and informed the elf guard on duty. The elf guard on duty reported the incident to the elf captain, and then 2 elf guards hurried over. Roy was squatting on the beach, talking to a gray dwarf's corpse alone. "If you stay in the prison on the Powham Island, you may live another 100 years. Why did you sneak out? Now you have lost your life. Even if you escape, you should try to go home. What are you doing here?" The 2 elf guards standing behind Roy were all upset. The elf guards came to the beach mainly to check the identity of Captain Ralph. "It's Captain Ralph who escaped from prison. Go write a report and submit it to the higher-ups tomorrow morning, so that the wanted orders for Captain Ralph will be withdrawn from all guard teams," one of the elf guards ordered. The other elf guard quickly responded, "Yes, Captain." Then, the captain of the elf guard said to Roy, "Roy, we will submit the reward on the wanted order later, and I will notify you when it is issued." "Okay," Roy agreed. The captain of the elven guards then said, "If there is nothing else, let's go." Roy stood alone on the beach, a little dumbfounded. He thought the elven guards would take Captain Ralph's body away, but now. The elven guards were ready to leave, but they didn't want to take Captain Ralph's body with them. "Wait, what about that? Captain Ralph's body?" Roy asked hurriedly. The captain of the elven guard stopped, turned around and smiled at Roy. "I give you the bounty on the wanted poster, and you also deal with this body." The elf guards only took Captain Ralph's beard, left the whole body on the beach, and slowly returned to the guard team. Sabrina, Woods, Miss Tiffany, Shio and Moira hid on the Black Pearl until the elf guards returned to Castletown port, then they ran out of the ship. Roy bent over and tied a few sea rocks to the body of Ralph's ship, preparing to sink Captain Ralph's body into the sea. Woods came up to help without saying a word. But this beach is full of reefs, and it is low tide now. Captain Ralph's ropes and clothes always get caught on the reefs, making it very difficult to drag. The 2 dragged more than 10 meters together, and had to give up the sea burial plan. "Roy, what should we do?" Woods hesitated and asked in a low voice. In fact, he thought that if it really didn't work, he would turn into a giant bear, so that he could easily drag the dwarf's body into the sea. Roy said, "Since this doesn't work, then we will cremate him on the spot and then scatter the ashes into the sea." Then the 2 of them went to the dense bushes near the cliff and picked up 2 large bundles of dead branches. Sabrina and Moira also went to help, and soon they piled up a large wooden bed with wood. Roy, Woods, and Shio worked together to drag Captain Ralph to the pile of firewood, and then Roy lit the fire himself. The flames rose little by little, and soon the flames engulfed the bodies on Ralph's boat. The pile of firewood burned for a long time, and finally all burned to ashes, and the sea began to rise continuously. The waves kept rushing towards the bonfire that had been burned out, and some dark red charcoal still made a sizzling sound. Soon, the ashes and carbon ash were swept away by the waves and merged into the sea. There were only some gray bones on the beach, which broke into pieces when touched lightly. The group worked until late at night before leaving the West Beach. In the early morning, just after dawn, Roy came to the West Suburbs Cemetery. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the weeds on both sides of the mountain road were covered with dew. The forest on the hillside was shrouded in mist, as if entering an unknown valley wonderland. Roy walked along the mountain road for a long time, and finally found Jasper's tombstone. He took out a few apples from his magic waste bag, and placed them neatly in front of the grave. He sat down in front of the cypress tree, looking at the grave covered with green grass, and Roy said casually, "Jasper, Captain Ralph was killed by Shio last night. We burned him to ashes, and scattered his ashes into the sea. I guess his soul will go to hell. I plan to go to Padstow the day after tomorrow. I hope that the citywide search in Padstow can find Benjamin and Abbott. I will personally send them to the trial of the Council of Elders. The Statue of Liberty has not received the notice of the lifting of the sanctions. High Priest Reed and I are waiting for the notice. I don't really want to go to the dark place, so I probably can't see the scenery there for you." Roy kept talking until the sky got brighter, and this time he walked down the steps to the exit of the cemetery. On the steps, Roy actually ran into Miss Tiffany walking towards him. Roy waited for a long time on the steps before he saw Miss Tiffany walking down the steps with red eyes. Roy bought a boat ticket to Partington Island on Monday morning. The group gathered in front of the Deepwater Pier of Castletown Harbor in the morning. Roy, Woods, Sabrina, Claire and Miss Tiffany boarded the ship with their tickets. The ship sailed on the sea for most of the day and successfully arrived at the small pier of Partington Island. Roy led everyone out of the pier and did not follow instructor Nora's practice to rent a carriage to Partington Town. He led everyone to walk into the mountain crevice and soon walked into Partington Town. This time, the portal pass was provided by Earl Swinburne. Roy did not plan to stay on Partington Island. He went directly to the central square of the town. Sure enough, this portal was still transporting boxes of supplies to Padstow. There were no large amounts of supplies piled up in the central square. After all the supplies arrived at Partington Island, they were quickly sent to the Partington Plain. It happened to be teleporting to Padstow, so we took the opportunity to go directly through the portal to avoid staying here for a night," Roy said to the others. Everyone naturally had no objection. Roy took the teleportation certificate and found the portal guard and showed him the certificate. The portal guard was wearing a standard military uniform. After seeing the teleportation pass, he immediately said to Roy respectfully, "Everyone, wait a moment, we still need to check it one last time." The portal guard was very polite, so Roy naturally had no reason to refuse. The team members waited for a while in the rest area next to the portal. Claire and Tiffany were both visiting Partington Island for the first time, and they were extremely curious about the town of Partington. Not long after, the portal guard finally told a few people to pass through the portal. Roy actually saw Miss Christine standing at the portal with a combat shortbow on her back, waving to everyone. "Christine, are you going to Padstow too?" Roy walked over and asked. Christine said, as a matter of course, I will be responsible for communicating with the military next, and I have also met Magician Benjamin, so I can help." Everyone could not stay at the portal for a long time, so they all walked into the magical vortex of the portal. Roy did not have such a strong reaction when he passed through the portal this time. After walking out of the portal, everyone successfully arrived at the central square of Padstow City. The square was surrounded by elf warriors. Obviously, this was a special area controlled by the military. A young officer came over, and Miss Christine immediately went to meet him. After a brief exchange of words, the officer led Roy and his party to the edge of the square, where a row of carriages were parked. The officer opened the door of a carriage and invited everyone to get in. "We will stay in the same hotel as last time," Miss Christine said to everyone. Claire stared at Miss Christine and asked carefully, "Are you Miss Christine Swinburne?" "Yes, you are that one." "Wagner. Wagner Claire. I'm from the Claire family." Claire introduced herself quickly. "No wonder I feel familiar." Miss Christine responded politely, and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Claire. The carriage passed through Padstow. The once bustling streets no longer existed. The boulevard became deserted. Every once in a while, a military patrol team passed by. Most of the goods on both sides of the street were closed. The half-blood elf rebels that appeared some time ago scared away all the merchants and adventure groups in the city. Many half-blood elves also took the opportunity to leave Padstow. The entire city has lost nearly 2/3 of its elves in the past 2 months. Chapter 272. The carriage stopped at the door of the hotel, and Roy was the first to get out of the carriage. The hotel, which was almost always full every day, became very deserted. The hotel owner stood at the front desk with a sad face, watching Roy and his friends walk in from outside, and tried to force a smile, and asked Roy and his friends with a smile, "Guests, how many rooms do you need?" Miss Christine walked to the front and said to the hotel owner at the bar, "Adjutant Cardiff of the 17th Legion has already booked it for us." "Yes, Cardiff has booked 2 adjacent tree houses for you." Please follow me. The hotel owner smiled bitterly. He originally thought that there would be a group of guests. Roy chose the last room. Everyone else was resting in their own room. Only the hotel owner opened the door for him. The room may not have been ventilated for several days. The room was a little stuffy. There was a thin layer of dust on the furniture. It seemed that no one had cleaned it during this period. Roy opened the window and saw that the terrace was still the same. He said to the hotel owner, "When I came last time, there were still many waiters in the hotel. Where are they now?" Seeing that Roy was a half-elf, the innkeeper simply started chatting with him. "You must not have been here when the riot broke out in Padstow a month ago." "That's true," Roy replied. After the riot, the half-blood elves in the city were afraid of being liquidated, and they all ran away one after another. The innkeeper complained to Roy in a low voice. The waiters in the hotel also ran away. There was no way. During those days, the streets were full of elf guards catching rebel spies. Even half-blood elf waiters, who had worked in the hotel for several years, were interrogated by those elf guards almost twice a day. Who wouldn't run away? Are you waiting to be caught and thrown into prison by them one day? Then why didn't you leave? Roy asked curiously. The innkeeper looked at Roy and said, as a matter of course, anyone in the hotel can run away, but I have nowhere to run. I am a Silver Moon elf, and I can't go into the jungle like the half-blood elves. I can only stay here and continue to run this hotel with almost no guests. Anyway, I won't starve. Originally a very lively elf city, it has become what it is now. The city that has gradually developed over hundreds of years seems to have become empty overnight. There were abandoned tree houses everywhere in the city. More than 90% of the businesses were forced to close. The entire city was completely paralyzed. Now even the fruits and fish needed by the hotel every day had to be exchanged by the hotel owner himself. Fruits were easy to deal with, as there were several large orchards on the outskirts of Padstow City, but the fish shipped from Partington Island were collected according to the quota every day. Roy didn't expect that the incident of the half-blood elf rebels would cause such a big fuss that this elf city, with a history of more than 200 years, would be depressed overnight. What do you want for dinner? You can tell me in advance. If you don't have any special requirements, it's apple pie or fried fish. The drink is lemon tea. The innkeeper saw that Roy was willing to stay in this room, so he talked about dinner. Then let's fry fish, Roy said. Padstow is a city dominated by half-blood elves, so the eating habits of this city are also half-blood elves. Fish is more popular than fruit. This is different from Castletown. Although Castletown is a port city, the Silver Moon elves there rarely eat fish. So many young elves in Castletown think that eating only fruits is a very elegant thing. In the evening, Adjutant Cardiff came to the hotel with a team of elf warriors. Miss Christine called everyone down, and Roy sat on the sofa in the lounge area of the hotel lobby, looking at the elf officer in front of him with a fair face and clear eyes. It can be seen that he is a well-educated Silver Moon elf noble, and he is a silver Pegasus warrior. The Pegasus with a pair of silver-white wings stood at the entrance of the hotel, tall and majestic. Miss Christine, the search will start tomorrow, starting with the screening in the East District. If there is no problem on your side, I will send a carriage to pick you up at the entrance of the hotel tomorrow morning, Adjutant Cardiff said. His piercing eyes were fixed on Miss Christine. Okay. Miss Christine cleverly avoided Adjutant Cardiff's gaze. Adjutant Cardiff continued, to ensure your safety, Captain Badwin has specially dispatched a team of elf warriors. They live near the tree house where you live. You can summon them if you encounter any trouble. After that, a team of Silver Moon elf warriors walked in from outside the hotel. There were exactly 12 warriors wearing standard elf armor. These armors were not only made of metal, but also engraved with complex and beautiful patterns. They wore long swords on their waists, and silver shields on their backs. Each elf warrior not only wore silver armor, but also a helmet and visor on his head. They stood in the hotel lobby with great momentum and majesty. Miss Christine quickly stood up and nodded to these elf warriors. A team of Silver Moon elf warriors saluted in unison. Captain Badwin was worried that you would not be used to the dinner here, so he specially set up a dinner. This time, Miss Christine interrupted Adjutant Cardiff before he finished speaking. Adjutant Cardiff, there is no need for dinner. I have already eaten here. Miss Christine saw that Adjutant Cardiff still had no intention of leaving, so she said, I have been on the ship for most of the day and came here through the portal. If there is nothing too important, I would like to rest first. Adjutant Cardiff looked at Roy and others sitting around him with some embarrassment. He didn't even say hello to them properly. Since Miss Christine wants to rest first, then I will take my leave first. As he said this, he stood up, nodded to Miss Christine, and turned to leave the hotel. Those elf warriors also lined up to leave. Alves sat on a chair in the middle of the hall with a gloomy face. He didn't like the closed space layout of the treehouse. He liked to live in a castle built with stones. This is a manor in the north of Padstow. Alves spent 20 years to build this castle. This castle may not be so majestic, but it has a unique elf charm. Every building is an exquisite work of art, and every sculpture in the castle has an extraordinary origin. This hall was named the Hall of Glory by Baron Alves. There was nothing else on the high platform except this chair. This time he had to admit that he was a little too hasty. In order to swallow up the territory in the south of Padstow, he took out a lot of wealth, not only for the purchase of the territory, but also for persuading the members of the Council of Elders. It was the annexation of land that brought together the half-blood elves south of Padstow. If it were just these things, it would not have caused a riot among the half-blood elves. The bad thing was that the half-blood elf slaves imprisoned in the apple orchard escaped. Although the slave trade incident was suppressed by Alves in Padstow City by various means, the incident spread among the half-blood elves' circle of life. Then the first riot of half-blood elves in the history of Partington Plain occurred. Baron Alves decisively fled from Padstow City and hid in this castle. Then the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion of the Elf Continent quickly entered the Partington Plain and repelled the half-blood elf rebel army. Thinking that the incident would be settled, Baron Alves even planned to catch a batch of half-blood elves in the city and secretly sell them to make up for the losses caused by this riot. But what he never expected was that the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion did not leave the Partington Plain as scheduled. The second investigation team has not been seen for a long time. Although Baron Alves is now nominally the governor of Padstow City is currently under the control of the military. All his instructions must be approved by the military. Baron Alves felt like a puppet. He drank the red wine in the glass angrily and smashed the crystal glass to pieces. Member Ansel sent someone to deliver a letter. A servant said tremblingly from the door. "Send it in." Baron Alves suppressed his anger and took a letter from the servant. He didn't even take the paper cutter beside him, but tore the envelope open and pulled out a letter from it. The content of the paper was very short. "Dear Governor Alves, I have been invited by the Royal Music Association of Buenos Aires to participate in the Buenos Aires Music Festival in the middle of next month. I will go to Buenos Aires immediately, and will temporarily give up all voting rights of the Elders' Council during my absence from Padstow." Written by Senator Ansel. Baron Alves was so angry that he tore the letter in his hand into pieces. A bunch of untrained wolf cubs, who just hide their heads when encountering troubles. Baron Alves cursed in the Hall of Glory. Now the Padstow Elders' Council is in name only, and many Silver Moon Elf senators, who don't want to get involved in muddy waters, have gone to Buenos. Baron Alves now controls the city's guard brigade and only has a lord army of 2,000 elven warriors. This weak force is simply vulnerable in front of the Silver Pegasus Legion. The messenger fled the room in fear when he saw Baron Alves's rage. Baron Alves was left alone in the Hall of Glory. Because there were no business opportunities, many merchants left Padstow. Adventure groups also left here one after another. Half-blood elves were worried that the Silver Moon elves would settle accounts, so half-blood elves left every day. Unable to buy tickets for the portal, the half-blood elves entered the jungle south of Padstow. Although this jungle currently belongs to Lord Alves's territory, he no longer has the ability to supervise this territory. It can be said that the Partington Plain now seems to have returned to the time when the elves just entered the Partington Plain. Chapter 273. There is an indescribable silence in Padstow, and there are almost no elves on the wide streets. Occasionally, an elf warrior from the Silver Pegasus Legion passes by, and their main responsibility is to maintain law and order in the city. Currently, the guards in Padstow have been controlled by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. 3 investigators are interrogating these elf guards, mainly targeting the slave trade in Padstow. This is the eastern district of Padstow, and this area of tree houses has been completely isolated by the army. The carriage carrying Roy and his group stopped in front of a group of tree houses. Roy was the first to get off the carriage. Claire followed behind him, looking at the tree houses that looked like bird nests on the big trees above his head, and whispered to Roy, "Roy, why are there so many tree houses here?" "What else? Where do you think they would live if there were no tree houses?" Roy asked in a low voice. "Why not open up some space inside the big trees, which is private and comfortable?" Claire said, as a matter of course. "Maybe in the future, but now in Padstow, there are many tree houses built on the treetops. Perhaps these tree houses are the biggest feature of Padstow." Roy responded. "It is indeed very unique, and living in a wooden house feels almost the same as being on a boat. The only difference is that on the boat you can hear the sound of the waves, while here it is the rustling of leaves, which makes me a little sleepless." Miss Tiffany whispered behind. She now speaks Elvish very well, even with a little Castletown accent. Her disguise is very effective. If you don't look closely, it's hard to tell that she's not an elf. The Partington Plain is a resource-based plain, with a vast jungle, magical herbs, and extremely rich magical beast resources. It's just that it has rarely expanded outward in recent years. Speaking of it, it's still the governor, who is in charge of Padstow, who is not enterprising, and can even tolerate things like slave trading. It's simply rotten to the bone. Miss Christine couldn't help but complain. The group didn't wait too long, and Adjutant Cardiff led an elf army into the residential area. The elf warriors dispersed and began to search every tree. Most of the tree houses had become vacant. Only a few half-blood elves were unwilling to leave here. They were invited out of the tree houses by the elf warriors. The elves gathered in the open space in the forest to wait for screening. The elves lined up and walked past Roy. There was a clerk behind them, who was responsible for recording the file information of each elf, including name, height, gender, bloodline, etc. The screening process was smooth because it was organized and implemented by the military, and there were almost no protesting elves. Every day, a residential area was screened at a fixed point, and the screening lasted for nearly half a month. Although Benjamin and Abbott were not found, the half-blood elves who still lived in the city gradually calmed down. Because no half-blood elves were liquidated because of the rebels, the military's daily work was to census the elf population in Padstow City, and no one was even heard of being beaten or abused. During this period, some half-blood elves who could no longer live in the jungle returned to Padstow City one after another. As the second investigation team conducted in-depth investigations, the slave trade in Padstow gradually surfaced. Most of the slave trade gangs were in collusion with officials in Padstow. Among them, the slave trade group owned by Lord Alvis was the largest, and it was after Baron Alvis came to the Partington Plain that he transformed from a penniless Silver Moon noble baron into a lord in just over 200 years. Of course, his title remained unchanged, but he became the richest lord in Padstow, controlling the 3 best orchards around Padstow, and had a vast territory north of Padstow, and even formed a large lord army. Especially this year, Baron Alvis bought all the land south of Padstow. No elves know where his money comes from. Although he also owns 2 trading companies, the revenue of these 2 companies cannot support him to buy such a large territory. In the 3rd week after Roy arrived in Padstow, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion formally arrested Baron Alvis for slavery. For the trial of the elven nobles, especially the largest lord of the Partington Plain, the Castletown Tribunal is not qualified to try Baron Alvis. He will be sent to the Silver Moon Elf Elder Council in Buenos Aires to be tried there. On the day of the arrest of Lord Alvis, the large screening operation in Padstow was interrupted. Roy rarely had a day off, but Miss Christine suggested going to the portal in the central square to watch the excitement. Sabrina and Miss Tiffany both agreed to this proposal. Although Roy didn't want to go out, everyone was a team now, so he could only follow everyone to the central square. Recently, Woods was in a bad mood, because he had been in Padstow for more than half a month, and Woods still couldn't see the elder who joined the rebels. It will be fine after a few days. Roy comforted Woods as he walked. Miss Tiffany and Miss Christine walked in front, and the group had arrived at the central square of Padstow. There were many half-blood elves around the central square, and some Silver Moon elves were watching in the corner. Baron Alvis was sitting in a carriage made of black iron. The windows of the carriage were not glass, but iron bars as thick as fingers. This black iron carriage was pulled by 4 strong war horses, and the wheels made a creaking sound when rolling on the stone slabs. Alvis sat in the carriage with a tired face, wearing a set of noble clothes, and seemed to maintain the dignity of an aristocrat. He closed his eyes, and leaned on the sofa in the carriage. I don't know who shouted, "Come and see, he is a slave trader. Alvis is a slave trader. Kill this slave trader." The half-blood elves around him became more and more irritable, and the elves cursed loudly, and some elves even threw apples at Baron Alvis. The red apples hit the iron railings of the carriage, and immediately became juicy. Baron Alvis closed his eyes tightly. Even if the apple juice splashed on his face, he did not dodge, and did not even look out the window. The carriage drove towards the portal in the central square, which was a short distance away. When the carriage arrived in front of the portal, it slowed down, and Baron Alvis in the carriage finally opened his eyes. He turned his head to look at the sky of the Partington Plain, then looked at the towering portal, and then ignored everything else and sat up straight. This carriage was designed to be slightly narrower, just enough to enter the portal and slowly disappear in the vortex. Seeing Baron Alvis's carriage disappear, the half-blood elves around the square cheered, as if they had won a war. At this time, an officer of the Silver Pegasus Legion suddenly stood up. He walked to a wooden box and shouted to the cheering half-blood elves around the square, "Fellow half-blood elves, the destroyer of the peace of the Partington Plain, the instigator behind the Padstow slave traders, Baron Alvis, who embezzled the Plain territory, has been sent to the Buenos Tribunal to be tried by the Supreme Council of Elders. Then, we will designate all the territories embezzled by Baron Alvis as public areas. This area will be open to all elves. No matter where you build tree houses, hunt, or gather, these will be protected by the Council of Elders of Padstow Elf. I hope that the city of Padstow can recover its former prosperity as soon as possible. For the beautiful and rich city of Padstow." The half-blood elves around also shouted loudly, "For the beautiful and rich city of Padstow." Chapter 274. Baron Alves was arrested, and the Silver Moon Elf noble circle in Padstow City was greatly shaken. In the matter of slave trade, many Silver Moon Elf nobles in Padstow were involved, and even if they did not participate, they were all insiders. The exit of the Partington Plain portal is located on Partington Island. This island is located in the depths of the Endless Sea in the east of the Elf continent, close to Param Island, and belongs to the outermost area of the Elf continent. Therefore, it has formed an excellent slave trading port. The smartest thing Baron Alves did was to develop Partington Island into an island inhabited entirely by half-blood elves. After hearing about Partington Island, many half-blood elves from other places came here. However, Partington Island is not very large, and the habitable areas have long been occupied by half-blood elves. Those half-blood elves who came here cannot live on Partington Island. They heard that the people living in Partington Plain are also half-blood elves, so many half-blood elves ran to Partington Plain. It is easy to buy a ticket to Partington, but it is more difficult to leave Partington. The half-blood elf immigrants, who continuously enter Partington, have become the safest source of slaves. The slave trade is very complicated. Half-blood elf slaves will not only be sold to human countries in Roland Continent, but also to some elf mine owners. Due to the low fertility of elves, the population of Silver Moon elves has continued to decline in the past 100 years. Although half-blood elves live at the bottom of the elf world, their population is increasing year by year. It is for these reasons that a group of people who extremely hate half-blood elves gather in the Partington Plain. Baron Alves is the most ruthless and profitable elf noble in this group. What's more ironic is that most of his slave hunters and slave traders are half-blood elves. Some of these half-blood elves do whatever it takes to survive, while others are purely for the sake of snobbery, thinking that if they get close to a Silver Moon noble, their status will become extremely noble. After hearing these inside stories of Padstow City, even Sabrina sighed. We were able to leave Padstow City safely that day, not only because of good luck, but also thanks to Christine's noble status. Miss Christine did not take credit for it. She smiled and sat on a chair on the terrace of the tree house, asking Miss Tiffany for advice on water magic. Yes, if we hadn't discovered this secret by accident, the slave trade in Padstow would probably continue. Woods said with lingering fear. He was also a victim. If it wasn't for rescuing Woods, if there wasn't an elf ranger in the Elf Academy adventure group who was good at hiding and tracking, Instructor Eleanor, if Roy hadn't insisted on finding Woods, Padstow might still be very lively now, and no one would care about those captured half-blood elves. If we hadn't discovered that the Silver Moon elf nobles were trading slaves, perhaps the half-blood elves' rebel army wouldn't have appeared. Roy sighed. After the land of the half-blood elves was confiscated by Baron Alves, they just continued to migrate south. The big screening operation is about to end. It's a pity that we couldn't find Benjamin and Abbott, and it delayed everyone's time. Miss Christine sat up straight and said to several young companions, "In fact, it's not just you. I also want to find Benjamin and Abbott. Abbott killed my friend Jasper in Castleton City. Miss Tiffany and I have been looking for him everywhere." After Roy finished explaining, he glanced at Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany had already taken Jasper's death lightly. "Yes, I came here to find Abbott," Miss Tiffany said. "And me, although I came to Padstow not for Benjamin, I also have my reasons," Woods also said. Sabrina came to Padstow this time purely to help, but after all, she was a member of the Elf Academy adventure group, so it was natural for her to come and help. Only Claire is here for vacation. Although there is really nothing to see in Padstow, and the food is very monotonous every day, Claire can always find some fun for himself, and occasionally play the piano for everyone on the terrace. In fact, Claire has made some gains recently, but he is just composing music every day. This is the benefit of being with Roy. You can always hear him hum a beautiful and unique melody at some point. As the 1-month field practice class holiday is coming to an end, the big search operation in Padstow is also coming to an end. Among the 5 major districts of Padstow, the last remaining southern district has also screened nearly half of the tree houses. But there was no sign of Benjamin. Another day of fruitless return. Due to the recent serious loss of elves in Padstow, there are many vacant tree houses, which makes the screening operation more difficult. In fact, Roy had long been thinking, if he were Benjamin, would he hide in the city and wait, and see how the situation changes when such a major incident occurred in Padstow? The answer is naturally no, because as a human magician, Benjamin is highly regarded in the elf city. Even if he knows some disguise skills, he can still see some clues under close observation. Roy deduced from this that Benjamin would not hide in Padstow City foolishly. Of course, he would not enter the deep jungle of the Partington Plain. Benjamin was a magician and Abbott was an apprentice priest. Unless the two of them could find an adventure group, they would have the possibility of going deep into the jungle. Sure enough, after the screening of the last area of Padstow City, Benjamin and Abbott were not found, not even a little clue. This screening operation caught all the slave traders hiding in Padstow City. Not only that, these half-blood elf slave traders also bid out some Silver Moon elf nobles, and the elf nobles in the city finally couldn't sit still. Many Silver Moon elf nobles rushed to the portal in the central square, hoping to return to the elf continent through the portal. However, their request was decisively rejected by the military of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Roy and his companions will return to Partington Island tomorrow. Roy was a little depressed because he failed to find Benjamin and Abbott. In recent days, Sabrina and Claire have been drawing the portraits of Benjamin the magician and Abbott on sheets of seaweed paper with pencils. They didn't have a deep impression of Benjamin and Abbott, so when they drew the first sketch, Roy was always there to correct the details. But even so, the wanted portraits they drew were only 60% similar to them. Before leaving the hotel, everyone gathered on the terrace of the hotel's tree house, from where they could see most of Padstow. "It's a pity we didn't catch those 2 guys," Miss Tiffany said helplessly. "In more than 2 months, it will be a long vacation again. If you still want to come here to look for Benjamin and Abbott, I can arrange." Miss Christine obviously didn't intend to let Benjamin and Abbott go. Roy guessed that the main reason why Earl Swinburne could carry out a large-scale screening operation in Padstow was to vent his anger on Miss Christine. The second reason was to arrest all the slave traders hiding in the city. Apparently, the elf warriors of the 17th Legion did a great job in arresting slave traders. Perhaps Instructor Nora will have some new plans, Roy suggested. The next day, the carriage sent by the military arrived at the door of the hotel. Roy and his group, who had packed their luggage early, boarded the carriage one after another and headed for the portal in the central square. When everyone arrived at the square, Roy discovered that a group of Silver Moon elf nobles had gathered in the central square. The Silver Moon elf nobles were waiting in the square, looking very quiet. These elven nobles saw a carriage parked at the edge of the square, and their eyes turned to the carriage. Roy was still the first to get out of the carriage, but he was slightly startled when he saw several Silver Moon elf nobles in the central square. In his mind, in this extraordinary period, wouldn't it be better to hide at home and avoid the limelight? Nowadays, Padstow City has become more chaotic. Many Silver Moon elf nobles live in fear every day, fearing that an army will suddenly break in and send them to the Buenos Aires tribunal. Why are there so many Silver Moon elf nobles here? It's hard to see one usually, Claire muttered as she got off the car. When Roy and his party walked towards the portal in the central square, these elf nobles also came over. Do they also have to go through the portal? Miss Christine walked to the portal guard, handed out a pass in her hand, pointed at the Silver Moon elf nobles behind, and whispered to the portal guard. The portal guard saluted Miss Christine first, and then replied, "No, they have been waiting here for 4 or 5 days. The order we received is that only with this pass can we pass through the portal. Miss Christine, your teleportation pass is for 6 members. Please be sure to check your companions." Miss Christine didn't expect that the Silver Moon elf nobles were now restricted from freely entering and leaving the Partington Plain. She quickly pulled Roy, Claire, Woods, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany to her side. Some elven nobles wanted to take the opportunity to come over, but were stopped by the portal guard. When entering the portal, Roy looked back at the Partington Plain. In fact, the life of Captain Badwin of the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps has not been easy these days. Almost every day, some Silver Moon elf nobles visit him, hoping that he can open the plain portal. At least more than half of the Silver Moon elf nobles have the idea of retiring and want to return to the elf continent with the wealth accumulated over the years. As for the industries that could not be taken away from the Partington Plain, they were directly discarded. Some Silver Moon elves even gave Captain Badwin some small gifts for this purpose. For example, a bag of magic crystals, several large boxes of magic beast materials and magic herbs, etc. Captain Bateman was very troubled. It was not that he did not want to accept these gifts. Among these gifts, there was even his favorite bronze statue of an elf girl, but he did not dare to accept it. Now many eyes were staring at the Partington Plain. This time, his duty was to guard the portal. In addition, we cooperated with Miss Christine to track down 2 criminals. It is said that one of the criminals is a human. Unfortunately, we have not been able to find him after so many days. Captain Bateman's trouble is on the portal. So many elf nobles try every means to approach him, flatter him, and bribe him, just to be able to leave the Partington Plain. More and more slave traders are caught, and more elf nobles are involved in the incident. Everyone wants to leave this quagmire as soon as possible, but Captain Bateman doesn't dare to let go. He is just guarding one side of the ship's portal, not controlling the entire portal. Once the matter is exposed, with Earl Swinburne's character, he will not have a good time. The gift was too hot to handle, so Captain Bateman didn't dare to accept it. At this time, Adjutant Cardiff walked into the command room and reported to Captain Bateman. Report to the captain, Miss Christine Swinburne and her friends have left Padstow. In this large-scale screening operation, Miss Christine and her friends failed to find these 2 people. Captain Bateman turned around and took the report, patted Adjutant Cardiff on the shoulder and said, "Well done, Cardiff, you've worked hard this month." Adjutant Cardiff asked Captain Bateman, "Captain, what should we do with the nobles gathered in the central square?" "Let them wait. The report compiled from the slave traders has been submitted to Captain Swinburne. It is estimated that there will be a reply soon." Captain Bateman said, a little depressed. Miss Christine left Padstow smoothly, which made him feel a little relieved. Roy and his party returned to Partington Island, and did not spend the night on the island. The sailboat that took them back to Castletown had been waiting at the dock. There were enough rooms on this medium-sized sailboat for them to rest. After Roy boarded the ship, he did not rest in the cabin, but sat on the top of the ship, looking at the distant Parham Island. Only in clear weather can you see the prison island. At this time, Roy thought of the Grey Dwarf Ralph again. Who would have thought that he was drowned alive by a Naga warrior? "Roy, why are you here? Listen to my music again." Claire chased up from the bottom of the ship with a thick music score and asked Roy, "Claire, are you preparing for the final dance?" Roy turned his head and asked Claire with a smile. Chapter 275. Just as Roy and his party were returning to Castleton by boat, Abbott was hiding in a cave. He drew a route on a sea chart with the help of a little light. Abbott spent more than half a year studying a large number of sea charts, and now he could almost draw the complete Endless Sea. There are nearly 100 island groups of various sizes in the Endless Sea. The smallest island group also has dozens of islands. But among these island groups, not a single island group can completely match the treasure map. Abbott has lost a lot of weight recently. His eye sockets are sunken, his eyes are full of bloodshot, and his thin lips are dark purple. He occasionally needs to drink some spirit potion to refresh himself. Fortunately, the Partington Plain is rich in herbs, and the cost of spirit potion is not expensive. "Benjamin, how could this happen? Is there another island group in the Endless Sea that has not been marked? How is it possible to find the treasure?" Abbott grabbed his messy hair and said to Benjamin in a somewhat insane manner. Benjamin was squeezing lemon juice into the cup. The environment in the cave was very simple. As a magician, Benjamin still hoped to live a more refined life. "Is it possible that the treasure is no longer in the Endless Sea?" Benjamin said casually without raising his head. Abbott's chest seemed to be hit hard by someone, which made him sober up all of a sudden. All his previous efforts were aimed at the Endless Sea, but he never thought about what to do if the treasure was not hidden in the Endless Sea. His face was a little pale, and he leaned against the cold rock wall weakly, muttering to himself, "Is the research direction wrong?" Looking at Abbott's devilish face, Benjamin was speechless. In the past 2 months, Abbott and Benjamin have been following a group of slave traders, wandering around in the mountains of Padstow. The most ferocious monsters in this mountain range are just some dire wolves. The slave traders are not afraid of dire wolves at all, and will hunt them down when they meet them. They hid in this mountain range mainly to avoid the search of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Benjamin relied on the recommendation of the slave trader Jones to join the slave trader team with Abbott. Today, the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps is stationed in Padstow City. These slave traders can't go back, and they can't leave the Partington Plain through the portal, so they can only wander around in the Partington Plain. They dare not go too far from Padstow City. Some undeveloped jungles are entrenched in a large number of high-level monsters, and those jungles are even more dangerous. This mountain range belongs to the territory of Baron Alvis. Usually, few half-blood elves will enter this mountain range, and only some low-level monsters will appear. Therefore, this mountain became a temporary shelter for these slave traders. Of course, Benjamin and Abbott were able to mix with a group of slave traders, in addition to the little favor of slave trader Jones, mainly because of the big pie that magician Benjamin painted for these slave traders. Benjamin threatened that as long as everyone could leave Partington safely, he would take everyone to Castletown port to rob a large ship, so that everyone could escape from the Elf continent and rush into the vast endless sea, and never return to the Elf continent again. Benjamin also told the slave traders, Abbott is a navigator who is familiar with the endless sea. He has the most complete and detailed sea charts of the endless sea. These slave traders even thought that Abbott was busy drawing their escape routes on the sea every day. Especially Abbott was familiar with a large number of islands in the endless sea, which provided more supply points for the escape route, so he was particularly polite to the two of them. Jones was just a small leader among these slave traders. When a group of slave traders gathered at the entrance of the cave to chat, Jones was also among them. I heard that Padstow is currently conducting a large-scale personnel screening. It will be even more difficult to go to Padstow in the future, a slave trader leader said. The slave traders suddenly fell silent. They just didn't want to live the life of an elf hunter, fighting monsters in the wilderness and jungle all day, so they became slave traders. But now, they can only hide in a remote cave and shiver. We can't hide in the jungle forever, right? Who knows? Jones rolled his eyes, thinking of what magician Benjamin had said to him yesterday, and said, in fact, we can make ourselves more embarrassed, hunt more dire wolves and win foxes recently, and then try to join the half-blood elf rebels. There was silence all around, and all the slave traders stared at Jones in confusion. Only by joining the half-blood elf rebels can we have a chance to leave the Partington Plain, Jones said. A slave trader leader put his arm around Jones's shoulders and said to him, don't even mention asking us to join the rebels now. Even if the rebels expand tenfold, they can't beat the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Why should we join the rebels? Jones explained, when the half-blood elf rebels attacked Padstow, they were defeated as soon as they encountered the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. However, the Silver Pegasus Legion did not pursue the rebels afterwards. Instead, they hunted us down in Padstow. It's not that they can't beat the rebels, but they don't want to fight at all. So I think once the situation in Padstow stabilizes, the upper elves will definitely come forward to appease these half-blood elves. After Jones's analysis, the slave traders were somewhat tempted. Everyone started discussing again. When Roy returned home, Ms. Belinda had not returned yet. There was a note on the dining table, pressed by a glass, and even a layer of dust fell on it. The part pressed on the bottom of the glass looked particularly clean. There was only a simple sentence on the note, Roy, I'm going to Buenos Aires. I'll be back in a few days. Take care of yourself. Love you, Belinda. There were a few apples in the kitchen that had completely rotted, emitting a sour smell of fruit wine and corruption. On the first day Roy returned home, he cleaned the house inside and out. In the evening, he grilled a few fish on the terrace at home, lying on a rattan chair while drinking fruit tea and listening to Moira telling about what happened in Brown Street in the past month. In fact, Moira's life was very simple. She rarely left the yard. Now, she has a new place to go, which is to go to the Black Pearl to take care of Roy's flowers of light. Moira, are those flowers of light on the Black Pearl still alive? Roy asked Moira, who was chewing on the grilled fish in a low voice. Moira was so angry that she wanted to stick the skewer of grilled fish in her hand into Roy's mouth. Thinking about the delicious grilled fish in her hand, she decided to forgive him again. They are all alive and well, Moira said vaguely. Roy breathed a sigh of relief. There is no doubt that those flowers of light will only have various conditions when they are kept by his side, either sickly or wilted. Did you catch Abbott and the human magician this time? Moira squatted beside the oven, eating and asking curiously. Roy turned the grilled fish on the grate and asked, Didn't Sabrina tell you? Moira wrinkled her cute little nose and said angrily, I asked her, but she ignored me. I didn't find it, not even a shadow, Roy replied. Moira didn't find it strange, and continued to concentrate on eating the grilled fish. Roy grilled 4 more mackerels, and took them to Mrs. Winnie's big cat. Then he and Moira simply cleaned up the terrace, and went back to the room to sleep. In the following days, Roy's life became very regular again. He went to the Elf Academy in the morning, studied magic with High Priest Reed in the afternoon, and practiced martial arts with Moira in the evening. When he went to bed, he would put a pot of light flowers on the windowsill of his bedroom. Although these light flowers were still seedlings, The holy light power contained in them was enough for Roy to absorb for a whole night. Ms. Belinda became increasingly busy, and Roy had only received 2 postcards she sent back from the Buenos Aires Museum of Art recently. When practicing with Moira at night, Roy not only needs to wear thick leather armor, but also a small round shield on his arm, so that Moira will let go and practice with Roy. But even if Roy is fully armed and occasionally secretly blesses himself with the blessing of strength, he can't win in practice. Moira's assassin talent is getting stronger and stronger, and her body flexibility and coordination ability are also very good. She can perform some difficult martial arts at will. Because of such an excellent talent, Roy suggested that Moira learn some assassin martial arts in the future, but she just wants to be like Sabrina, become a sword dancer. But Moira was very stubborn, and once she made a decision, she would never look back. Every night, she would use the dagger in her hand to force Roy into desperate situations again and again. During this period, Sabrina was easily promoted to a first-level sword dancer. Afterwards, she chose the morale dance among the 3 sword dance secrets given to Roy by Earl Amelia, and began to practice hard. Miss Tiffany returned to Castletown from the Partington Plain, but still lived on the Black Pearl, and it seemed that she didn't want to leave. Woods was also studying hard at the Elf Academy. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-May. In 2 weeks, the Elf Academy will once again face the final exam. At noon, Roy and Woods left the academy together, and took a long carriage back to Brown Street. When they arrived at the gate of the Statue of Liberty, they saw the postman again. "Woods, there is a letter for you." The postman called out Woods' name accurately, which scared Woods. Woods hurriedly walked up, took the letter, and then tore open the envelope, pulled out a piece of letter paper, and looked at the letter in his hand carefully. The postman rode away from the Statue of Liberty. Roy and Woods walked into the vestibule side by side. Woods read the letter attentively, and then said to Roy with a worried look, "Roy, Uncle Dickie said in the letter that the rebels on the Partington Plain are growing stronger. Although they suffered a defeat some time ago, there are still half-blood elves joining the rebellion army. The rebels are growing stronger and stronger. Now the number of rebels has reached almost 30,000. Many rebels hope to fight back to Padstow. I want to write a letter to my uncle, hoping that he can give up this plan, but unfortunately I don't know where to mail it." Woods had seen the Silver Pegasus warriors in Padstow, and knew very well how big the gap was between them and the mob of rebels. He didn't want Uncle Dickie to put himself in danger. "Don't worry about anything else. When I last saw Miss Christine, we talked about this matter. This battle can't be fought at all. Maybe the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion will teach the rebels a lesson, but this war, with such a huge disparity in strength, will definitely not be fought." Roy vowed to Woods. Roy didn't say the specific reason. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion didn't want to go to war because Padstow City needed these half-blood elf residents. Miss Christine was also attending classes at the Elf Academy during this period. However, her life trajectory almost completely missed Roy's. Although Roy went to the Elf Academy every day, he rarely saw Miss Christine. But he could often see Miss Edith Ellington. She has now become an apprentice guard beside Princess Ophelia. She has to accompany Princess Ophelia for 2.5 days a week to help her deal with some things. Although the course of modern elves history had ended long ago, Roy and Miss Edith had already established a deep friendship. Every once in a while, Miss Edith would invite Roy and Claire to attend the dances she held in the manor. After Claire returned to the Elf Academy, she composed another melodious piano piece, Adeline by the Water. It was this piano piece that made Claire the most talented young musician in Castletown. Last semester, many young elves were still dissatisfied. This semester, those voices full of doubts about Claire completely disappeared. The end of the semester was approaching, and Roy was so busy these days to cope with the final exams of 2 courses. Even the martial arts training with Moira at night was temporarily stopped. Just a week before the final exam, another message came from the Partington Plain. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion will be responsible for maintaining the law and order of the Partington Plain for a period of time in the future, and Earl Swinburne will officially accept Baron Aldous' territory in the north of Padstow City, and become the great lord of the Partington Plain. After Roy finished preparing for the exam, he went to Ellington Castle to tell Earl Amelia about what had happened recently. He also wrote a letter to Xavier in the Dark Palace to tell him about the news in Castletown City. Roy didn't expect that after the original forces in the Partington Plain were completely cleared out, Earl Swinburne would become the biggest winner of this incident. Chapter 276. When the members of the Elf Academy adventure team were gathering, Instructor Nora had repeatedly said that they did not want to go to the Partington Plain for holiday adventures because the situation there was very chaotic. Currently, the army of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom is stationed in Padstow City, and the rebels have retreated to the Barrier Village at the foot of the northern mountain of the Barrier Mountains. Today, the Barrier Village has become a gathering place for the rebels. Even if everyone goes to the Partington Plain, they have no chance to climb the Griffin Barrier Mountains. Because there are a large number of griffins living in the Barrier Mountains, these griffins can be said to be the natural enemies of the Silver Pegasus. Therefore, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has no plan to encircle and suppress the rebels for the time being. The negotiations between the two sides have never been interrupted. The 17th Legion hopes that the rebels will lay down their weapons and obey the arrangements of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Legion Commander Swinburne clearly stated that there will be no trial or liquidation of the half-blood elves and the rebels. The leader of the rebels hopes that the high-level Silver Moon elves can agree that the half-blood elves can set aside a piece of territory in the jungle south of Padstow City, which will be governed by the half-blood elves, and the Silver Moon elves are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the half-blood elves. And so on. In fact, after the two sides entered the negotiation stage, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion did not lift the blockade of the Partington Plain. At the same time, the supplies in Padstow City were distributed according to quotas to ensure that no supplies would flow out of Padstow City. The negotiation period may be dragged on for a long time. The Silver Moon Elf Legion controls the plain portal and supply, and these supplies are tightly controlled. The rebels in the fortress village have been facing the dilemma of scarce supplies. The Silver Moon Elf Corps will naturally not compromise easily. And the Half-Blood Elf rebels also want to gain more power and resources, such as land on the Partington Plain, and even want to open up an autonomous region, etc. In fact, the problem of this incident is slave trading, which is intolerable to all elves, and the spearhead is directly pointed at some Silver Moon Elf nobles. Once this scandal spreads, the reputation of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom will decline rapidly. Therefore, the Half-Blood Elf rebels did not want to compromise so easily. It was for the above reasons that Instructor Nora did not want to go on an adventure to the Partington Plain during the holidays. The tavern next to the library opposite the Elf Academy has long been a fixed gathering place for adventure groups. When Roy walked into the tavern, the female elf waitress could not help but wink at Roy and pointed to a corner inside. It goes without saying that Instructor Nora and the others have arrived. "Give me a cup of fruit tea." Roy said something to the female elf waitress and walked into the tavern. "Roy, we have a new batch of sweet fruit wine here. Do you want to try it?" The bartender at the bar also greeted Roy with a smile. "Forget it. Alcohol can easily damage mental strength, especially for underage half-elf like me." Roy waved his hand and walked straight to the long table in the corner. Sabrina and Miss Christine had already arrived, and several instructors were also there, but Scarlet the magician did not come. She was busy doing some magic experiments recently, and often missed the gatherings of the adventure group. Everyone had long been accustomed to it. I recently looked up some information and selected 4 plains from more than a dozen plains: Rocky Mountain Plain, Hullen Plain, Chimera Plain, Emerald Forest Plain. The entrances to these plains are on the shore of Moon Lake in Buenos Aires. Instructor Nora spread 4 plain maps on the square table. Everyone came closer to look at these plain maps of different shapes. The Rocky Mountain Plain is very special. The entire plain is a huge mountain. This mountain is so big that it cannot be described. We cannot see its full picture at present. The elven city built by the Silver Moon Elves in the Rocky Mountain Plain is on the southern slope. A Silver Moon Elf lord in the Rocky Mountain Plain once sent a team of Silver Pegasus to fly horizontally along the mountain range for nearly 3 months, but failed to reach the west side of the mountain range. If we explore the Rocky Mountain Plain, I plan to go up, but our vacation is only 2 months, and I guess most of the time will be wasted on the road. Instructor Nora introduced to everyone. Roy was a little surprised. No wonder this map only drew a sloping hillside. The whole plain was actually a mountain. Instructor Eleanor waved her hand and said to Instructor Nora, "I have been to the Rocky Mountain Plain once. This season is not very good. It is foggy most of the time, and there are towering ancient trees everywhere on the mountain. Because of the hillside, we are not easy to get lost, but walking in the fog all day long is a very bad travel experience. The Hullen Plain is an extremely cold place, a frozen land. Every summer lasts only a short month. There are large coniferous forests here, and some mosses grow under the snow. There lives a very famous monster, the Earth Bear. If we want to see the Earth Bear, going to the Hullen Plain is also a good choice. The only trouble is that we need to prepare some cold-proof supplies," Instructor Nora said, and then put her hand on the second map. After hearing these introductions, it was as if a cold wind blew in the tavern, making everyone shiver. Castletown is a tropical city, where the north wind blows for only 2 months in winter. For the elves living here in the ice and snow, it is extremely terrifying. Otherwise, Nora, you should introduce the third plane. Except for Scarlet, no one may like the ice and snow environment. Instructor Virgil said to Instructor Nora with a sneer. In the ice and snow environment, Scarlet's ice magic power will be greatly increased, so Instructor Virgil said so. I heard that someone went to the Hullen Plain for adventure. I didn't pay attention when I was sleeping at night. When I woke up in the morning, I found that my little toe was frozen off. You know, I am very afraid of cold. Instructor Virgil said, and exaggeratedly pulled his clothes. Instructor Nora looked at the third plane map helplessly. In fact, she really wanted to go to the Hullen Plain to see those earth bears that could walk on the ice peaks. Instructor Nora opened the third plane map and said to everyone, Chimera Plain, this is a plain named after the magic beast Chimera. Even if I don't introduce it, you should know that the overlords of this plain are these chimeras. They have some ancient pterosaur blood. Although tens of thousands of years of reproduction have made the dragon blood in their bodies very thin, adult chimeras are still 4th-level magic beasts, just like dragonflies in the Blackwater Swamp. With our current strength, it may be difficult to hunt down the magic beast Chimera. Instructor Eleanor added, I heard that this plain not only has Chimera, but also has a large number of hippogriffs and owl beasts on Eagle's Nest Mountain. It's worth our adventure. Then let's go and see Chimera. If we are lucky, we can kill one and make a lot of money on the whole trip. Instructor Virgil also agreed. Instructor Gru sat in the corner and didn't say anything. Roy could see that Instructor Gru seemed to be a little tempted. I heard that there are elven dragons and dragon eagles living deep in the Chimera Plain. If we can find them, maybe we will be recorded in history books. When Instructor Virgil said these words, his eyes were shining. Instructor Nora nodded, and she signaled everyone not to make a choice yet, as there was one last plane that had not been introduced. The last plane to be introduced is the Emerald Forest that we are familiar with. The environment there is very good, with lush forests everywhere, and ancient trees thousands of meters high can be seen everywhere. The diameter of the trunk of this ancient tree is almost 200 or 300 meters. If we are lucky, we can also find an ancient tree that has not been developed. As long as we occupy this ancient tree, we can have our own large tree house in Castletown. Hearing Instructor Nora say this, Roy was a little confused. It was clearly an ancient tree in the Emerald Forest, so how could Instructor Nora say that he could own a luxurious tree house in Castletown? Instructor Nora, how could a tree house in the Emerald Forest Plain be moved to the Elf Continent? Roy asked curiously. Instructor Nora was stunned by Roy's question. She thought about it seriously and explained, this kind of thing belongs to the category of magic. The space cracks in the big tree can be connected seamlessly by the elf mage. I can't tell you the specific principle. Maybe Scarlet will know a little bit. However, this kind of tree house can only be confined to the heart of the tree. Once the external force breaks the heart of the tree house will completely collapse. Sabrina did not understand the composition of the tree house, and said, wouldn't such a tree house be very dangerous? Miss Christine whispered on the side, actually it won't. I don't know the specific principles. I probably only know it after seeing it. Everyone discussed it enthusiastically, and Instructor Nora clapped her hands and said to everyone, then let's vote, and we will eventually choose the plane with the most votes. Just when everyone was hesitating about whether to choose Chimera Plain or Emerald Forest, a Silver Moon Elf officer walked into the tavern. He stood in the tavern and looked around, then fixed his eyes on the square table of Instructor Nora. The officer walked over, his combat boots stepped on the wooden floor, making a crisp sound. The guest in the tavern looked at this uninvited guest. The elf officer was not moved at all. He walked to Instructor Nora. Miss Christine raised her head and asked the elf officer, Adonis, did my father ask you to pick me up? Adonis, the Silver Moon Elf officer, smiled at Christine and said, Lord Swinburne did not give such an order. I came here because the Lord wanted to see you. Instructor Nora stared at the Silver Moon Elf officer in front of her speechlessly. She probably felt a little regretful that a member of the adventure team was actually a Silver Moon Elf noble lady. Lord Swinburne sat on the sofa in the living room and casually ordered the members of the adventure team, please sit down wherever you want. Several Silver Moon Elf maids came out one after another, holding silver teapots in their hands, and the golden fruit trays were filled with various fresh fruits. In the fruit tray, the white frost on many fruits had not been wiped off, and they looked very fresh. After the elf maids left, Earl Swinburne sat up straight and said to the instructors directly, I invited you here this time because I want to ask you for a favor. The negotiation team from Buenos Aires will arrive in Castletown the day after tomorrow. This time, the negotiation team will go to the Griffin Barrier Mountains in the Partington Plain to hold a second negotiation with the leader of the Half-Blood Elf rebels. I heard that your adventure group has been to the Barrier Mountains recently, which means that you are very familiar with the situation near the Griffin Barrier Mountains. Coincidentally, I can't find any other trustworthy guides for the time being, so I thought of you and would like to ask you to lead the negotiation team to the Griffin Barrier Mountains. Of course, you don't have to worry about safety issues. The safety of the negotiation team will be jointly responsible by the Silver Pegasus Legion and the Unicorn Legion. You just need to lead the way. After saying this, Earl Swinburne's eyes fell on Instructor Nora. He knew that Instructor Nora was the real boss of the adventure group, and everyone believed in Instructor Nora. I don't think there will be no suitable guides in Padstow, Lord Earl. If you ask us to go to the Partington Plain just to be guides, then I will refuse without hesitation, Instructor Nora said bluntly. Although the instructors of the Elf Academy have a high social status in Castletown, Instructor Nora spoke to a Silver Moon Elf Earl in this tone, which was a bit reckless after all. Earl Swinburne did not show any displeasure, but slowly said, according to the news from the Partington Plain, there are some slave traders mixed in with the rebels. After all, you have seen real slave traders in Padstow, so I hope that after you arrive at the fortress village, you can help me find these slave traders hiding among the half-blood elves. Even if you find one, I can use this slave trader to find more slave traders. Earl Swinburne looked at Instructor Nora and continued, we can tolerate the behavior of the rebels, but for the slave traders, our strategy is to fight them to the end. Instructor Nora looked at Eleanor, Virgil and Gru, and seeing that they did not look reluctant, he said, since you said so, I can agree to it first, but I still need to discuss it with other members of the adventure team, and I cannot guarantee that all members will participate. Earl Swinburne heard Instructor Nora say this, and knew that his goal had been achieved. Okay, try not to leave Castletown these days. If there is no change in the planned date, the negotiation team will depart from Castletown Port in 5 days. Just listen to my notification, the Earl said gently. Instructor Nora hesitated and said, we may leave earlier, so we should meet up in Padstow. Chapter 277. This semester, Roy only had 2 courses for final examinations. In addition to his thorough preparation, Instructor Nora was also the instructor in charge of the martial arts course examinations, so Roy passed both courses easily. After leaving Earl Swinburne's treehouse, the adventure team members automatically disbanded at the door. The instructors needed to return to the Elf Academy to deal with unfinished matters, and also report to the Academy for the next adventure itinerary. Roy and Sabrina stood on the road waiting for the long carriage. Sabrina pursed her lips and listened to Roy's description of some recent events in the Academy. The two were destined to be unable to attend the final dance, and there was no way Claire could perform piano at the dance. Sabrina has the blood of wood elves. Her eyes are not pure sea blue, but have a kind of emerald green luster, but her skin is as white as the Silver Moon elves. She is much taller than the Silver Moon elves. When she is usually cold, she will exude a very strong sense of oppression, especially when she carries a heavy sword behind her. No one dares to provoke her in the Elf Academy. However, her arms and thighs do not have obvious muscle contours, but they are very well proportioned and fit. She has few friends, except for 2 half-blood elf girlfriends living in the lower city, and a circle of adventure groups. Sabrina would occasionally smile, and her smile was very bright. Miss Christine stood on the steps at the door of the treehouse, pursing her lips, looking at Roy, who was standing at the intersection waiting for the carriage. In fact, Earl Swinburne had arranged a carriage to take the instructors away, but this proposal was rejected by Instructor Nora because it was not convenient for everyone. In Castletown, it is very convenient to take a long carriage. It's just that Roy and Sabrina waited a long time for the long carriage. The two stood at the intersection and talked for a long time, as if they had endless topics to talk about. Miss Christine was a little unhappy. Earl Swinburne put his hand on Miss Christine's shoulder, hugged her, and turned to walk back to the treehouse, saying, I don't approve of you having feelings for a half-elf. Silvermoon elves pursue unfettered freedom and romantic love. Half-elves have human blood inheritance, and their views on life will appear more pure. There have been many Silvermoon elves who have married humans, but their endings are not very good. I think the biggest problem they face is lifespan. Elves can live for 800 years, but half-elves have to cut half of that, only 400 years, which means that when he finishes his life, you will just usher in the best time of your life. But if you insist on trying, I will fully support you, because you are the daughter of the Swinburne family. The deep fatherly love made Miss Christine feel warm in her heart, but she refused without thinking. I am just a little curious about half-elves and half-elves, and I don't have such an idea for the time being." After saying this, Miss Christine could only sigh secretly in her heart. Earl Swinburne smiled slightly, and said nothing else. Miss Christine felt a little relieved. She knew her father's temper. If she nodded and agreed, he might let his elf warriors capture Roy before dark. She didn't want that. Roy and Sabrina returned to Brown Street together. Roy was going to the Statue of Liberty to learn divine arts, while Sabrina was going home. She would occasionally go to the fish market to help Ms. Jillian sell fish. In fact, Roy knew that Sabrina's innate divine power should have inherited Ms. Jillian's bloodline. Looking at the way she held the big sword, she looked very much like Ms. Jillian holding a fish knife to chop fish. Recently, Roy would absorb the holy light particles attached to the flower of light every night. Since last night, Roy found that the sacred sapling in his body no longer absorbed the holy light, as if it had entered a dormant period. Roy wanted to take advantage of the free time in the afternoon to ask High Priest Reed about the blessing magic. Although High Priest Reed's name was not on the list of the 3rd Expeditionary Force, he knew that his time in Castletown was running out. Recently, High Priest Reed had been instilling in Roy all the magic he wanted to learn and the knowledge he was interested in. He didn't care whether Roy could understand it or not. He just wanted to remember these divine patterns first. After all, he could verify them slowly in the future. Roy recently learned Wisdom Blessing, and now High Priest Reed has begun to teach Light Blessing. This blessing spell is completely beyond Roy's understanding. According to High Priest Reed, this is an intermediate blessing spell that only High Priests can master. In fact, High Priest Reed's best skill, Shelter Blessing, has not yet been taught to Roy. According to High Priest Reed, Shelter Blessing is much more difficult than Light Blessing. At least that's what High Priest Reed thinks. In the study, Woods was flipping through an encyclopedia, looking up some information about plants. High Priest Reed sat opposite Roy and listened to Roy's recent difficulties. It no longer automatically absorbs the surrounding holy light particles, but everything else is normal. Roy tried his best to describe. High Priest Reed nodded continuously until Roy stopped, then said to Roy, "You don't need to do anything special now, you just need to wait for an opportunity to come. The light of the Statue of Liberty cannot shine on the elf continent. I don't understand why you can still have the signs before the promotion under this situation. This is indeed the sign before the promotion, that's right. Recently you need to calm down and slowly comprehend the holy light in your body. Maybe one day, you will be promoted to a priest. But, without the holy light of the Statue of Liberty, and the power of holy light injected into your body, it is incredible to have come this far." High Priest Reed stared at Roy excitedly and suggested to him, "You can try the Holy Grail of Wisdom. Put it on the bedside when you sleep." After saying that, High Priest Reed took out the golden Holy Grail of Wisdom from his magic waist bag and placed it on the round table. The Holy Grail of Wisdom exudes a gentle holy light, like a dim table lamp. Roy stared at the Holy Grail of Wisdom. He didn't want to take this trouble back home, so he said, "How can I sleep with such a Holy Grail placed at my bedside?" High Priest Reed thought Roy had some sense, so he suggested again, "Otherwise you can take a bath in the holy water pool, maybe you will break through all of a sudden." Roy thought about the square holy water pool in the side hall, and immediately shook his head to reject High Priest Reed's suggestion. The holy water there was for believers to drink. High Priest Reed had no choice but to put the Holy Grail of Wisdom into his magic waist bag. Then Roy began to learn divine arts. It was not until the evening that Roy went home after seeing that it was getting late. Before leaving the Statue of Liberty, High Priest Reed asked Roy to carry 2 buckets of holy water home. Roy held 2 large wooden buckets of holy water in his hands. At first, Roy walked along Brown Street toward home and felt very relaxed, but when he reached the intersection, his arms felt a little sore. He blessed himself with the power blessing at the intersection. Only then did he easily carry the 2 buckets of holy water home and pour them into the bathtub in the bathroom. Roy placed 2 heavy oak barrels, which looked more like wine barrels, in the yard, and planned to take a bath in holy water, as suggested by High Priest Reed. Perhaps, he could be promoted to a priest directly by taking a bath in the bathtub. An elf girl appeared by the wall, curiously looking at the large wooden barrel that Roy had thrown in the yard. Sabrina walked up and patted her head. Moira narrowed her eyes and glanced at Sabrina. The noise they made immediately made Roy look up, seeing Moira lying on the wall. Moira asked Roy, "Do you want to practice martial arts?" "Then come on." Roy readily agreed. Seeing that they were about to go to the Partington Plain, Roy felt that he and Moira should cherish every sparring. The space on the terrace was too small, and it was easy to break things, so Roy changed the sparring venue to the backyard. Moira stood upright in the yard, holding an unsharpened dagger against her arm, with a confident smile on her face. Roy directly picked up the scepter and shield, and as soon as he walked into the grass, he signaled to Moira that it was time to start. Moira transformed into two figures and rushed towards Roy. She was like a traveler wandering in the long river of time, and the pointer of time always turned a little faster under her feet. Roy was always a little slow in judging her, which allowed Moira to take the initiative in every attack, and then the attacks would continue to pour out, and the dagger in her hand could attack from all angles. Her fighting was definitely not without rules. Each action was an assassination technique of elementary combat skills, which could only be combined very cleverly, not only to seize the initiative, but also to control the rhythm. The dagger in her hand seemed to have a magical power, above her head, under her feet, in front of her, behind her. Everywhere. Every time he fought with Moira, Roy would be very passive. He was always in a passive situation. If he didn't have a small round shield, he might not last 3 rounds in front of Moira. When the two fought recently, Roy didn't use divine arts, nor did he activate the magic pattern array on the magic pattern structure. Moira knew that Roy would not hurt her, so she would attack with all her strength without reservation during the battle, which made her attack very sharp. Roy raised his shield to block Moira's stab, and the dagger scratched the hard shield, creating a spark. Moira had a smug smile on her face, her long hair fluttering, and the dagger in her hand suddenly disappeared, and appeared in her left hand the next second, cutting Roy's wrist along the edge of the shield. At this moment, Roy had a magical feeling. He saw that his body was constantly radiating a large amount of holy light power. The soft holy light turned his shield into silver, and the shield in his hand had a silver mark of a cross. The dagger in Moira's hand clearly cut along the edge of the shield, but it couldn't cut in. The abundant holy light power wrapped around Roy's body and gathered towards the sacred sapling through Roy's body. The dots of holy light around him kept spinning and gathered on the sacred sapling. He felt the seedling of the holy light tree in his body grow rapidly. Originally, it was just a seedling in the lower abdomen, with 9 roots of different lengths. Now, the seedling is growing rapidly in the continuous infusion of holy light. Originally, it only had a few small leaf pods, but now it has grown a main trunk and some branches. Dense leaves have grown on the tree, and a developed root system has grown below. Such a holy light tree is in Roy's body, completely merging with Roy. The crown of the tree filled with holy light was Roy's head, the solid trunk was his body, the branches were his hands, and the roots, firmly planted in the soil, were his feet. Roy found that the sisters Moira and Sabrina did not seem to see the strong holy light. They just saw Roy suddenly stop and stared at him in a panic. This sacred tree was hidden in Roy's body, and a layer of invisible barrier in his body seemed to be broken at once. The sacred seedling turned into a tree of holy light. Roy felt a little uncomfortable with the control of power. Roy has been promoted to a priest at this time. He raised his arm, and felt the rich holy light reverberating between his arms. Moira and Sabrina looked at Roy, who had completely stopped in the yard, and asked worriedly, "Roy, what's wrong with you?" Roy stood there blankly, staring at his hands, and said unconfidently, I may have been promoted to a priest." Sabrina looked at Roy in surprise. She didn't expect him to be promoted without saying a word. Moira stood aside and said to Roy quickly, "Roy, then you can try it, and see if the priest will be different when fighting." Roy picked up the law sacred scepter from the grass, and waved the shield on his arm. He felt that the scepter and shield were instantly lighter. In a flash, Moira turned into a light and shadow and rushed over again. This time, even if Moira turned into an illusion, Roy could clearly capture Moira's true body, and then wave the sacred scepter in his hand to block, and Moira's dagger seemed to be automatically sent to Roy's scepter. Roy caught Moira's movements and successfully blocked her sharp attack. Moira missed the attack and jumped out immediately. The two fought again, and Roy handled it very easily this time. The two fought back and forth for a long time, and only stopped at Sabrina's urging. Afterwards, Roy tried to cast the Blessing of Strength and Blessing of Wisdom in the yard. Sure enough, after he became a priest, not only did his strength, agility, and physique increase, but his mental strength was also improved. The Blessing of Strength was easier to cast, and Roy could feel that the Blessing of Strength seemed to be a little stronger. He waved his arm, and found that the small round shield on his arm became light, and seemed to be no longer suitable for him. Chapter 278. Sabrina and Moira looked at Roy with worry, until he came to his senses, and shook the shield on his arm vigorously. Sabrina asked with concern, "Roy, what happened to you just now?" Roy raised his head and smiled and explained to Sabrina and Moira, "I was promoted to a priest just now." Roy thought about the 2 buckets of holy water he had brought with great effort and put in the bathtub, which was probably useless. There was no light in the backyard, only a gas lamp hanging under the eaves emitting a weak light, swaying in the wind. Roy gathered a ball of holy light in his palm, and a ball of holy light appeared in Roy's palm. Sabrina and Moira could not see the holy particles that just gathered into a magic vortex. They saw Roy standing still, his aura gradually strengthened, and they didn't know what happened, but Roy didn't have a painful expression on his face, so they didn't disturb him. Now seeing that he was promoted to a priest, Moira couldn't help but exclaimed, "What does it feel like to be a priest?" Sabrina asked curiously. She had been promoted to a sword dancer, a first turn level 10 warrior, 10 levels higher than Roy. In fact, she was qualified to wear the magic pattern structure after becoming a first turn warrior. Roy thought about it seriously, and he was also feeling the changes in his body. He said, "Well, strength, physique, agility, and spirit have all increased, but the biggest improvement should be mental strength." As he said that, he held up the holy light ball in his palm and raised it above his head. The whole backyard was shrouded in this ball of holy light. "Roy, do you want to continue practicing?" Moira turned her wrist and made the short sword in her hand dance out a sword flower. Roy felt that he had just been promoted to a priest and had not yet fully controlled his own power. In this situation, it was easy to get hurt, so he said, "Then let's stop here today. I want to tell this news to High Priest Reed." "Okay." Moira agreed obediently. "Roy, congratulations on becoming a priest." Sabrina also gave her blessings at the right time. After leaving the yard, Roy was relieved. He actually felt something yesterday. After all, his body no longer absorbed the surrounding sacred particles, and his body was a little different. He just didn't expect that he would advance during the battle with Moira. Luckily, Moira found that something was wrong and stopped in time. Otherwise, once the advancement was interrupted, it would be unknown what would happen next. I heard from the instructors that many elves would lock themselves in a quiet room when they encounter things like advancement to prevent being disturbed. Roy ran along Brown Street towards the Statue of Liberty. He found that his speed was much faster than before. His legs and abdomen became stronger, and the rhythm of running became clearer. Not only that, in the hazy night, the world in front of him became clearer, the fishing boats on the dock were no longer just lights. The scenery gradually became clearer, and he could even see the moving figures on the fishing boats, which could only be seen clearly during the day when the light was good. The sound of insects, the sound of waves, and the quarrels in the yard all came into his ears and became clearer. His nose was a little itchy, and some smells that were originally indistinguishable began to be felt. He ran to the gate of the Statue of Liberty in one breath, and walked quickly into the vestibule. The precise control of the rhythm made him run very comfortably. The fountain in the courtyard had accumulated a lot of rainwater. It was so late, but the main hall was still lit. Roy walked to the door and looked inside through the crack. High Priest Reed was kneeling in front of the Statue of Liberty in the main hall, praying devoutly in front of the statue. At this time, Roy could not go forward to disturb him. Of course, he had never thought of praying in front of the Statue of Liberty. After High Priest Reed finished his bedtime prayer, he held up the candlestick and slowly walked out of the main hall. He closed the door and turned around to see Roy standing at the door of the main hall. High Priest Reed asked Roy, "Roy, it's so late, why are you here?" Roy said to High Priest Reed, "Teacher, I just became a priest." After saying that, he gathered the power of holy light in his palm, and a flame-shaped light ball condensed out, which immediately illuminated the main hall entrance, and the shadow of the statue at the entrance tilted outward. When Roy became an apprentice priest, when the power of holy light condensed in his hand, it would turn into a ball of light like mist, and the whole ball of light was misty. Now that Roy has become a priest, the power of holy light condensed in his palm has become extremely solid. It could no longer be called a ball of light, but more like a ball of constantly beating flames. The white flame core continued to burn in the holy light mist, releasing dazzling holy light. High Priest Reed's eyes also lit up with the holy flames. He was a little excited, and his lips were trembling. "Roy, you actually condensed the holy flames. Next, you will be qualified to learn the holy light technique, and learning the blessing of light will become easier." He put his hand on Roy's shoulder, held the candlestick in the other hand, walked down the steps of the main hall, and said happily, "You actually found a path that suits you, which is very good." Roy hesitated for a moment and whispered to High Priest Reed, "Teacher, I have always been able to absorb the holy light particles around me. Recently, I have grown some flowers of light, and those flowers can also grow some holy light particles. It is because of absorbing these holy light particles that I can successfully become a priest." High Priest Reed took him to the backyard, away from the main hall, and then said to Roy, "I know this. It's a pity that I can't feel the sacred breath of the flowers of light, just like I can't feel the holy light particles floating around me. Before the holy light of the Goddess of Liberty disappears from the elf continent, if you want to become a priest of the temple of the Goddess of Liberty, you must be a believer of the Goddess of Liberty. Only in this way can you bathe in the holy light of the Goddess when you pray to her. We pray to the Goddess devoutly, and the holy light of the Goddess is constantly infused into our bodies. Over time, we can easily advance to become a priest. Of course, becoming a believer of the Goddess also has a certain price, and we need to give up other ways to obtain the power of holy light. So, although the holy light power in our bodies can be slowly restored, we can't obtain the holy light power from the outside world like you. When you became an apprentice priest, the holy light had long disappeared from the elf continent, and of course you couldn't become a believer of the Goddess. So, you are walking a completely different path from me, because there is no guide in front of you. This road is destined to be very difficult. The only help I can give you is a few limited divine arts. You have done a great job, much better than I thought. I didn't ask you to become a follower of the Goddess because I was worried that you would be like me, and would not be able to obtain the power of the holy light when you could not feel the holy light. But I also couldn't tell you what way to obtain the power of the holy light. Now you have found your own way, which is good. High Priest Reed stood in front of the well, and talked about these reasons. Roy realized that High Priest Reed knew a lot of things, but he just didn't say it. Teacher. Roy wanted to ask what was going on with the holy light tree in his body. But he was interrupted by High Priest Reed, who put his arm around Roy's shoulders and walked towards the study, saying, as a priest, it's not appropriate to always fight with a shield. You should have a sacred prayer book. This kind of magic book actually helps you record some simple solidified divine runes on the pages. For example, the simplest divine arts, such as blessing of strength and purification, can be engraved in the prayer magician. When casting a spell, you don't need to draw the divine runes. You can activate the divine arts by reciting the prayer directly. When you were still an apprentice priest, I didn't recommend you to use the holy prayer. At that time, you needed to study the divine runes seriously and lay a solid foundation. Now that you have become a real priest, it is still necessary to have a holy prayer. As he spoke, High Priest Reed had already pushed open the wooden door of the study. He placed the candlestick in his hand on the round table, lit another candle in his hand, and walked towards the bookshelf with Roy. At the innermost of the bookshelf, High Priest Reed pushed open a heavy bookshelf, revealing a secret room inside. High Priest Reed took out a key from his waist, opened the door of the secret room, and walked into the secret room with Roy. The secret room was not very big. There was a statue of the Statue of Liberty on one wall. There was only one bookshelf in the room, which was empty, and had almost nothing on it. There were only 4 heavy sacred prayers scattered on the bookshelf. When I first came to the Castletown Statue of Liberty, there were more than a dozen sacred prayers on this bookshelf. These prayer books were taken away by the priests one after another, and now there are only these 4 left. High Priest Reed smiled bitterly. Come on, Roy. According to the past practice of the Castletown Statue of Liberty, you can choose one of these 4 sacred prayer books to take away. High Priest Reed said. After that, he placed the 4 sacred prayer books in front of Roy one by one. This book of healing actually has 2 pages. The first page is the secondary healing spell, and the second page is the holy glimmer. This book of purification, if you recite the prayer fast enough, your purification spell will almost be an instant divine spell, and it will become very simple to purify the undead in the future. This book of judgment has the divine rune of the Hammer of Judgment engraved inside. This book is very useful on the battlefield. I suggest you choose this book of blessing, which has the divine rune of blessing of strength engraved inside. It can keep you in the state of blessing of strength at all times. High Priest Reed pointed to the 4 sacred prayer books on the table and introduced them one by one. Almost every prayer book has a copper cover with exquisite patterns engraved on it. The Book of Healing has a picture of 2 hands holding holy light. The Book of Purification has a picture of a beam of holy light falling from the sky. The Book of Judgment has a picture of a holy hammer engraved on it. And the Book of Blessing has a picture of 2 hands praying. They all have their own characteristics. Although the Book of Healing is a little worse, it is the only one with 2 pages. Roy thought for a moment and chose the Book of Judgment. Because he thought this book could be used in battle, other healing, purification, and blessing were not so important. Teacher, I choose this Book of Judgment, Roy said. High Priest Reed signaled Roy to pick up the prayer book himself. It was very heavy. The cover of the book was a thick copper plate with a war hammer engraved on it, and some complicated patterns around it. There were rings and chains on the side of the book, which made it easy to pick up the book. Roy pulled the chain of the prayer book and weighed it. The book was heavier than the small round shield. He wrapped a piece of chain extending from the prayer book around his wrist, and the prayer book was immediately firmly attached to his arm. Just right, Roy said with a smile. In fact, he had wanted to have a sacred prayer book for a long time. Jasper and Abbott both had one, but it was not available in the magic store. Now that High Priest Reed gave him one, Roy was naturally very happy. This is just the most basic sacred prayer. A better sacred prayer book can store more than 3 divine arts. High Priest Reed introduced. The best sacred prayer book I have ever seen is the Book of Prayers. It is an epic sacred prayer book with prayers engraved in it. Priests prefer to call it Angel Blessing. The book has a total of 16 pages, and almost every page is engraved with a high-level divine art. High Priest Reed introduced to Roy. Roy asked High Priest Reed, "Teacher, does the more pages a sacred prayer book has, the more expensive it is?" High Priest Reed nodded and said, "On the one hand, the more pages a book has, the more expensive it is. That's not wrong. On the other hand, the higher the level of the divine pattern on the page, the more expensive the book is." When Roy left the Statue of Liberty, a book of judgment appeared in his magic waist bag. After returning home, Roy modified the chain extending from the back of the book to make it easier to wrap around the wrist of his left hand. This prayer book with only one page is actually very convenient. As long as the power of holy light is injected into the book, a war hammer will appear in front of Roy without even opening the prayer book. This time, Roy tried to inject holy light into the sacred scepter. The scepter emitting holy power, combined with the Book of Judgment, was surprisingly coordinated. If it wasn't too late, Roy almost wanted to call Moira and practice with her in the backyard. Speaking of which, High Priest Reed was actually quite speechless. High Priest Reed was best at blessing magic, but Roy didn't have much interest in blessing magic. The magic he wanted to learn the most was actually the Hammer of Judgment. Now Roy has learned it. Next up are the Hammer of Punishment and the Hammer of Sanction. Chapter 279. On the third day after Roy became a priest, Instructor Nora took the adventure team members on a ship to Partington Island. Last time, Woods was still a non-staff member of the adventure team. Before this departure, Instructor Nora took Woods to join the Adventurers Guild. In fact, Instructor Nora was very happy that Woods was willing to join the Elf Academy adventure team. Woods is a shape-shifting druid, and this profession is very rare in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Roy picked up a druid boy from the Partington Plain, which is actually another great gain for the adventure team in the Partington Plain. The members of the adventure team stood on the deck, looking at the blue sea. A group of seagulls followed the ship, but no passengers on the ship were willing to throw food to them. There were even few passengers on the ship, and the cabins below the deck were almost full of various supplies. The sea breeze filled the sails. With a creaking sound, it was as if a pair of big hands pushed the ship away from the harbor. Moira and Tiffany stood on the Black Pearl, both looking at the ship leaving the harbor. "When can we join their adventure group and travel with them?" Moira said with a pout, her blue eyes full of anticipation. Only in front of Tiffany, Moira was willing to speak out all her thoughts. Miss Tiffany leaned forward with one hand on the side of the boat, her upper body almost completely out of the side of the boat, and her curly hair was a little messy in the sea breeze. If Moira looks pure and cute, Miss Tiffany's sweet face is more intellectual. "Moira, you should come to the Elf Academy in the new semester. We can sign up for the same courses. Not only can we go to school together, but if we perform well in the academy, we will have the opportunity to join Instructor Nora's adventure team like Sabrina and Roy." Miss Tiffany's words really moved Moira. "Can we?" Moira said a little unconfidently. Tiffany's face was full of confidence, and she said to Moira, "Although I am a Naga Sea tribe, I am good at water magic. As for you. By the way, have you thought about it? Taking this step, you have to choose. To be a sword dancer or an assassin." Moira said decisively without any hesitation, "I want to be a sword dancer." "Like your sister?" "Yes," Moira replied. Miss Tiffany frowned. She was not optimistic about Moira's choice, and said to Moira, "Your strength is relatively weak. You are obviously suitable for the route of assassin or elf patrol. The heavy-armored elf warrior is really not suitable for you. And you see, the Elf Academy Adventure Group already has a sword dancer, your sister Sabrina. It is very troublesome to train her alone. It is estimated that they will not recruit a second sword dancer in a short time." Miss Tiffany's analysis was very logical. Moira stared blankly at the ship going farther and farther away, and finally felt a little shaken. Roy came to Partington Island for the third time. Everyone jumped off the ship and walked along the pier into the town. This time, no one took a carriage. Perhaps because there were almost no passengers on the pier, the carriages waiting outside the pier to pick up passengers also disappeared. The adventure group did not enter the Partington Plain directly. Instructor Nora always liked to stay in Nancy's family hotel for one night before entering the Partington Plain. In the evening, Nancy made pumpkin pie with apple filling for everyone. The cooking skills of the boss lady Nancy have never disappointed people. This time, Miss Christine sat at the table very obediently. Although she only ate one berry for this meal, she sat with everyone until the end. Roy ate the most at this dinner. He felt that the taste was a bit like fried cakes. In the past year, he seemed to have forgotten his original self. The knowledge he learned before seemed to be useless in this elf kingdom. Did he have to perform a live performance to solve a quadratic equation for the elves, or tell the elves that pi is 3.141596? On the contrary, the magic learned in the Statue of Liberty, and the martial arts learned in the Elf Academy were more practical. So half-elves like to eat this? Instructor Virgil asked Roy, who was sitting opposite him. Well, it really suits my taste, Roy said frankly. He is a half-elf, everyone knows it. It is natural that they like different foods. Instructor Nora and Miss Scarlet sat in the living room with Nancy, and the other members went back to the room to rest. Nancy held the knitting needles in both hands, knitting a sweater, and said to Instructor Nora, "This time, the group of young people you led have changed a lot. Nora, although your strength is not very good, your vision for selecting people is very good. I dare say that there are definitely not many such good seedlings even in the Elf Academy in Castletown." Being able to get such affirmation from Nancy, Instructor Nora and Miss Scarlet looked at each other with a smile. Are they really outstanding? Miss Scarlet opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Of course, although it is a bit early to say so now, they are all young people who are very worthy of training and have great room for growth in the future. Nancy seemed to know what Miss Scarlet wanted to ask. She raised her head and glanced at Miss Scarlet, then lowered her head and paused before saying, "Sabrina, is this name correct?" She didn't look up this time, but said to herself, "When I saw her last time, I remember she was just an ordinary elf warrior, but now she has completed her first job change and become a real sword dancer." Instructor Nora is very familiar with Sabrina. Although it was Instructor Virgil who brought Sabrina into the adventure group, it was Instructor Nora who helped Sabrina the most afterwards. Well, when I first discovered her, I thought her strength and explosive power were excellent. I didn't expect that she was not only hardworking, but also talented, Instructor Nora said. Nancy nodded and said that Druid Boy is also very good. He looks quiet. That's because he has put the wildness in his heart into a cage. When fighting, you have to pay more attention to him. He is the kind of person who will do anything when fighting. Once the cage in his heart is opened, he will be a roaring bear. Hearing those comments about Woods, Instructor Nora obviously disagreed. No way, Woods is usually very rational, Instructor Nora retorted. Nancy did not argue, but smiled and said, "Maybe, you just need to pay more attention." She twisted the yarn with her hands, pulling the yarn ball around, and then added, "No matter how a spirit changes, his character will never change." Instructor Nora saw Nancy say this, and immediately said seriously, "Okay, I will pay more attention." Nancy nodded, and then said expressionlessly, "As for the Miss Swinburne family, I don't need to comment on it." Instructor Nora said, "Your silence is the best comment. Everyone knows that the members of the Swinburne family have the blood talent of the great elf archer." Nancy continued, "The half-elf boy who likes pumpkin pie is called Roy. He looks the most special one. When I saw him last time, I didn't know what was wrong with him, but this time I figured it out. Can you explain it more clearly?" Instructor Nora probably couldn't stand Nancy's nagging, so she tactfully suggested that she say something important. Nancy paused and glared at Instructor Nora. "He is a priest of the Statue of Liberty, right?" Nancy asked. Instructor Nora replied, "Well, he is currently studying divine arts at the Statue of Liberty in Castletown." Nancy glanced at the corridor and said, "Then you must not know. Since 2 years ago, all the priests of the Statue of Liberty on the Elf continent have been unable to advance, right?" Instructor Nora was shocked. This kind of thing should be a secret of the Statue of Liberty, and the priests would not talk about it everywhere. Nancy actually knew it so clearly. Instructor Nora collected her chaotic thoughts and immediately noticed where the problem was. She hurriedly shouted, "Ah, this is not right. Roy can be promoted. He just became a priest." Nancy looked at Instructor Nora deeply, lowered her voice and said, "Yes, this is what makes him special. Although he is a priest of the Statue of Liberty, he is completely different from other priests. I guess he does not rely on the holy light of the Statue of Liberty to be promoted. He is probably not a believer of the Statue of Liberty." Instructor Nora frowned and said, "We just need a priest who is good at healing. You know." The priests of the Moon Temple are unwilling to join the half-blood elf adventure group, so I decided to take him with me. As for whether he is a believer of the Statue of Liberty, it is not so important to us. A year ago, when he first entered the Elf Academy, he was still a young half-elf who knew nothing. I didn't expect that he would be promoted to a priest in just 1 year. Nancy was a little surprised. She wanted to continue the conversation, but after thinking about it, she didn't say anything. Partington Plain. Padstow City has finally regained some vitality, but before the peace talks are successful, there will definitely not be more half-blood elves in the city. Many nobles also tried every means to leave Padstow City. No one dared to say that they had no connection with Baron Alves. In order to avoid trouble, leaving Padstow City was the wisest. Recently, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has taken over those idle manors, and has been very generous. After all, it is a rich and large plain. In the central square, there was a notice on the notice board to appease the half-blood elves, but in the current situation, who would believe a piece of empty words on the notice board? Roy followed Instructor Nora and his group through the portal, and came to the Partington Plain again. This time, the teleportation pass was issued by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, and the pass in Instructor Nora's hand was more special, with the seal of Earl Swinburne on it. After seeing the seal of the Earl, the guard at the portal saluted Instructor Nora and his group. Then he ran to the edge of the square and called a carriage for the group. The carriage took the adventurers to the hotel. After Roy was promoted to a priest, he felt that the world in his eyes was clearer and more vivid than before. Even if he closed his eyes, the surrounding space could be clearly imprinted in his mind. He could easily recall some details, such as when he just passed through the portal, he just glanced at the portal guard casually, and now he could clearly recall his appearance. Roy sat in the carriage and couldn't help but reach out and read it repeatedly. Instructor Nora knew that Roy was slowly getting used to the power he had just acquired, and said to him, "In the next period of time, you need to consolidate your existing power. When you are completely used to it, continue to accumulate, and try to break through continuously. In the process, you must also slowly realize your own power. I know that many priests' power is the Statue of Liberty. I am looking forward to your power being different." Sabrina has her own power, so Roy knows what Instructor Nora is talking about. "Instructor Nora, how did you feel the power?" Roy asked curiously. Every elf may be different. When I felt the power, I was concentrating on practicing martial arts. At that time, I didn't even realize that I felt the power. The last punch sent the training wooden man flying, and then I found that a huge phantom appeared behind me, which allowed me to gain great power in a short time. Instructor Nora recalled. You can't imagine how terrible it was at that time. Nora punched the training wooden man more than 100 meters away, and the entire training wooden man was completely broken apart. You should know that the training wooden men in the Elf Academy are all Moto wood that can absorb half of the damage. Instructor Eleanor added on the side. It was because of this incident that the Elf Academy later added a school rule. Students are prohibited from using Academy items during the promotion period. Instructor Gru also took the opportunity to speak. Roy, Sabrina, Christine, and Woods did not expect that Instructor Nora actually had such a glorious history, and they all looked at Instructor Nora with admiration. So any of you, no matter who dares to damage the public facilities of the Academy during the promotion period, you must compensate me at the original price. Instructor Nora said with a stern face. Everyone talked and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at the hotel in Padstow. This time they stayed in the same hotel as last time. When the hotel owner saw Instructor Nora and his group walking into the lobby, he quickly took out the key disc he had prepared and led everyone up the spiral staircase to the tree house. How long will you stay this time? The innkeeper asked Instructor Nora. About 3 days. Instructor Nora said. If you need anything, feel free to call me downstairs. The innkeeper opened the doors of the tree house one by one and said to everyone. Is the free market not restored yet? Instructor Nora asked. The innkeeper stopped, turned around and looked at Instructor Nora, hesitated for a moment and said, the free market has been closed for a long time. But if you want to buy Warcraft materials and magic herbs, there are still some ways. An underground market has recently emerged in Padstow City. Instructor Nora waved his hand and said, forget it, I'm just asking casually. If you want to go, I come to you again. Chapter 280. Roy stayed in a hotel in Padstow with the adventure group for 2 days. Because Roy had just been promoted to a priest and lacked control over his own strength, Instructor Nora conducted a series of targeted exercises on Roy during these 2 days, basically to let Roy have a clear understanding of himself. During these 2 days, Every morning Roy would be pulled out of bed by Instructor Nora and run around the forest path under the tree house in the misty morning fog. Roy's physical strength was squeezed to the limit, and then he would stop and walk slowly, and then feel the power growing in his body. Every morning, Sabrina would run with Roy. When Roy reached his physical limit, Sabrina only had a thin sweat on her forehead and a slight panting. The three of them walked through the clearing in the forest, and came to an empty field. There should have been a large number of tree houses here, but they were basically inhabited by some half-blood elves. After these half-blood elves left, the tree houses were completely abandoned, and the clearing in the forest was empty, without a single elf. Instructor Nora asked Roy to walk slowly around the field until his physical strength was fully restored. Then she called Sabrina to the center of the open field. She held a short sword and a round shield in her hands, and signaled Sabrina to take the initiative to attack. Sabrina held the hilt of the sword with both hands, took a step forward, and her body moved forward 2 meters. She swung the heavy sword with a sharp sound of breaking wind, and slashed at Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora turned sideways, and smashed the small round shield in her hand against the side of the heavy sword. Sabrina certainly would not let Instructor Nora knock the heavy sword away. She turned her wrist, and let the heavy sword turn sideways, and sweep towards Instructor Nora's waist. Instructor Nora quickly raised her short sword and blocked the heavy sword. The shield in her hand smashed towards Sabrina's face, but Sabrina seemed to have expected it, and suddenly pulled back to avoid Instructor Nora's shield attack. Every morning, Instructor Nora and Sabrina would practice in this clearing in the woods. At the beginning, Sabrina was still a little bit nervous, and was almost forced to defend during the practice. The heavy sword was not suitable for defense, so there were many loopholes, and Nora frequently broke through her defense. Instructor Nora realized this, and took the initiative to let Sabrina attack. Sabrina's attack was a bit like the tide, always coming in waves. She would not defeat her opponent all at once. Once she gained the upper hand, her attack would be continuous, and the shadows of heavy swords would press down on her head like the Titan mountain. Instructor Nora struggled to block the heavy sword, and her arm felt a little sore. She stared at the heavy sword in Sabrina's hand and said, "Very good, Sabrina, you have to keep this state. Your offense is much better than your defense." Sabrina stuck the heavy sword in her hand into the ground and sat under the tree, panting. When Roy had almost recovered, Nora called Roy. "Roy, come here. Let me see if your close combat has improved." Roy knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he stood up quickly, patted the dirt on his butt, and held a wooden stick in his hand. When he came to the opposite side of Instructor Nora, he didn't want to waste time, raised the wooden stick in his hand, took a half step forward, and smashed it towards Instructor Nora. Nora raised her shield to block, and the stick in her hand stabbed Roy's ribs, which was painful and numb. Roy took a breath in pain. When attacking, you must also pay attention to the enemy's counterattack. Instructor Nora seemed much more relaxed when fighting with Roy. She kept blocking Roy's attacks, and kept pointing out the shortcomings in his moves. Roy, with a stick in one hand and a shield in the other, slowly learned the basic moves taught by Instructor Nora. His fighting talent was much worse than Sabrina's. His physical fitness was okay, but his movements were very stiff, at least in the eyes of Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora and Moira had different fighting styles. Moira usually relied on her agility and excellent balance to move around Roy's body and attack him in his blind spot. Instructor Nora stood opposite Roy. Whenever Roy swung the stick, she would find the flaws he exposed and quickly counterattack. Then she would tell Roy the correct way to defend. In this way, Roy spent 2 painful and fulfilling days in the hotel in Padstow. During these 2 days, Wood left the hotel very early every day and would not return until the evening. He wanted to find the mark left by his elders in Padstow City, but he spent 2 days, and only found a vague symbol behind a bench in the fountain square, which seemed to have been left a long time ago. Back to the hotel, Woods was a little depressed. "Don't worry, your uncle should have gone to the Griffin Barrier Mountains," Roy said as he sat next to Woods. Woods whispered, "My uncle has a rather straightforward character, and I am just a little worried about him. In the past 2 days, elf officers from the 17th Legion have come to the hotel to visit Miss Christine. Among these young officers, some are members of the Swinburne family, most of whom are Miss Christine's cousins, and some are young elf nobles in Castletown. When they heard that Miss Christine had come to Padstow, they all came to reminisce about the past. As the most beloved youngest daughter of Earl Swinburne, Miss Christine has never lacked suitors in the circle of young nobles in Castletown." This annoyed Miss Christine a little, but she couldn't refuse this kind of social interaction. Otherwise, once she was labeled as arrogant and rude, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of it. Fortunately, the negotiation team from Buenos Aires finally arrived in Padstow. That afternoon, Instructor Nora led the adventure team members to the temporary residence of the negotiation team. This large tree house was once the property of a Silver Moon Elf noble. The Silver Moon Elf noble moved to Tobermory with his family 3 weeks ago and exchanged the territory and property here for the Portal Pass. Now, this wooden building built on the tree canopy, like a castle, is nominally the property of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. This towering tree is 70 to 80 meters tall, and its umbrella-shaped canopy is like a verdant mountain. This castle-like tree house is hidden in the canopy, with only a few terraces and windows showing through the dense leaves. A team of elf warriors was guarding the door of the tree house, and Instructor Nora handed the letter of appointment to a warrior captain. The warrior captain asked an elf warrior to go inside to report the news. Not long after, a young elven officer came down the stairs. However, his silver armor was somewhat different from the standard armor of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. On his chest badge were 3 wheat ears, misty jungle, and spiral-decorated unicorns, symbolizing a good harvest. He first glanced at the name on the letter of appointment, and then said to everyone, "Good afternoon, everyone. Who is Captain Nora?" Instructor Nora took a step forward and said to the elven officer, "I am Nora. I am Terrence, the captain of the guard team of this negotiation team. After you enter the negotiation team, you need to be temporarily incorporated into the guard team and accept the deployment of the guard team. Is there any problem?" Captain Terrence spoke very clearly in Elvish, but his speech was slow, not the accent of Castletown. All 9 members of the Castletown Elf Academy Adventure Team are here, ready to be dispatched by the negotiation team's escort team at any time, Instructor Nora said. Captain Terrence nodded, his eyes swept across the faces of each member, and said to everyone, "Come with me, the room has been arranged for you. I thought you would arrive in the morning." Roy followed Captain Terrence into the castle-like tree house, only to find that the tree house was actually divided into several independent areas on the tree, connected by exquisite wooden stairs. The place where the adventure team lived was the lowest level of the entire tree house complex. This was where the guard elf warriors lived. When there was no patrol mission, the guard team members were not allowed to hang out in the tree houses above, and they were not allowed to go out during their free time. There was no way. Once they joined the negotiation team, such things were inevitable. This was also the reason why Instructor Nora was unwilling to join the negotiation team. If it weren't for Earl Swinburne's intervention, Instructor Nora would never have taken the adventure team to participate in such things. After Captain Terrence left, Scarlet lay on the rattan chair in the room and complained to Instructor Nora, "Nora, you shouldn't have agreed to this job. Now, our 2-month happy vacation is ruined. The slave traders in Padstow are mixed in with the rebels. Once those slave trader leaders have a certain say in the rebels, it may be a disaster for the half-blood elf rebels. What we have to do now is to catch them all," Instructor Nora said to everyone. "Nora is right, we must find a way to catch them." Instructor Gru expressed his attitude next to him. Roy didn't pay attention to what the instructors were saying. He was looking at the palace built on the tree. All the spliced wooden boards were tightly connected, and there were exquisite patterns carved on the walls. Although the room was simply decorated, it was also very comfortable. "This treehouse castle is so beautiful." Roy looked out the window and whispered to Woods, "What's the big deal? When you have a chance to go to Darnassus in the future, you will see a city built on a tree." Woods responded. "Woods, have you ever been to Darnassus?" Roy asked Woods curiously. In fact, he had heard of the capital of the Wood Elves more than once, but it was a bit hard to imagine what kind of tree could be big enough to build a city. Not yet. I will definitely go and see it in my lifetime," Woods vowed. During dinner, Captain Terrence informed everyone that the negotiation team would set off for the Griffin Barrier Mountains tomorrow morning, so everyone should prepare in advance and get up early. Only the elf warriors were eating in the restaurant. As for the big figures of the negotiation team, Roy didn't see any of them. Chapter 281. The Silver Moon Elf negotiation team set out from Padstow City the next morning and headed for the Griffin Barrier Mountains in the southern part of the Partington Plain. This negotiation team consisted of a total of 20 carriages. The bigwigs in the negotiation team were all wearing cloaks and boarded their respective carriages surrounded by their personal guards. Roy checked carefully and found that there were a total of 7 elven nobles, and the rest were vehicles for the accompanying personnel. The escort team dispatched nearly 200 elven warriors, including 20 unicorn elven knights, 36 silver Pegasus warriors, and the rest of the elven warriors rode war horses with a tuft of white feathers growing on their hooves. Roy was able to open his eyes this time. He saw the Unicorn Knights in the Unicorn Corps of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom's royal army. These unicorns were much taller than ordinary war horses. Not only were they flawless and white, but they also had a delicate horn with spiral patterns on their foreheads. Roy could even feel the power of lightning on that long horn. These unicorns had no saddles. The 20 elven knights rode on the backs of the unicorns, exuding a powerful aura. 36 silver Pegasus warriors circled in the air. Because the barrier mountains were the territory of the Griffins, these silver Pegasus warriors would be attacked by the Griffins once they entered the territory, so they would only escort the negotiation team to the Glazed Forest area and wait on the edge of the forest. So, these 200 elf warriors were the backbone of the daily defense of the negotiation team. The members of the adventure team were incorporated into the guard team, and they also received white war horses provided by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. It's just that everyone didn't have uniform armor, which made them look a bit out of place in the team. After leaving Padstow, the negotiation team headed south along the forest path. The forest path here is not flat, and even the magic carriage with exquisite craftsmanship will be a bit bumpy when driving. In the swaying carriage, Viscount Euphemia held a glass of pomegranate juice, took a sip, and then glanced at the lush woodland. The forest outside the window was quite quiet. Although those towering trees hundreds of meters high could not be seen, the climate of Partington Plain was warm and livable, and the vegetation in the mountains was dense. Magic herbs were produced here in abundance, and a large amount of herbs were transported to the elf continent almost every year. In recent years, the population of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom has been decreasing year by year. This is also the main reason why the Silver Moon Elves are unable to develop the Partington Plain. If they want to wipe out this half-blood elf rebel army, even if they hide at the foot of the Griffin Barrier Mountains, and use the Griffins of the Barrier Mountains to block the Silver Pegasus warriors, it is still a piece of cake for the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Earl Swinburne did not use the Legion to encircle and suppress the rebels, because he was unwilling to sacrifice so many half-blood elves. Once the 20,000 half-blood elf rebels are wiped out, the other half-blood elves on the Partington Plain will never return to Padstow. This rich plain may be completely abandoned, which will go against the development strategy of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Euphemia came to the Partington Plain this time to advocate peace talks. Before leaving Buenos, the Prime Minister of the Council of State personally handed her an exemption certificate, and when necessary, she could pardon some half-blood elves on the spot. But Earl Griffin, who represented the royal family, had not yet expressed his attitude, so the direction of the negotiation team was still uncertain. The convoy had traveled for half a day and stopped by a stream in a valley. The elf warriors might not be too tired, but the horses needed water and grass. Euphemia also got off the carriage and walked along the grass by the stream. She was wearing a black cloak, her face was covered by the hood of the cloak, and she was followed by 2 guards. One look at her showed that she was an important person, so the elf warriors of the escort team avoided her wherever she passed. A row of white horses were drinking water by the stream. Roy also had a majestic white horse, which fulfilled a small wish of his. He, Sabrina, Woods, and Miss Christine led the horses to the stream and gave them water. These horses were more docile than expected. As long as you pull the reins, you can take them away at will. The last time I saw these horses in Padstow, I dreamed of how nice it would be to ride them around one day. I didn't expect that my dream would come true so soon, Roy said with a smile. Your dream is really simple enough. Woods reached out and rubbed the neck of the warhorse twice. His warhorse put its head on his shoulder and rubbed it gently. As a druid, Woods can not only communicate with plants, but also with these animals. While the horses were drinking water, Roy sat on the grass by the stream. There should be a half-elves village not far from here, which should be completely abandoned now. The chaos caused by Baron Alves almost brought the Partington Plain to a standstill, and a large number of half-blood elves were displaced. If he had the chance, Roy really wanted to go and see Alves' trial. Unfortunately, he was an elf noble, and the trial for the elf nobles was in Buenos, which was too far away. Sabrina wanted to comb the mane of her warhorse, but as soon as she took out the comb and approached the warhorse, the spiritual warhorse raised its front hooves and looked at Sabrina with a wary look. Woods patted the grass on his butt and was about to run over to help, but he saw Instructor Virgil walk over and personally demonstrate how to comb the horse's hair, which scared him so much that he quickly rolled back to where he was. Everyone's eyes fell on Sabrina and Instructor Virgil, and then they heard an elf say in a beautiful voice, "Christine, can you walk with me?" Everyone turned around and saw the elf lady wearing a black and gold cloak standing behind Miss Christine, looking at her with a smile. This Silver Moon elf lady was obviously a big shot sitting in a carriage. There were 2 guards standing behind her, almost guarding her every step. Miss Christine was mixed in the adventure group, and few elves knew her true identity. This elf lady obviously knew Christine. Miss Christine turned around and quickly stood up to greet the elf lady. "Good afternoon, Lady Euphemia. The environment here is very good, and the air is very fresh. Please walk with me." Viscount Euphemia waved to Miss Christine, turned around and walked downstream along the stream. Miss Christine hurriedly followed. The two walked further along the stream. What's going on? This time, Earl Swinburne's opinion is actually inconsistent with the Elf Military Council. Viscount Euphemia turned around and asked Miss Christine. This is also what she couldn't understand. According to the decision of the Buenos Elf Elders Council and the Military Council, after the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion entered the Partington Plain, it made every effort to eliminate the half-blood elf rebels on the Partington Plain and quickly restore the original social order of the Partington Plain. But after Earl Swinburne led the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion into the Partington Plain, he only quickly recaptured the city of Padstow with a thunderous force, and did not encircle and suppress the rebels who fled south. This is why the subsequent negotiation team entered the Partington Plain. I don't know. My father rarely talked about the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion when he was at home. Miss Christine smiled apologetically at Viscount Euphemia. Why did I hear that you seem to have been to the Partington Plain before the riot on the Partington Plain? Viscount Euphemia pursed her lips and stared at Christine. That's right. About 5 months ago, I joined the Castletown Elf Academy Adventure Group and followed the group to the Partington Plain for an adventure. We climbed the number 3 pass of the Griffin Barrier Mountains and found an ancient relic of little value there. Miss Christine explained. So you went to the Griffin Barrier Mountains that time? Yes, Miss Christine replied. She regretted it a little. If she had known that it was these boring topics, she would have refused the invitation of the female countess no matter what. This time, Earl Swinburne did not stand on the side of the military council, and did not send troops to encircle and suppress the rebels in the Griffin Fortress Mountains, which means that he is not a war advocate. Perhaps some of his ideas coincide with ours, so I think if it is possible. Christine interrupted Viscount Euphemia. Then why don't you go and talk to my father in person? I think you must have more common topics, and I am just an apprentice member of the adventure group. I came here for experience, she said. Viscount Euphemia did not expect Miss Christine to say anything, but she could not hide her expression in her eyes. Christine, listen to me, if this negotiation fails, the military council will definitely issue a military order again, and let the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion encircle and suppress the rebels. If Earl Swinburne wants to build the Partington Plain next, then these half-blood elves will be more useful alive than dead. So what do you think I can do? Miss Christine raised her chin and asked Viscount Euphemia impatiently. Stand on the same front with me. Viscount Euphemia held Miss Christine's hand and said to her, I just came here to participate in an experience. Even if I stand in the same trench with you, I can't really help you. Miss Christine said that she didn't want to tell anyone about the pursuit of slave traders. She knew Viscount Euphemia's character. If she told anyone about this matter, Viscount Euphemia would spread the news later, so that the slave traders would flee far away or hide deeper. Miss Christine looked at the grass by the stream with cunning eyes. Roy was chatting with Woods heartlessly. Sabrina over there was being entangled by Instructor Virgil, and she almost combed the warhorse all over. She was also called over by a female viscount, and kept asking questions. If you have nothing else to do, I think I should go back. After saying that, Miss Christine bowed to Viscount Euphemia, lifted her skirt, turned around and walked towards Roy in the distance. Roy was chatting with Woods. He was very curious about what kind of magic herbs there were in this jungle, and then he saw Miss Christine returning from afar, holding her skirt and walking to his side, sitting down very naturally, with a smile on her face like a spring breeze. Chapter 282. Instructor Nora agreed to Earl Swinburne's request and entered the Partington Plain with the negotiation team. Mainly because Earl Swinburne wanted to dig out the slave traders in the Partington Plain, but didn't want to implicate too many innocent half-blood elves, so he decided to invite Instructor Nora's adventure team to the Partington Plain. Instructor Nora didn't want to see the half-blood elves implicated for no reason, so he went against the crowd and led the adventure team into the Partington Plain. Roy didn't expect that the negotiation team would have 7 big figures this time. They were all Silver Moon Elf nobles, and they all came all the way from Buenos Aires. What made Roy even more confused was that these Silver Moon Elf nobles didn't seem to communicate much. They all sat in the carriage, rarely showed up, and were all a little mysterious. Only Viscount Euphemia got off the carriage, walked along the stream, and called Miss Christine to chat for a few words. Roy was a little confused. After returning from Viscount Euphemia, Why did Miss Christine sit next to him, and Woods with a smile on her face? It didn't seem to be entirely true that she wanted to join the conversation between the two. The noble lady of the Swinburne family didn't like botany and potions very much. But the topic Roy and Woods were talking about was the types of potions in this glass forest. This forest is called the Glass Forest because it was once the territory of a glass beast. Now the glass beast has moved to the jungle further south. There are only some wind foxes here. They are just a group of cunning and timid primary magic beasts. However, a large number of silverleaf grass and tranquilizing flowers grow in this jungle. These primary magic herbs are not very valuable. Usually, caravans often come to the half-blood elf village to buy them. Many half-blood elves live in this jungle, and they make a living by hunting wind foxes and collecting magic herbs. Half a year ago, Lord Alvis turned this jungle into a private territory, and a large number of half-blood elves living here were forced to migrate to the jungle further south. Woods just said to Roy, when they camp at night, he plans to take Roy around and collect some magic herbs. Roy readily agreed. At least he could learn the art of collecting magic herbs from Woods. Roy, what do you think of this jungle? Miss Christine sat beside him and asked Roy with a smile. It's a very nice forest. It's rich in resources. Not only are there wind foxes, but there are also a lot of primary magic herbs to collect. For most half-blood elves, it's a good place to live. Roy answered honestly. He didn't understand why Miss Christine asked this. Woods, what do you think? Miss Christine asked Woods. Woods looked at the distant forest through the gaps in the trees by the stream and added casually, this jungle lacks towering trees, so the elves can't build exquisite tree houses. Perhaps only half-blood elves are willing to live here. At this time, Roy felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at. He looked back, but there was nothing behind him. At the distant stream, Viscount Euphemia turned around and left with 2 guards, leaving only a back figure. The negotiation team took a temporary rest by the stream for nearly an hour before continuing to walk south along the forest path. For teams of silver Pegasus warriors circled back and forth in the sky, so there was no need for a guide at all. The direction pointed by the silver Pegasus warriors was the direction for the negotiation team to move forward. They walked along the forest path all afternoon, and in the evening, the negotiation team stopped again. Those bigwigs did not get out of the carriage. They did not set up tents, but chose to live in the carriage. Most of the elf warriors of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion built very simple hammocks on the surrounding trees. The climate in this jungle is warm and humid, and it is not cold at night. Sleeping in a tent is far less comfortable than sleeping in a hammock. Only the Elf Academy Adventure Group built a few simple tents near the edge of the jungle. The dinner was simple. Instructor Nora brought back a bag of fresh fruits and poured them all on the tablecloth. Everyone sat together, picked their favorite fruits, and enjoyed dinner together. Unfortunately, there was no grilled fish that Roy liked to eat. Roy just picked up a piece of breadfruit from the tablecloth and swallowed it in a few bites. Captain Terrence came over while everyone was having dinner together. He squatted beside Instructor Nora and told everyone, you don't have night duty or patrol missions. Please don't walk around at night to avoid misunderstandings from the patrolling elves. It should be okay to move around next to the camp, right? Instructor Nora asked tentatively. Yes. Try not to be too far away from the tent. Captain Terrence responded. After saying this, he stared at Instructor Nora until she responded, I understand, and then turned and left. Captain Terrence was good in every way, except that he was very methodical in his work, and he was usually very serious. Instructor Nora took an apple in her hand, took a big bite, and then pointed at Roy and said vaguely, Roy, continue to train with me later. You are just in the stage of promotion, and you need to stabilize your strength as soon as possible. Okay, Instructor Nora. Roy agreed readily. Roy and Sabrina followed Instructor Nora to practice martial arts in a clearing in the woods next to the tent camp. Sabrina seemed to be very well behaved when she was sparring with Instructor Nora, and the onlookers could not find any fault with her. But when it was Roy's turn to practice with Instructor Nora, he was stabbed in the body by Instructor Nora's wooden sword every time, causing Roy to cry out in pain frequently. Instructor Nora found that Roy, a half-elf, was extremely lacking in balance, and many martial arts moves were difficult for him to complete. I really don't understand. Didn't you learn those martial arts very quickly in the academy? And the movements are very coherent and standard. Instructor Nora knocked the stick out of Roy's hand and finally couldn't help shouting, Why is it like this now? It's okay that the movements are not coherent, but how can a few basic movements be done so badly? Roy was also a little speechless. When he was in Castletown, Moira helped him to break down the movements at night. Now, he couldn't do it by himself no matter what. He had tried very hard, but he still couldn't reach the minimum standard required by instructor Nora. The more impatient he was, the more clumsy his movements became. When the elf warriors saw Roy's clumsy appearance, they almost had to hold back their laughter and walked over. As night fell, 20 carriages stopped in a clearing in an oak forest, and nearly 200 elf warriors were guarding the surrounding trees. Several patrol teams of elf warriors patrolled back and forth near the carriages. As a member of the elf parliament of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, Viscount Ogster was assigned a tough job by participating in the negotiation group this time. After sitting in the carriage for a whole day, his bones were almost broken. There was no other way. The idea of the military council was to completely eliminate this rebel army and completely extinguish this spark of fire. Unfortunately, most of the elven nobles did not agree with this view. Viscount Ogster came to the Partington Plain this time to find an opportunity to persuade other members of the negotiation team and then eliminate this rebel army in one fell swoop. Originally, Earl Swinburne supported this decision, but the Silver Moon Elf nobles in the Partington Plain participated in the slave trade incident. These nobles were tried or fled, and they actually handed over such a large and rich plain to Earl Swinburne. No matter who Earl Swinburne was, he would not go to siege this half-blood elf rebel army at this time. Viscount Ogster knew very well that Earl Swinburne wanted to manage the Partington Plain, and the half-blood elves living on the Partington Plain were the real builders. So he didn't even plan to meet Earl Swinburne. As the chief negotiator, Earl Griffin's attitude was unclear at the moment, and he didn't communicate with other negotiators in private, so the other negotiators in the negotiation team didn't dare to express their opinions easily. No one knows what everyone is thinking. Viscount Ogster leaned on the soft leather sofa, holding a glass of wine and silently looking out the window. The woodland in the dark night was unusually quiet, with only the occasional cry of small animals in the forest. Along the way, Roy learned elf martial arts under the one-on-one guidance of instructor Nora. Roy suffered a lot, and of course he also learned some fighting skills. In fact, when the elves fight, they rely on their excellent balance to avoid the enemy's attacks, such as the sword dancer. The negotiation team was almost not delayed along the way. After entering the Griffin territory, the Silver Pegasus warriors of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion stopped at the outskirts of the Griffin territory, and the convoy continued along the forest path to the Griffin Barrier Mountain Range. The vague outline of the Griffin Barrier Mountain Range also appeared in sight. It took only 8 days for the negotiation team to successfully reach the foot of the Barrier Mountain. The negotiation team's convoy stopped in the woods 10 kilometers away from the Barrier Village, and the Silver Moon Elves built a camp in the woods. At the same time, the Silver Moon Elves messenger took Earl Griffin's handwritten letter to the Barrier Village, and the second peace talks between the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elf rebels began. The Half-Blood Elf rebels were still full of expectations for the negotiation delegation sent by the Silver Moon Elves. If the dirty behavior of the elven nobles in Padstow had not completely angered the Half-Blood Elves, a rebel army would not have emerged out of thin air. Now this rebel army is hiding in the jungle at the foot of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. The Silver Moon Elves control the portal to the Partington Plain, so the rebels can hardly get any supplies, and everyone's life is not easy. The arrival of the negotiation team also gave the rebels a sigh of relief. Since it is a peace talk, it is necessary to try to gain more rights and interests for themselves. Chapter 283. The fortress village surrounded by green mountains and clear waters has now been occupied by the Half-Blood Elf rebels. There are guard posts on almost all the tall treetops. The boundary monument by the river was pushed down by the Half-Blood Elves, and the stone was smashed into 3 sections. The base has now become a flower bed, on which blood thistles are planted, symbolizing never giving up. A section of the boundary monument lies in the stream, and the river water flows over the boundary monument. After being washed, the words on the boundary monument are clear and dazzling. The land north of the boundary marker and south of Padstow City all belong to Lord Alvis. No, now this territory belongs to Earl Swinburne. Roy thought silently in his heart. He followed the negotiation team into the Barrier Village on the 3rd day after arriving here. A simple floating bridge was built on the river. Some Half-Blood Elf rebels stood by the river with weapons in their hands, staring at the negotiation team. Their equipment seemed messy, and most of the Half-Blood Elves were wearing leather armor. It's not that leather armor is bad, the magic pattern armor made of monster skin is very good. Obviously, the tattered leather armor on these Half-Blood Elves is not magic pattern armor, but the ordinary leather armor that elf hunters usually wear. It can block the bites of small beasts in the forest and the thorns of the bushes. It can provide the most basic protection for elf hunters, but it can't block the arrows of elf archers. The Half-Blood Elf rebels stood on both sides of the road, and countless Half-Blood Elves formed a passage. The Silver Moon Elf guards walked in the front, and the 7 nobles in charge of the negotiations were sandwiched in the team. Roy, Instructor Nora, and others finally put on standard armor, mixed in with the guards behind, and followed the team into the barrier village. The barrier village today has changed a lot. There used to be many adventure groups and merchant groups here, but now there are none. Many temporary tents were built in the free market, and some half-blood elves lived in them. In addition to the many clotheslines between the tents, some linen and leather were hung on the ropes, and there was even a faint sour smell in the air. Didn't they say that there were only 20,000 half-blood elf rebels gathered here? How many half-blood elves are there? Instructor Virgil poked Instructor Nora and asked in a low voice. Who knows, maybe after the second round of peace talks, a large number of half-blood elves poured into the fortress village. I estimate there are at least tens of thousands of half-blood elves gathered here. Instructor Nora looked around and then responded. From the river to the rebel command post, both sides of the road were almost crowded with half-blood elves watching, and they were all observing the expressions of the negotiating officials. Many half-blood elves showed their fear, anger, and unwillingness on their faces, and some half-blood elves hiding in the back even shouted, "Let these Silver Moon elves go back to Padstow." I didn't expect the rebels to be so chaotic. 7 negotiators walked into the command post with stern faces. Roy and the adventure team members followed the guards, and stood outside the command post. The negotiation began, and the area around the command post became quiet. I don't know what the bigwigs in the command post said, and the negotiation inside lasted for a long time. The guards that Roy belonged to were guarding the west side of the command post, with Sabrina and Instructor Gru beside him. Instructor Gru pulled down the visor on his helmet, and looked like he was asleep, and only a slight breathing sound could be heard. Sabrina also had a mask on her face, which only covered her high nose bridge and green eyes, leaving her red lips and pointed chin exposed, looking particularly attractive. In fact, standing next to a female elf, who was more than half a head taller than me and extremely beautiful, I still felt very pressured. Roy couldn't help but glance at Sabrina's chin. He usually paid attention to her green eyes, and didn't notice that her chin was also very beautiful. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and Sabrina seemed to notice something, so she turned her head to the other side without making a sound. I stood outside the command post until noon. The negotiations in the command post were peaceful at first, but then there was a quarrel. As noon approached, the quarrel became more intense. Just at noon, the negotiation in the command post came to an abrupt end, and the bigwigs sitting inside filed out. The first day of negotiations ended with the quarrel. Roy stood outside the command post for half a day, followed the escort team back to the camp of the negotiation team, and received special training from Instructor Nora in the afternoon. Every day was quite fulfilling. Instructor Nora has been giving Roy some pointers recently, and then letting Woods and Sabrina take turns to practice with Roy, so that he can improve his martial arts and fighting skills in the practice. Instructor Gru will also teach Miss Christine some archery skills, but there are not many areas where he can give guidance. Miss Christine has basically mastered the basic archery skills. Instructor Gru is good at rapid arrows and penetrating arrows, and Miss Christine has decided to go in the direction of multiple arrows and guided arrows. Sabrina held the heavy sword in both hands and chopped down hard at Roy. The moment she raised the sword above her head, it was as if a mountain of swords appeared above Sabrina's head. The heavy sword shadows stabbed at Roy. Roy quickly dodged sideways, and took the opportunity to swing the wooden stick in his hand, and hit the side of the heavy sword. Sabrina turned her wrist, and faced the wooden stick with the blade of the heavy sword. As long as Roy hit the blade hard again, the wooden stick would break in two. The moment he withdrew the wooden stick, Sabrina's attack swept over like a tide. The heavy sword in her hand was as light as a feather, but it made Roy retreat step by step. He had to use all his strength to block each wave of attack. Sabrina would not stop until Roy fell to the ground. Roy sat next to a big tree, exhausted. Woods handed Roy a cup of slightly bitter tree sap, which was said to relieve muscle soreness. In fact, Roy wanted to tell Woods that he would give himself a secondary healing spell in such a situation. If you drink this regularly, your body will become more resilient, and when you are exhausted, it will help you recover faster. Woods whispered to Roy. This is a secret method known only to druids. What Roy didn't know was that the so-called druid secret method was actually a folk remedy passed down among druids. Looking at the green sap, which exuded a strange smell. Woods, are you sure I won't be poisoned if I drink it all in one go? Roy asked hesitantly. Woods patted his chest and assured, absolutely not. Several instructors gathered under a big tree to discuss the first confrontation between the negotiation team and the rebels this morning. In fact, with only one morning, There was very little that the two sides could discuss. The Silver Moon Elf negotiation team took the lead in listing the conditions for peace talks. First, the rebel leader needs to be tried by the Silver Moon Elf Council. Second, all armed forces of the rebels will be disbanded right in the fortress village. Third, the half-blood elves who join the rebels need to accept the military's deployment, and more than half of the half-blood elves will leave the Partington Plain. If all three conditions are agreed, the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom will pardon the crimes of the rebels, and provide a certain amount of living supplies, etc. When these three conditions were announced, the rebels were in an uproar. How could they hand over the leader for trial? It is even more impossible to disarm the armed forces. Wouldn't it be cutting off their own hands and feet? The last one is that more than half of the half-blood elves will leave the Partington Plain. This is even more impossible. No matter where everyone goes, the future situation is likely to be worse than it is now. The Silver Moon Elf negotiation team listed three conditions that the rebels could not agree to at once, which brought a haze to the second negotiation. I said, "Our trip to the Partington Plain this time may be in vain. The Elf Elder Council does not care about the lives of these half-blood elves. It would be better to just go to war directly with such conditions." Miss Scarlet muttered to Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora was also depressed. She did not expect that the conditions put forward by the negotiation team would be so harsh. In fact, every negotiation is like this. At the beginning, the lion's mouth is opened, and then the other party is constantly compromised. Finally, the two sides find a balance point. Even if the peace talks are finally reached, if the balance point cannot be found, and they are unwilling to compromise, they will continue to waste time. The weaker party will eventually give in. Instructor Virgil said, "We are not here to listen to their negotiations. Don't forget that our purpose is to dig out those slave traders from the rebels." Instructor Nora reiterated, and then she coughed again. "Of course, I didn't expect that the rebels would gather so many half-blood elves. Yes, we are here to dig out those slave traders." The instructor suddenly became excited again. Instructor Eleanor came up to Instructor Nora and said to her, "Do you want me to go out and investigate first?" "Eleanor, you can't do that. There are half-blood elves everywhere here. Do you think a Silver Moon Elf can get any useful information if he runs out?" Instructor Nora glanced at Instructor Eleanor and said bluntly, "This time, Sabrina, Woods, and I will go out to investigate." "Woods, didn't you say that your elders joined the rebels? Try to contact him." Instructor Nora said to Woods, "I have already drawn the mark. If my uncle can see it, he will definitely come to find me." Woods responded, "Roy, maybe the human magician is mixed in the rebels. Although you are a half-elf, you have a human face. You can also ask about it, but remember to be careful." Instructor Nora instructed again. "Got it, Instructor," Roy replied. "Instructor, what can I do?" Miss Christine asked. "Christine, you are responsible for keeping in touch with the Silver Pegasus Legion," Instructor Nora said. Chapter 284. Roy changed into ordinary leather armor in the tent, dressed up as an ordinary elf hunter, and then quietly left the temporary camp of the negotiation team. He walked to the river in the valley, and stayed next to the stone tablet for a while. It must be said that Lord Alvis was a little too hasty this time. If he continued to squeeze the living space of the half-blood elves step by step, and force them to the south step by step, as long as he stayed away from Padstow City, not only would this lord slowly belong to him, but those slave traders would also move to the south of the Partington Plain. Once away from Padstow, it would be difficult to implicate Alvis in the slave trade. He was anxious to enclose the territory, forcing tens of thousands of half-blood elves to have nowhere to go. The slave trade in Padstow was discovered again. The reason why he didn't have the word death printed on his forehead was because there was no death penalty in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Under the gaze of several rebel soldiers, Roy walked into the fortress village with a calm face. Today, the fortress village has become overcrowded, with garbage and makeshift tents everywhere, and even a lot of hammocks hanging on the trees. It is said that the forest is full of half-blood elves. Roy carried a small round shield on his back, a short dagger on his waist, and wore a worn leather armor with bulging pockets. A rebel soldier saw Roy crossing the river and walked towards him, asking loudly, "Wait a minute, where are you from?" "Blackwater Swamp, usually hunting dire wolves there. Now that all the merchants in Padstow have left, I want to try my luck here," Roy answered in fluent Elvish. "Where are you going?" The rebel soldier still refused to let down his guard. "See if we can sell the dire wolf fur here." Roy quickly took off the luggage roll on his back and opened it in front of the rebel soldier. It turned out to be 2 pieces of broken dire wolf fur. The rebel soldier looked at Roy's face and asked in confusion, "Human?" "Half-elf, my mother is an elf." Roy said with a smile, then tied up the luggage roll again and carried it on his back. In this way, he easily crossed the river. If you want to sell these 2 furs, you can go to the 2nd district. If you want to join the rebels, you have to go to the 5th district to sign up. However, there are a lot of people there, so be careful not to be cheated of these 2 furs. The rebel soldier reminded carefully. Probably because Roy was not a half-elf, the rebel spoke to him in a very kind tone. Roy saw that the rebel soldiers looked a little thin. It was obvious that the lack of supplies here had caused the rebel soldiers to suffer a lot. He took out a sour apple from his leather bag and threw it to the rebel before walking into the barrier village. According to the information provided by the rebels, Roy found other elves to ask around and learned that the barrier village was now divided into 5 districts. For every 10,000 half-blood elf rebels gathered, a district would be set up. Now the 5th district has been set up, which means that the number of half-blood elf rebels in this area is less than 50,000. This is 30,000 more rebel fighters than the information he had heard before. Today, the barrier village has not only become overcrowded, but some of the rebels' residential areas have also expanded outside the village. The 1st district is the core area of the barrier village, the 2nd district is next to the 1st district, and the 5th district has now opened up the river upstream forest. The barrier village looks very messy. Roy walked in the barrier village, and no one came to question him. Not only did the free market disappear, but some of the original shops in the barrier village were closed, and some rebels had moved into the wooden houses of these shops. Many half-blood elves were lying in tents, and judging from their expressions, they seemed to be just messing around here. The village was full of sour smells, and many corners were filled with garbage that had not been cleaned up in time, emitting a disgusting smell. No wonder the rebels here surrounded a passage when the negotiation team entered the barrier village. It was probably because they didn't want the negotiators to see the chaotic scene in the barrier village. Maybe the leader of the rebels had no management experience. When the number of half-blood elves living in the barrier village exceeded 10,000, he had no idea how to manage them. Do you want some dire wolf fur? It can be used to make leather armor. Roy found a half-elf rebel, and sold the fur roll he carried. The rebel was shirtless, and didn't seem to have a leather breastplate. He was carrying 2 craftsman swords that looked pretty good, and the leather pockets on his waist were bulging. Do you have leather? The rebel immediately became interested, and watched Roy open the leather roll. How much is this? I have a lot of color. The rebel stretched out his hand to stroke the somewhat hard fur, and found that it was indeed a piece of dire wolf leather. He immediately moved closer, opened the bulging fur pocket, and took out a large stack of color from it. Roy was stunned for a moment, shook his head and said, Do you have magic crystals? 1 for 2 magic crystals. It's so expensive. Why don't you go and rob it? The rebel muttered, and then said, 500 colors can be exchanged for 1 magic crystal outside. I have at least more than 1,000 colors in this pocket, all for you. Can you sell me this fur? What's the use of color? I can't spend it. Roy refused decisively. He looked around with a vigilant look, quickly tied up the leather roll again, and prepared to leave. The rebel quickly grabbed Roy's arm and said with a smile, Don't leave in a hurry, we can discuss it again. The rebel soldier threw the leather bag in his hand aside, grabbed Roy's leather roll, and didn't want him to leave. What else do you have? Roy stopped and turned to ask the rebel soldier. The rebel soldier touched his waist awkwardly. Apart from the bag of useless color, he really had nothing to show off. Have you seen a human magician here? Roy asked in a low voice while rummaging through his leather bag, which was full of color. You mean the human magician, who looks similar to you? I have seen him twice, and I also know that he lives in the 5th district. He usually wears a magician's robe and a certain cone hat when he goes out. The rebel soldier said quickly. Does he live in the 5th district? Yes, he is a magician. You can go to the 5th district and ask around. Many elves know him. The rebel soldier said. Okay, this roll of dire wolf fur is yours. Roy took out a dire wolf fur and handed it to the rebel soldier, and tied his leather bag around his waist. Roy just asked around, but he didn't expect that some elves had really seen Benjamin. It seems that he is doing well with the rebels. Chapter 285. I don't know where it is. You can go to the 5th district to ask. The naked rebel soldier held a roll of dire wolf fur in his arms, his mouth almost grinning to his pointed ears, and said to Roy happily. The other half-elf rebels saw that Roy was an outsider, and came here with a bundle of dire wolf fur on his back, and they all came up and expressed their willingness to exchange something for the roll of fur. For these half-elf rebels, dire wolf fur is a piece of leather armor that can resist arrows. The most powerful thing about the Silver Pegasus warriors of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion is not the elven swords in their hands, but the fact that they fly in the air and shoot arrows at the ground continuously. The reason why the rebels stationed in the fortress village was to use the griffins on the fortress mountains to resist the silver Pegasus warriors in the sky. Such a precious roll of dire wolf fur would not be worth much if it was half a year ago. But now, it can be made into a life-saving leather armor, which is highly respected among the rebels. Roy obviously underestimated the attraction of these two dire wolf furs to these half-blood elves. What do you want, magic cores or magic crystals? It's alright. You want to get information? Are you here to find a companion? A human companion? Is he a magician? I know where he is. I can take you to him and sell this fur to me. Wait a minute. The half-blood elves who want this dire wolf fur are not the only ones in front of Roy. Roy has been trapped in the crowd. 2 magic crystals. I sell them to whoever can take them out. Roy stood in the crowd, raised the dire wolf fur in his hand high, and shouted to the people around him. Just when the other half-blood elves were hesitant, a rebel took out 2 magic crystals from his arms and stuffed them into Roy's hands, and took away the bundle of dire wolf fur. His actions were quick and decisive, and he didn't even have a verbal exchange with Roy. Seeing that Roy no longer had the dire wolf fur in his hand, many half-blood elves complained that they were too slow and failed to buy the dire wolf fur. Roy was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He thought that this group of half-blood elves would surround him and take the dire wolf fur in the chaos, but he didn't expect the transaction to be successful. Roy licked his dry lips and put the magic crystal into his pocket under the gaze of a group of half-blood elf rebels. He was originally planning to walk around the village, but after walking a few steps, he found that there were rebels following him. Roy was so scared that he hurriedly left the fortress village. The rebels following Roy kept asking Roy, "Do you have any more dire wolf fur?" "There are no more, so I brought 2, and they were snapped up right away," Roy explained as he quickened his pace. He walked faster and faster, and finally ran very fast in the fortress village. Fortunately, the half-blood elves did not catch up with him. Suddenly, Roy's arm was grabbed by a hand. Roy turned his head in horror, and found that the elf who grabbed his arm was Woods, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Woods pulled Roy and asked him, "I just saw you surrounded by a group of half-blood elves. Why did you run?" "I brought a bundle of dire wolf furs. I wanted to take the opportunity to sell the furs to ask the half-blood elves about Benjamin's news. I didn't expect so many half-blood elves to want to buy dire wolf furs. I was almost robbed by them," Roy said breathlessly. "You actually brought 2 dire wolf furs to sell. You are really amazing," Woods said, turning around and looking back. No half-blood elves followed him, so he walked out of the village with Roy. Along the way, the two saw many half-blood elves returning from outside the village with bulging linen bags. Judging from the bulging outlines of their bags, they should have some fruits in them. There are so many half-blood elves gathered in the barrier village. There are no orchards around here. There are some wild fruit trees, and many bushes with berries in the surrounding jungle. But even if there are more wild resources, it is estimated that there are not enough for so many half-blood elves to eat. Usually these half-blood elves are scattered all over the jungle and may not have these troubles, but now everyone lives together, and various resources immediately become scarce. The two quickly walked out of the barrier village. "How is it? Did you find your uncle?" Roy asked as he walked. "No, I asked a few half-blood elves, but they all said they didn't know my uncle," Woods said dejectedly. Then he asked Roy again, "Roy, how did you get through?" Without waiting for Roy to answer, he continued to chatter. "You can't be too hasty about this kind of thing, but asking those half-blood elves while selling goods is really a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?" Woods patted his thigh, then took off his backpack, rummaged through the bottles and jars inside, and asked Roy, "Roy, what do you think I should sell? I have some magic potions I made in my pocket, and I don't know if this will work." Roy remembered that the first half-blood elf who bought the dire wolf first said that the magician Benjamin might live in the 5th district, so he said to Woods, "I seem to have heard some news. A half-blood elf said that Benjamin is in the 5th district. You actually found out the whereabouts of that magician?" Woods stopped and stared at Roy in disbelief. "I just got a little clue, but I don't know if it's true or not," Roy said. "I heard that the 5th district is more chaotic than the 2nd district, so he didn't plan to go there to take a look. Should we go to the 5th district to find out?" Woods asked Roy with courage. "I think we should go back to the camp first and tell Instructor Nora the news and see how Instructor Nora will arrange it," Roy said. Back at the temporary camp of the negotiation team, Instructor Nora and Sabrina had not returned yet, but the other instructors were all there. "Roy, how did you guys go out to find out?" Scarlet Magician sat at the entrance of the tent, grinding some royal blood grass with a grinder, and a spicy smell was floating in the air. Instructor Gru was wiping the arrows in the quiver. Hearing Scarlet's question, he looked up at Roy. Roy came to his tent, sat on a tree stump, untied the leather bag he had traded back, and poured out all the color inside. With a loud clatter, the shells collided with each other, and the sound was so crisp that Roy's feet were buried. "Well, I got some information," Roy said. "Where did you get so many color?" Magician Scarlet looked at Roy counting color, and couldn't help asking. "I just sold 2 dire wolf furs in the fortress village," Roy answered casually. Instructor Eleanor looked at Roy at this time and asked, "Roy, you just said that you got some information?" "Well, that is." Roy repeated the information he got. The instructors gathered around at once, and everyone sat together to discuss. "It seems that it is really as Earl Swinburne said, there must be a lot of slave traders mixed in with the rebels. We should capture this human magician as soon as possible. He probably knows a lot of slave traders." Instructor Eleanor cracked her knuckles. "Wait for Nora to come back and make a plan," Instructor Gru said. It was not until it was almost dark that Instructor Nora and Sabrina returned to the camp. "Nora, do you have any news?" Wizard Scarlet asked Nora while she put the ground powder into the potion bottle. Instructor Nora took off her headscarf, sat next to Scarlet Magician and said, "It's not that easy." Sabrina walked back to her tent. It seemed that the two of them had walked a lot and were a little tired. After Instructor Nora sat down, she couldn't help complaining. "Now the Bastion village has been turned into a garbage dump by these half-blood elves. The whole village is overcrowded. Many children are starving. There is probably no food to eat in the surrounding jungle. Oh damn more. I really hope that the peace talks can enter the next stage quickly. At least the food problem can be solved." Instructors Gru and Eleanor came out of the tent after hearing Nora's voice. "War is always like this. There is nothing we can do about it," Instructor Eleanor said. Instructor Nora said, "I don't think the negotiation team has any sincerity at all, and I don't think there will be any substantial progress for a while." Instructor Eleanor coughed lightly, then said, "Nora, Roy has found out Benjamin's whereabouts. Should we go over and capture him next?" Did you find out?" Instructor Nora said. "I heard that he lives in the 5th district, but the news has not been verified yet." Instructor Nora's fatigue was swept away. She stood up and walked into the camp, saying as she walked, "Wait! I'm going to find Terrence. I won't stand guard for those negotiators tomorrow. Tomorrow we will go to the 5th district to inquire about the news. The human magician has seen us, so everyone should be as careful as possible when they act." Instructor Nora left in a hurry and returned soon. "Tomorrow we will go to the 5th district to find Benjamin's whereabouts. We will try to keep this operation as secret as possible. Roy and Sabrina, you two will be responsible for gathering intelligence. We will follow you and quickly capture and evacuate once we find the target." Instructor Nora assigned tomorrow's tasks to the members of the adventure team. In the temporary camp of the negotiation team, the negotiators also gathered together to discuss the conditions to be proposed to the rebels tomorrow. The discussion lasted until late, and the negotiators returned to their carriages to rest. In the morning of the fortress village, the forest is often filled with thick morning fog. Roy got up from the tent early, and saw Sabrina holding a bundle of grass to feed the horse. He said hello to Sabrina, and carried a wooden bucket to fetch water from the river not far away. Chapter 286. The negotiators once again rushed to the rebel command post in the fortress village for the second round of negotiations. This time, the rebels would put forward a series of demands. During the first negotiation, the rebels had asked the Silver Moon Elves to allocate a piece of land on the Partington Plain to the Half-Blood Elves, and to establish a Half-Blood Elf autonomous state. The governor would also be a Half-Blood Elf, and the Silver Moon Elf Corps would guarantee that all Half-Blood Elves in the rebel army would not be liquidated by the military afterwards. At that time, the negotiator of the Silver Moon Elves felt that the rebels had made many unreasonable demands. In anger, the negotiator terminated the negotiations directly, and left the Partington Plain the next day. "I thought that after the negotiations ended, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion would take the opportunity to eliminate the rebels, but I didn't expect that Earl Swinburne had been keeping his troops in place, and did not attack the rebels. He only blocked the city of Padstow, and even strictly controlled the supplies in the city of Padstow. It was the supply control implemented by Earl Swinburne that made life in the fortress village very difficult. All the edible things in the surrounding woodlands had been picked up, and every day a group of half-blood elves went to the farther jungle to collect food. There was no other way. The number of rebels gathered in the barrier village was too large, and it had seriously exceeded the limit that the barrier village could bear. In order to facilitate the management of these rebels, The rebel leader divided the rebels into 5 areas. The rebels in the first area were the half-blood elves who rebelled with him at the beginning, and the second area was also the first to join during that period. There were about 20,000 half-blood elves in these 2 areas. The 3 areas behind were where the rebels retreated to the barrier village. Many half-blood elves came here because of their reputation. Every day, more half-blood elves joined, and the team became larger and larger. Now, the number of rebels has expanded to 50,000 half-blood elves. The rebel army has become extremely bloated and has even lost its mobility. Unless the rebel leader can make up his mind and completely abandon a large part of the old, young, sick and disabled, it will be difficult for the rebels to leave the fortress village. So, the requirements that the rebel leader put forward to the Silver Moon Elf negotiator this time are still the conditions listed during the first negotiation. It's just that the situation of the rebels is even worse this time. Every day, half-blood elves continue to pour in from all over the Partington Plain. Everyone thinks that the fortress village has become a free place, a gathering place for half-blood elves, and a paradise for half-blood elves. In fact, the last bit of order maintained by the fortress village is gradually disappearing. Some half-blood elf rebels were leaning against a tree and chatting. They had nothing to do all day. There was a lack of almost everything here. Everyone was discussing where to get food. Many half-blood elves were worried that the second negotiation would fail, and a war would break out here. They were originally just elf hunters in the jungle south of Padstow City. They could set traps to hunt wind foxes, but if they wanted to go to war with the regular army of the Silver Moon Elves, everyone knew that it was okay to conduct a small-scale guerrilla war in the jungle, but if they were asked to defend the fortress village, there was no chance of winning. Roy and Sabrina walked into the messy 5th district in casual clothes. There were hammocks hanging on many trees here, and some half-blood elves were lying on the hammocks to sleep in the broad daylight. The whole forest has become a living area, and many tents have been built in the clearings in the forest. Some half-blood elf children were playing in the clearings in the forest, where sewage was flowing. When they saw Roy and Sabrina, they surrounded them. They didn't ask for food, but just stared at the packages behind Roy and Sabrina. Sabrina took out her leather bag very straightforwardly, turned it upside down, and said to the half-blood elf children, "I don't have anything to eat here, you can find an elf to try your luck." Obviously she has some experience, because she and instructor Nora were exhausted because of dealing with these things yesterday afternoon. The half-blood elf children left indignantly when they saw that there was nothing to eat in Sabrina's bag. The biggest victims of war are often these poor children. Sabrina said a little depressed. "So do you think that if the Partington Plain returns to the way it was half a year ago, is it happy, or is it happy to become what it is now in pursuit of freedom and equality?" Roy asked Sabrina in a low voice. Sabrina was slightly startled. She just felt that the lives of these half-blood elves were terrible now. Maybe now is happy, at least they are not pigs kept in captivity, and they may be sold by slave traders at any time. Sabrina thought about it seriously before speaking. The two walked into the 5th district of the Rampart Village while talking. Strictly speaking, this place can no longer be considered Rampart Village. It is just a hillside next to Rampart Village, where a large number of half-blood elves gather. If you were the leader of the rebels, what choice would you make? Roy continued to ask Sabrina. "I would immediately disband this rebel army, and take some half-blood elves back to the jungle. The rebel army does not need to be so bloated. If everyone stays here, they will only be dragged to death by these half-blood elves. It is better to take some elite troops, and retreat to the Blackwater Swamp area," Sabrina said with a firm look. "What about the half-blood elves here?" Roy asked Sabrina. "Earl Swinburne will definitely come forward to receive them. After all, his Partington Plain needs to develop, and it can't do without these half-blood elves," Sabrina said, her eyes turned, and it seemed that she had thought of something, and said to Roy, "But if we can fight for some rights and interests for these half-blood elves before leaving, it is not impossible. Perhaps the rebel leader is now eager to get rid of such a bloated tail, and it is obvious that the Silver Moon Elf negotiation group is the most suitable recipient. The negotiators representing the Silver Moon Elves may have realized this long ago, so they put forward such harsh demands at the beginning. The first one is to require the rebel leader to accept the trial of the Elven Elders Council." Roy and Sabrina were talking in a trance. Roy: "That's why there is a second negotiation." Sabrina: "That's why the officials of the negotiation team are so aggressive." Roy's eyes sparkled, and he said to Sabrina, "So they just want to get as much benefit as possible for these half-blood elves before leaving." Sabrina turned around excitedly, and said to Roy quickly, "That's probably it. Maybe they even knew clearly that there were slave traders among the rebels. Speaking of which, these incidents were almost all caused by Lord Albus and the slave traders. Will they leave a big gift for these slave traders before leaving? Roy guessed. Sabrina looked at Roy with clear eyes and a smile. The combination of the figure of the wood elf and the beauty of the silver moon elf made Sabrina look stunning. Several armed rebels came towards them. The one in the middle came up to Roy and looked at him sharply. When he found his human face, his azure eyes shrank slightly. He lowered his head to calm down and asked the two, "Where are you two from? Are you here to join our expeditionary army?" Roy thought this rebel was a bit interesting, at least his eyes were sharp, so he quickly said, "We came here to seek refuge with a friend. He wrote to me and said that he was doing well here and asked me to come and help him. A friend is here." The rebel soldier held the hilt of his sword tightly, trying to keep his voice from fluctuating too much, and then stared at Roy and asked, "Are you human? Are you looking for whales?" Roy shook his head and said, "The person I'm looking for is a human magician named Benjamin, not whales." Unexpectedly, the rebel soldier walked over quickly, put a big hand on Roy's shoulder, smiled so hard that his eyes were almost narrowed, and said to Roy kindly, "That's him. He used to be called Benjamin, but now it's changed to Wales. When you see him later, don't call him by his original name. Come with me, I take you to see him." Roy and Sabrina looked at each other. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Thinking that several instructors were not far behind them, they could come to support them at any time. Roy had no more worries, and followed the rebels into the fifth area. He deliberately slowed down his pace to prevent Instructor Nora and the others from catching up. Seeing Roy communicating with a rebel soldier, Instructor Nora and Magician Scarlet hid more than 100 meters away, silently observing the situation over there. These half-blood elves are more likely to accept half-elves. Scarlet Magician whispered to Instructor Nora. In order to conceal her identity as a silver moon elf, she even dyed her hair blue-gray, making herself look like a half-blood of a dark moon elf and a silver moon elf. "They are going inside, let's follow them," Instructor Nora hurriedly urged. The two instructors were about to follow them, but a group of half-blood elf children came out from nowhere. These children did not speak, but surrounded Instructor Nora and Scarlet Magician, silently clasping their hands. Instructor Nora didn't want to get entangled with this group of half-blood elf children, and frowned and said, "We don't have anything to eat either, get out of the way quickly, we have things to do." Before Instructor Nora finished speaking, she saw a half-blood elf child suddenly lowered his head and bumped into Instructor Nora. Instructor Nora was afraid that he would fall to the ground, so he turned sideways and picked him up. Unexpectedly, the half-blood elf child immediately screamed, "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" The half-blood elf rebels who were originally chatting around rushed over and surrounded Instructor Nora and Scarlet Magician. Chapter 287. Seeing Roy and Sabrina being led into a camp by a half-blood elf. Instructor Eleanor winked at Instructor Gru, took the opportunity to walk out of the crowd, and followed in the direction where Roy disappeared. At this moment, a group of half-blood elf rebels rushed out from the camp nearby. These rebels held a variety of weapons in their hands. One of the half-blood elf warriors pointed at Instructor Eleanor and screamed, "Stop them, they are silver moon elves, and the female elf is a ranger. They are here to gather intelligence. Let's arrest them." With the shout of the half-blood elf warrior, even the half-blood elves who were lazing around gathered together. Everyone quickly surrounded Instructor Eleanor and Instructor Gru. The two instructors stood back to back in the crowd, but did not take the initiative to attack. This is the 5th District camp of the half-blood elf rebels. There are rebel warriors everywhere. Once a fight breaks out, even a second-level strawman will not be able to escape easily. We are the escort of the negotiation team. Now is the peace talks period. We have the right to enter and exit your military camp freely. Instructor Eleanor immediately took a badge in his hand. Hearing Instructor Eleanor say this, the surrounding rebel soldiers really stopped. In fact, everyone was waiting for the peace talks to come to a conclusion as soon as possible, and they were not disgusted with this negotiation team. As the supplies in the fortress village became increasingly scarce, the half-blood elves had a very hard life during this period. Not only did they lack food and clothing, but they also had to worry every day. What everyone was most worried about was that the regular army of the Silver Moon Elves would suddenly rush in and kill all the rebels, and those who surrendered would have to spend the rest of their lives in the underground prison on Param Island. After the second negotiation team entered the fortress village, everyone was looking forward to the peace talks going smoothly. So when the rebels found that the Silver Moon Elves had sneaked into the camp in the 5th District, they would not directly shout and kill. Seeing that the two Silver Moon Elves had no intention of taking action, they surrounded them, and tried to force them out of the camp little by little with a human wall. Instructors Eleanor and Gru were helpless for a while. Instructor Virgil Miss Christine, and Woods were in a group of 3, and they were the group following at the back. Before entering the 5th district, Instructor Nora had already explained to everyone, if there was an emergency, the first 2 groups would respond in the 5th district, and Instructor Virgil's group would evacuate the rebel camp as soon as possible. Instructor Virgil saw with his own eyes that a group of half-blood elf children surrounded Instructor Nora and Scarlet, while Instructor Eleanor and Instructor Gru were surrounded by a group of rebel soldiers. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, at this time, Roy and Sabrina had disappeared from everyone's sight. Something happened. Christine, you will go to the camp to find someone to help. Woods, you must protect Christine and return to the camp no matter what. I will go to Roy. Instructor Virgil saw that the situation was not good and said quickly. After that, he ran quickly in the direction where Roy and Sabrina disappeared. Miss Christine and Woods did not hesitate at all, turned around and ran outside the rebel camp in District 5. The half-blood elf rebels saw elves running out of the camp in a panic, and they stopped what they were doing and chased after Instructor Virgil, Miss Christine, and Woods like a conditioned reflex. Instructor Virgil ran into the camp and met the rebel soldiers, who intercepted him, so he used his agile body to dodge. He is a very good swordsmanship instructor, with excellent balance and equilibrium. He can easily pass through the crowd while running. Woods and Miss Christine do not have the skills of Instructor Virgil. Seeing several rebels blocking their way, Miss Christine quickly drew her sword. Woods silently recited a series of spells, and then runes on his shoulders and forehead glowed. He grabbed his clothes with both hands and pulled hard, revealing a chest covered with runes. The runes on his body all glowed. Woods roared, and his body quickly swelled up, and in an instant he turned into a giant bear. The giant bear's 4 paws landed on the ground, and the entire earth shook slightly. Then the giant bear rushed forward, and the rebels dodged to the sides. Miss Christine followed the giant bear. This was the second time she saw Woods transform into a giant bear. She saw the giant bear slap a half-blood elf rebel, who was blocking in front of it with 1 paw. In this way, Woods led Miss Christine out of the rebel camp in the 5th district, and ran towards the camp of the negotiation team. While being surrounded by this group of half-blood elf children, Instructor Nora realized that things were not good. These things seemed to be premeditated. She quickly turned her head and looked at Scarlet Magician. The two had been friends for decades, and had long been able to communicate with each other through eye contact. Scarlet Magician understood Instructor Nora's look and pulled out the magic broom from her magic waist bag. As the magic pattern array of the magic broom quickly lit up, Scarlet Magician took the lead in stepping on the magic broom. Instructor Nora followed closely behind, sitting astride the seat behind the magic broom. The magic broom only floated in place for a few seconds, and while those half-blood elf children were still in a daze, it flew through the low sky and chased in the direction where Roy and Sabrina disappeared. The rebels surrounding Instructor Eleanor and Instructor Gru wanted to force the 2 instructors out of the barracks, but they saw that other places were already in chaos. An elven swordsman kept running and jumping in the crowd, and for a while no elf could stop him. Not far away, there was also an elven magician riding a magic broom, rushing around in the camp. The rebel soldiers chased the swordsman and the magician, and the rebels here were suddenly reduced by more than half. Instructor Eleanor and Instructor Gru exchanged glances without any expression, and the 2 jumped up at the same time, stepped out of the encirclement, and rushed to the 2 giant trees on the side of the road at the same time. The rebels were like a pot of boiling water, chasing after the 2. The 5 instructors almost all rushed to the direction where Roy and Sabrina disappeared, which was a large camp tent area. The woodland was full of tattered tents, and Roy and Sabrina disappeared here. It was as if they were evaporated in an instant, leaving no trace. In the blink of an eye, the instructors lost the trace of Roy and Sabrina. Instructor Nora clenched her fist, hit her thigh hard, and shouted viciously, "Search! Even if we have to turn the 5th district upside down, we must find Roy and Sabrina." After saying that, she jumped off the magic broom handle and rushed to a dirty tent. She opened the tent curtain and found 2 half-elf rebels sleeping soundly in the tent. The 2 woke up from their deep sleep and looked at Instructor Nora, who left quickly. They were confused for a moment. Scarlet Magician ignored Instructor Nora and continued to ride the magic broom handle forward to see if Roy and Sabrina were taken to the camp in front. Dong! An arrow rubbed Scarlet's thigh and hit the magic broom. Scarlet groaned inwardly, knowing that she was being targeted by an archer. If a magician dared to fly low on the magic broom, he would undoubtedly be a living target for the archers. The entire 5th term camp was in chaos, with a mixed crowd of people, and it looked like a refugee camp. A chaotic noise came from a distance. Roy and Sabrina followed the rebel soldier into a tent that looked very inconspicuous. Before entering the tent, the rebel soldier said to Roy in a friendly manner, "Wait in this tent for a while, and I will call Wales over. If you know him, come out and recognize him. If you don't know him, stay in the tent and don't come out to greet him." Roy felt something was wrong. He looked back and found that several instructors couldn't catch up. He stopped and planned to wait outside the tent for a while. But the rebel soldier put his arm around his shoulders and walked into the tent with him. This tent was a cone-top tent built around a big tree, and there was a lot of space inside. Roy had just walked into the tent when a half-blood elf stood at the door of the tent and put a long sword on Roy's neck. Roy was about to resist, but found that his shoulders were tightly held by the rebel, and there was a sharp dagger on his lower back. Roy's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley, and he hurriedly shouted, "Sabrina, it's a trap." After shouting this, Roy turned his head. Sabrina behind him was pointed at by several swords at the same time, and the two of them had no chance to resist. Then Roy felt someone hit him hard on the back of his head, and his eyes suddenly went black, and he fell to the ground, losing all consciousness. A basin of cold water was poured on Roy's face, waking him up from his coma. At this moment, Roy was lying on the ground with a splitting headache. His vision gradually recovered, and he was actually in a tent, surrounded by a circle of half-blood elves. The face Roy was most familiar with was Abbott, who was so thin that his eye sockets were sunken. His original belly had completely disappeared. He looked at Roy with a gloomy face. Mage Benjamin stood beside him, looking at Roy expressionlessly. Roy touched his wet face with his hand, and then reached out to touch the sticky back of his head. The blood on his hair had coagulated into sticky blood clots. He must have lost a lot of blood. Mage Benjamin smiled playfully and said to Roy, "Roy, I heard you were looking for us everywhere?" The half-blood elves around him also looked at Roy sinisterly. Roy quickly found the guy named Jones among these half-blood elves. In the orchard outside Padstow, the instructors captured him and Benjamin and handed them over to the elf patrol in Padstow. Now they are still alive and well. Chapter 288. Roy wanted to get up from the dirty ground, but found that his feet were tied up with ropes. He supported himself with his hands and tried to sit up to observe the situation around him, but was kicked in the chest by a half-blood elf and fell to the ground again. Seeing the indifferent eyes of these half-blood elves, they looked at him as if he were a dead person, and they didn't even bother to ask anything. I knew they were probably a group of slave traders. Roy saw Sabrina, who was unconscious, beside him. Her hands and legs were tied, and there was a purple bruise on her forehead. Roy tried to slow down his breathing as much as possible and said to Benjamin and Abbott, "Benjamin, you are here. Abbott, long time no see. You better not move. If you do anything drastic, she will die." Benjamin wiped a dagger on Roy's body and spoke in fluent Elvish. Roy spread his hands and immediately said that he would not resist. Two half-blood elves took the opportunity to tie Roy's hands and disarm him. Abbott looked very bad. His eyes were full of bloodshot. Because he was too thin, not only were his eye sockets sunken, but his cheeks were also thin, and his face shape had changed a little. If Roy hadn't been with him for so long, he probably wouldn't have recognized him just by looking at his face. Abbott was silent for a while, then he said to Roy, "In fact, we have been looking for you. Where is the golden key?" Then Abbott saw that the two slave traders couldn't find the magic waste bag on Roy, and frowned and asked, "You have been a priest in the temple for so long, how come you don't even have a magic waste bag?" In fact, Roy entered the fifth area wearing a half-blood elf hunter's outfit. He was worried that the magic waste bag on his body would be too conspicuous, so he left the magic waste bag in the negotiation team camp. At this time, a half-blood elf ran in from outside, whispered a few words in the ear of the slave trader Jones, and ran out quickly. Jones frowned and said, "Benjamin, there are several tales following the two of them. I guess they have discovered our identities, and can't get rid of them at all. Now they are about to find us. We can't conflict with them here. It's time to leave here." Benjamin stood up and said, "Okay, let's go now. We don't want to stay here anymore." Jones knelt on one leg, pulled out the dagger from his thigh, lifted Roy's chin with one hand, and cut Roy's throat with the dagger in his hand. This set of movements looked more skillful than killing a chicken. But before the dagger could cut, it was blocked by a staff. Benjamin held the other end of the staff in his hand, and said to Jones, "Take them away." Jones looked at Sabrina. He wanted to take this half-elf beauty away, but he didn't want to take Roy away. Killing her directly would be the easiest. "We are going to flee. What's the point of taking him with us?" Jones said to Benjamin. Now he and Benjamin are partners, and they plan to jointly open up the slave trade route in the Endless Sea in the future. There will be many places where they can rely on Benjamin in the future, so it is not easy to turn against him now. When necessary, we can use them as hostages," Benjamin said. In fact, Benjamin did this for Abbott. Abbott coveted the golden key in Roy's hand for a long time. "Carry them first," Jones instructed his men beside him. Then he added, "Take them out of the camp later and wake them up. Let them walk on their own. If they can keep up with us, they will live a few more days. Basically, we can deal with it directly." Roy was carried on the shoulders of a half-blood elf. He almost vomited bile because of the joints of the slave trader's shoulder. Sabrina was carried by Jones himself, and it seemed that she might be in a better situation. The heavy sword on her body was taken away by the slave trader without any surprise. The slave traders put a cloth bag on Roy's head, and his eyes went dark, and he couldn't see anything. These slave traders withdrew from the camp in District 5, and District 5 was in chaos. The slave traders thought they were out of danger, and were planning to move upstream towards the canyon and the river. A slave trader, who was on guard, saw an elf magician riding a magic broom, constantly shuttling through the dense forest, approaching this side little by little. Scarlet Magician saw Benjamin and other slave traders, but she didn't see Roy and Sabrina at first glance. In order to avoid scaring these half-blood elves, Scarlet Magician approached them little by little. Then she saw that two half-blood elves in the team were carrying Roy and Sabrina on their shoulders. Scarlet Magician had no hesitation this time. She took out a magic flare and shot it into the sky. Instructors Nora, Eleanor, Virgil, and Gru, who were originally running around in the 5th district like headless flies, saw the signal sent by Scarlet almost at the same time. The 4 instructors stopped immediately. Instructor Nora even cheered in her heart, obviously glad that Roy and Sabrina had not been killed by the slave traders. They all rushed towards the direction of the magic flare. Countless rebels were left behind by the 5 instructors. The rebels were almost all made up of half-blood elf hunters. There was a clear gap in strength between them and the instructors. Instructor Nora ran out of the 5th district camp at full speed. Behind her were a large number of rebels, and there were even a few arrows stuck in her back. Instructor Nora was wearing a magic pattern armor, and the arrows were just hanging on the cloak behind him. When Instructor Nora arrived at the forest, he saw a big fire in the forest. The magician was controlling an ice wall to rise on the edge of the fire. As the ice wall exploded, the fire weakened a little. "Where are the people?" Instructor Nora rushed over and asked hastily before he could catch his breath. "Just opposite," Scarlet said. "Why put out the fire? Come with me to save people," Instructor Nora almost shouted at the top of her lungs. At this time, Instructors Eleanor, Gru, and Virgil also rushed out of the 5th district camp. The 5 instructors gathered together, with a large group of rebel soldiers chasing behind them, and a group of fleeing slave traders in front of them. "The fire magician is just across the way. We have to be careful." After Scarlet finished speaking, she dragged out the magic broom. There were still a few arrows stuck in the magic broom. Instructor Nora sat behind Scarlet, took a deep breath, and said anxiously, "Hurry up and chase." The 2 of them walked around the fire, and saw Benjamin riding the magic broom and fleeing far away, while the slave traders also ran far away. Scarlet Magician carried Instructor Nora on her back and chased after them. Finally, they caught up with the fleeing slave traders. Instructor Nora, holding a sword and shield, jumped directly from Scarlet Magician's magic broom. After rolling several times on the ground, the moment she stood up, a shadow flashed behind her. Instructor Nora, like a cannonball, directly knocked down a fleeing slave trader, and stabbed the slave trader's thigh with the long sword in her hand. When the long sword was pulled out, a stream of blood gushed out like a fountain. The slave trader was lying on the ground wailing in pain, and Instructor Nora rushed towards another slave trader with a long sword. Roy and Sabrina are in front. Mage Scarlet was riding on the magic broom. Although there were trees blocking her view, she could still see the situation in the distance clearly. Seeing the instructors chasing him from behind, Jones finally regretted it. If he had known it was these guys, he should not have planned to capture the 2 young elves. If they had left earlier, they, the group of slave traders, might have run out of the canyon by now. What made him even more desperate was that Benjamin actually took his companion Abbott away on the magic broom, and they also took their only luggage, the young half-elf boy. Only the slave traders were left behind, and now they became fools to block Benjamin's knife. He looked at the several elf instructors, who came from behind with a sullen face, and his men could not stop them at all. Jones suddenly thought of something, and his eyes fell on Sabrina, who was unconscious on the side. He quickly bent down to pick up Sabrina, put the dagger on Sabrina's neck, and poked his head out from behind a huge tree, and shouted to the ruthless Instructor Nora, "Don't move, whoever dares to get close, I will kill her first and bury her with us." Instructor Nora pulled the sword out of a slave trader, turned around and looked coldly at Jones, who had the dagger on Sabrina's neck. "Are you slave traders working for Alvis?" Instructor Nora didn't even look at Sabrina. She approached Jones calmly and asked him. "Of course not, I work for whoever pays me." After saying this, Jones realized that something was wrong. Instructor Eleanor and Instructor Virgil followed from behind, and there was a group of rebels chasing them behind them. The rebel soldiers not only heard Instructor Nora's question, but also heard Jones' answer, and their faces showed surprise and anger. Angry eyes fell on Jones, and they wanted to rush over and cut Jones into pieces. "Don't rush over yet, otherwise once a chaotic battle breaks out, it will be difficult for us to distinguish who is the slave trader and who is the rebel. We are the guards of the Silver Moon Elf Negotiation Group. We received a tip that many slave traders have mixed into your camp, so we went to the 5th District to investigate this matter. I believe that everyone has been used by these slave traders." Instructor Eleanor saw the furious rebels and turned around to talk loudly about the cause of the incident. For a moment, even Jones was attracted by Instructor Eleanor's words. Little did he know that Instructor Gru had already pulled the combat shortbow on the horizontal branch of a big tree. As the arrow continued to gather magical power, it even brought a ray of light when it was finally shot out. A sharp arrow brushed Sabrina's hair and shot into Jones' temple. The tip of the arrow came out of the ear, and blood gushed out along with the tip of the arrow. The next second, slave trader Jones fell straight to the ground holding Sabrina. Chapter 289. Abbott tied Roy's hands and feet with hemp rope, put a hook on Roy's wrist, and hung it on the bracket under the steering wheel of the magic broom. Benjamin took advantage of Jones's attention to the battle, and had no time to pay attention to them, and transferred magic power to the floating device of the magic broom. As the magic broom swayed and rose into the air, the slave trader did not realize that Benjamin was about to slip away. When Benjamin rode the magic broom around a big tree and flew out, the slave trader realized that Benjamin and Abbott had escaped. At this time, they could no longer care about Benjamin and Abbott, because Instructor Nora and Scarlet Magician just rushed over. Because Benjamin and Abbott left first, Instructor Nora did not see Roy being taken away by Abbott. She only saw Sabrina lying unconscious on the ground. At this time, Instructor Nora was injured in many places, and her left arm was stabbed by a slave trader, and she could hardly lift the shield hanging on her arm. Miss Scarlet had almost thrown away all the magic scrolls she could throw, and her mana was almost exhausted. When the two rushed up, they were almost at the end of their strength. The other instructors ran wildly in the 5th area, and consumed a lot of physical strength when they rushed here. Fortunately, Instructor Gru shot Jones's head with a sword. The rebels who chased after them were frightened by Instructor Eleanor again. Instructor Virgil wanted to rush over to snatch Sabrina back, but was killed back by several slave traders who fought desperately. When the slave traders wanted to recapture Sabrina, a series of arrows fell continuously, and the slave traders were shot down one after another. A dense sound of horse hooves came from far away. Miss Christine and Woods were mixed in a group of elf warriors. These elf warriors riding white horses were the elite of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. The elf warriors of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion have always been known for their archers. The first wave of arrows shot by these elf warriors forced the slave traders back. A group of elf warriors rode out of the woods on white horses, each holding a bow and arrow in their hands, aiming at the slave traders. A slave trader was still thinking about his position at the back, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape. He took 3 steps back without a sound, and an arrow passed through the crowd and accurately shot his left leg. "Put down your weapons, raise your hands above your head, and lie on the ground, otherwise you will be killed without mercy." The group of Silver Moon Elf warriors rushed out and shouted loudly. Not only did they scare dozens of slave traders to death, but even the rebels chasing after several instructors almost knelt down on the spot. Miss Christine saw Sabrina lying on the ground, and quickly turned over and dismounted, running towards Sabrina. A group of Silver Moon Elf warriors rode up quickly, fearing that Miss Christine would be injured. Instructor Virgil ran to Sabrina and lifted her up from Jones's body. Instructors Nora, Eleanor, and Woods were looking for Roy among the slave traders. Instructor Nora roughly picked up a slave trader and asked him, "Where is Roy, the half-elf you caught?" "No, I didn't see him," the slave trader stammered. Miss Scarlet, who was following Instructor Nora, pulled out a magic dagger from her thigh and pierced the slave trader's palm fiercely. A scream. "Where are the others?" Mage Scarlet asked sternly. "They were taken away by human magicians." They had magic brooms and flew away directly. The slave trader's face was distorted, and he answered with a trembling voice. "Damn it." Instructor Nora threw the slave trader to the ground and turned to look at Miss Christine. An elf officer walked out from behind Miss Christine and said, "Leave these slave traders to me." Instructor Nora said to the other instructors, "I guess they can't fly far. Let's expand the search range." Then he said to Miss Christine, "Christine, you stay and take care of Sabrina, and cooperate with the Silver Pegasus Corps to deal with these slave traders." Instructor Nora, "If you need the elf warriors of our Silver Pegasus Corps to cooperate with the search and rescue work, we can always allocate some warriors to accept your dispatch." The elf officer stood up and said. He also asked the elf warriors behind him to lead a few war horses. Several instructors took out the physical potion from their magic waste bags, uncorked the bottle and drank it all, then jumped on the horse and chased in the direction where Roy disappeared. The elf officer waved his hand again. Another group of elf warriors rushed out of the jungle and followed Instructor Nora and the others into the depths of the jungle. From beginning to end, these elf warriors did not even look at the group of trembling rebel soldiers. The reinforcements of the Silver Pegasus Legion elf warriors arrived in the jungle one after another. This time, they successfully captured a group of slave traders, and the elf warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion took these slave traders to the temporary camp of the negotiation team. In the past 2 days, the negotiating officials of the Silver Moon Elves and the rebels have been arguing for their own views. The two sides are deadlocked, and the air in the command post seems to be filled with sparks, and no one is willing to give in. Now that so many slave traders suddenly appeared in the rebels' 5th district, the officials of the Silver Moon Elves finally found a breakthrough. Afterwards, Earl Griffin, the chief of the negotiation team, had a 2-hour secret talk with Viscount Euphilia, the representative of the peace faction in the negotiation team. This time the negotiation team took the initiative, and the peace talks are likely to go as the Silver Moon Elves expected. In the afternoon, this news spread almost throughout the rebel camp, causing panic among the half-blood elves. Everyone was worried that this place would become the second Padstow city. After hearing the news, some half-blood elf hunters lost their last bit of attachment to the rebels. They were already short of food and clothing, and had to face the pressure of the regular army of the Silver Moon Elves. Now a group of slave traders appeared in the rebels. Everyone packed up and left the fortress village camp. The rebel leader was also disheartened and was willing to accept the trial of the Inquisition, only asking for the pardon of the rest of the rebels. Of course, this is a later story. Instructor Nora cast a net along the jungle, and the search operation lasted until dark, but unfortunately no trace of Roy was found. Just when Instructor Nora was feeling guilty for her rash actions, Roy was awakened by a gust of cold wind. When he opened his eyes, he saw Abbott touching him. The cold mountain wind blew on Roy's body, and he shivered immediately. Abbott stared with his red eyes and muttered, "Damn, he didn't bring the golden key." Benjamin sat aside, seemingly repairing his magic broom handle. The floating carrying capacity of this magic broom handle could not hold up 3 people for a long time. Overload operation caused this magic broom handle to malfunction. Fortunately, it was not a big problem. Benjamin was able to repair it. In addition, he had to modify the floating array on the magic broom handle so that it could carry 3 people for a period of time. "If you give me a little time, I have plenty of ways to make him tell all his secrets, but not now, we have to escape," Benjamin said. Abbott gave up the body search and wrapped a blanket around himself. He looked at the desolate pile of rubble. Above it was a cliff that was at a 90-degree angle to the ground. This cliff went straight into the clouds, and it was impossible to see how high it was. This griffin barrier made him a little nervous. "It's already very cold here. Do we still want to continue flying up?" Benjamin looked at the cliff with a determined look and said to Abbott, "I have found out everything. As long as we cross this mountain range, we will reach a place that even the Silver Moon Elves have never been to. We need to hide there for a while. When everything is settled and the Partington Plain teleporters have resumed normal traffic, we will find a way to leave from Padstow. It's a pity that so many reserve crew members couldn't escape." Abbott looked at Roy again, smiled sinisterly, and said to Roy, "Roy, haven't you always wanted to ask me why I killed Jasper?" He placed a piece of leather on the gravel and sat on it. He squinted his eyes, as if he had some kind of faith in his eyes. He had no guilt at all and said to Roy calmly, "Because I am poor, I am afraid of being poor. Do you know why I believe in the Statue of Liberty? Because being a priest can earn 600 kolar per week, and as long as you become a believer of the Statue of Liberty and pray to the goddess every day, you can become a priest. I am a half-blood elf, and I will never be able to join the Moon Temple in this life, but I have always wanted to be a priest. Later, I found that it doesn't matter whether it is the Statue of Liberty or the Moon God. Now if I find this treasure, I may never worry about money again in this life. I can live comfortably anywhere. Maybe I can even buy a manor and plant some apple trees, orange trees, etc. Roy felt that half of his body was numb from the cold. Lying on the rocks, he felt uncomfortable all over and his body was getting colder and colder. You better tell me. Where's the golden key? Abbott asked Roy coldly. It's in my magic waste bag. High Priest Reed gave me a magic waste bag. I put everything I need in it, but I didn't wear it today, Roy said weakly. Abbott glanced at Roy and didn't give him another blanket because he was frozen blue. Without saying anything else, he took out a stack of sea charts from his magic waste bag. He has now made reading sea charts a habit. Just when Roy was drowsy from the cold, he vaguely heard Benjamin say, "Finally it's fixed. Let's go. We don't need to freeze here. As long as we fly over the barrier mountains, we can get rid of those instructors." Hey, Abbott, you're freezing him to death. Aren't you going to find the golden key? He won't die. I know healing magic. I just want him to calm down. Chapter 290. Benjamin rode on the magic broom, rising along the mountain wall. The magic power flowing from the magic pattern on the floating device has already seriously overflowed. The magic array has a big problem, and it is necessary to constantly add magic crystals to the gem slots. However, the floating device operates very stably, carrying the 3 people vertically to the top of the cliff. Benjamin was worried that he would be attacked by the griffin in the griffin nest on the top of the cliff, so he deliberately found a concave place on the cliff. There is no other disadvantage here except that it is cold. Especially after the magic broom carried the 3 people into the clouds, they were almost covered with a layer of ice. They continued to rise for nearly 100 meters before they got out of the clouds. Looking at the Griffin Barrier mountain range in front of them from the clouds, you will find that these white clouds are located below the mountainside, and the majestic Griffin mountain range can only show its majestic body here. The number of griffins hovering around the griffin nest has also increased, just like the petrels on the cliffs by the sea, constantly circling in the sky. Benjamin was worried that the griffins above his head would find them, so he quickly hid behind the stone cliff, shook off the white ice shell on his body, and covered himself with a black cloak before continuing to fly to the top of the mountain. It was already very cold here, and Roy felt that his whole body was frozen. Fortunately, Abbott didn't really want to freeze him to death. When he saw that he couldn't hold on, he would use healing magic, but he wouldn't add clothes, so that his body could withstand the cold. Roy guessed that Abbott might not know that he had been promoted to a priest, and his physical fitness had also improved by leaps and bounds. Although it was a little cold, he could feel that some changes were slowly growing in his body. To put it simply, it was cold resistance. How is it? Is there anything you want to tell me? I'd like to hear about the golden key. If you can satisfy me, I don't mind buying you a piece of clothing. Abbott bent down and shivered in the cold wind. His teeth were chattering as he spoke, and he looked extremely cold. Roy was still hanging on the rack of the magic broom handle, with his hands and feet tied with hemp ropes. He closed his eyes, unwilling to see Abbott's hateful face. If he could still move and break free, he would jump down without hesitation. Maybe in the process of falling from the cliff, he could wake up completely in this extremely real dream. He missed the pearl milk tea in the number 3 stall on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, and the cold noodles in Xian, and the braised chicken rice in the shop next door. He closed his eyes. The sacred tree in his body was constantly releasing light, constantly repairing his frostbitten body, and the purest holy light power was constantly merging with his body. Perhaps the sunlight on the clouds was too dazzling, and Abbott and Benjamin riding on the magic broom handle did not notice this. It's really cold. Let's find a place to stop and warm up. There are too many griffins on the top of the peak, otherwise we can wait until night and fly over secretly. Abbott said to Benjamin. No chance. I changed the magic pattern of the floating device on this magic broom. Once it stops, I am not sure I can make it fly again. Benjamin said, shivering from the cold, and he kept rising. The higher he flew, the lower the temperature and the stronger the wind became. The propulsion device behind the broom could not keep the magic broom stable at all. Benjamin had to concentrate completely to avoid the danger brought by the cliff. There's a mountain pass over there. Let's fly over there. Abbott narrowed his eyes, pointed at a pass in the Griffin Mountains, and said to Benjamin tremblingly. Benjamin quickly changed the direction of flight. This was not the number 3 pass that Roy had been to, and there was no headwind trail. Although the wind on the top of the mountain was very strong, Benjamin still managed to fly over this pass. When the 2 of them rode on the magic broom, they saw a green sea under the white clouds in front of them, and they couldn't help but cheer, especially when there was a touch of blue in the distance. Benjamin quickly adjusted the buoyancy of the magic broom, allowing the magic broom to fall quickly. In order to cross the Griffin Mountains, Benjamin sat on the magic broom handle for almost a day and a night without closing his eyes, and Abbott almost did not rest the whole time. The two of them were eager to find a place to rest, even if it was a cave halfway up the mountain. At this time, the two even forgot whether Roy was dead or alive. During the fall, Benjamin found a stone cliff that looked like a stepping platform, and landed on the stone cliff while riding the magic broom handle. He did not dare to stop the magic broom handle, so he could only suspend the magic broom handle to one side and burn the few remaining magic crystal stones. Let's take a break and leave later, Benjamin said tremblingly. Roy, wrapped in a layer of ice, was thrown on the cliff. Benjamin took out a fire-rune board from his magic waste bag and easily lit a bonfire. Abbott and Benjamin came to the fire, and their 4 hands were almost on the flames. Is he dead? Benjamin looked at Roy lying beside him and asked Abbott. Abbott put his hand to Roy's mouth and could still feel Roy's breathing, so he said to Benjamin, "He is still breathing." The two of them didn't want to say anything more, and they gathered around the campfire to warm themselves. Did they fly over from the north? Kaka rode on a griffin, hiding on a rock wall not far away. The place where Benjamin and Abbott chose to rest happened to be a resting point for Kaka and little Eugene. They came to pass number 7 this time to find black spiders, because this giant spider always steals griffin eggs in the griffin nest. For these elf trainers, black spiders are the biggest scourge in this Griffin Mountain range. Maybe? You see, they are flying here with that thing. They should be magicians, or maybe adventurers. Little Eugene hid behind Kaka and stretched his neck to look here. Kaka blinked and said expectantly, "Should we go over and say hello to them?" Little Eugene pointed at Roy and shouted, "Forget it. Let's not cause trouble. Didn't you see them flying with a corpse?" Kaka smiled and said immediately, "Yes, but I really want to see their board that can make fire. If we can also have a board like that, wouldn't we be able to go anywhere?" Hearing Kaka say this, little Eugene's eyes also fell on the copper plate that kept spewing flames. There is also such a magic rune board in their village. They heard from the village elders that this magic rune board is very precious. But they didn't think of stealing the magic rune board, since they were very young. The village elders told them not to do this. Oh, they seem to be asleep. If they fall asleep here, they might freeze to death. Let's wake them up and take a look at the magical rune board, Kaka said exaggeratedly, and then flew up again on the griffin. Or maybe they were too tired. Benjamin and Abbott roasted the fire silently. The warm firelight made them extremely comfortable. They fell asleep sitting next to the campfire. Roy was not far from the campfire. The ice shell on the side facing the firelight slowly melted, revealing his body. He exuded a layer of soft holy light. 2 griffins circled around the cliff, and then 1 griffin pounced on the cliff and landed steadily beside it. Kaka, wearing a thick fur coat, got off the griffin's back. He walked quickly to the campfire, intending to wake up Benjamin and Abbott, but his eyes subconsciously fell on the body wrapped in a thick ice shell. The ice shell on the side of the body facing the fire had completely melted, revealing not only the thin linen clothes, the hands and feet tied tightly with hemp ropes, but also the familiar face. Kaka rubbed it hard and looked closer. It was really Roy. His face had turned blue from the cold, and his lips were covered with a thick layer of white frost. Kaka approached Roy and put his finger under his nose. He found that he was still breathing. At this moment, Kaka immediately became alert. He stared at Abbott and Benjamin, who were sleeping soundly. He decided not to wake them up, but to quietly drag the frozen Roy away. Little Eugene, who was waiting in the distance, saw Kaka stealing someone's body and flew over in fear. When he got close, Kaka immediately waved his hand to signal him to come over to help. Little Eugene jumped off the griffin's back and was shocked to see Roy dying. Kaka first took out a blanket from the griffin's bag and wrapped Roy all over. With the help of little Eugene, he lifted Roy onto the back of his griffin. Before leaving, he secretly took away the magic broom handle that was suspended on the edge of the cliff. Then he rode the griffin down quickly and swooped into the warm and humid jungle in one breath. The griffin spread its wings to slow down and landed steadily on the open space in the forest. Kaka and little Eugene lifted Roy off the griffin's back. There was a pool of water here, and the clear spring water was very warm. The two let Roy soak in the spring water, and took out several bottles and jars from their leather pockets. No matter what kind of potion it was, they pinched Roy's mouth open and poured it in. Then, beside Roy, they kept calling Roy's name. Roy felt that he had a very long dream. In the dream, He was wrapped in a ball of warm sunlight. The light was really warm, and the outside world seemed to be a huge iceberg. He curled up in the depths of the iceberg, protected by the light. He was bathed in the light, and his whole body seemed to be glowing, and the light seemed to be integrated with him. Just when he felt extremely comfortable, someone called his name in his ear. Roy, Roy, wake up.